The atmosphere at the 20th Minecraft Elite Championship Awards ceremony was electric. As soon as the host finished speaking, Lu Yu's name as the individual PvP champion echoed throughout the venue. Thunderous applause erupted and all eyes focused on him. Yet Lu Yu appeared utterly bored, almost drowsy. Having won so many times before, the ceremony had become routine for him. He frowned and stood up impatiently. Despite being the center of attention, Lu Yu displayed a weariness that seemed completely at odds with such glory. On stage to receive his award, his acceptance speech was perfunctory and brief before he turned and walked off, as if he were in a hurry. Unexpectedly, his name was called again as the speedrun champion. He went on stage, grabbed the trophy, and couldn't even be bothered to give the usual pleasantries. Soon after, the building competition champion was also his. Lu Yu's expression turned completely dark. On the awards platform, he simply asked for a chair and a truck. His reasoning brutally simple: too many trophies, too tiring to keep running back and forth, impossible to carry them all. The audience immediately erupted in chaos. The crowd fell into stunned silence. New spectators questioned his arrogance, while veteran players calmly explained that this was the legendary master Lu Yu, who had swept all championships in the previous tournament. Because his words seemed so outrageous, everyone thought he was joking, but what happened next shook everyone's beliefs. On the awards platform, Lu Yu simply sat down, and the host handed him the script to read himself. Lu Yu showed no courtesy, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "Please welcome the next guest to present me with my award." The entire venue was petrified, guests stood frozen in place, and the atmosphere instantly solidified. A child pointed at him in admiration, and his mother quickly cautioned, "Son, you must never learn from him." "Why not?" the child asked innocently. Just as the mother was about to say, "Showing off isn't a good habit," disaster struck. A bolt of lightning crashed through the roof. The awards platform exploded with a thunderous roar, and instantly a deep crater appeared. Before the smoke cleared, the camera focused on the pit. Only a charred corpse remained. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different world. Cold snow, brown trees, and green grass. Floating tree canopies. The pixelated style hit him immediately. He stood up in confusion, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. This wasn't the awards ceremony, nor was it the real world. The contrast was striking. Instinctively wanting to pinch himself awake, he discovered his fingers had disappeared, leaving only a blocky arm. Touching his face, he found it was also perfectly square. Reality and pixels had merged, and he finally understood, had become a block person. He used to say, "No regrets entering this world in this life. I wish to be a block person in the next," and now he had actually become one. While sighing over this irony, a prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. "Unlock realistic shaders mod." Lu Yu was overjoyed and chose to unlock it without hesitation. The system coldly responded, "Insufficient achievement points, cannot activate." Lu Yu nearly fainted from frustration. Not even knowing how many achievement points he had, a light screen suddenly appeared, displaying his personal information: name, Lu Yu, profession, full villager, health, 10 points, attack, 2 points, defense, 0 points. The contrast was so great it left him stunned. Once the top influencer in the MC community, he had now become a full villager. If word got out, wouldn't people laugh themselves silly? The series of devastating blows wasn't over yet. His achievement points were scarce, and he was afflicted with negative status effects like babbling, head trauma, and glutton. His health was only half full, his hunger depleted extremely quickly, and monsters could kill him with just 2 hits. As darkness fell, while he should have started with 3 logs, Lu Yu was empty-handed and could only dig dirt, trying to build a crude shelter. Unexpectedly, after just a few digs, several figures appeared among the trees. "Lu Yu is here," a girl shouted excitedly, and several men's faces changed dramatically as the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The leader, Fong, looked the most displeased and questioned his companion. "Fong, what's going on? Didn't you say you'd already tricked that fool outside the safe zone? How is he here? I clearly took him out this morning and even pointed him in the right direction, but I have no idea why that idiot didn't listen to me." Fong complained in frustration. His words immediately drew a cold sneer from his cousin Fong. "You probably didn't dare get close to the fence and just abandoned that fool from a distance. How is that possible?" Fong stubbornly shook his head. "Since cousin finds him so annoying, I'll definitely take care of him personally next time." "Yeah, right. You're all talk," his twin brother Fong teased, shaking his head. "That fool is built like a bulldozer. You dare arm wrestle him." Fong face reddened as he muttered, "He's just got brute strength. I have plenty of ways to finish him off." Fong stopped mocking and stared viciously at Lu Yu in the distance, his voice low and menacing. "Don't mess it up next time." At that moment, the girls who had been following them had already run far away and hadn't heard this loud conspiracy. "Lu Yu, how could you just run off without saying anything? You scared me to death." A girl came running over breathlessly and threw her arms around Lu Yu, her tone both reproachful and concerned. Lu Yu's body suddenly stiffened as he looked down at the girl in his arms in a daze. After searching his memories, he finally remembered who she was: Lin Xiaoming, a companion from the same village and the only friend who was willing to take care of him thoughtfully. While others despised him as an idiot, only Lin Xiaoming remained patient with him. Holy crap, cousin! Fong Mo suddenly tugged at Fong Ao's sleeve. Look what Lin Xiaoming is doing. How is she hugging that fool? Fong Ao looked closely and nearly choked with rage. Damn, he cursed, rushing toward Lu Yu in a few steps. You stinking fool. Let go with your dirty hands. Don't touch Xiaoming. As the punch came flying, Lu Yu frowned slightly and dodged sideways while holding Lin Xiaoming. When it came to positioning, he would never lose. Fong Ao couldn't stop his momentum in time and tumbled headfirst into a deep pit that Lu Yu had dug in advance, landing in a dazed heap. Before he could react, Lu Yu inconspicuously dropped a small piece of sand that landed squarely on his head. The people around completely missed Lu Yu's move and only heard screams coming from the pit. Ugh! Help me! I can't breathe. Seeing this, Fong Mo and Fong Bo were shocked and quickly dug away the dirt nearby, struggling greatly to drag Fong Ao out. By then, Fong Ao had lost more than half his health. Suffocation damage was no joke. How did Fong Ao fall into the pit? Only now did Lin Xiaoming notice Fong Ao's miserable condition. Having just caught his breath, Fong Ao immediately flew into a rage and grabbed Lu Yu by the collar. You dare ambush me? They had originally planned to use the crowded server to pull off a little trick to harm him, but never expected to fail so completely. Lu Yu feigned innocence, mumbling incoherently. Xiaoming, this fool just tried to kill me. Didn't you see? Fong Ao pointed at Lu Yu, his voice trembling with anger. Lin Xiaoming angrily stepped in front of Lu Yu and pushed Fong Ao away. Fong Ao, how can you talk like that? Lu Yu isn't stupid, just suffered a head injury. Surprisingly, Lin Xiaoming's focus wasn't on Fong Ao being injured, but on correcting his way of addressing Lu Yu. Xiaoming, this guy is no good. He just tripped me up and made me fall into that pit, then kicked me while I was down. Fong Ao was seething with resentment as he shouted at Lin Xiaoming, his voice filled with urgency and grievance. Lin Xiaoming's face darkened, her wooden sword already gripped in her palm as she stepped forward, her voice as cold as the night wind. Fong Ao, I'm warning you, don't you dare slander Lu Yu, or I won't be so polite. Fong Ao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly waved his hands in explanation. Xiaoming, I'm really not lying to you. That Lu Yu kid is definitely pretending to be crazy to win your sympathy. But Lin Xiaoming clearly wasn't buying it. She glared at him, her words firing like rapid gunshots. Fong Ao, we all grew up together. Don't I know what kind of person Lu Yu is? He gets upset for ages just from stepping on flowers and grass. How could he possibly hurt you? You said it yourself. Lu Yu is simple-minded. What bad intentions could a simple person have? Are you really so petty that you'd hold a grudge against someone like him? These words left Fong Ao completely speechless. Though his emotions were churning inside, he didn't dare contradict Lin Xiaoming after pursuing her for so long. Falling out over a simpleton would truly be more trouble than it was worth. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and force his anger back down. Lin Xiaoming softened her sharp tone, turned around, and her expression immediately became gentle. Lu Yu, shall we head back to camp? As she spoke, her eyes curved into crescents, like she was coaxing a child. Lu Yu nodded obediently and followed her away. The sight of their figures walking side by side made Fong Ao stamp his feet in frustration. Damn it, I don't know what's gotten into Lin Xiaoming, spending all her time with a simpleton. He roared at the empty air. Cousin, what's so great about that Lin Xiaoming anyway? Why are you so obsessed with her? Fong Mo asked with a furrowed brow. Fong Bo rarely agreed with him, but this time he did. Exactly. Besides, that girl is so fierce, definitely a tigress. But Fong Ao suddenly put on a love-struck expression. You idiots don't understand anything. The two brothers exchanged glances and muttered in unison under their breath. Simps always lose. Lu Yu followed behind Lin Xiaoming the whole way, listening to her endless stream of reminders. Lu Yu, stay away from Fong Ao and his group from now on. 3 not good people. Remember, never leave the safe zone. There are monsters everywhere outside. It's very dangerous. I can't always be by your side, so you need to learn to tell right from wrong yourself. He finally understood what people meant by mom fans, caring and attentive, but equally nagging. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Xiaoming pointed ahead. We're almost at the camp. Lu Yu looked up to see a short, matchbox-like house made of yellow clay sitting alone on the barren ground. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This was pretty shabby. They could have at least used cobblestone. At the entrance of the earthen house, a young man was looking around anxiously. When he saw the two of them, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Teacher, I found Lu Yu, Lin Xiaoming called out, waving from a distance. The young man was named Zhuang Mu, the elder leading this expedition and the most knowledgeable person in the village, able to recite thick stacks of crafting recipes by heart. Everyone called him teacher. Good that you're back. You were gone so long. I was worried something had happened to you out there. Zhuang Mu's voice was full of concern. However, when Zhuang Mu's gaze fell on Lu Yu, His expression became somewhat complicated. They had ventured far from home this time to gather supplies in the wilderness. According to their plan, they would make the round trip within 2 days and had to camp in the wild tonight. Once darkness fell, the dangers in the mountain forest would multiply exponentially. Yet Lu Yu had suddenly gone missing in the afternoon, forcing everyone to split up and search for him, wasting most of their precious gathering time. At this thought, Zhuang Mu sighed. This foolish boy not only couldn't help, but was actually holding them back, though since Lu Yu was naturally simple-minded, he couldn't bring himself to scold him. Grumble. The quiet forest was suddenly filled with the sound of a stomach protesting, coming from Lu Yu himself. He scratched the back of his head and grinned sheepishly at everyone. This body consumed energy too quickly, and just a few steps of walking had left his hunger meter completely empty. Lu Yu, you must be starving after being lost for so long. Here, eat something. Lin Xiaoming bent down to open her backpack and handed him a piece of bread. Teacher, this is for you. She offered another portion to Zhuang Mu. Zhuang Mu waved his hand to indicate he had already eaten and stepped aside. The moment the bread touched Lu Yu's hands, his eyes lit up immediately. He tore open the packaging, swallowed, and chewed with bulging cheeks all in one fluid motion, eating in quite an unseemly manner. Yet Lin Xiaoming smiled with exceptional tenderness, ruffling his hair. Slow down, no one's going to steal it from you. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Mu shook his head. Xiaoming, come with me for a moment. I need to talk to you. Lin Xiaoming nodded, placed her backpack beside Lu Yu, and said, if you're still hungry after finishing that, eat my portion too. Only after giving these instructions did she follow her teacher away. Watching them walk into the distance, Lu Yu put Lin Xiaoming's bread back in the backpack and instead pulled out the rations belonging to Fong Mo and his two companions, taking a big bite. He couldn't touch his sister's food, but he was curious to taste what those three annoying guys had. At the edge of the forest, the evening breeze swept by, and the chirping of insects was masked by the distant campfire. After ensuring Lu Yu couldn't hear them, Zhuang Mu spoke in a low voice. Xiaoming, how old are you this year? I'll be 18 soon. It's about time to think about your future. Zhuang Mu tried to sound casual, yet each word struck home. The promising young people in the village all leave Shueshan village at this age to make their way in the world. You're our most outstanding girl, don't waste your time on unnecessary things. Lin Xiaoming lowered her eyes without speaking, her fingers gripping the corner of her clothes tightly. Lu Yu is not an unnecessary thing, she murmured, then walked toward the camp without looking back. There was no point in arguing with her teacher. She only knew that Lu Yu was important to her, so important that she would risk her life for him. As long as she, Lin Xiaoming, was around, no one would dare bully Lu Yu. In the twilight, Zhuang Mu watched the girl's retreating figure and let out a long sigh. He hoped that fool wouldn't ruin her bright future. If it really came to that, he wouldn't stand idly by. The campfire cast a gentle glow on Zhuang Mu's face, but the thoughts in his heart were cold and hard beneath his well-educated, knowledgeable exterior. He was actually quite selfish. He prided himself on being the only teacher in Snow Mountain Village and considered all the children there as students. When his students went out to bring honor to themselves, he wouldn't let anyone stand in their way. Zhuang Mu looked up, his expression shifting from gentle to serious. At the camp entrance, Lin Xiaoming had just stepped inside when she saw the three Fong Ao brothers cornering Lu Yu in the middle. Their faces were dark with barely contained anger. Fong Ao, what do you think you're doing? She shouted sternly. Fong Ao raised his hand to strike, but froze at her voice, his face flushing red and pale by turns. Fong Ao, if you have a grudge about today, come at me instead. Picking on a fool, have you no shame? Lin Xiaoming stood with her hands on her hips, blocking Lu Yu. Xiaoming, how could I dare cause trouble for you? Fong Ao awkwardly lowered his hand, pointing at the empty backpack on the ground. It's this Lu Yu who doesn't know the rule. She ate all three of our portions by himself. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Lin Xiaoming looked at Lu Yu in shock. One person could eat 3 people's rations? That appetite was absurd. Seeing the empty backpack with her own eyes, she had to believe Fong Ao wasn't lying and could only sigh helplessly. Lu Yu, don't do this again. If you're hungry, I'll get you food. Her tone was gentle. Fong Ao was already seething with rage, and seeing her protect Lu Yu again doubled his fury. Just as he was about to explode, Zhuang Mu placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't be angry anymore. Lu Yu certainly didn't mean it. I still have some dried food here. Eat quickly, and then rest. It's getting dark. Zhuang Mu's tone was calm, but brooked no argument. The 3 brothers' stomachs were already growling, so they reluctantly accepted the dried food, chewing while glaring hatefully at Lu Yu. They weren't afraid of fools acting smart, but smart people acting foolish. Lu Yu just kept grinning foolishly, completely unbothered. Night fell, and everyone crawled into the small matchbox huts made of dirt and wooden boards. With monsters roaming the wilderness, they sealed the entrance completely to block out potential dangers. When the moon reached its zenith, the sounds of active monsters rose and fell. The groans of zombies, the clatter of skeleton bones, and the dull thuds of thorny hands slapping the walls created an increasingly oppressive atmosphere inside. The three Fong Ao cousins huddled in a corner, faces pale and teeth chattering. Except for Zhuangmu, all five others were spending their first night away from the village. The bad boys, who usually bullied others in the village, now cowered like three quails. As the elder, Zhuangmu maintained relative composure, only frowning slightly when the walls were struck hard. Though Lin Xiaoming was strong in combat, she was still a girl who feared the dark and monsters, but she didn't want to show weakness in front of Lu Yu, so she forced herself to appear calm. She secretly observed Lu Yu and found him remarkably composed. Curious, she quietly moved closer to him. Lu Yu, aren't you scared? She whispered. Lu Yu shook his head. Lin Xiaoming thought for a moment, then smiled with understanding. I really envy you. Not knowing anything means you don't have to fear anything. Lu Yu chuckled inwardly. She thought he was fearless through ignorance, but he knew Minecraft's day-night cycle like the back of his hand. Farming by day, fighting monsters by night was common sense. He even wished he could rush out immediately to grind monsters for experience. The only torch in the room crackled and burned out, its light suddenly extinguished, plunging everything into pitch darkness. Oh no! The three Fong Ao brothers trembled in unison, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Lin Xiaoming's body stiffened. She feared darkness most of all. In the tense darkness, Fong Ao's voice shook like a sieve. Teacher, could we light another torch? He asked tremblingly. There wasn't much coal left to begin with, so they needed to use it sparingly. Just hold on a bit longer. Dawn would break soon. Zhuangmu lowered his voice as he pushed the few remaining pieces of charred coal toward the center of the brazier, where dark red embers flickered in the night wind. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming had to swallow her desire to light a torch. She crouched in the corner, wrapping her arms tightly around her knees and curling herself into a ball. The damp ground radiated cold, making her shoulders tremble slightly as her breathing tightened with fear. Lu Yu noticed her distress and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, gesturing for her to come closer for warmth. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoming reacted as if struck by lightning. Her hair stood on end and she froze completely. Just as the two stared at each other awkwardly, a hoarse zombie howl suddenly echoed from outside. The sound was so close it seemed separated by only a wall, so chilling it made their scalps tingle. Lin Xiaoming instantly broke down and threw herself into Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu was stunned. He had only meant to offer comfort, but suddenly found himself with an armful of soft warmth. After 2 seconds of stiffness, he placed his right hand on Lin Xiaoming's back, gently patting along her shoulder blades. Buried against his chest, Lin Xiaoming listened to his steady heartbeat as her tense nerves finally relaxed. Drowsiness washed over her like a tide, and within moments she had fallen into deep sleep. As dawn broke, Lin Xiaoming was the first to wake. The wind outside the tent had weakened, and the others around her were still sleeping soundly. Looking down, she realized she had spent the entire night in Lu Yu's arms. Her heart began racing wildly as she quickly pulled away and returned to her original position, running her fingers through her disheveled hair and pretending nothing had happened. The three Fong brothers had been tormented by monster cries all night, their faces paler than ash. Once everyone had gradually awakened, Zhuangmu dusted off his pants and announced the day's action plan. We lost a lot of time yesterday, so today we need to pick up the pace and gather more supplies to take back. Meet back here before sunset, and don't wander too far. After giving these instructions, he hurriedly left with Fong Mo and Fong Bo. Only Lu Yu, Lin Xiaoming, and the isolated Fong Ao remained at the shelter. Lin Xiaoming called to Lu Yu. Let's go. Then she headed straight down another path at a brisk pace. Fong Ao quickly blocked their way, stammering. Xiaoming, can I come along too? He had always been Lin Xiaoming's shadow, following her everywhere. Lin Xiaoming frowned and replied casually. Suit yourself, just don't cause me any trouble. With that, she pulled Lu Yu forward, leaving Fong Ao to follow dejectedly behind, secretly glaring at Lu Yu with suppressed hostility. Along the way, Lin Xiaoming swung her wooden sword at every patch of weed she saw, the rustling grass blades constantly falling. As they approached the fence, she repeatedly warned Lu Yu. See that fence over there? Never cross it. There are monsters on the other side. It's not too bad during the day, but zombies still spawn in the shadows and caves. If you encounter skeleton monsters, they can shoot arrows through the fence. Lu Yu scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. Monsters? Wouldn't that just take 2 or 3 hits? How could the block people of this world not even be able to handle zombies? Lin Xiaoming paid no attention to his internal complaints and continued chopping grass with determination. However, for some reason, her luck was absolutely terrible. After working for ages, she had only managed to get a few seeds to drop. Lu Yu couldn't bear to watch and stepped forward to help, his hands flying through the grass. When it came to hand speed, he had never lost the hand speed of someone who had been single for over 20 years was simply mind-blowing. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu's progress surpassed Lin Xiaoming's. The situation completely reversed as he grabbed Lin Xiaoming's hand and took the lead, pulling her along at a brisk pace. Fong Ao watched in stunned disbelief. Was this really the same Lu Yu who had been sluggish and dull-witted just moments before, practically brain-dead? Now Lu Yu moved with lightning speed, leaving Fong Ao struggling to keep up despite his best efforts. Hey, Lu Yu, wait for me! Fong Ao shouted in frustration. Within just 10 minutes, Lu Yu had collected an entire set of seeds, but he stopped in front of a wooden fence. Lin Xiaoming finally caught up, hands on her knees, panting with flushed cheeks. Lu Yu, slow down. You can't leave my sight. Her tone was dead serious, sounding exactly like a nagging parent. Lu Yu ignored her completely and proceeded to dismantle the fence before them. Lu Yu, what are you doing? Fong Ao jumped in alarm, his voice rising. How dare you destroy the fence? Just wait until I tell the village chief will deal with you. There was even a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. However, just as the two were about to follow him, Lu Yu reassembled the fence exactly as it was, blocking them on the other side. Lu Yu, come back. Lin Xiaoming stamped her feet anxiously. Beyond the fence lay the danger zone. Monsters spawned outside the safe area even during daylight hours, making it no place for games. Free from constraints, Lu Yu moved forward with ease. Before long, an open pit mine came into view, with exposed iron ore glinting coldly in the sunlight along the pit walls, exactly what he needed. To get rich, punch trees first. He knew the routine by heart and swung his fist at a nearby tree trunk. Wood chips flew as 3 blocks of wood went into his inventory. Next, he opened his item menu and skillfully crafted a workbench. Congratulations on completing the achievement. Taking inventory, achievement points 10. Congratulations on completing the achievement. Getting wood, achievement points 10. Congratulations on completing the achievement. Benchmarking, achievement points 10. 3 system notifications popped up in succession, seemingly delayed by his rapid actions. To mine, he needed a pickaxe first. A wooden pickaxe was too fragile. His target was a stone pickaxe. He quickly arranged materials on the workbench. A wooden pickaxe took shape. Then he chiseled away several blocks of stone near the iron ore and placed the cobblestone into the crafting grid. The next second, a brand new stone pickaxe was in his hands. Congratulations on completing the achievement. Time to mine. Achievement points 10. Congratulations on completing the achievement. Getting an upgrade. Achievement points 10. Including his previous records, Lu Yu's achievement points had climbed to 50. In the distance, Fong Ao and Lin Xiaoming could only vaguely see Lu Yu's hands moving rapidly through the fence, constantly working on something. What on earth is Lu Yu doing? Lin Xiaoming gripped the fence tightly, her palms sweating with anxiety and worry. Is he holding a stone pickaxe? Fong Ao rubbed his eyes, doubting what he saw. After all, Lu Yu was the poor student who couldn't even memorize crafting recipes and often got his knuckles rapped by teachers. Yet now he could instantly create a workbench, quickly craft a stone pickaxe, and head straight for iron or mining. Who would believe it? What's that shiny thing? Lin Xiaoming squinted, trying to make out the activity near the mine pit, but the distance was too great. She could only count the flashing frequency. 1, 2, 3. With 3 iron ore in hand, he could at least craft an iron bucket for watering crops. Lu Yu stuffed all his loot into his inventory. Wait. He suddenly froze. Where was his backpack? Looking down, the pitch-black lock icon above his 9-slot inventory was particularly glaring. His backpack was still locked. With only 9 slots, he could barely carry anything. He broke the crafting table at his feet and collected it into his inventory, then turned to leave. Lu Yu, we need to. Lin Xiaoming's words cut off abruptly as her gaze moved past Lu Yu's shoulder, her face instantly turning deathly pale. Blue-green figures entered her line of sight. Ah! Fong Ao also saw clearly and screamed, Zombies! Lu Yu, run! Lin Xiaoming shouted at the top of her lungs. Fong Ao's face looked even worse, but his legs felt like lead because there was more than one zombie behind Lu Yu. Lu Yu. Lin Xiaoming's voice began to tremble as she finally counted them. 3 zombies. She had once accidentally killed one in the wilderness, earning her the village title of Strong Woman. But with 3 appearing simultaneously, even she wasn't confident. That fool, let him die. I'm getting out of here. Fong Ao turned and ran, stumbling and quickly disappearing into the darkness. Fong Ao, Lin Xiaoming reached out to grab him, but caught only air. She took a deep breath, broke down the fence in front of her, and rushed out. Looks like I can only rely on myself. However, as she got closer, she was completely stunned. Lu Yu was pummeling the zombies with his bare fists. His footwork was nimble, dodging every zombie swipe with precision while his fists accurately pounded their rotting chests. Don't get the wrong idea, Lu Yu wasn't trying to show off some bare-handed monster-killing technique. He had simply forgotten to craft any weapons. Although he had a wooden pickaxe in hand, its low damage and slow attack speed made it less effective than close combat. Lu Yu simply abandoned the clunky wooden pickaxe, circled behind the zombies, and harassed them continuously with his fists and feet. The zombies' stiff movements couldn't keep up with his agile steps, leaving them clawing uselessly at empty air. However, when the block world became reality, the impact of his punches and the piercing pain were equally real. As the 3 zombies fell one by one, His fists became red and swollen from the repeated impacts. After finally defeating the last one, Lu Yu shook his numb wrists and brought his palms to his nosy. A putrid stench immediately invaded his nostrils. He gagged quietly with a low ugh, shook his hands twice, and silently decided to find somewhere to wash them thoroughly later. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Monster Hunter. You have earned 30 achievement points. The pleasant system notification sounded in his ears, accompanied by several emerald green experience orbs that clinked as they hit the ground. Behind him, Lin Xiaoming remained frozen in the same stunned position as before. Lu Yu, are you okay? Her voice carried unmistakable concern. Lu Yu didn't answer, simply picked up the rotten flesh from the ground, then bent down near the experience orbs, preparing to absorb the experience directly. They're actually magic crystals. Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up as she grabbed the experience orbs like she'd found treasure, holding them up for Lu Yu to see. Lu Yu was momentarily confused. To him, these were just experience orbs, so how had they become magic crystals? Clearly, Lin Xiaoming and the others couldn't absorb experience directly like he could, but they could collect the experience orbs as physical items. So many magic crystals could be exchanged for quite a few gold coins. Lin Xiaoming excitedly calculated. Gold coins were the universal currency in this world. Since Lu Yu didn't have an enchanting table yet, experience was temporarily useless to him, so he simply handed all the experience orbs to her. Lu Yu, when did you become so powerful? Lin Xiaoming clutched the magic crystals, happier than if she were counting money. You're amazing. When we get back and tell your mother, she'll be so proud. Lu Yu, Lin Xiaoming. Urgent footsteps approached from the distance as teacher Zhuang Mu rushed over with the other 3 students. Teacher, how did you get here? Lin Xiaoming looked up curiously, still holding the magic crystals. Fong Ao said you were attacked by zombies, so we came to check on you out of concern. Are you both alright? Where are the monsters? Zhuang Mu looked around. We're fine. Everything's been taken care of. Lu Yu's tone was casual. Taken care of? Zhuang Mu's gaze fell on the magic crystals in Lin Xiaoming's hands, and his face immediately brightened with joy. Lin Xiaoming, you truly are the outstanding one among this year's students. That's right, Xiaoming. You're only 17 and you can already defeat 3 zombies. I really admire you. Fong Ao had somehow squeezed to the front, shamelessly offering his flattery. Lin Xiaoming quickly waved her hands. I didn't kill these monsters, it was Lu Yu. Lu Yu. Fong Ao scoffed. Xiaoming, don't joke around. In Fong Ao's view, while Lu Yu was strong, he could never single-handedly take on 3 zombies. Zhuang Mu also assumed Lin Xiaoming was being modest, giving credit to Lu Yu. Xiaoming, we can discuss this later when we get back. It's dangerous here, come inside quickly. Zhuang Mu called for everyone to retreat. With no one believing her explanation, Lin Xiaoming felt anxious. She had seen most clearly how cleanly and efficiently this boy, who was treated like a fool, had fought. Even with just a wooden pickaxe or bare fists, he could defeat zombies without taking any damage. She looked up reluctantly, gazing at Lu Yu with pleading eyes, hoping to hear him speak up for himself. However, Lu Yu raised his hand to his lips and quietly gestured for silence. Shoo! Lin Xiaoming froze, understanding that he was signaling her not to mention what had just happened. Before heading back, everyone returned to the temporary camp. The campfire still flickered among the embers, and the rough cloth spread on the ground was piled high with wood, ore, and crop seeds. Lu Yu shook open his bag and poured out a complete set of wheat seeds with a rustling sound. The quantity far exceeded their plan. The seeds rolled into a thin green line in the firelight, drawing gasps from everyone. Zhuang Mu looked at him with lowered voice and complex eyes, but asked nothing. Since they had surplus supplies, the team decided to return early. After setting foot on the dirt road to Snow Mountain Village, Lin Xiaoming kept stealing glances at Lu Yu. His earlier heroic performance made it impossible for her to completely match him with the fool label. Was it a lucky burst, or had he been pretending to be crazy and stupid all along? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Lu Yu noticed her gaze and only responded with a silly smile, his lips carrying a deliberately foolish expression. After several hours of trekking, their home appeared in the distance at the mountain past Snow Mountain Village in the 7th district. The block continent was divided into 7 zones from inside to outside, with the inner areas being safer and more resource-rich. The 7th district was the outermost ring, where vast lands lay barren and only Snow Mountain Village barely survived. Entering the village entrance, Lu Yu instinctively surveyed the area. Rows of matchbox houses stood crookedly, lacking the charm of village cottages from the game. However, the village center had large cultivated fields plowed out, with irrigation ditches channeling pond water in alternating rows of water and soil, orderly yet occupying precious space, instantly triggering his perfectionist tendencies. But remembering his fool persona, he could only suppress the urge to renovate. Lu Yu's house was in the first row at the village entrance, and he quietly slipped into the small hut made of wooden planks while others weren't paying attention. Inside, his mother Tao Lan was shaping dough into long strips, and placing them in the stone oven. The fire crackled, and the faint aroma of bread drifted out. "Son, you're back." She removed her flour-dusted apron and wiped her hands as she came to greet him. "How was today? Did it go well?" Lu Yu nodded vaguely, his gaze falling on the dining tablia. Few pieces of dry bread lay there alone, without even a grain of salt, let alone meat. He pulled 3 pieces of rotten flesh dropped by zombies from his inventory and placed them on the table with a thud. Though meager, it was at least meat. Rotten flesh. Tao Lan's eyes widened, her joy barely containable. At dawn, villagers would occasionally rush outside the fence to collect rotten flesh dropped by zombies burned by sunlight. But it was dangerous out there, making this a rare resource in the village. "Son, did you pick this up?" Lu Yu nodded. "Wonderful." Tao Lan vigorously ruffled his hair, her face full of pride. In the past, when Lu Yu went out with the team, he would either get lost or cause trouble, often returning to scolding. This time he not only came back safely, but also brought 3 pieces of rotten flesh. It was practically a miracle. His hunger bar was empty, so Lu Yu grabbed the bread from the table and devoured it. After 3 pieces of dry bread, his stomach still felt hollow. The foodie, exclusive debuff meant he could never eat enough. He simply took matters into his own hands, kneading dough and baking, soon producing several more loaves of bread. "Congratulations on completing the achievement, Bake Bread. You have earned 10 achievement points." The system notification flashed in his mind. "Son, eat slowly." Tao Lan smiled with squinted eyes, but couldn't bear to touch the pile of freshly baked bread, only cradling the rotten flesh in her palms and chewing small bites, afraid to waste even a hint of flavor. It was the meat her son had risked his life to bring back. Lu Yu picked up a piece and tasted it. Sour and astringent with a hint of fishy sweetness. The flavor was identical to what he remembered from the game. "Congratulations on completing the achievement, Iron Stomach. You have earned 20 achievement points." He gave up on eating that last piece. Since his mother liked it, he'd leave it for her. Just as Lu Yu was about to leave the dining table, a sudden knock 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 came from outside the door. "Lu Yu, are you there?" A girl's crisp voice called through the door. Tao Lan immediately recognized who it was. She wiped her hands and stood up, opening the door with a beaming smile. "Xiaoming, coming to see Lu Yu so late?" Lin Xiaoming stood obediently outside the door with her hands behind her back. "Auntie, I need to see Lu Yu about something." Tao Lan turned back and waved toward the house, her tone suggestive. "Lu Yu, what are you standing there for? Come greet your little guest." As a villager, she knew that Lin Xiaoming was now a highly sought-after figure. If she really took a liking to her foolish son, that would be a wonderful stroke of luck. Seeing his mother's constant winking, Lu Yu's face reddened, and he had no choice but to pull Lin Xiaoming out to the courtyard. As soon as they settled, Lin Xiaoming quickly pulled back the hand he had been holding, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said in a low voice, "I'm not here for anything else. I'm here to give you the gold coins." Gold coins? Lu Yu was stunned. She thought to herself that Lu Yu couldn't even distinguish magic crystals, let alone know where to exchange them, so she had to make the trip for him. 1 magic crystal for 1 gold coin. "They're all here." As she spoke, she pressed the heavy pouch into his palm, the sound of metal clinking solidly. Lu Yu weighed it in his hand, thinking that Xiao Meng had worked hard running this errand, so he reached into the pouch and pulled out a few coins to press back into her hand. Lin Xiaoming immediately frowned and pushed them back. Although she had never seen so much money, she knew it belonged to Lu Yu. "I don't want them." "Why not?" Lu Yu asked bluntly. Seeing him like this, Lin Xiaoming almost thought he really was simple-minded. Cowled his previous killing of 3 zombies have been pure luck? She pouted and asked back, "Why are you giving them to me?" "Because you helped me." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming became agitated instead. "Aren't we friends in your eyes? Do friends charge for helping each other?" "I know," Lu Yu stammered. As a socially anxious Shutin, he had no real friends in reality, and when the little girl suddenly called herself his friend, he felt at a loss. "Then keep them properly." Lin Xiaoming huffed and ran off angrily. "Stupid Lu Yu, insulting our friendship with gold coins." Just as Lin Xiaoming left, Tao Lan poked her head out. "Lu Yu, what did Xiao Ming come for?" Lu Yu's eyes darted around, feeling that explaining would be too troublesome, so he said vaguely, "Nothing much." With that, he tossed the gold coins into his inventory. Seeing him being evasive, Tao Lan thought her son was just being shy, smiled, and didn't press further. The matter was dropped. However, as soon as the gold coins entered his inventory, the slots were immediately filled. Lu Yu clicked on the small lock in the upper right corner of his backpack. Unlocking backpack requires 10 achievement points. Unlock. Of course, obviously yes. With the system notification sound, new slots opened, and he could finally continue storing things. But thinking that even the system's built-in functions required him to spend his own points, he silently cursed the loss. The next day, Lu Yu planned to take this bag of gold coins to see what he could buy. His mother Tao Lan also dragged him out together, saying they were going to do some work. When Lu Yu returned yesterday, that ridiculously barren field he saw was exactly where Tao Lan had gone. That plot belonged to the village, and all the wheat harvested from it had to be distributed among the different districts. Their small courtyard only provided enough for daily meals, yet they still had to take turns working the communal farmland. Lu Yu slapped his forehead. This was basically taxation. No wonder everyone was crammed into matchbox-sized houses. Today it was Tao Lan's turn to work alongside Uncle Fong from next door. Before leaving, she stopped at the crossroads and repeatedly reminded him, "Just play around the village. Don't wander off. I'll be back later." Last time Lu Yu had run around everywhere, exhausting her with cleanup. Duty lesson learned the hard way. Unable to sit still, Lu Yu dove into the village and first found Lin Xiaoming. To learn about that traveling merchant, he spent a full 10 minutes asking questions. Lin Xiaoming was patient and answered everything. The man traveled year-round between districts doing business, occasionally bringing rare goods that couldn't be found in District 7. Almost everyone knew of his existence. Lu Yu muttered to himself trading goods should naturally be something villagers handle among themselves. Yet now they had to rely on outsiders to do the legwork. How strange. In the afternoon, dust swirled at the village gate as cart wheels creaked and groaned. The traveling merchant was stacking cargo boxes onto his cart, grumbling constantly. "Every time I come to this godforsaken place, it's a wasted trip. These clueless villagers are nothing but trouble. If I come back again, I'm a pig." He said this while weighing his empty pockets, looking thoroughly disappointed. "Oh really? You despise District 7 so much, but don't come crawling back later." Lu Yu chuckled inwardly, stepping forward to ask, "What good stuff do you have here?" The merchant didn't even lift his eyelids, waving his hand like shooing flies. "Get lost, kid. You want to buy something? Can you even afford it?" Lu Yu frowned and lifted his money pouch, dropping it onto the cart's wooden board with a thud. The heavy, crisp impact echoed through the quiet afternoon. "My cart." The merchant quickly crouched to inspect the board, then glared up at him. "If you damaged it, can you pay for repairs?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you a businessman? The money's all in there. You didn't stuff it with rocks to fake it, did you?" The merchant asked suspiciously. "Open it yourself." Lu Yu crossed his arms and snorted coldly. The merchant pursed his lips and untied the pouch. The next second, he was nearly blinded by dazzling golden light. It was packed full of gold coins. He stood stunned for a long moment, his Adam's apple bobbing as he quickly calculated. No matter where this money came from, he'd be leaving soon anyway, so this deal was pure profit. "Oh my, young master, what would you like to buy? Meat? Or and also?" Before he could finish, his hands were already rubbing together rapidly. His smile piled on thicker than his cart. "Do you have diamonds?" Lu Yu cut straight to the point. The merchant's smile froze on his face. "Well, no. What about books?" His face instantly wrinkled like a bitter melon. He had just boasted about selling everything. Yet he had neither item. Diamonds and books, those were things only found in the inner 3 districts. He couldn't understand how this boy from a remote village even knew these words. "How about youngster takes a look at something else," he said with an apologetic smile. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. "You don't have anything, so what am I supposed to buy from you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. "Hey, don't go." Just moments ago, he had looked down on Lu Yu's village, and now he was desperately trying to keep Lu Yu from leaving. Lu Yu wasn't really planning to leave, he just wanted to give the man a taste of his own medicine. He glanced sideways at the merchant's anxious face and put on an impatient expression. "Fine then, just sell me some meat." Lu Yu never skimped when it came to food. He cheerfully pulled out most of his bag of gold coins and exchanged them for a large bundle of fresh, tender meat. The merchant stared at the still bulging coin pouch, wishing he could instantly conjure up everything Lu Yu might want and earn every last coin. "Young man, don't leave yet." Lu Yu didn't even turn around, answering with the back of his head. "What? Need something? I've got something good here." "What is it?" Lu Yu reluctantly turned around, his brow radiating indifference. The merchant carefully pulled out a white thread, actually, 2 threads. "This? Spider silk?" "Yes, yes, yes." The merchant held up the 2 threads like precious treasures. "This is a rare find I came across by chance, just these 2 pieces. You have no idea how difficult those spiders are to deal with. These are precious drops from them." "Spiders, difficult to deal with." Lu Yu wore an expression like a skeptical old man on the subway. In his previous life, he'd built spider spawners countless times, accumulating spider silk and spider eyes like mountains. What was so special about this? Still, he hadn't found any spider spawning areas yet, so these 2 threads would save him some trouble, just enough to make a fishing rod. Fishing was his specialty. He was naturally lucky and never failed. He held up one finger. 1 gold coin, not a penny more. "What?" The merchant nearly lost his composure. "Young man, this is rare treasure. How can it only be worth 2 gold coins?" Lu Yu suddenly narrowed his eyes with a sly smile. "Then tell me, what's this spider silk used for? What can you craft with it? How do you combine it?" Sweat beaded on the merchant's forehead. "Well, I don't really know." "Then why would I buy it? Might as well be a toy." Considering your enthusiastic sales pitch, 2 gold coins, not a penny more. Faced with reality, if he didn't agree now, even those 2 coins would slip away. The merchant gritted his teeth. "Fine, fine. 2 gold coins it is." A system notification chimed in Lu Yu's ear. Congratulations on completing the achievement penny pincher. Achievement points 20. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and muttered, "How did being frugal become penny pinching?" With the transaction complete, his coin pouch still jingled with half a bag of gold. The merchant watched him leave with the meat and spider silk, his heart bleeding but unable to do anything about it. On the way back to the village, Lu Yu passed his mother's field. Under the scorching sun, Tao Lan was bent over swinging her hoe, sweat streaming down her temples. "Mom," Lu Yu called out. "Lu Yu, where have you been playing?" Tao Lan straightened up with difficulty, wiping sweat from her brow. "I went to get some things." With that, he stuffed the contents of his bag into his mother's hands. Lu's mother opened the bag and peered inside, gasping in shock. She quickly asked, "Son, where did you get all this meat?" Along the bustling ridge, the villagers working nearby all perked up their ears at her words. In District 7, getting a bite of fresh meat was nearly as difficult as taking down an adult zombie heathen. Their usual protein came from preserved, rotting meat, soaked in antiseptic. The moment the word meat was uttered, it immediately drew prying eyes. Neighbor Fong Chong squinted, practically itching to reach over and peek into the coarse cloth bag on Lu Yu's back. Lu Yu snapped back to reality. He couldn't draw too much attention, especially not in front of Fong Chong. Fong Chong was the father of Fong Ao, the very person who bullied the fool Lu Yu. Father and son were cut from the same cloth, both petty as needlepoints. He nudged his mother and whispered urgently, "Mom, go home and rest first. We'll cook later." Tao Lan felt the weight of the meat in her hands, but her heart swelled with bittersweet warmth. What her son and Lin Xiaoming had been secretly working on last night was actually a surprise for her. Her eyes welled up as she nodded. "All right, I'll head back then." "Hey, how can you slack off like that?" Fong Chong immediately stepped forward to block Tao Lan's path. Lu Yu moved in front of his mother. "My mom's tired. Let her go rest. I'll do the work." Fong Chong looked Lu Yu up and down, from head to toe, and snorted. "Not stuttering today? Who taught you to talk like that? What can that brain of yours possibly accomplish? You working would be worse than slacking off." On the grassy field by the ridge, Fong Chong had been lounging comfortably just moments ago, yet now he righteously accused a sweating woman of being lazy. Lu Yu sneered and waved his hand dismissively. "Then get lost and stop getting in the way. Let your grandfather here handle it. You little brat are asking for a beating." Fong Chong, hit where it hurt, raised his stone pickaxe to strike. But beneath their feet lay Xiefeng village's most important farmland, bustling with people. The workers nearby immediately intervened. "Fong Chong, what are you doing?" A grown man bullying a kid. With several voices of reproach, Lu Yu seized the moment to roll his eyes, his foolish act immediately deflecting the anger. Fong Chong was forced to grit his teeth and stiffly lower his pickaxe, just fooling around. But as he left, he added, "Just wait, I'll have my son come take shifts too." He never wanted to miss out on any advantage. Once Fong Chong was gone, Lu Yu rolled up his sleeves and got to real work. Last night, he had smelted the 3 iron ore pieces he'd scavenged into iron ingots in the small furnace. Congratulations on completing the achievement, getting an upgrade, earning 10 achievement points. At the crude workbench by the ridge, he arranged the iron ingots in a V shape with a snap, forming a bucket. Then he dragged 2 more ingots and added a wooden handle, crafting a brand new iron hoe. Congratulations on completing the achievement, time to farm, earning 10 achievement points. Carrying the freshly filled bucket of clear water, he stepped into the field. Step 1. Level out the ridiculous trenches that alternated between water and mud. Step 2. Working in 99 sections, dig 1 square in the center of each plot and pour in clear water. The soil quickly absorbed the moisture, darkening in color and becoming as soft as kneaded dough. Thus, he completed the most basic farm setup in Minecraft. Lu Yu followed his usual habit and covered the water squares with half-stone bricks. Then he scattered the seeds he and his companions had gathered that day into the newly leveled grid squares. For someone who had won first place in speed building competitions, such modifications only took a few minutes. When finished, he stepped back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let out a satisfied sigh as his OCD was appeased. Phew. Fong Ao had been sent over by his father and happened to witness Lu Yu completing his work, freezing on the spot. "Lu Yu, look what you've done." He had always considered Lu Yu a fool, and though he thought the guy had regained some intelligence a few days ago, now he realized he'd been overthinking. This idiot had actually done something so outrageous. Fong Ao's voice rose sharply. "Our village's farmland. All that wheat. You've ruined it all." Lu Yu looked at him as if watching a clown and asked coolly, "Where's the damage? Where's the water in the fields?" Fong Ao roared angrily. That water had been painstakingly channeled from the pond outside the village by everyone, yet Lu Yu had filled it all in. "We don't need that much water," Lu Yu replied coldly. "Don't need it." Fong Ao's eyes widened. "Without water, the wheat will wither and die. What will our village have to deliver then? Wither and die?" Lu Yu found it amusing. Fong Ao wanted to call the entire village to expose Lu Yu's stupidity. "Go quickly, go call the village chief. Let everyone see how he's destroyed all the farmland." Lin Xiaoming happened to pass by and was startled by the scene. Lu Yu, are you acting foolish again? If we can't deliver the wheat, won't the villagers skin you alive? She grabbed Lu Yu's arm anxiously. Quick, change the fields back. There's still time. Lu Yu pulled his hand away and calmly swept his gaze over Fong Ao and the gathering crowd. This is exactly how fields should be cultivated. Fong Ao persisted. They'll wither and die soon. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Want to make a bet? Bet on what? If the wheat can still grow, you'll kneel down, kowtow, and call me ancestor. Lu Yu's confidence made Fong Ao somewhat uneasy, but according to his common sense, growing wheat without water was pure nonsense. Fine, let's bet. So the two lined up by the field, with more and more onlookers gathering. Someone whispered, what's going on here? That fool Lu Yu modified the fields, claiming wheat can still grow this way, and he's betting with the Fong family's boy. The mentioned Fong Ao stared intently at the field, waiting for the wheat to wither. Logically, the wheat seedlings without water should have wilted before long. But considerable time had passed since their argument began, with discussions rising and falling around them. His face gradually darkened under everyone's watchful eyes. Lin Xiaoming stepped forward, crouching down to examine the wheat seedlings. The plants stood green and upright, with not a single yellowed leaf. She looked up and said in amazement, they're growing well, with absolutely no signs of withering. She boldly declared, so this method works too. Others also exclaimed in astonishment. If we can farm this way, couldn't we cultivate much more land? Good heavens, why didn't we notice this before? Dust swirled at the village entrance as village chief Fong arrived, leaning on his bamboo cane. The old man was probably in his 70s or 80s, his long white beard swaying gently across his chest. Though his steps were slow, they carried a crisp energy, and his sharp eyes swept over the crowd like a hawk's clearly inexperienced old fox who had seen it all. Several villagers chattered away, recounting what had just happened, the mixed planting method, the doubled yield. The old man's brow first furrowed then relaxed, shock transforming into wild joy. He even forgot about his trembling legs and slapped his thigh with a resounding smack. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed repeatedly, shuffling forward on his unsteady legs to squeeze through to Lin Xiaoming and Lu Yu. Children, you have no idea what this means for our village. If we keep planting this way, with double the wheat, no one in the village will go hungry again. With that, he patted Lin Xiaoming on the shoulder first. Lin Xiaoming quickly shook her head. It wasn't me, it was Lu Yu who. Hearing this, the old man turned his gaze to the young man beside her. Lu Yu, the village's famous, simple-minded boy. How could he not recognize him? But today Lu Yu's eyes were bright and clear, completely free of his usual vacant stare. You are? Lu Yu? The village chief squinted as he scrutinized him. Facing the elderly man nearing his twilight years, Lu Yu respectfully replied, yes, grandfather. You boy. The village chief's gaze swept back and forth over him. Then he suddenly murmured softly, you've changed. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat. Had he been found out for his soul swap? The next moment, the old man's large hand gently landed on his head and ruffled his hair. You helped out too, didn't you? Clearly, the village chief assumed Lin Xiaoming was the mastermind and Lu Yu merely an assistant. Lin Xiaoming quickly corrected him. No, village chief. Lu Yu did all of this himself. Really? The old man's eyes widened. Child, how did you discover this? Though he had wanted to hide behind the misunderstanding to avoid trouble, the words were already out. Lu Yu could only scratch his head. I just planted it for fun and figured it out by trial. The village chief stared for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed heartily. You're usually so simple-minded and cause plenty of trouble, but who would have thought your fooling around could lead to such a great achievement? Should I say heaven has opened its eyes or what? Before his laughter faded, he called to a burly man nearby. Pang, go to my house later and carry over 2 baskets of potatoes to Lu Yu's home. In the barren 7th district, potatoes were already the highest reward. Lu Yu licked the corner of his mouth, his mind racing as he imagined the taste of potato and beef stew. Meanwhile, Fong Ao slammed his family's courtyard gate shut with force. Son, why are you back? And with such a dark expression, his father, Fong Chong, put down his pipe and hurried over. Did that foolish son of the neighbor woman next door provoke you again? Fong Ao's face flushed red, but he couldn't utter a single word. Having just lost face, how could he admit it? He simply waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Deep into the night, the courtyard fell silent. Fong Ao quietly pushed open the back door and tiptoed to his family's vegetable plot. Under the dim moonlight, the Fong family's wheat field was divided into 2 rows according to the old water element and earth element rules, 1 row for water, 1 for earth. The young man stood at the edge of the furrows, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze fixed intently on the wheat seedlings. He stared at his own wheat field in a daze, when suddenly an idea struck him. Fong Ao stood in his courtyard, wiping the sweat from his forehead and spitting on the ground. Damn it all. If that fool Lu Yu can do it, I sure as hell won't be outdone, he cursed. Without hesitation, he got to work. hastily filling in all the irrigation ditches in his field and gathering up the wheat grains that had fallen on the ground, burying them haphazardly in the dry soil. He expected fresh sprouts to emerge the very next day. According to Lu Yu's boastful claims, this method could yield 4 extra rows of wheat compared to the old way getting bread on the table faster was an irresistible prospect. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his anger gradually subsided, and he dusted off his hands before heading inside for a good night's sleep. At the crack of dawn, Fong Ao was yanked out of bed by his father, Fong Chong, who grabbed him by the ear. "Dad, what time is it? I'm still sleeping." "Sleeping? Sleep my ass." Fong Chong smacked the back of his son's head with his palm, instantly clearing away the grogginess. "Tell me, did you mess with the field in the courtyard?" Fong Ao was puzzled. Why would his father be angry about doubling the family's crop yield? Scratching his head, he confessed honestly, "Yeah, that was me." "What's wrong? Did the wheat sprout?" "Sprout?" Fong Chong nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You blocked off all the water in the field." "But that's exactly what Lu Yu did." Fong Ao's confidence began to waver. "If he ate shit, would you eat it too?" Fong Chong roared, pointing toward the courtyard. "Go see for yourself." In the courtyard lay a scene of cracked, barren devastation, not a single sprout in sight, not even a hint of green. Fong Ao stood frozen, muttering, "That's not right. Last night it clearly." Fong Chong grew more furious by the second and grabbed a stone pickaxe, ready to smash things. "Great. Now what are we going to eat for the next month?" "Sure, Snowy Mountain Village can farm its own crops, but when that's not enough, we have to do collective labor to earn grain. I was too lazy to work, and now you've given me extra chores." Fong Ao's legs trembled with panic. Since he couldn't grow anything, Lu Yu must have pulled some kind of trick. He'd been humiliated, but this matter was far from over. Ignoring his father's ranting, he bolted out the door. Next door was Lu Yu's house. At the gate, the village chief stood with Lin Xiaoming and a tall, sturdy young man, delivering a heavy basket of potatoes to the courtyard. Snowy Mountain Village mainly grew wheat, so potatoes were a rare delicacy. Such a large basket was enough to make anyone envious. Fong Ao rushed over to block their path. "You can't give him those potatoes." The village chief raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "Because Lu Yu is a fraud. His farming method doesn't work at all." Fong Ao pointed to his own courtyard. "I tried it, and my entire field dried up." The village chief didn't immediately dismiss the claim but turned to look at Lu Yu, who stood under the eaves, and asked slowly, "Is this true?" Lu Yu smiled. What fools they were, thinking crops could grow without water. Lu Yu had simply made it a habit to hide the water source beneath the soil. The villagers gathered around Lu Yu's farmland, with Fong Ao being the first to voice his suspicions. "Lu Yu, don't tell me you've been deceiving us?" "No, village chief." The young man's voice rang clear and bright. He stepped aside to give them a clear view, revealing the lush green wheat field behind him. Not a single stalk had withered. Fong Ao's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible?" "I followed your method exactly, and all my crops died." Lu Yu replied coolly. "How would I know?" Fong Ao was so frustrated he clenched his fists. The village chief stepped in to smooth things over. "Good boy. What's the secret behind your field?" Fong Ao can't seem to figure it out. Lu Yu patiently explained. "Village chief, actually 1 block of water can irrigate 9 blocks of soil in a 3x3 grid, so 1 block is sufficient." "Water?" Fong Ao looked around nervously. "Where's the water here?" Lu Yu walked to the center of the field and knocked away half a stone brick, causing clear water to seep out immediately. "The water is right here." Only then did Fong Ao understand, but his realization turned to embarrassed rage. "You deliberately hid the water just to make me fail miserably." Lu Yu responded righteously. "Who cares about you? What are you anyway?" This retort nearly made Fong Ao faint from anger. The young man then turned to the village chief with an innocent expression. "Grandpa Chief, my mother is getting old and her eyesight isn't good. An open water pit would be dangerous. I covered it for safety. What if she got dizzy and fell in?" The village chief was stunned for a moment, then felt warmth in his heart, repeatedly exclaiming, "What a good boy. Lu Yu, you're such a good boy." The village chief was particularly pleased to witness Lu Yu's transformation. Thinking of the Lu family's past circumstances, he nodded with even greater satisfaction. "Good. This method is indeed excellent. Since you're willing to share it, I'll have the whole village learn it." With that, the old man's gaze suddenly shifted to Fong Ao, cloudy yet sharp. "You scoundrel. Instead of humbly asking for guidance when you couldn't learn, you dared to slander Lu Yu. As punishment, you'll go collect eggs outside the zone tomorrow." Upon hearing "collect eggs," Fong Ao let out a wail. That was the wasteland outside the village, though zombie-free. It still made everyone's skin crawl. "Village chief, I was wrong." His voice echoed across the field ridges. Early the next morning, all the men and women in the village busied themselves, digging pits, channeling water, laying bricks, each household transforming their fields according to Lu Yu's method. Someone whispered, "Did Lu Yu really come up with this? Why didn't I think of it? Turns out we were the fools all along." Another person sighed. Amid the envious gazes, the village chief personally delivered a basket of extra harvest full of potatoes. That evening, Lu Yu sat by his crafting table pondering how to prepare them. According to his memories from his previous life, beef and potatoes could be stewed together into a fragrant, hearty dish, but all he had were a crafting table and a furnace. After weighing his options for a long time, he could only stuff the beef and potatoes into the furnace simultaneously. In the end, all he could make were roasted beef and roasted potatoes. Lu Yu felt deeply disappointed. He had never imagined that living in his beloved Minecraft world would mean giving up all the delicious food from reality. He bit into a freshly baked potato, its aroma carrying a hint of char. It wasn't terrible, but eating the same thing day after day was bound to get old. If only I had a grill, he muttered, pulling up his personal panel to check his achievement progress. That's when he noticed a new tab labeled Achievement Store that hadn't been there before. Lu Yu slapped his forehead. How had he missed this? The Achievement Store's inventory was laid out clearly. Auto sort 30 points. Instant tree felling 50 points. Lucky chest 100 points. Realistic furniture 300 points. Food crafting 500 points. He nearly spat out his water. These are basically a full mod pack. In the game, these would be convenient one-click plugins, but now that he was living in this block world as reality, unlocking them would be more useful than magic itself. Unfortunately, he only had 70 points, enough for just the first 2 items. Lu Yu sighed but continued scrolling with enthusiasm. Developer console, 99,999 points. 99,999 points. That final string of question marks was particularly eye-catching, the astronomical point cost seeming to mock his poverty. In games, this usually meant an endgame Easter egg. He couldn't help but speculate wildly. Could it be some kind of wish-granting holy grail? Or perhaps, a resurrection pill that could return him to his original world and revive his lightning-struck former self? Interesting. The thought ignited something in him, making him want to rush out immediately to grind quests and farm points until he could unlock every convenience mod available. Still buzzing with excitement, he stepped out of his house into the courtyard. Just beyond the 2-block-wide fence lay Fong Ao's family's small yard. You little bastard. You caused trouble and expect me to take the blame. The lazy man Fong Chong's furious roar mixed with dull thuds as fists met flesh. Lu Yu perked up his ears. Who could resist free gossip? Dad, please stop hitting me. Fong Ao scrambled away with his head covered, but couldn't escape the thick stick. Stop. Today I'm going to beat the hide off you. The whole village knows about your stupid mistake. Ivy lost all face. Fong Ao curled up in pain, screaming hoarsely. Dad, how can you believe that kid over your own son? Fong Chong's chest heaved violently, as if one more provocation would make him explode. You still dare to complain? Speak. Dad, you have to believe me. It's all that little punk Lu Yu's fault. Fong Ao gasped out his explanation. He deliberately showed me an incomplete receipt. That's why I messed up. His tone sounded sincere enough that Fong Chong finally lowered his stone pickaxe, snorting heavily. Is that really true? Fong Ao scrambled over and hugged his father's leg. Of course it's true. Dad, it's all that little punk Lu Yu's fault. Heh. Fong Chong's expression twisted with malice. Never thought that fool had such scheming in him. Fong Ao seized the opportunity. Dad, you have to help me get revenge. The father and son's argument echoed loudly, but they had no idea that Lu Yu in the neighboring yard could hear every word crystal clear. Lu Yu chuckled softly, mocking the stupidity of the father-son duo. What Lu Yu heard next made him burst out laughing. Oh, I was wrong to blame you, son. Fong Chong actually took the initiative to admit his mistake. Fong Ao's eyes immediately turned red, whether from emotion or relief at narrowly escaping disaster, tears nearly welling up. Watch your dad handle this. See how I teach that little punk a lesson. Fong Chong rolled up his sleeves. Fong Ao looked at his father with delight. Dad, what are you planning to do? Under cover of night, I'll mess with their fields. Having eavesdropped this far, Lu Yu had figured out the father-son duo's plan completely. He looked toward the wheat field by his front door and shook his head. Foolish father and son. Did they really think his field was free for anyone to tamper with? It seemed he'd need to cause some more trouble. He first harvested all the mature wheat from the field, gaining an extra handful of seeds in the process, then scooped all the water from the irrigation channel back into iron buckets. After finishing these tasks, he crouched beside the water release grid and began digging straight down. Lu Yu was preparing to build an underground farm. In his survival mode gameplay, underground construction was standard practice. Lu Yu would never enable the blocks cannot be destroyed option. Risk made things interesting. But having a creeper blow up his hard work with one explosive blast would be equally frustrating, so he always hid important facilities underground. In multiplayer servers, others couldn't discover them, making theft impossible. Gripping his iron shovel, he quickly dug through the moist soil, first carving out a sufficiently spacious layer, then immediately excavating a second level below. The village chief's task for Fong Ao to go outside and collect chicken eggs had reminded him that there were chickens outside the village. Just walking around casually would yield chicken eggs, indicating their numbers were substantial. It was time to add some variety to his dining table. The traveling merchant had left the village, making it impossible to buy meat again. Repeatedly venturing out to hunt was too troublesome. Raising cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens himself would be more cost-effective. He divided the underground space in two: livestock pens on the upper level, farmland below. The original surface farmland was transplanted underground and quickly replanted. 2 9 plots, plus 1 row of potatoes. With preparations complete, he gathered his tools and a small amount of wheat, then pushed open the door. Climbing over the fence at the 7th district boundary was effortless. Getting in and out of his own fence was easy, but this government barrier, supposedly for safety, yet trapping residents inside, only made him feel constrained. Stepping beyond the fence, his view instantly opened up, and Lu Yu felt completely refreshed. Walking toward the plains, he saw not a soul. Apparently that lazy Fong Ao hadn't ventured out yet. Along the way, he collected quite a bit of rotten flesh left behind by zombies that had burned in the sunlight. Further ahead, clucking sounds suddenly emerged from the grass as a group of chickens pecked at the ground with their heads down. Not bad luck. My fried chicken and scrambled eggs are secured. He bent down to pick up the scattered eggs on the ground, then pulled out the wheat he'd brought along. The previously wandering chickens immediately looked up, all staring at him in unison. Come on, my little darlings. Lu Yu skillfully maintained the right distance, steadily building rapport with the chicks, getting all 3 chickens to follow behind him. Fortunately, the entire journey was across flat plains, making it effortless for Lu Yu to lure them along. On the gentle grassy slopes, with a light breeze blowing, Lu Yu strolled leisurely along the path, casually waving the weed in his hand while leading the chicks behind him in circles. The wildflowers along the roadside were blooming vibrantly, so he crouched down to carefully pick them: golden nasturtiums, fiery red poppies, snow-white daisies. He stuffed all sorts of colors into his backpack, filling half the basket in no time, with sweet floral fragrance lingering all the way. His original vegetable garden had been destroyed in the last attack, and now he couldn't let the land sit idle. Planting flowers would both purify the air and beautify the yard. Having made up his mind, Lu Yu took a shortcut and soon arrived at his own fence gate, tapping on the railings before pushing open the latch. In the corner of the yard where his vegetable patch used to be, he had previously dug a small tunnel leading underground, which would now come in handy. He bent down to guide the 2 chicks, and with a gentle push, sent them tumbling in. The little ones lost a bit of health from the fall, but were otherwise fine. As soon as they landed, Lu Yu scattered a handful of wheat, and immediately red hearts began popping up above their heads as they huddled together, chirping affectionately. TSK, TSK, TSK. And this comes with free benefits too? Lu Yu leaned back, crossing his arms with amusement. But one of the 3 chicks remained alone at the entrance of the hole, looking timid. Seriously? TT. Turns out I'm the fool here. Lu Yu pretended to wipe away tears, giving it a pitiful look. The next second, cluck, cluck, cluck. The system registered successful breeding, and a new fluffy yellow chick appeared in the hole. A notification popped up on the panel. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Population Recovery, earning 30 achievement points. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. Might as well rename the achievement Matchmaker. At the same time, next door at the Fong household, Fong Ao carried his worn bamboo basket, sneaking toward the chicken coop under cover of night. Having been punished multiple times before, he knew there were always a few free-range chickens in the area, and he could usually collect quite a few eggs. But tonight, he came up empty-handed all along the way. He cautiously stepped several paces beyond the fence. No chickens in sight. A few more meters forward, still no eggs. He had to return empty-handed, bursting through the door and complaining. What rotten luck today. Didn't find anything. Not even a piece of rotten flesh. The village chief's dragon-head cane is definitely going to whip my butt again. Fong Chong flew into a rage upon hearing this. Damn it. Ever since getting mixed up with that unlucky kid Lu Yu next door, nothing good has happened. Watch how I deal with him tonight. Deep into the night, with dim moonlight, Fong Chong kept his word and climbed over the wall into Lu Yu's yard with a stone shovel. Peering through the window, he saw Lu Yu sleeping soundly with a smile on his lips, which made him sneer maliciously. Dream on, kid. You won't be able to cry when you wake up. He headed toward the farmland, raising his stone shovel ready to wreak havoc. But the sight before him left him stunned. The wheat field and potato patch were completely gone, replaced by colorful flower beds everywhere. The petals swayed in the night breeze, with pollen drifting in the wind. Fong Chong pounded his fist in frustration. Damn it. These worthless flowers are everywhere in the wild. What's the point of destroying them? I came here to ruin the wheat and potatoes. With his plan foiled, he muttered to himself, wondering if Lu Yu had moved his fields elsewhere, but couldn't think of any clues despite racking his brains. Just as he was about to head home, the quiet night suddenly erupted with a series of strange cluck, cluck, cluck sounds. Fong Chong's hair stood on end. His legs went weak as he crouched down, clutching his head with both hands, his voice caught in his throat. Fear prevented him from even trying to identify the source of the sound, let alone guess what it might be. After all, who would associate strange nocturnal calls with chickens? Roar, roar, roar. After the strange sounds from earlier ended, this time he heard a familiar noise. A zombie. He would never forget that terrifying sound that threatened their lives. Damn it. How could there be zombies in that little bastard Lu Yu's house? He couldn't help but scream and ran out of Lu Yu's home. Fear made his legs weak, and on his first step forward, he stumbled and fell face first into the dirt. But the situation was urgent, and even with mud covering his face, nothing could stop him as he rushed back home. Once home, he shut the door and finally felt safe. Dad, what happened? Fong Ao was awakened by the sound of Fong Chong closing the door and asked while rubbing his eyes. I just heard zombie sounds. Fong Chong's expression looked like he'd seen a ghost, which wasn't far from the truth. What? Fong Chong was on high alert, his body already moving as if to flee. We need to find the village chief right away. But Fong Chong grabbed him and stopped his movement. Go where? What for? Fong Ao was confused. Dad? That's a zombie. As long as we don't go outside, when dawn comes, the zombie should burn to death. But Lu Yu's family. Fong Chong's expression turned sinister. Good riddance. Let that zombie devour that mother and son. As long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know we saw the zombie. Did you hear me, you brat? Fong Ao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Lu Yu? Did you hear any sounds just now? His mother Tao Lan was still awakened by the screaming. She sat up and asked. Lu Yu answered from the bed next to hers. It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. Go drink some water to calm yourself. Tao Lan comforted him. Lu Yu's casual lie unexpectedly brought such caring concern from his mother, which moved him deeply. Okay, Mom, you should rest now. Watching his mother settle back into silence, Lu Yu quietly climbed out of bed. He hadn't expected that the chickens he was raising underground could have such an effect, scaring that bastard old man out of his wits. Standing on the flower bed, Lu Yu suddenly heard the same sound that Fong Chong had heard earlier. Roar. A zombie? The source of the sound was underground? Lu Yu hurriedly jumped into his underground farm to check if his crops had been trampled by zombies. He thought he hadn't placed enough torches, causing zombies to spawn in dark corners. But his farmland was intact. He calmed down and carefully identified the direction of the zombie sounds. Behind the wall, Lu Yu immediately grabbed his stone pickaxe and dug through the nearby stone blocks. Unexpectedly, right next to his farm, just 2 blocks away, there was empty space. This was a natural cave. Lu Yu picked up potatoes from the ground, cooked them in the furnace, and ate them to restore his hunger and health. He then crafted a stone sword at the nearby workbench, grabbed the remaining torches from when he built the farm, and entered the cave he had opened. Roar. Lu Yu walked in, placing torches along the way, and soon saw a big green face. Roar. Lu Yu struck down at its flat face. The zombie took the hit and stepped back half a block, and Lu Yu continued attacking. After several strikes, the zombie fell to the ground. It left behind the satisfying sound of experience dropping, though unfortunately this time there wasn't even a piece of rotten flesh. Lu Yu picked up the experience orb and right-clicked to use it. Huh. So experience orbs can still level you up just like in the original game. But they can also be traded for gold coins like Lin Xiaoming does. Lu Yu looked at the glowing experience orb in his hand, remembering how he'd already exchanged one for enough gold coins last time. This time, he didn't hesitate to toss the orb at himself. Green light particles penetrated his body, and his experience bar shot up rapidly. The prominent text, LV.2 Steve, immediately appeared above his head. After reaching level 2, he continued deeper into the mine. The tunnel was narrow, so he placed torches on the walls as he walked, gradually dispelling the darkness. After turning a corner, the space suddenly opened up into a low but spacious cavern. The walls were covered with coal or blocks, like a gray curtain sprinkled with obsidian fragments. Not bad luck at all. Lu Yu hefted his pickaxe. Large amounts of coal were valuable currency in the early stage, so at least he wouldn't have to burn wooden planks to smelt logs anymore. He recalled the memories left by the foolish Lu Yu. Ordinary block people in Snow Mountain Village weren't allowed to mine underground. Only certified miners with proper licenses could go down there. Getting caught meant not just punishment, but practically a death sentence. The villagers would rather chop trees and burn charcoal than dare touch underground resource in the real world. This would be extremely anti-environmental. But these rules couldn't control the current Lu Yu. He decided to keep both the coal mine and his planned underground farm secret for now, only sneaking the coal out when his family needed it. As long as no one saw him emerging from underground, no one could accuse him of breaking the rules. Torches illuminated the walls as his pickaxe rose and fell. After the last coal block was knocked into his backpack, the cavern returned to emptiness. Roughly counting, he'd harvested 2.5 stacks of coal. Lu Yu crafted a wooden chest on the spot, placed it against the stone wall, and designated it specifically for storing ores. Calculating that dawn was approaching, he didn't want anyone to discover him climbing out from underground, so he retraced his steps along the original path. At daybreak, he quietly climbed over his own courtyard wall, brushed the dust off his clothes, and hadn't been standing there long when he heard hurried footsteps. Lu Yu, I came to check on your crops. Lin Xiaoming pushed through the door, but froze at the entrance. Flower beds spread out in an orderly arrangement. daisies, cornflowers, and tulips arranged by color in common garden patterns, with even a circular flower ring placed in the center of the courtyard. For Snow Mountain Village residents, no matter how beautiful flowers were, they couldn't fill empty stomachs. What she cared most about was the wheat. Luyu, what is this? Where's your wheat? Luyu chuckled and brushed the dirt off his hands. I moved it somewhere else. Where did you move it? It wasn't stolen or trampled, was it? Don't let yourself and your mother go without food. Lin Xiaoming stamped her feet anxiously. Faced with her concern, Luyu just shook his head casually. It's a secret. Lin Xiaoming felt like she was punching katana resistance at all. She glared at him in frustration. You. Luyu knew she genuinely cared about him and his mother, so he picked a blooming flower and pressed it into her palm. He'd intended to give her a small daisy, but accidentally plucked a deep red rose instead. The thorns pricked his finger, making him hiss and suck in a sharp breath. Oops, wrong flower. Lin Xiaoming's cheeks immediately turned the color of ripe apples. Clutching the rose, she stood there at a loss, finally covering her face with her hands, her voice like a mosquito's. Omega. That fool Fong Ao was someone who couldn't keep anything to himself. Early in the morning, as soon as the sun rose, he arrived at Lu Yu's doorstep to observe carefully. Fong Ao had originally planned to witness firsthand the gruesome sight of Lu Yu and his mother being torn apart by zombies. But unfortunately, the courtyard was completely peaceful. Lu Yu was bent over trimming flower branches, looking carefree and content, while Lin Xiaoming stood beside him, helping by handing him the scissors. Despite Fong Ao's large frame hiding behind the fence, he was still clearly visible. The moment he poked his head out, Lin Xiaoming spotted him. Her brow furrowed instantly, and her voice turned cold. Is there something you need? Meanwhile, she cursed silently to herself. This kid came running over so early in the mornings, probably planning to bully the innocent and kind-hearted Lu Yu again. Lu Yu followed Lin Xiaoming's gaze and looked over, meeting Fong Ao's eyes directly. In that instant, Fong Ao's face turned deathly pale, as if he had seen a ghost, and he screamed out, "How are you not dead?" Lu Yu tilted his head, looking bewildered and innocent. Lin Xiaoming heard the words, "How are you not dead?" crystal clear, and her anger flared up instantly. Fong Ao? What has Lu Yu ever done to you that makes you curse him to die? She shouted at the top of her lungs, and nearby neighbors began opening their doors and poking their heads out. What's wrong, Xiaoming? Lin Xiaoming pressed her hand against her heaving chest and recounted what had happened. Everyone, uncles and aunties, listen to this. Fong Ao came here first thing in the morning asking Lu Yu if he was dead or not. He can't wait for him to die. Hearing the commotion from inside the house, Tao Lan came running out, wiping her hands. After understanding what had happened, tears immediately rolled down the gentlewoman's face. Fong Ao, we're neighbors after all. This child Lu Yu may be a bit simple-minded, but he's never done anything harmful. How can you say such vicious words? Fong Ao panicked and could only stammer. I didn't. Lin Xiaoming immediately pulled Lu Yu behind her protectively, and the villagers spontaneously formed a barrier in front of them, with accusations rising one after another. Fong Ao, I thought you were just willful, but I never imagined your heart could be so poisonous. Pairs of questioning eyes fell upon Fong Ao, and he silently groaned in frustration. He had only meant it literally, but everyone had completely misunderstood him. I really didn't. His voice was barely audible. Most of the villagers had children of similar age and had long heard rumors about Fong Ao bullying others by relying on his relationship with the village chief. Now seeing him picking on Lu Yu, no one was willing to swallow their anger. If he bullied Lu Yu today, wouldn't their own children be next tomorrow? You're so young, yet how can your heart be so dark? Lu Yu isn't mentally well, so you should be taking care of him instead. How can you wish for his death? With everyone talking at once, Fong Ao's face turned bright red from embarrassment, and he could barely squeeze out, "No, that's not it." Meanwhile, Fong Chong was lying on his own courtyard wall, watching the commotion for quite some time. He had originally thought Lu Yu and his mother had been bitten to death by zombies, which was why there was such a ruckus. While munching on something, he watched leisurely, but when he heard that the content didn't sound right, he poked his head out for a closer look. The person surrounded in the center of the crowd was actually his own son. Fong Chong immediately grabbed his stone pickaxe and rushed out, shouting loudly, "What are you all doing? Now I finally understand why that little brat Fong Ao is such a troublemaker with a father as unreasonable as you. What good could he possibly learn? What, are you planning to fight us? Before you throw any punches, ask your son what kind of nonsense he's been spouting. Lu Yu just made your son lose a little face, and your son actually wished for Lu Yu to die." The crowd packed in the courtyard erupted in shock. Fong Ao was pushed and shoved to the front, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching at Lin Xiaoming's pant leg with a hoarse voice. "No, it's not like that. I didn't curse Lu Yu. I heard it with my own ears." Lin Xiaoming lifted her chin, her voice sharp and piercing. Fong Ao shook his head frantically like a rattle drum, snot and tears flying everywhere. "That's not it, Xiaoming. Last night, I heard zombies had come to Lu Yu's courtyard, and I thought he must have been eaten by zombies. That's why I asked." I wasn't cursing him at all. The onlookers only caught one key word, zombies, and the rest of his explanation was immediately drowned out. Zombies. There were zombies in Lu Yu's courtyard last night. Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Fong Chong stared at his foolish son, seeing stars. This idiot. Why is he spilling everything? Tao Lon covered her mouth, her face deathly pale, remembering the piercing scream from outside their courtyard last night, a chill running down her spine. Quick, someone get the village chief, someone shouted. Dawn had broken, and if zombies had truly invaded, they might already be burned to death by now. But who could guarantee they weren't hiding in some corner of the village? The more everyone thought about it, the more terrified they became, their faces turning ashen. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the village chief was carried over in haste by two strong men. The old man's legs weren't good, and after being set down, he didn't bother to catch his breath before grabbing Fong Ao's arm. Did you really see zombies in Lu Yu's courtyard? Fong Ao swallowed hard, mumbling for a long time. It wasn't me. It was what? Speak up, the village chief demanded sternly. Trying to hide anything from this old fox was impossible. Fong Ao gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. It was my dad. My father saw it. Fong Chong silently cursed Fong Ao's 18 generations of ancestors, but realizing those were his ancestors too, he could only swallow his curses. Fong Chong. Where is Fong Chong? The village chief's gaze swept around. The usually strong and imposing Fong Chong was now cowering behind several women, hunched over with a wretched expression. By seniority, the village chief was his distant uncle, so he reluctantly squeezed forward with a forced smile. Uncle. I am the village chief. The old man's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Clearly, in this matter, there were no relatives, only the village chief and villagers. Speak. Did you see zombies last night or not? The village chief's voice wasn't loud, but every word rang with authority. Fong Chong wiped away cold sweat, stammering. I only heard the zombies' sounds, then got scared and ran away. He cared most about face, but was even more afraid of taking responsibility. Even if it meant losing face, he wanted to clear himself. But failing to report such knowledge could lead to disaster far worse than just losing face. He thought his excuse was airtight, but didn't notice the village chief's frown deepening. The village chief's weathered hand fell on Lu Yu's shoulder. Good child. Did you hear any disturbance last night? Lu Yu's eyes curved into crescents. Those familiar with him knew this was his expression when preparing mischief. It only appeared when he was setting traps during competitions before. But to these unfamiliar people, this smile seemed endearingly innocent. He revealed a naive smile, showing 8 white teeth. No, but I had a nightmare last night where zombies were eating me alive. I screamed so loud that I woke up my mom. Lu Yu spoke while pulling up the corners of his mouth, his innocent smile catching the morning light and immediately capturing the sympathy of the mothers and aunts gathered around. Tao Lon pulled her son into her arms with heartache, gently patting his back. Son, it's okay. It was just a nightmare. Poor child. You probably heard the zombies' movements even in your sleep, which is why you got so scared. The women thought about how, if Dawn hadn't broken last night, this pure young boy before them might have become a green corpse. They all turned their gazes toward Fong Chong in unison. The sudden attention made Fong Chong's scalp tingle, and he looked toward the village chief like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. The village chief's expression was grave, his voice low but suffocating. Since you discovered the zombie, why didn't you notify everyone? You only cared about saving yourself. The accusation hit like a hammer straight to Fong Chong's heart. Lu Yu and his mother nearly didn't see this morning's sun. Sweat rolled down Fong Chong's temples as he avoided eye contact, his lips trembling. Exactly. You should have at least shouted to warn the nearby people, told everyone to lock their doors and windows. Fong Chong, we used to just call you bullying, but we never knew you were this malicious and selfish. Thank goodness no one ran around last night, or if something had happened, it would be entirely your fault. A barrage of angry accusations came at him, leaving Fong Chong speechless. The village chief, experienced in reading people, could tell from his expression alone this scoundrel probably ran off with the mindset of watching a good show. But Lu Yu acted as if he knew nothing, still smiling faintly. How could anyone bear to let such a genius young man, who had discovered how to save land by growing wheat and was the village's great benefactor, take the blame? A grown man, malicious to this extent, needs to learn a lesson. Move to the border to live and properly train your courage. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, his tone of disappointment carried conviction, displaying the full authority of a village leader with decades of experience. Great idea. Fong Chong is always lazy, hasn't done proper farm work in half his lifetime to make up for it all. Voices of agreement rose from the crowd. Fong Chong stood stunned. No, uncle. That won't work. Fong Ao was also dumbfounded, never imagining that one sentence would banish the father and son to the village outskirts. Though still within the fence, for them, it was like moving from heaven to hell. You still have the nerve to beg me? Aren't you ashamed of what you've done? Fong Chong dropped to his knees with a thud, hugging the village chief's legs and wailing with snot and tears. "Uncle, I'll never dare again. I'll definitely be a good person from now on." The village chief frowned slightly, ultimately unwilling to let the Fong family descendants die at the hands of monsters. After pondering for a moment, he said, "You father and son will move to the house at the village edge for 3 months and report back detailed information about monster movements at the border." 3 months was better than permanent exile, and hope immediately flashed in Fong Chong's eyes. However, the village chief's final words struck like an iron hammer. "If you do well, you can move back. If you don't do well, you'll get another 3 months added." Fong Chong's face immediately darkened. Lin Xiaoming caught a glimpse of his embarrassment and couldn't help but smirk. The moment her smile appeared, she realized it was inappropriate and quickly suppressed it. She thought no one had noticed, but Lu Yu had already caught every detail of her expression. Meeting those bright, clear eyes, she coughed lightly to cover her awkwardness, then leaned close to Lu Yu's ear and whispered, "What about the zombie? Did you defeat it?" Lu Yu nodded. He never hid anything from Lin Xiaoming. But what she knew didn't mean the village chief knew. That zombie remained a threat. Most of the adult men in the village capable of slaying zombies had been transferred to the 5th district, or even the first 3 districts. Now only Lin Xiaoming remained as their warrior. "Xiaoming, why don't you move to Lu Yu's house and help guard them for a few days?" the village chief suggested. Everyone turned to look at the young girl they were placing their hopes on. She smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling as she nodded enthusiastically. "Of course I can. Check the surrounding area carefully to see why a zombie spawned there. If there really is a shadow zone, we need to eliminate the threat as soon as possible," the village chief instructed, patting her shoulder. "I'm counting on you." Turning around, his expression hardened as he barked at the Fong father and son. "What are you standing around for? Pack your things and get out." The Fong father and son jumped at his shout, scrambling back into their house to pack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Lu Yu's doorstep was cheerful. Lu Yu's mother, Tao Lan, beamed as she welcomed Lin Xiaoming inside. The laughter and joy formed a stark contrast to Fong Ao's venomous glare watched through the doorway as Lin Xiaoming entered the Lu household, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. The girl he liked was openly moving into that boy Lu Yu's house. Tao Lan slammed the door shut with a bang, cutting off his view. Fong Ao could only swallow the curses that filled his mouth. Inside, Tao Lan warmly took Lin Xiaoming's hand. "Xiaoming, don't mind that our home is so humble." Lin Xiaoming waved her hands repeatedly. "Not at all. How could I think that?" Lu Yu chimed in sarcastically. "The whole village is just matchboxes. What's the difference between humble and not humble?" Tao Lan laughed and suddenly mentioned, "Perfect timing, your Uncle Lu is coming back tomorrow night too. I wonder what good things he'll bring this time." Lu Yu scratched his head. So he actually had a father? In his memory, that minor father was truly like a dragon whose head you see but whose tail remains hidden, having returned home only a handful of times throughout his childhood. At the mention of Uncle Lu, Lin Xiaoming's eyes immediately lit up. "Really? Uncle Lu is coming back. I'll finally get to see him again." According to village legend, Uncle Lu moved through the underground mines with ease, killing zombies and slaying monsters with unstoppable prowess. Some people privately whispered that he was just a lowly pack carrier in the mining crew. But Lin Xiaoming believed wholeheartedly in that legend, admiring him even more than Lu Yu, his own son. Seeing this, Lu Yu could only touch his nose awkwardly. "Mom, I'll go get some food to treat Xiaoming," he said, finding an excuse to step outside. Tao Lan responded absently, all right, then turned back to Lin Xiaoming with a loving smile. "Xiaoming, what flavor of toasted bread do you like?" "Mother-in-law." "No, let me do it for you, dear." Watching Tao Lan and Lin Xiaoming chatting and laughing together by the stove, anyone could tell that Tao Lan already considered Lin Xiaoming her future daughter-in-law. Leaving Lu Yu standing there completely bewildered, they were still so young. How did the conversation jump straight to mother-in-law? Fortunately, Lu Yu was always quick to react. He turned and rushed to the basement, returning with a basket of eggs and several pieces of chicken. "Wow, eggs. I haven't had any in ages." Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up. These items usually required luck to find and were truly precious. Seeing Lu Yu carrying the ingredients upstairs, her admiration was written all over her face. "Lu Yu, how did you become even more amazing? How many things don't I know about you?" "Huh, there's plenty you don't know," he said mysteriously, lifting his chin with a teasing smile. "So annoying. You've been secretly getting this good." Though she complained, Lin Xiaoming smiled like a blooming flower, genuinely happy for him. After lunch, Lu Yu planned to chop trees to stockpile materials for renovating the cabin. As soon as Lin Xiaoming heard this, she immediately followed him out. Lu Yu casually tossed her a stone axe and grinned mischievously. "If you're coming with me, you'll have to work. It's just chopping a few trees. How hard can it be?" she pouted defiantly. Lu Yu loved the texture of raw wood, especially oak logs. When it came down to it, he needed far more than just a few planks. In survival mode, his building techniques weren't difficult. The most exhausting part was always gathering materials. Lin Xiaoming was competitive by nature and believed her strength wouldn't lose to this skinny monkey in front of her. She raised her head and suggested, "How about we have a competition?" Lu Yu looked at her with interest. "Oh? What kind of competition? Are you scared?" she challenged, raising an eyebrow. Lu Yu laughed. "It's not that. Are you sure you want to compete?" "Of course. All right, from now until sunset. Whoever collects the most wood wins." "No problem." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoming rushed to an old oak tree with her stone axe, hammering away with a series of thuds. Before long, she had chopped the entire trunk clean, leaving only the floating leaves in midair defying Newton's laws, hovering for a few seconds before gradually disappearing. She was quite satisfied with her speed, but when she looked back, Lu Yu was still standing in the same spot, motionless. "Lu Yu, why are you just standing there? Don't tell me you'll be embarrassed when you lose to me later." "Silly girl, I'm letting you chop first because I don't want you to lose too badly." Lu Yu smiled without saying more, leisurely opening his personal achievement store, his finger hovering over a module. One-click tree chopping mod unlock? Yes. Congratulations. You have unlocked the one-click tree chopping mod. You will now enjoy convenient tree chopping services. Alright. Anyone who's played MC knows this. Lu Yu didn't bother listening to the system's chatter and walked over to a tree in 2 steps, cracking his knuckles. At that moment, Lin Xiaoming was standing on a makeshift stepping platform made of dirt blocks, working hard to chop the higher wood blocks. She smugly lifted the corner of her mouth. "Lu Yu, I've already chopped down 2 trees. If you keep dawdling, you won't catch up." Lu Yu watched her beaming face and found it amusing this girl was completely absorbed in the competition. "I won't lose," he said confidently. "Humph. Then what happens when you lose?" Lin Xiaoming's hands never stopped moving, working even harder than before. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" she asked casually, looking up. Lu Yu propped his chin on one hand, watching her with curiosity. "I want you to turn my courtyard into that kind of garden too." "Deal." Lin Xiaoming agreed readily. Lu Yu immediately followed up. "What happens if you lose?" "I." Lin Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. "Whatever you want. I'll do anything you ask." She chuckled to herself. Lu Yu had been standing there motionless for ages, and he thought he could catch up to her? What a pipe dream. But Lu Yu just curved the corners of his eyes. Good. That smile seemed to hide mischievous intentions, making Lin Xiaoming feel a twinge of regret about her bold promise. He's not a bad person. She consoled herself. In her impression, Lu Yu was nothing more than an honest man. With that thought, she continued chopping trees with her head down. The next moment, an unusual sound reached her ears. She saw Lu Yu leisurely pick up a stone axe and position himself under a tree, raising the axe to strike hard at the tree's base. As the stone axe fell, the tree root block shattered with a crack boom. The entire massive tree instantly toppled over, its trunk splintering as oak wood blocks clattered and piled up around their feet. The leaves, slow to react, hung suspended in midair before cascading down like rain. Several oak saplings and bright red apples appeared on the ground. Not bad luck we even got apples. Lu Yu picked one up and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. He'd been eating nothing but bread and potatoes lately, with occasional meat, and was thoroughly sick of it. This rare change of flavor brought visible relief to his face. Lin Xiaoming nearly tumbled off her makeshift platform. As if possessed, she walked up to Lu Yu and stared at him intently. "Lu Yu, what exactly did you do? Where's that tree? My huge tree, how did it just disappear?" Lu Yu smiled vaguely without giving a direct answer. "Don't tell me you know magic?" Her eyes widened. "Yeah, something like that." He continued munching his apple. Lin Xiaoming's mouth hung wide open as she watched Lu Yu walk toward the neighboring massive tree that was so thick it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. They usually took detours around such trees, but Lu Yu raised his axe and began chopping. Within moments of the tree base being cut, 3 interconnected giant trees crashed down thunderously, once again creating mountain-like piles of wood blocks on the ground. Is this something a carbon-based life form? No, wait. A block person can actually do? Lin Xiaoming muttered to herself, then rushed over to grab Lu Yu. Are you still Lu Yu?" Lu Yu laughed heartily. "Of course I'm Lu Yu. Though my core has been replaced with Lu Yu from another world and all-around expert." Lin Xiaoming released her grip and frowned in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu strode forward with his axe, and wherever he went, trees fell in swaths. The once dense forest lost half its greenery in the blink of an eye, revealing vast stretches of open plains. Seeing Lin Xiaoming still standing there in a daze, he looked down at the mountains of wood piled up in his inventory, estimated it was enough, then called back to her. "Lin Xiaoming, do you surrender?" Stubborn Lin Xiaoming stamped her foot and angrily pointed at the ground Lu Yu had cleared, fuming. How? How is this even fair? She had been chopping wood piece by piece since dawn, working diligently, while Lu Yu could fell an entire tree with a single swing of his axe. Thinking about this gap, she whimpered. "Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I couldn't catch up." "I don't care, you lost anyway." Lu Yu flashed his pearly white teeth with an innocent smile, though his tone was quite domineering. Lin Xiaoming's cheeks flushed red as she shouted indignantly. Lu Yu, you're such a scoundrel. Hee hee, from today on, you Lin Xiaoming are my sidekick. Lu Yu declared matter-of-factly. If anyone else had said this, Lin Xiaoming would have thrown punches already. But looking at Lu Yu's cunning eyes, she strangely felt no resentment, and her heart even felt sweet, as if he had forcefully taken her hand. You? She opened her mouth for a long time, but couldn't argue back. Let's go, sidekick. Lu Yu brushed the wood chips off his pants and started walking. Before leaving, he mischievously stuffed 2 sets of oak wood from his pack into Lin Xiaoming's arms, making her carry them all, whether to show off or establish dominance. Afterward, he followed his usual practice of leaving half the oak seeds to replant in the cleared area, maintaining the original ecosystem. The remaining seeds he planned to plant later when he had a bigger yard for easier access to materials. By the time he finished all this, the sky had darkened to deep blue. On the forest path back, Lu Yu walked with high spirits, swinging his arms. Lin Xiaoming followed behind carrying the wood, her brow furrowed as if pondering an unsolvable puzzle. Crack, crack, the sound of broken branches and leaves underfoot was amplified by the night. As they neared the fence, darkness had enveloped everything. Lu Yu, with his sharp hearing, suddenly stopped. Lin Xiaoming hadn't noticed the danger yet. After witnessing him take down 3 zombies, she was no longer as afraid of the wilderness at night. Lu Yu, what's wrong? Shoo. Lu Yu raised his index finger, concentrating on locating the sound source. Whoosh, an arrow cut through the air. He quickly pushed Lin Xiaoming aside. Ah. Lin Xiaoming thought he was playing a prank and was about to complain, but then saw a sharp arrow embedded where she had been standing, her face instantly turning pale. It's a skeleton. She whispered the name tremblingly. She had never faced one directly, only heard that these monsters were much more troublesome than zombies, using bows and arrows, and even experienced miners couldn't guarantee victory against them. She squinted trying to see the enemy clearly, but Lu Yu had already quickly used the oak blocks in his hands to seal her inside a makeshift wooden box. Lu Yu. Lin Xiaoming pounded on the wooden walls, struggling to break out. After hitting for a while, she suddenly understood Lu Yu was protecting her. Why don't you come in too? Outside, Lu Yu faced the skeleton monster alone in the darkness, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just one? That's easy then. Lu Yu weighed the axe in his hand. Whoosh, another arrow shot through the air, and Lu Yu dodged it with a quick sidestep. He pushed off with his toes, launching himself upward like a spring-loaded projectile, stone axe raised high, bringing it down toward Little White's skull with a whistling rush of wind jump strike, with 1.5x damage multiplier. The withered bones took the heavy blow, and the entire skeleton rattled with a series of crisp, clattering sounds. Little White's bony hand slowly rose, and Lu Yu could almost catch every frame of movement in the dim light, as if he'd been pulled into slow motion. The moment his heels touched the ground, he twisted his waist sharply, crossed his legs, and leaped sideways. In the next second, a bone-white arrow grazed past his sleeve. Landing and pushing off again, he bounced up like a gray shadow, his stone axe smashing into Little White's skull once more. Crackbone fragments scattered everywhere as the skeleton crashed to the ground, and a pleasant experience orb dropped with a crisp sound. Lu Yu? You couldn't have, came Lin Xiaoming's incredulous voice from inside the enclosed wooden blocks. She frantically broke through the wooden blocks and stumbled out. The sky outside had turned completely dark. She immediately pulled out a torch and lit it, the orange glow dispelling the surrounding shadows. As her vision cleared, she saw Lu Yu leisurely crouching down, cupping the magic crystal from the ground in his palm. Oh, you have a torch. I was just planning to craft some myself, he said with the calm tone of someone who'd just finished watering plants. That's not the point. Lin Xiaoming nearly smacked the torch against his head. That little white just now you killed it? Yeah, what else? Lu Yu casually picked up a piece of bone, his voice as nonchalant as his expression. There's bone too. He naturally loved small animals, but was allergic to fur, so in the real world he could only admire them from afar. During his Minecraft live streams, he'd always tame cats and dogs to show his audience Lu Yu's zoo. Bones, aren't they the universal tool for taming dogs? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but consider finding some wolves outside the village someday to bring a pet back to his base. Lin Xiaoming stared at the bone, taking several deep breaths before refocusing her attention. Lu Yu. While bones are rare too, nothing compares to the shock of you single-handedly defeating a skeleton. If we tell the village chief, you could go to the 5th district right now to train as a miner. You're only 18. This is genius-level treatment. The 5th district. Lu Yu murmured quietly, his eyes rolling as he maintained his indifferent expression. To him, it was a completely unfamiliar place, far less comfortable than this little village. He'd just finished renovating his farm, had a kind and loving mother at home, and the village was located at the intersection of several biomes, where almost all the resources he needed were within reach. Why would he leave home? Forget it, just don't tell the village chief and the others. Huh? Why not? Lin Xiaoming looked completely puzzled. That was the opportunity she'd been dreaming of. Lu Yu just chuckled and turned to head home. Lu Yu, do you even understand what I'm saying? Lu Yu, are you still being dense? Lin Xiaoming hurried to catch up. The two walked back to the village, one after the other. Shortly after they left, a figure carrying a torch approached from the distance. The flames flickered and crackled in the night wind, casting dancing shadows that made the ground appear bright one moment and dark the next. As soon as he stepped into the clearing outside the fence, he spotted several cold, menacing arrows scattered densely across the ground, and his heart sank. Had skeletons actually spawned near the village entrance? He looked up, following the line of the fence with his gaze. A crude wooden hut built against the fence huddled in the corner, its slanted grass roof looking like a dark curtain against the night sky. Before he could even approach, heavy snoring drifted through the window cracks. Through the torn window paper, he could see the Fong father and son sprawled across a messy pile of straw, sleeping in complete disarray. You're still sleeping? A skeleton just passed by the front of the village, and you didn't have an ounce of vigilance. His voice was loud and sharp, almost shattering the stillness of the night. Fong Chong jolted awake, groggily opening his eyes with an annoyed expression. Who the hell are you? I was sleeping perfectly fine. The man sneered coldly, thrusting his torch forward so the circle of light fell on Fong Chong's pudgy, scowling face. The people living here are supposed to be Zueshinkan village's guards. It's pitch black outside, yet you're both sound asleep. This is dereliction of duty. Do you think the village chief will let this slide? The village chief? That's my uncle. Fong Chong rolled out of bed, his bare feet hitting the cold earth as he jutted his chin defiantly. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? Your uncle. The man lowered his head in thought for a moment, then snorted. I see. Fine, now I know who you are. With that, he turned and strode away, his torch trailing a ghostly afterimage in the darkness as he headed silently toward the village. The village was currently in the midst of dinner time, with wisps of cooking smoke rising and scattered points of firelight twinkling between the wooden houses. Lin Xiaoming sat at the table, mechanically and stiffly chewing her bread. Suddenly, she slammed her hand down on the table, sending breadcrumbs flying. I've figured it out. Her mind quickly pieced together a clear picture. Lu Yu was an absolute survival genius, but aside from survival, he was completely clueless about everything else. If such talent caught the attention of bad people, it could spell serious trouble. At this thought, she clenched her fists secretly. She had to keep this secret and protect Lu Yu. With her resolve firmly set, she gritted her teeth and forced down 2 more large pieces of dry bread, chewing with extra force as if trying to swallow her determination along with the food. Just as the group finished eating and prepared to clear the table, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the courtyard. What's happening out there? Tao Lon looked up, curiously wiping her hands. I'll go check. Lin Xiaoming's figure flashed as she lifted the door curtain and poked her head out. At the courtyard gate, the village chief was confronting a tall figure. The torchlight stretched the person's shadow long and dark. Uncle Lu, Lin Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise. Tao Lon was even more stunned, then cried out in delight. The children's father? Sure enough, the person turned around. It was Lu Yu's father, Lu Jun. Lin Xiaoming seemed even more excited than her own son, rushing out with quick steps. Uncle Lu, how did you come back early? Didn't you say you'd arrive tomorrow? How come you're here tonight? Lu Yu scratched his head, asking in confusion. You brat, your father comes home, and you're complaining it's too early? Tao Lon raised her hand to tap Lu Yu's head, laughing and scolding, while also stepping outside. However, the atmosphere outside the courtyard was clearly much more somber than the mother and son's joy. Are you certain about what you're saying? The village chief lowered his voice, though he couldn't hide his tension. Absolutely certain. Lu Jun slung his bow over his shoulder and said gravely. On my way here, I saw the arrows. Before he could finish, the gathered villagers collectively gasped, except for Lu Yu and Lin Xiaoming, who remained calm. They had already been frightened by the arrow incident once before. The village chief turned to address the crowd. This is bad. Quickly spread the word. Notify every household stay away from the fence for the next few days. Those arrows can shoot over it, and they're deadly. Everyone be careful. After speaking, he let out a long sigh, his brow deeply furrowed. Lu Jun continued asking. The Fong father and son should be on night watch duty tonight, right? In reality, it wasn't a scheduled shift, but rather their punishment, though the two situations amounted to much the same thing. More or less. What about those two? Humph. Lu Jun was an upright man who couldn't stand such dereliction of duty. He snorted coldly. When I found the bow and arrow, those two were still fast asleep in their room. The village chief's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his thick neck. Outrageous. This father and son are bringing shame to our Fong family. I told them to reflect properly, and they reflected themselves right into dreamland. Quick, send someone to drag them back here. The courtyard erupted into chaos as several villagers grabbed wooden sticks and rushed toward the small hut by the fence. At this moment, Lu Yu leaned against the doorframe, his gaze drawn to the bow in his father's hands. The black arrow shaft still bore cold, hard bone fragments. Well, forgot to pick up such a fine item. What a miscalculation. he muttered under his breath. The village chief's chest heaved, but he didn't forget the most important matter. Where did the skeleton monster go now? I searched the area thoroughly, Lu Jun replied with a frown. Normally, skeleton monsters don't wander far after spawning, but only the bow and arrow remained at the scene. This suggests it likely fought someone. The only possibility a skeleton monster has been killed. What? The crowd gasped again. Skeleton monsters had always been terrifying creatures capable of claiming lives within a 100-mile radius in the block continent. Their village had never produced a warrior capable of single-handedly slaying a skeleton monster. Could it be that some powerful miner passed by? While everyone was discussing, the Fong father and son were dragged back to the courtyard. Both still wore wrinkled pajamas with grass clippings stuck to their feet, clearly having been pulled from their beds. The village chief's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. You two scoundrels. His walking stick swung down immediately. Ouch! Ouch! Sticks flew through the air, causing the two to cry for mercy repeatedly before they finally came fully awake. Uncle, what are you doing now? Weren't we father and son honestly watching the hunt? Despite being out of breath, they still dared to feign ignorance. You still have the nerve to say that. The village chief picked up the bow and arrow from the ground. Look at this. What is this? This. The father and son's faces turned deathly pale. To them, skeleton monsters were like death incarnate. Where did this cursed thing come from? Fong Chong instinctively stepped back. Lu Zhan said gravely. It was found not far from the room you were supposed to be guarding. If it weren't for a passing warrior who killed the skeleton monster on the spot, you would have been shot full of holes by now. How is this possible? A passing warrior. Fong Chong trembled as he repeated the words. At the back of the crowd, Lin Xiaoming quietly peeked toward Lu Yu. The young man still had his eyes half closed, as if dozing. But she knew perfectly well, what passing miner. It was clearly Lu Yu who had slain the skeleton monster in just a few moves. Just as everyone was discussing animatedly, Fong Chong suddenly spoke up. What warrior? Lin Xiaoming was startled, thinking she had misheard. Turning her head, she saw it was indeed Fong Chong speaking. He swallowed hard and continued stubbornly. We father and son killed it. It was you two? The doubt on everyone's faces was almost tangible. Lu Jin also looked down at the bow and arrow in his hands, as if re-examining life itself. You two? What else? Do you think anyone else could have appeared in that godforsaken place? Naturally, my son and I fought and killed that skeleton monster before going to rest. We father and son worked so hard, yet you little brat dare to frame us. Fong Chong raised his voice, pointing at Lu Jun and berating him. Standing by the campfire, his face was streaked with cold dust and sweat, making him look both disheveled and self-righteous. Turning to face the village chief, he put on a pitiful expression. Uncle, how can you believe an outsider's words? My son and I were exhausted and terrified, and we had just managed to fall asleep when you dragged us here. Our hearts are breaking. Once the first lie slipped out, the second and third followed naturally. Yet Fong Chong felt no guilt whatsoever. Instead, he secretly admired his own brilliance. I'm truly a genius, coming up with such an absurd excuse. Village Chief Lu Zhan was moved by his earnest tone and frowned as he pressed. What you're saying, is it true? It's false. A crisp female voice shot into everyone's ears like an arrow. The crowd was pushed aside as a little girl with twin ponytails rushed to the center of the circle. Lin Xiaoming. Her cheeks flushed red. She pointed aggressively at the Fong father and son. Shameless. You didn't kill that skeleton monster at all. Didn't try to steal Lu Yu's credit. Fong Chong's heart suddenly sank, and Fong Ao panicked so much that sweat beaded on his forehead. But Fong Chong, confident in his cunning, thought to himself that he had eaten more salt than this girl had eaten rice. What waves could a mere little girl make? From what he knew, Lin Xiaoming's abilities were barely enough to handle zombies. How could she possibly deal with a monster like that skeleton creature? It must have been some passing miner who casually took it down. His mind racing, he sneered. If it wasn't me, then was it you? Lin Xiaoming's eyes flickered slightly, showing a hint of hesitation. Fong Chong immediately seized on this weakness, aggressively stepping closer. Lin Xiaoming, don't go too far. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, a gentle sigh came from the crowded back. Lu Yu pushed through the crowd, walked to the center, his voice gentle yet unquestionable. Of course it wasn't them, it was Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming blinked her confused big eyes, looking at Lu Yu helplessly. Lu Yu placed his hand on her shoulder and faced the village chief with an honest and determined expression. Village chief, that little white. No, that skeleton monster was indeed killed by Xiaoming. She didn't want to leave the village too early, so she wanted to keep this quiet, but she never expected someone would try to steal her credit. Fong Chong's mouth fell open, his gaze jumping back and forth between Lin Xiaoming and Lu Yu. Seeing Lin Xiaoming's still bewildered expression, he suddenly felt a gambling urge and desperately shouted. That's not true, village chief. It was us. You can't assume we're lifelong failures just because we performed poorly before. Lu Yu snorted coldly. No, you're not failures, you're trash. He crossed his arms, staring sharply at the two men. Since you claim you killed the skeleton monster, then tell everyone publicly exactly how did you kill it? Fong Ao, you speak first. The named Fong Ao jumped, stammering. Well, with a sword. And then, clearly, he hadn't inherited his father's talent for fabricating lies. Fong Chong, embarrassed and furious, yanked his son behind him and roared at Lu Yu. What business is it of yours how we killed it? As if you would know. Lu Yu's lips curved upward as he squinted and chuckled softly. Hee, I do know. Lu Yu suddenly clasped his hands behind his back like an old scholar. Skeleton monsters have very obvious tells when they raise their arms. As long as you lock onto their shoulder movement before they shoot, you can dodge by sidestepping. After taking a hit, they freeze briefly, just go straight for the head weakness with consecutive strikes, and you'll finish them off in no time. The young man spoke casually, as if explaining how to catch a strolling hen. The watching villagers were stunned. Was this really the same foolish boy Lu Yu? Before anyone could respond, he suddenly stepped aside and pushed Lin Xiaoming, who had been hiding behind him, forward to the crowd. I just learned quickly. Xiaoming is the one who actually fought. This is how she killed the skeleton monster. Wait. Lin Xiaoming instinctively tried to protest, but met the villagers' burning gazes. So it was Xiaoming. The crowd suddenly understood. If it was Lin Xiaoming, they weren't surprised at all. Everyone assumed she must have taught Lu Yu. The village chief's eyes reddened with emotion, his beard trembling with excitement. Xiaoming, you'll definitely make it to the inner circle and become a true warrior. Lin Xiaoming looked back at Lu Yu. The young man gave her a confident nod. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and nodded. All right, it was me. Oh, cheers instantly erupted into the night sky. Xiaoming killed a skeleton monster single-handedly at 17. She'll be our village's pride. Someone seized the moment to turn on the Fong father and son, who were trying to sneak away in the darkness. Fong Ao clutched his father's sleeve tightly, asking tearfully, Dad, what do we do now? You're asking me? I don't know either. Fong Chong had only one thought left: run. But how could he outrun the iron-strong, old miner Lu Zhen? In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhen had grabbed both father and son, one in each hand, and dragged them back. Lu Yu acted quickly, using the same trick again to knock out the blocks beneath their feet. With two thuds, the father and son fell into a waist-deep pit, surrounded by layers of villagers with nowhere to escape. Looking up, they saw only cold, downward stairs that made it hard to breathe. We were just joking, ha. Fong Chong forced a laugh, unable even to convince himself. Still making excuses. The village chief's face darkened, a rare sight. Slacking off during punishment, don't even think about living in the village anymore. What? Seeing the village chief take such harsh action for the first time, everyone gasped, but quickly realized they deserved it. The father and son had failed to report the zombie earlier, nearly getting Lu Yu and his mother killed, then carelessly allowed the skeleton monster to threaten the entire village. If anyone had actually died, sending them to the outer district court would mean death. Banishing them to the village outskirts was already merciful. But the two showed no remorse, instead wailing as they were dragged away. Uncle, we're family. Are you trying to kill us? Lu Yu sneered. Their cries contained only resentment and fear, not a trace of repentance. Such people deserve no pity. Xiaoming, come with me. The village chief beckoned to Lin Xiaoming. Though it was already late, Lin Xiaoming's slaying of the skeleton monster was a major event that couldn't wait, so they called her over to discuss the matter. Lin Xiaoming grabbed Lu Yu and leaned against his shoulder, whispering in his ear. Why did you lie and say I was the one who did it? She kept her voice low, but her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She knew Lu Yu didn't want to expose his abilities, but having this responsibility placed on her still made her feel ashamed. I don't want the trouble. The young man brushed it off with a single sentence. Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did he even realize how important this was? What a foolish boy. But then she thought again and muttered quietly. Besides, this way, wouldn't it help you achieve your dream faster? As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze. If this achievement was really credited to her, she could indeed enter the upper district faster, but still. Let's go. The village chief is waiting for you. Hurry up. Lu Yu gently pushed her forward. Lin Xiaoming followed the village chief's steps in confusion. After the figures disappeared into the distance, Lu Yu remained standing in place, his gaze fixed on the empty house left behind by the Fong father and son. If he could get his hands on that plot of land, he could expand his family's home. Their current place was really too small. He could build upward with suspended structures, but considering his mother's age, he preferred to expand on ground level. His mind was made up. Find a way to get that land. Lu Yu, why aren't you coming in yet? At the courtyard gate, Tao Lon called out to him. Coming. The young man responded and entered the house. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard his father Lu Zhen sigh. I never expected that girl Xiaoming to become even more capable after not seeing her for a while. His mother chimed in casually. What's there to envy? Xiaoming will be our daughter-in-law sooner or later, right Lu Yu? Lu Yu's eyebrow twitched. What nonsense was his mother spouting now? Oh, is this really happening? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhen gave his son a knowing glance. You little rascal. I couldn't tell you were so capable. Just as Lu Yu was about to protest, Lu Zhan changed the subject first. Perfect timing. I brought back some little trinkets. Tomorrow you can pick a few to give to Xiaoming as gifts. What kind of trinkets? Lu Yu became interested. What curious things could his minor father have brought back? This. Lu Zhan opened his palm, revealing a crystal-clear red mineral that sparkled with tiny fragments of light under the lamp. Ah, this is... Lu Yu leaned closer, his eyes lighting up redstone. Lu Zhan explained casually. Dug this up underground. Don't know what it's for, but it looked pretty, so I brought some up. Don't all girls like bright colors? They still didn't know the true value of redstone. It seemed not only the 7th district, but the entire world's technology was severely backward. Lu Yu's heart burned with excitement. With redstone, he could build redstone farms and never have to personally go into the fields to harvest again. If his father could dig it up, it meant the vein wasn't deep, and once he was prepared, he could go mining too. Seeing his son staring at the redstone in a daze, Lu Zhan chuckled. Son, seems like you really like this stuff? Dad, do you have more? Lu Yu's eyes shone with remarkable brightness. There's more underground, but everyone thought it was useless, so we didn't continue digging. Before he could finish, he noticed the light in his son's eyes. Lu Zhan suddenly put on a serious face and warned solemnly. Son, I'm warning you. Don't you dare go underground to mine without proper miner qualifications. Dad probably didn't know that Lu Yu had already moved their family's food sources underground. At this point, asking him to stay away from the underground was clearly too late. To avoid unnecessary complications, he simply grinned and put on an innocent smile. Seeing his son's pure expression, Lu Zhan suddenly remembered that this child wasn't particularly bright. Last night's quick wit in defending Lin Xiaoming and arguing back was probably just a fluke. What really worried him was that the boy didn't understand the dangers and might venture underground and cause trouble. So his earlier warning wasn't unnecessary after all. Silly boy, I don't expect you to achieve great things. I just want you to grow up safe and sound. Lu Zhan patted his son's head, and these heartfelt words warmed Lu Yu's heart, having been an orphan in his previous life. Moved as he was, he could only silently apologize to his father in his mind, for he was certainly not the type to stay out of trouble. This little episode between father and son came to an end. Early the next morning, Lu Zhan was nowhere to be found. Inside the house, the redstone left behind the night before lay quietly on the table, while the storage chest now contained a pile of supplies, mainly food, plus various miscellaneous items. Lu Yu picked out 2 pieces of snow-white wool and stuffed them into his backpack, planned to make a bed in his new home. At the bottom of the chest were 2 sets of leather armor. His mother mentioned that Tao Lan had already taken and worn her set, so he confidently put on the remaining one. The shoulder guards were soft yet sturdy and fit him perfectly. After getting ready, he pocketed the remaining gold coins earned from the experience orbs and headed straight to the village chief's house. Lu Yu, what brings you here? The village chief greeted him with a smile. Looking for Lin Xiaoming? She just went home. Had he and Lin Xiaoming been paired up by the village? Lu Yu grumbled inwardly and shook his head. No, I'm here to buy something. Buy something. The village chief stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Young man, I'm the village chief, not a traveling merchant. But this item can only be sold by you. Lu Yu spoke each word deliberately. Oh, the village chief looked puzzled. What item? Fong Chang's house. The air fell silent instantly. Lu Yu continued. I want to build a bigger home for my mother. Child, your heart is in the right place, but this matter is difficult. The village chief sighed. Fong Chang and his son were banished to the border for breaking the rules, and their land and house became village property. Since it belongs to all the villagers, I can't make this decision alone. Lu Yu poured all his gold coins onto the block in front of him with a clatter, the golden light dazzling. This money can be the proceeds from the village selling the house. You can distribute it among everyone. How about that? The village chief's pupils contracted. So many gold coins. Where did they come from? He thought of Lu Zhan and had his answer, but still shook his head. Though the gold is tempting, I'm afraid the villagers still won't agree. Lu Yu frowned, and being as clever as he was, immediately understood what the village chief meant. The villagers would definitely choose to cultivate that land into farmland rather than trade it for gold coins, as it would yield greater harvests and reduce their burden of grain taxes at year's end. The afternoon sun slanted across the village entrance as Lu Yu slammed his ledger onto the table with conviction. If what they want is wheat, that's no big deal for me. Village chief, please distribute this bag of gold coins to each household as my thanks for letting me have their land. As for the year-end grain tax, the Lu family will cover 50 units. 50 units. The village chief's bamboo staff suddenly tilted, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. The old man's eyes widened in shock. That's half of our village's total annual tribute. Lu Yu, you'd better not be joking about this. In the past, villagers had always used the inefficient farming method of 1 water block to 1 field block. Even in good weather, they could barely harvest 200 units of wheat. After accounting for monster damage, natural disasters, and the mandatory tribute of 100 units demanded from above, they often ended up with only a few dozen units of grain for themselves. Of course I'm not joking. Lu Yu's gaze was resolute. Lu Yu, always keep my word. The village chief stared intently at the young man before him. It was this very boy who had developed the 99 farming method, doubling the entire village's yield. But even so, for one household to contribute 50 units seemed utterly impossible. Village chief, I'm working on improving a new method. Lu Yu flashed a bright smile. If it succeeds, I can accumulate enough grain for tribute in just 1 month. This statement made the village chief's scalp tingle. You child, I originally thought you were like a clumsy bird that couldn't fly, but it turns out you're a rocket that shoots straight to the sky once lit. With such generous terms offered, the village chief immediately gathered the household heads for discussion. Except for Fong Chong and his son who frowned, the rest of the simple, kind-hearted villagers nodded in agreement with the village chief's guarantee. Even if Lu Yu failed, the fields he had improved would be enough to feed everyone. That evening, Tao Lan returned from work, her body fragrant with wheat, only to be surrounded by people as soon as she entered the village. Sister Tao, you really gave birth to such a filial son. He's working so hard to build you a big house. I used to say he was foolish, but look how accomplished he's become. I wish my silly boy could be half as filial. Forget the big house, if he could just get us some good food. Tao Lan was completely bewildered by all the praise. Only when she returned to her family's plot did she understand. Lu Yu and Lin Xiaoming were working together to demolish Fong Chong's house and courtyard completely. Xiaoming this. Auntie, Lin Xiaoming wiped her sweat and explained with a smile. Lu Yu made a deal with the village chief to trade grain and gold coins for the Fong family's land. That's right, Mom. This plot will be ours from now on. Lu Yu looked up and responded. Tao Lan finally understood why everyone was congratulating her and couldn't help but beam with joy. You little rascal. With Lin Xiaoming's help, they tore down the last section of the Fong family's courtyard fence, thinking they were done for the day. But then Lu Yu turned around and set his sights on the door panels of their own old house. Lu Yu, you're tearing down your own house now. Lin Xiaoming exclaimed. It's almost noon already. If you can't finish building today, we'll have to camp outside. Lu Yu grinned. How do you know I can't finish building today? Lu Yu rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. Wait, Lu Yu, are you serious? Lin Xiaoming grabbed his wrist, her eyes wide with disbelief. Of course. Lu Yu grinned as he rolled his sleeves up even higher. You'll be having dinner in your new home tonight. Lin Xiaoming's jaw dropped, so wide you could fit an egg in it, frozen in shock. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. What are you standing there for? Help me clear this area. He handed a stone axe to Tao Lan with a playful smile. Mom, are you tired? Want to lend a hand? Tao Lan had been doing farm work since childhood, and her arm strength was even greater than the two kids. She took the axe with vigor. Not tired at all. I'll help you both. If this were creative mode, blocks could be destroyed with a single click, but in survival mode with only stone axes, the efficiency was painfully slow. Having helpers was more than welcome. Lin Xiaoming responded and quickly ran off to demolish the wall. She definitely didn't want to sleep outside tonight. While the mother and daughter swung their axes to tear down the old structure, Lu Yu had already moved his house framework back to the adjacent plot, planning to rebuild on the spot. His survival mode template was an oak wood hamster treehouse cottage. The outline was trapezoidal, requiring fewer scaffolding blocks. Lu Yu grabbed some oak logs and first built 4-block-high vertical pillars on the ground, then stacked blocks upward in sequence, outlining curved square side walls. Once the curves took shape, he immediately filled them in with oak blocks, leaving only window openings. With the side walls complete, he continued extending the horizontal length, enclosing Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan, who were still demolishing walls, within the construction area. Their movements unconsciously slowed. Lu Yu's axe seemed to leave only afterimages. How can he be so fast? Lin Xiaoming whispered in amazement. Lu Yu frowned slightly. Being called fast by women wasn't necessarily a good thing. Tao Lan also stared wide-eyed. I couldn't even see clearly how my son did it. And this house just... In their eyes, the hamster wooden house was already taking shape, simple yet adorably charming, perfectly matching their taste for cute things. Before their exclamations had even faded, Lu Yu had already erected the second wall outline on the freshly cleared side. Then he pounded all the remaining oak logs into the walls, completely enclosing Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan inside the house. Mom, Xiaoming, you need to pick up the pace. Lu Yu's tone was polite, but clearly urging them on. Any slower, and they wouldn't keep up with his progress. The two-person demolition squad accelerated their axe swinging and finally managed to barely keep up. Lu Yu took advantage of this to lay the roof panels, skillfully leaving space for 4 windows on all sides and a main door. The house's main structure was born just like that. Lin Xiaoming wiped the sweat from her forehead and exchanged a wry smile with Tao Lan, having finally managed to knock down the last old wall. The interior was still dim, so Lu Yu quickly placed torches, instantly brightening all 4 corners. She certainly didn't want to make eye contact with any green faces in his home. Mom, Xiaoming, you should take a break now. Seeing the two women nearly collapsed from exhaustion, Lu Yu urged them to rest, which also gave him space to continue decorating the interior. He reinforced and laid boards along the treehouse's original wooden structure, creating a larger second floor directly opposite the entrance. To make the flow more comfortable, he crafted a simple long table using fences and wooden planks, then converted the nearby steps into chairs, transforming the area into a bright and spacious hall. He redesigned the empty space on the right into a popular loft-style layout, a wooden ladder connecting upper and lower levels, with a bed placed on each level, instantly creating a double sleeping area. In the corner against the wall, he installed steps leading down to the lower floor. This would be his private space and also serve as a direct shortcut to the underground secret farm. Next, he positioned the chests, workbench, and furnace in their proper places, then secured an essential bed by the window. With everything in place, he clapped his hands in satisfaction and stepped outside. Construction complete, under review, huh? A system notification suddenly chimed in his ear. He paused, startled, as a familiar light screen appeared before his eyes. Difficulty: B. Aesthetics. A. Refinement. B. Uniqueness. B. Accessibility. S. Final score: 20 points. Congratulations, you have earned 20 achievement points, which have been added to your total achievement score. So completing construction could also earn achievements. And each rating category contributed to the score. Pocketing this unexpected bonus money, Lu Yu walked out of the room in high spirits. Outside the treehouse, Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan had only rested for about 10 minutes. Lu Yu, are you already finished? Lin Xiaoming looked up at the sky, where only half the sunset remained. He had indeed managed to complete a house before going home for dinner. Quick, Xiaoming, let's go inside and take a look. The two pushed open the door and entered. Oh my goodness, flower pots. We actually have blooming flowers in our house. The small village had always lived under the shadow of snowy mountains, with everyone focused on survival rather than refined aesthetics, making the colorful flowers particularly striking. Lu Yu turned trapdoors into windows, and there's a little balcony made from steps. Auntie, look, there's even a skylight where we can see the sunlight directly. Exclamations filled the air, but Lu Yu's ears were ringing from their volume. After working hard for most of the day, his hunger bar was nearly empty, and his big eater trait made the consumption even more dramatic. Grumble, grumble, grumble. As his stomach protested, the two women remained absorbed in their delight over the flower pots and balcony, apparently forgetting to feed their hero. Look at me, I completely forgot to make dinner. Tao Lan immediately rushed to the new dining table and new furnace, soon serving several steaming hot dishes. The three of them enthusiastically devoured the meal until their hunger bars were completely full. Well-fed and satisfied, Lu Yu remembered his real business. Using the excuse of going to rest in my room, he first descended to the underground level, then climbed down the ladder to reach his deeper private domain. At the very bottom, in the corner where he had once encountered a zombie, a conspicuous dirt block concealed the entrance to the mine from his previous expedition. Lu Yu rubbed his hands together eagerly, prepared his tools and commonly used blocks, packed food and a bucket of water, and got ready to set off. Soon, Lu Yu reached his previous endpoint beside the lava waterfall. He first placed a pool of backup water near the waterfall, just in case. While the water hadn't spread yet, he raised his hand to fill an empty bucket with lava, then quickly sealed off the lava source with cobblestone blocks he carried. The flames died out, plunging everything into darkness. He pulled out a torch, gripping it between his fingers, then leaped into the water and slid down the current to a deeper cave level. After landing, he lit a torch. The warm yellow glow illuminated the rocky walls and patches, and an exposed iron ore gleamed with metallic light right in front of him. He swung his iron pickaxe twice with satisfying clanks and pocketed the iron. A narrow crevice ahead caught his attention, so he stuck a torch in to investigate. Sure enough, it was a natural mine shaft. Another treasure trove left by predecessors. Lu Yu grinned. Rails, fences, wooden planks. He switched between tools fluidly, pickaxe striking, axe chopping, moving as smoothly as a master swordsman. He swept through everything, not even sparing the spider webs in the corners. Hiss! A cave spider jumped out from behind a web. Lu Yu swung his axe to meet it, taking it down in 2 strikes. As soon as the spider's corpse hit the ground, he spotted a half-hidden chest behind it. Jackpot! He opened it to find several pumpkin seeds, a damaged tool, 2 iron ingots, and some spider string. With the pumpkin seeds in hand, he nodded with satisfaction and stuffed all the loot into his backpack. Continuing forward, coal and iron ore kept filling his inventory, but redstone remained nowhere to be found. Thinking about how dawn was approaching and he'd promised to bring food back before dinner, Lu Yu felt restless. Usually gives me tons of it, but now when I actually need it, it's nowhere to be seen. He grumbled while keeping his hands busy, casually chipping away at a nearby wall. Splash! Scorching lava burst forth. Holy crap! Flames instantly crawled up his clothes. Lu Yu endured the burning pain, quickly pulled out blocks to seal the breach, then grabbed bread and stuffed it in his mouth frantically. The sounds of his heartbeat and burning flames mixed together as his health bar slowly recovered. The flames finally died out, and he looked down. Only half a heart left. That was close. A system notification popped up. Congratulations. You have completed the achievement near-death experience. Achievement points gained, 20. He shook his head with a bitter smile. I guess every cloud has a silver lining. Not daring to touch that wall again, he turned to the other side to continue digging. Just as he broke another stone block, a soft click echoed through the hollow space, the crisp sound of bones colliding. Skeleton. He raised his shield, preparing for battle, then cleared out another block ahead. Bright light suddenly flooded his vision, and he froze. Had he dug back into a mine shaft he'd been to before? No. Liu Yu poked his head in and saw that the minecart tracks and fences were all intact. Nothing like the mess he'd leave behind, like a locust passing through. Someone else is here? He drew a sharp breath and quickly pulled back. He was an unlicensed drifter working a mine. If a legit miner caught him, he'd be reported in no time. He wondered how much he actually resembled his dad, Lu Jun. If he really got grabbed, maybe he could bluff and say he was Lu Jun personally going down the mine to experience the people's livelihood. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than something on the ground caught his eye. A pile of things was floating there: roasted meat, tools, armor, and a few botched, unbaked orsal hanging in the air like they were mocking Newton. A clear sign someone had kicked the bucket. The miner who got here first is dead for good? He frowned, and his chest tightened as he thought of his dad and that team of his. The next second, greed surged up. Liu Yu swung his pick to knock out a nearby cobblestone block, then crouched with a clatter and started looting. His backpack filled fast. Too lazy to craft a chest, he just broke another block at his feet and dumped the junk in. Leftover stone from digging. A full stack of extra fence. The seed of seeds had brought down on a whim after he finally cleared some room. He crammed the roasted meat and other useful spoils into his pack. Only after he'd finished packing did he notice a new icon shaped like a keyboard. You can get a keyboard and mouse in the MC world? What? There are computers in Blockland too. Curiosity won out, and he hit use. A translucent panel snapped into the air, dense with letters and numbers. That was the F3D bug screen players pull up. Liu Yu's heart leapt, ready to have some fun, when the characters blurred and a padlock popped up. Trial ended. Unlock the full version with achievement points. The achievement store has been refreshed. Please unlock it in the store. Oh, this world isn't run by NetX. It's the Penguins, huh? Forcing me to pay up. He winced and opened the achievement store. Debug mode, 30 achievement points. Global chat group, 30 achievement points. Counting what had saved, he had only 100 points total. He gritted his teeth and bought both. Congratulations, you've unlocked debug mode. You can now use the virtual keyboard. Congratulations, you've unlocked the global chat group. You can now chat with other players in the world. The founding Padoan warrior stared at the virtual screen, pain forgotten, face almost pressed to it. Messages were flooding the chat. Guys, where even are we? I have no idea. There are monsters outside. I've been hiding in an underground hole all day. What are those things out there? Zombies and skeletons everywhere. Mom, I want to go home. Liu Yu jolted. So he wasn't the only one who'd crossed into Blockland. Liu Yu carefully studied their conversation. It seemed this group of new transmigrators had unlocked the global chat group cheat right from the start, but he didn't have it, which immediately made him feel frustrated. Based on their words, these people had apparently been dropped directly onto the block continent with a snap, while he had been reincarnated into the body of someone named Liu Yu, who was originally an idiot, complete with a debuff called ABA. This was probably why his system was incomplete. Ridiculously unlucky. Isn't this world more fun than our original world? Dude, we're lucky if we can survive, and you think it's fun? Don't you guys know Minecraft? What world? Your world? What's that supposed to be? Seeing this, Liu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. These unfortunate transmigrators had never played MC before, so their survival difficulty was probably maxed out. So what exactly is that? Can someone knowledgeable explain? You all don't know? Then good luck to you. Clearly, players who truly understood MC rules were keeping their knowledge to themselves. Just like in servers from his previous life, no one would reveal rare resource coordinates or their base location in public chat. With limited resources and an unknown number of players, surviving comfortably came down to one word: hiding. Liu Yu had once shocked a bunch of people by secretly killing the Ender Dragon, so he knew the game well. Now that the world had entered PvP mode, he naturally wouldn't play the Good Samaritan. I've been eating bread for 3 days straight. Help me. Where are the pigs, cows, and sheep? At least you have bread. I'm sick of eating apples. Liu Yu patted his stomach, remembering the perfectly cooked pork chop he'd eaten before setting out. My island only has one tree. I have to wait for it to grow before I can chop it down and build a boat to leave. My spawn point is next to a desert, completely barren. Did anyone else spawn in a mine? Am I the only one this unlucky? From the conversation, most people had landed in the wilderness. Someone like him who spawned directly in a village was extremely rare. Liu Yu was about to continue lurking and gathering intel when he suddenly heard the crisp sound of bones clacking. Clatter. A skeleton was here. Lu Yu immediately forgot about the chat group. The previous owner, whose inheritance he'd just claimed, had probably died to this very skeleton. Lu Yu observed 3 seconds of silence while thanking the guy for leaving behind the keyboard. He perked up his ears to determine the enemy's position. Clatter. Over there. At the edge of the torchlight, where the cobblestone wall was crudely sealed with dirt blocks, a pale skeleton was slowly raising its bow. Lu Yu immediately switched to blocks, quickly stacking 2 blocks high with a whoosh whoosh, then placing one horizontally, creating a barrier in front of him in the blink of an eye. The mine tunnel was too narrow for Lu Yu to dodge effectively. Several arrows struck the dirt blocks Lu Yu had built up, and he let out a satisfied hum, leisurely waiting for the skeleton to lumber closer. With its vision obstructed, the creature's bow work was clumsy at best. Lu Yu easily chopped it down with a few swift axe strikes before turning toward the cave entrance that previous miners had sealed with dirt. Clatter, clatter. The constant sound of bones knocking together echoed from the cracks. Lu Yu frowned. No wonder miners had died here. There was definitely more than one skeleton inside. He knocked away the bottom dirt block, and a pair of bone-white legs immediately poked out. Lu Yu raised his highest damage axe and struck it down with one blow. But as soon as the first one fell, another equally thin leg swayed into view. Just as he'd suspected, there were more. He struck again. Then came the third and fourth pale legs, one after another, seemingly endless. The repeated swinging made his arms ache and his shoulders throb with a familiar pain, like he'd just finished some exhausting manual labor. He smiled bitterly. This wasn't just a lot of monsters. This was a spawner. Fortunately, his clearing speed still outpaced the spawn rate. Once no new monsters appeared, he quickly cleared away the dirt wall in front of him and stepped into the cave. He pulled out a torch, lit it with a crackling sound, and the orange glow dispelled the surrounding darkness. Damn it! The moment his feet hit the ground, another skeleton spawned. The priority now wasn't killing monsters, it was disabling the spawner. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and rushed to the black iron cage, placing torches all around it. Ow, ow, ow. Without warning, an arrow lodged firmly in his side. The tearing pain made him curse. Son of a bitch. My kidney. Before he'd even finished speaking, he raised his iron sword and hacked furiously at the skeleton that had ambushed his vital organs, literally chopping it into experience points. When the battle ended, he'd gained a bow, several bones, and a bloody arrow shaft protruding from his side. The system panel popped up. Level 7. Name: Lu Yu. Class: Idiot Villager. Health: 10 points. Attack: 4 points. Defense: 0 points. His attack power had recovered 1 point from leveling up, but everything else remained unchanged. In the status bar, the 3 ABA debuffs had disappeared, leaving only head trauma and foodie. His luck was incredible finding a spawner this early in the game, but right now, all he wanted was redstone. I just want some redstone. Lu Yu cried out to the heavens. Checking the time, if he retraced his steps, he could barely make it home before dark. The redstone would have to wait until tomorrow. Suddenly, he realized a problem. He'd been gone all day. If he just waltzed back through the front door, what if the villagers asked questions and he gave himself away? He looked up to estimate his position. This was probably somewhere on the village outskirts, and with darkness approaching, the field workers would be heading home soon. If he dug straight up, he'd be less likely to be spotted, and it would give him a direct route to jump down to the spawner later. Without map or waypoint functions, this crude method was his only option. Mind made up, he switched to his pickaxe and began climbing upward, placing blocks under his feet with his left hand. Before long, the block above his head broke through, and both the last rays of sunset and the rising moonlight streamed down together. Lu Yu quickened his pace and climbed out of the pit. With no one around, he jogged through the fence line, and within minutes spotted his bizarrely styled new home. Hey, Lu Yu's back? Where have you been all day? The neighbor lady enthusiastically approached to greet him, startling Lu Yu so much that he stepped back half a pace, thinking his innocence was in jeopardy. Ma'am, what are you? He crossed his arms protectively over his chest, his voice cracking slightly. The lady grinned and raised her chubby finger, pointing at Lu Yu's new house. I just wanted to say, your house is absolutely gorgeous. The wooden house before them had clean lines and a gently curved roofline. The walls were crafted from alternating light and dark wooden planks arranged in simple patterns, sturdy from a distance, intricate up close. Indeed, simple to build, yet infinitely more beautiful than those square matchbox houses scattered throughout the village. Lu Yu secretly straightened his shoulders with pride, but feigned modesty, scratching the back of his head with a silly grin. Haha, thanks. Who would have thought that Lu Yu, you silly boy, had such skillful hands? This kid seems simple, but he's got hidden talents. 7 or 8 villagers gathered around the doorway, their eyes brimming with envy. How did you make this house appear in just half a day? Yeah, it's like magic, absolutely incredible. Just then, the door creaked open with a squeak. Tao Lan emerged with one hand on her hip and the other wiping her apron, boldly surveying the crowd. You gossipy women, jealous much? If you're so envious, go home and demand new houses from your own sons. Several aunties and ladies put their hands on their hips too, retorting defiantly. Look at this woman, acting so smug. His mother's daily banter with them was routine by now. Back and forth they went, with all the village women laughing and chattering until they dissolved into giggles. Finally, Tao Lon waved her hand grandly. All right, all right. I'll have my son teach you all someday. Lu Yu rubbed his forehead nearby. Oh mother, you've just given me another troublesome task. But thanks to all this commotion, Tao Lon completely forgot about the question she'd been wanting to pursue earlier. Where did Lu Yu go today? Dusk fell, and the evening breeze carried the scent of burning wood. Tao Lon called out cheerfully, dinner time. Her voice was full of pride in her son's accomplishments. Lin Xiaoming emerged from the kitchen carrying hot soup, steam rising from its surface, but she wasn't smiling along with the others. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Lu Yu noticed and set down his chopsticks, turning his head. What's wrong? Since Lin Xiaoming had returned from reporting to the village chief last night, the two hadn't had a chance to talk privately. Now Lu Yu was curious about what the chief had actually said. Tao Lon patted Lu Yu's back first, half scolding, half teasing. You boy, you don't care about our Xiaoming at all. What happened? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. Tao Lon placed her hand on Lin Xiaoming's shoulder and announced like declaring victory. Our Xiaoming gets to go study in the 3rd district. So soon? Lu Yu blurted out instinctively. Lin Xiaoming had originally planned to leave after her 18th birthday, which was still nearly half a year away. Moreover, based on her previous achievements, she was only qualified for the 5th district. This jump straight to the 3rd district was quite the leap. A unseen-a-century genius from Snow Mountain Village. Congratulations and amazement from around the courtyard mixed with his mother's laughter, wave after wave. Lin Xiaoming also obediently smiled with her eyes crinkled. But Lu Yu could tell that smile wasn't entirely genuine. She stood in the shadows cast by the lamplight, quietly twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingertips, as if she had something left unsaid. After dinner, he grabbed her sleeve and led her to the empty space behind the house. What's wrong? Don't you want to go? Of course I do. My dream is to leave the 7th district. Lin Xiaoming looked up, her eyes sparkling. Then why were you sighing? Lu Yu pressed. The girl stared at him for a long while, her lips moving several times, but she couldn't manage to voice a reason after because. Finally, she punched him lightly. Forget it, you dummy. She turned and stomped back toward the house in a huff. If it weren't for worrying about this fool, who wouldn't want to leave the village right now? She grumbled to herself, her shoulders trembling slightly. Pouting, Lin Xiaoming felt somewhat wronged. Many people couldn't understand why Lin Xiaoming treated Lu Yu so well. If it was simply because of Lin Xiaoming's kindness, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Could anyone really be such a saint? Even Tao Lon sometimes couldn't help but mutter to herself. Her son was so slow and simple-minded. How had he won the favor of such an outstanding girl? She secretly wondered if it was truly Lu Yu's good fortune from a past life. But only Lin Xiaoming knew the real reason. That year, Lu Yu was 8 years old. Though he was slow back then, he certainly wasn't stupid. Once, while he and Lin Xiaoming were playing on the outskirts of the village, they accidentally stumbled upon a natural pit. Lin Xiaoming slipped and began falling straight down. In that critical moment, Lu Yu, who was usually slow to react, suddenly lunged forward, wrapped his arms tightly around her, and cushioned her fall with his own body. Lin Xiaoming emerged without a scratch, but Lu Yu had hit his head and remained unconscious for an entire day. When he woke up, his reactions had become even slower. The villagers, including Tao Lon, all assumed Lu Yu had clumsily fallen into the pit himself. Only Lin Xiaoming understood the truth. That fall was one he had taken for her. From that day forward, Lin Xiaoming secretly vowed to spend the next decade making it up to Lu Yu, protecting and defending him unconditionally. But as time passed, the inevitable day finally arrived. Lu Yu's mind seemed to suddenly sharpen while she was about to leave the village. Lin Xiaoming returned to her room feeling dejected, buried her head under the covers, and spent a sleepless night consumed by melancholy. She feared that Lu Yu might no longer need her. That same night, Lu Yu sat in his room organizing his spoils. He had just returned from raiding the mine caves and had managed to collect nearly a full stack of spider silk. Looking at the pile of grayish-white lustrous threads, he fell into brief contemplation. In the past, whenever he lacked a clear objective in the game, he would gather his daily tools and then hunt spiders, kill spiders, and collect spider silk, all to craft one Tina fishing rod. Nothing was more entertaining than fishing. Top-tier enchanted books, saddles, rare treasure. She had caught them all through fishing. For Lu Yu, the essence of sandbox games lay in that moment of the unknown, casting the line, waiting, and the surprise. Lin Xiaoming was feeling down and about to leave the village, so she could use some fun. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu made up his mind. At the crack of dawn, he stood at Lin Xiaoming's doorstep, holding 2 long poles. Lin Xiaoming opened the door, her eyes still heavy with fatigue, and asked flatly, Lu Yu, what are you doing? Lu Yu flashed her a big smile. I'm waiting for you. Waiting for me. A spark instantly lit up in Lin Xiaoming's eyes. She tried to suppress the inexplicable excitement rising within her. Waiting for me to do what? To take you somewhere. As Lu Yu spoke, he tossed her the lighter of the two fishing rods. Lin Xiaoming looked down in confusion. This is a wooden stick? Lu Yu was so startled by her response that he nearly stumbled and almost flung his own rod away. They had never even seen a fishing rod before. The nearest water source was just outside the village, yet everyone would rather eat bread than the live fish from the pond, which showed that no one had ever touched that body of water. While you can fish in just one block of water, fishing still required a sense of atmosphere. He patiently explained, "It's a fishing rod. Come on, let me take you fishing." Fishing. Lin Xiaoming followed him out of the courtyard. After years of accompanying Lu Yu on his adventures, she had grown accustomed to climbing over wooden fences and following winding paths outward. They had arrived. Before them stretched a sizable lake. The morning light had just crested the mountaintops, casting warm orange hues like egg yolk across the water's surface, where square-shaped ripples shimmered with gentle brightness. Even without the enhancement of lighting mods, the scenery remained captivating enough. Lu Yu had never imagined that one day he would truly stand in this blocky world. Not far from the lakeshore, a small canal that the villagers had diverted years ago now quietly exposed its cracked, dry riverbed. Since Lu Yu had already updated their irrigation methods, this waterway had been completely abandoned, no longer needed to channel water from the lake for farming. After confirming the environment was safe, Lu Yu turned and called to the girl, "Xiaoming, come here." Lin Xiaoming bounced and skipped over, her heart full of joy, as if the sadness of leaving Snow Mountain Village had been completely evaporated by the sunshine. Last night, she had foolishly asked Lu Yu why he wanted to take her traveling, which had made him slightly annoyed, but now she wondered, could this actually be a date? This thought instantly made her face flush red, and she stared at Lu Yu's profile, nearly lost in daydreams and almost missing what he was saying. "Xiaoming." Lu Yu called again. HM. Go ahead." She tried to focus her attention. "Watch me do this." Cast the fishing rod out. Lu Yu demonstrated, and the fishing line splashed into the center of the lake. "Do you see that little red thing? That's the bobber." The bobber. Lin Xiaoming aimed her gaze at the water surface. "You mean that red dot? Right? When it sinks down, reel in the line immediately." Lu Yu's tone was patient. Before he finished speaking, a stream of bubbles suddenly appeared near his bobber, and with a plunk, the bobber disappeared beneath the water. Lu Yu quickly lifted his rod, and a blue-green blocky fish flew onto the shore. "Congratulations on completing the achievement, Master Angler. You've earned 10 achievement points." The familiar system notification popped up. Lu Yu had unlocked a new achievement on his very first catch. "It's a fish," Lin Xiaoming shouted with delight. "Lu Yu, when did you learn to fish? Why didn't you tell me? You can do it too, give it a try." Lu Yu handed over the fishing rod. "Okay." The super strong girl excitedly swung her arm, nearly hurling the rod to the opposite shore, making Lu Yu break out in a cold sweat. This girl was truly terrifying. He didn't rush to continue, but instead pointed at the water surface to teach her. "Pay attention, you'll see bubbles swimming toward the hook." In MC's logic, a stream of bubbles would boldly swim over, signaling that fish were biting. This sounded completely unscientific, but it was an essential hint for players. However, Lin Xiaoming tilted her head in confusion. "Bubbles? Where? You can't see them?" Lu Yu was stunned. "No. Where are they?" The girl widened her eyes, searching back and forth across the water surface, even though the bubbles were rolling right in front of her. Only then did Lu Yu understand. As a player, he could see the hints, while Lin Xiaoming was a native of this blocky continent, with no such effects in her field of vision. The player's perspective was indeed convenient. After a moment's thought, he changed his approach. "Then just watch the bobber. If it sinks down, that means a fish has taken the bait." "Got it," Lin Xiaoming responded with a smile. With the lesson complete, Lu Yu cast his line again. The hook entered the water, and bubbles soon churned toward it, pursuing the bobber in his vision. Accompanied by another sinking plunk, Lu Yu's hook had caught something new. "Huh, how did you catch something again so fast?" Lin Xiaoming's eyes widened as she watched Lu Yu skillfully reel in his line, while her own fishing line remained dutifully submerged underwater. Her stubborn streak kicked in, and she pouted. "Just wait and see what I catch with this cast." Lu Yu chuckled helplessly and cast his hook back into the water. In the blocky world, fishing didn't come with bubble indicators, so they had to wait blindly like real-world fishing, a tediously long process that left minds wandering. A few minutes later, Lu Yu pulled up his line again, revealing a pale blue gleam on the hook. Another cod, while Lin Xiaoming still came up empty-handed. "That's not fair." Lin Xiaoming glared at Lu Yu indignantly, her gaze darting between his rod-holding hand and fishing line, searching for any difference. "Same pond, why are all the fish swimming to your side?" "Maybe I'm just more charming," Lu Yu teased. "I don't believe that for a second." Lin Xiaoming stuck out her tongue. Lu Yu cast again, and this time his line went taut immediately. He pulled up a bright red fish with a vibrant sheen. You caught another one. What is it this time?" "Salmon," Lu Yu replied. Lin Xiaoming's cheeks puffed out like a little goldfish. "Did all the fish run away with you? No way, you need to go fish somewhere else." Seeing she was about to explode, Lu Yu shrugged and decided to be gracious. "Fine, I'll move to a different spot. He picked up his rod and walked to a riverbank about 10 meters away. Don't go too far away, we're still outside the village, so we need to be careful, Lin Xiaoming called after him. Moments later, Lin Xiaoming's bobber finally sank. Ah, she squealed with excitement. Quick, reel it in. Lu Yu shouted from his distant spot. Right, reel it in. Lin Xiaoming pulled with both hands, dragging out a blue cod and triumphantly hoisting it above her head. Look, I caught one too. Well done, Lu Yu praised, then looked down to check his own catch. Hanging from his rod tip wasn't a blue fish or a red fish, but something glowing with purple light, an enchanted bow. An enchanted bow. Lin Xiaoming's jaw nearly hit the ground. How did you fish up a bow and arrow? In their resource-scarce village, spider silk was precious and bows were always rare, let alone a glowing, enchanted bow. Lu Yu examined the bow closely. Power 3, durability 3, with only the last bit of durability remaining, probably one shot away from shattering. He calculated silently that he'd need to find a mending enchantment book first, and such books could only be found through the luck of continued fishing. His goal was now set. Wow! Lin Xiaoming drooled with envy. She couldn't tell exactly how powerful the enchanted bow was, but it certainly looked much better than an ordinary bow. The two continued along the lake, examining their catches while chattering noisily, their voices carrying to nearby bushes. Fong Ao, who had been hiding and scraping by on the village outskirts, perked up his ears. That was a girl's voice. Listening more carefully, it was definitely Lin Xiaoming. It's Xiaoming. It's Lin Xiaoming's voice. Could she have come looking for me? This is probably just the pathetic delusion and self-consolation of a hopeless romantic. Fong Chong rolled his eyes and muttered complaints about his disappointing son. How could she possibly come looking for you? Use that pig brain of yours. Ever since being severely reprimanded by the village chief and banned from returning to the village, the father and son had moved to that cramped, dilapidated shack outside the village, living like walking corpses, doing nothing but eating and sleeping, with not a spark of life left in their eyes. That day, Lin Xiaoming's voice suddenly came from outside. Fong Ao sprang up as if ignited by fire, ignoring his father's roaring, and bolted toward the sound. Under the tree shadows, he saw Lin Xiaoming from afar, laughing and playing with a man. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, seemingly fighting over something in Lu Yu's hands. The scene stung Fong Ao's eyes red, nearly making him spit blood. What are you doing? He burst in front of the pair, filled with rage. Fong Ao's gaze was glued to Lin Xiaoming, completely missing Lu Yu, smoothly slipping the object into his backpack. Lu Yu replied flatly, nothing much, just fishing. That brief response left Fong Ao speechless, though he persisted. But you two were clearly. Lin Xiaoming frowned, her voice turning cold. What we do is none of your business. Xiaoming, you clearly know. Fong Ao said bitterly, his eyes downcast. What should I know? Lin Xiaoming shot back, then reminded him. Fong Ao, remember your place. You're no longer a member of Snow Mountain Village, so don't meddle in our affairs. She turned to call out. Lu Yu, let's go. Fong Ao stood frozen, his eyes shattered. Xiaoming, how can you be so heartless? But Lin Xiaoming had already grabbed Lu Yu's arm, forcefully pulling him toward the village. After a few steps, she suddenly realized half her body was pressed against Lu Yu's. She quickly let go, her face burning red as if about to smoke. I didn't. Just now I was. Lu Yu blinked with wide eyes, looking completely oblivious. Seeing his clueless expression, Lin Xiaoming secretly sighed in relief. This guy was still so dense in situations like this, which was actually quite helpful. Just as the awkwardness peaked, footsteps approached from the distance. Teacher Zhuang Mu was supporting the village chief as they inspected along the path, walking straight toward them. Xiaoming. Seeing his prized student, Zhuang Mu's face immediately lit up with a smile, his wrinkles bunching like an old chrysanthemum. So early, what have you two been up to? Only after asking did he notice Lu Yu beside Lin Xiaoming, and his smile stiffened slightly. He'd heard the recent gossip about Lu Yu suddenly becoming enlightened and improving the village's farming methods. But in Zhuang Mu's eyes, that was mere luck. After all, he knew Lu Yu's true capabilities best. Back in school, the boy couldn't even memorize the simplest crafting recipes. Zhuang Mu had been so frustrated that he'd beaten Lu Yu's palms red with his ruler, ultimately having to accept the reality that every child has different abilities. Now, seeing Lu Yu and Lin Xiaoming walking so closely together, Zhuang Mu felt a faint displeasure stirring within him. He was quite displeased with Lin Xiaoming, and Lu Yu being so close. Lin Xiaoming was a bird ready to soar, and she couldn't let this dead fish Lu Yu splash water on her wings and prevent her from taking flight. So when he saw Lin Xiaoming and Lu Yu standing together, a surge of resentment welled up in his chest. What are you two doing together? His tone was unfriendly. But Lin Xiaoming beamed with joy, raising her trophy in hand and proudly showing off Lu Yu's achievements to the village chief and teacher Zhuang Mu. Lu Yu took me fishing outside the village early this morning. Look, this is what I caught. As she finished speaking, she carefully pulled out a palm-sized black carp from her jacket pocket, its tail still twitching slightly. Both elders' eyes widened simultaneously. It's actually a fish. Lin Xiaoming straightened her back, her voice full of pride. Lu Yu caught even more than I did. He also caught another type of fish, and Zhuang Mu's heart sank, and his brow immediately furrowed. In his view, Lin Xiaoming's words seemed too deliberate, as if she was intentionally taking credit for Lu Yu. He simply twisted the situation in his mind into another version. These fish were probably caught by Lin Xiaoming, but she was attributing them to Lu Yu to make the village chief think highly of him. The village chief didn't overthink it and smiled kindly. That's wonderful, you two are really amazing, more capable than the adults in the village. As he spoke, he reached out his wrinkled hands and ruffled both children's heads in turn. But fishing outside the village is still too dangerous. You must be careful. That's not necessary. Lu Yu interjected, his voice calm, yet confident. Village chief, actually we don't need to go to the lakes outside the village. We can catch fish right here in the village. Really? The village chief's eyes immediately brightened. This small village, lacking in livestock, usually had to survive on bread and potatoes with very little meat. If they could fish within the village, it would undoubtedly provide a stable food source, and fishing itself wasn't particularly dangerous. Child, can you explain in detail? Zhuang Mu wore his skepticism on his face. He had neither seen Lu Yu transform the farmland nor witnessed him build a new house overnight. This newcomer kept defying common sense time and again, making it hard for him to believe. How is that possible? Fishing requires live water with fish fry. Without finding a source of running water, how could you possibly catch fish? Lu Yu curved his lips slightly, sticking to his position. If I say it's possible, then it's possible. Lin Xiaoming already trusted Lu Yu unconditionally and turned to vouch for him. Village chief, teacher Zhuangmu, just watch what Lu Yu does. With Lin Xiaoming's delaying tactic, Lu Yu left the group, asking them to wait by the fields while he returned home. He pushed open the door to his small house and immediately found the iron bucket. The bucket still contained lava, which he poured into an empty space nearby. Then he grabbed the iron ingots he had smelted that morning and placed them on the workbench, quickly hammering away. After a few clanging sounds, a new item took shape. Holding the freshly crafted object and carrying the now empty water bucket, Lu Yu hurried to the agreed meeting place. At this moment, not only were the village chief, Zhuang Mu, and Lin Xiaoming waiting there, but quite a few villagers who had heard the news had also gathered around the field ridge. Someone curiously poked their head forward. What are you all doing here? I heard that silly boy Lu Yu has some new trick to teach us. Really? What strange thing is it this time? Stop calling him a silly boy. I think that child isn't silly at all. Exactly. What fool would have so many skills? Do you think he's just lucky every time? Look, Lu Yu's coming. The crowd stirred with excitement. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Lu Yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Why are there so many people? Lu Yu, what exactly are you planning to do today? Someone called out loudly. Lu Yu's gaze remained calm as he raised the water bucket and the newly crafted tool in his hands, announcing concisely. I'm planning to fish right here in the village. Fishing. Someone's mouth started watering the moment they heard the word fish. Smack. Smack, they were practically drooling at the thought of eating fish. The villagers hadn't tasted fish in ages. They were terrified of venturing outside the village, and spider silk was so rare that who would dare go fishing in the lakes beyond the village? Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Lin Xiaoming jumped in to answer before Lu Yu could respond, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Yu, hurry up and get started. Everyone expected Lu Yu to pull out a fishing rod, but instead he brought out an iron bucket. Lu Yu, what are you doing? Lu Yu blinked. Making a small pond first. Zhuang Mu frowned. Are you planning to channel water from outside the village? We had a terrible time doing that before. It took about 7 buckets to fill just one block of water. Can you handle it alone? Before finishing, he added, that method's too clumsy. Don't waste all that effort just to fail. But how could Lu Yu, armed with MC, the walking strategy guide, choose the most troublesome approach? He was naturally lazy and preferred tinkering at the crafting table rather than running around on major construction projects. I can handle it myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he scooped the water from that one block in the farmland into his bucket. Someone panicked. Lu Yu, the crops need that water or they'll die. Zhuang Mu also looked stern. If you don't know what you're doing, don't mess around. Don't ruin the entire harvest. Lu Yu just smiled. He had taught everyone how to farm this entire field, yet now they were lecturing him. He found it both amusing and somewhat satisfying. Don't worry, just watch. He first broke a block of dirt beside the field, then carefully placed the brewing stand he had just crafted at the workbench into the space. Lu Yu, what is that thing? Lu Yu remained silent with a smile, pouring the bucket of water into the upper right block next to the brewing stand. The clear water flowed along the block's edge, first filling the brewing stand, then spilling into the adjacent block. Infinite water, the simplest and most clever method, was now complete. After the water flowed through the brewing stand, the game considered it perpetually in a water-storing state. Even when scooped out, it would instantly refill. In Lu Yu's words, it was tricking the poor, innocent brewing stand into thinking it's raining. He lifted the empty bucket, scooped another bucketful from the brewing stand, turned around, and poured it back into the center block of the farmland, restoring the water source for the crops. Next, he went to an empty area and continuously broke blocks, digging out a 4x4 pit. This was the prototype of the future small pond. Meanwhile, everyone was still mesmerized by the brewing stand's magical effect. What on earth is this miraculous contraption? I clearly saw him pour in just one bucket of water. So how can he scoop out another bucket while it's still full? Could it really be a portable water source? Their amazement was far from over. Luyu drew 4 more buckets of water from the brewing stand and poured them into the newly dug pond one by one. The water surface quickly spread out. Can this water really never run dry? Can you keep drawing from it indefinitely? Seeing everyone getting more and more off topic, Luyu clapped his hands to bring their attention back. All right, let's fish right here. They looked in the direction Luyu was pointing, only to see a pond no bigger than a well. Ha! The villagers gathered around burst into laughter. Luyu, what kind of joke is this? That little bit of stagnant water you just poured in yourself, you think you can catch fish in that? Amid the laughter, only the village chief remained silent. Having been amazed by Luyu several times before, he had come to regard the boy's words as 99% truth. If fish could really be caught in such a small space, the village would have a reliable food source, and they could even add an item to their tax contributions. At this thought, the chief's eyes lit up, and he urged eagerly, Luyu, give everyone a demonstration. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Luyu calmly took out his fishing rod and cast the line toward the water's surface. The 4 blocks of water just covered the bobber, and bubbles quickly began to rise. After about half a minute, the bobber suddenly dipped down, and he lifted his hand. A lively, wriggling grass carp emerged from the water. It's really a fish. Chief, did you see that? He caught one. The villagers formed a circle, their exclamations rising one after another. The village chief was completely stunned, left only with the mumbled words, "You really can catch fish." Zhuangmu, who had just confidently questioned Luyu, felt the stinging slap of embarrassment echoing in his ears. This isn't scientific. But Luyu understood clearly that this continent made of blocks had its own game logic, and whether something was scientific or not didn't matter. Let me see. It's fresh, still smells fishy. Luyu, catch a few more. The villagers grew more and more excited as they gathered. However, the village chief realized the significance of this discovery. He raised his hand to quiet the commotion and walked solemnly to Luyu. Child, I want everyone in the village to learn this method. This way, people can eat fish without risking monster attacks by leaving the village. What do you think? Faced with the chief's respectful request, Luyu nodded readily. Of course. The village chief silently approved. If anyone else had discovered such a rare skill, they would have hidden it away for their own benefit, but Luyu repeatedly chose to share it voluntarily. I heard the general method from Xiao Ming on the way. He writes, not too difficult. The chief's tone shifted. But where do the fishing rods come from? I remember they require spider silk for crafting. Zhuangmu immediately chimed in with a sarcastic, cold tone. That's right, spider silk. You have to kill spiders to get that stuff. What are we supposed to use to make fishing rods for the whole village? Luyu waved his hand with a smile. It's just spider silk. Zhuangmu raised his eyebrows high. Big talk. Don't tell me you expect Lin Xiaoming to go hunt spiders outside the village. After speaking, he deliberately glanced at Lin Xiaoming, adding what he thought was a considerate final blow. That's too dangerous. You can't let her take such risks. We'll just have to do without fish. At these words, the villagers' expressions changed. Who would be willing to let the village's most promising child risk her life before she'd even left the village? They shook their heads one after another, directly rejecting the idea of hunting spiders. Seeing this, Zhuangmu squinted with a hint of smugness. But Luyu just smiled quietly. He opened his backpack and pulled out bundle after bundle of pristine, sturdy silk thread, had bought some from a wandering merchant earlier, and later harvested more than half a bag in the mine caves. Luyu was now a spider silk tycoon. Luyu pulled out one set of spider silk. The light refracted off the silvery white threads, and the village chief's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, Luyu, you actually have spider silk? Where did you get this? Zhuangmu sneered from the side. What can you do with just that little bit? Fishing rods have durability toothy consumables. As he spoke, he crossed his arms with a know-it-all expression written all over his face, looking like a complete smartass. He obviously thought Luyu only had a few measly strands, but he was dead wrong. Luyu raised an eyebrow with a slight smirk, looking rather pleased with himself as he casually shook out the spider silk. Pop, 1 strand. Pop, 2 strands. Pop, 3 strands. Luyu, you have so many. The village chief's voice changed with delighted surprise. Lin Xiaoming looked both amazed and worried as she quietly asked, Luyu, where did you get all this spider silk? She was afraid Luyu had taken unnecessary risks again. Zhuangmu's smile froze on his face, but Luyu kept pulling out more. 20 strands, 30 strands. Luyu didn't seem tired at all, counting them one by one while distributing them to the villagers who had gathered around. The villagers beamed with joy as they touched the spider silk. This rare commodity was worth a fortune outside, and Lu Yu was not only giving it away for free, but would also teach them how to fish. It was truly a godsend. In stark contrast, Zhuang Mu's face grew increasingly tense until he finally couldn't help but blurt out in amazement. How do you have so much spider silk? Lu Yu chuckled and pretended not to hear. 40 strands, 50 strands, 60 strands. Finally, a full 64 strands. He had pulled out an entire stack of spider silk. Lu Yu, you're amazing. Are you sure it's okay to give us all this spider silk? No problem at all. Everyone feel free to use them. Lu Yu answered generously. He pointed toward the simple crafting table by the farmland. The fishing rod recipe. Do I need to explain it? Someone scratched their head. I memorized it before, but it's been so many years since I used it. I've forgotten. That was indeed the case. Recently, in the global chat, the most common question Lu Yu saw was, does anyone have the crafting recipes? In real life, players could install recipe mods, and even those who had memorized them often had to Google them. People like him who knew the recipes by heart were rare, just like formulas from school days. They fade without use. Just as Lu Yu was about to speak, Zhuang Mu jumped in first. You don't remember that? Wooden sticks and spider silk, arranged diagonally from bottom left to top right. Ah, Teacher Zhuang really knows his stuff, someone praised. Having been completely overshadowed by Lu Yu earlier, Zhuang Mu finally felt vindicated upon hearing the compliment and smugly hummed with satisfaction. For a grown man to compete with a young person for credit was somewhat undignified, but Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to care and walked straight toward the pond. Zhuang Mu glanced over, expecting to see Lu Yu's disappointment at having his spotlight stolen, but was surprised to find that Lu Yu didn't seem to mind at all. He felt like he was punching cotton. The frustration in his chest couldn't find an outlet, making him feel even worse. The villagers busied themselves at the makeshift workbench, quickly crafting simple but sturdy fishing rods before lining up at the pond's edge. The pond was barely the size of a palm, and Lu Yu frowned at the sight. He bent down and dug out a new pit nearby, filling it in seconds with his miraculous, infinite water. If we learn this, can we catch fish right in our own backyards? Someone asked tentatively. Really? We could fish without leaving home? Another chimed in. Lu Yu nodded confidently. Absolutely. When I was stuck in underground mines with nothing to eat, I'd dig out a single block of water to fish and cook. The village chief stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing to slits as he clearly began envisioning the day when every yard in the village would become a small fishing ground. Then teach us quickly. The crowd gathered around the new pond, fishing rods raised and ready for action. Fishing is simple. Lu Yu condensed the steps to their essence. Cast your line, let the hook hit the water, and when you see the bobber sink, reel it in. That's simple. Are you serious? Just as skeptical voices arose, Lin Xiaoming jumped forward. Let me demonstrate. She gripped her rod and cast it with a plop. Both hook and bobber disappeared beneath the surface. The villagers held their breath, eyes glued to the bobber. Lin Xiaoming's luck was typically mediocre. Even when fighting alongside Lu Yu earlier, it had taken her quite a while to catch anything, and now there was no movement for ages. A minute passed, and people began shifting restlessly. Is this even working? Skeptical gazes turned toward Lu Yu, with Zhuang Mu being the loudest critic. You just dug this pond randomly. Where would the fish come from? Exactly, you need fish to catch fish. But remembering Lu Yu's miraculous water conjuring, no one dared to truly doubt him. Glub, the water surface trembled, and the fishing rod bent sharply downward. Got one. Lin Xiaoming excitedly reeled in her line as a small blue fish thrashed in the air. She held it up for everyone to see. Look, I caught one. Lu Yu was right. Let me try. Me too. The crowd surged forward, surrounding the pond with splashing water and nearly tangling the fishing lines into a mess. Zhuang Mu's eyes widened as he muttered under his breath, but he still brought over his spider silk fishing rod, had to personally expose Lu Yu's lies. The next moment, however, his bobber also plunged to the bottom. There really are fish. Zhuang Mu cupped the small blue-scaled fish in both hands, not even minding the fishy smell, but then remembered he was supposed to be angry with Lu Yu and quickly straightened his face. Even the usually composed village chief couldn't contain himself and grabbed a fishing rod to join the fray. As he cast his line, inspiration struck. Since everyone's here, why not hold a fishing contest? Whoever catches the most gets a special prize. What prize? Someone asked. That's a secret for now. I'll reveal it when we have a winner. The village chief was actually being mysterious. Even without the village chief organizing a competition, everyone was equally enthusiastic about fishing at this moment. The makeshift competition area was set up in a small field by the riverbank, with a 1-hour time limit. Whoever caught fish would have their catch carried to the village entrance for lunch. The sun had just peaked over the horizon, and everyone had already rolled up their sleeves, sweat trickling down their arms. 3 young people were particularly eager: Lin Xiaoming, who hated losing more than anything, Zhuang Mu, who was the first to voice opposition, and Lu Yu, who was full of conspiracy theories. When Lin Xiaoming cast her first line, her wrist trembled, but from the corner of her eye, she noticed Lu Yu still standing leisurely to the side. Lu Yu, why aren't you joining in? She raised an eyebrow and urged him. Lu Yu smiled with pursed lips. Wouldn't my participation be like bringing a gun to a knife fight? What do you mean? Lin Xiaoming tilted her head. If I join, I'll definitely come first, and then there'd be no suspense in this competition. Well, you cocky kid. Uncle Chunda nearby burst into laughter. We farm workers have several times your strength, how could we lose to you? Lu Yu really wanted to correct him. Fishing isn't about brute force. But Chunda continued on his own. This kid Lu Yu is talking big. If we adults lose, we'll be embarrassed. Brothers, let's step it up. The villagers erupted in cheers and laughter. Left with no choice after all the shouting, Lu Yu reluctantly pulled his fishing rod from his backpack. While the crowd was sweating profusely, he leisurely walked to a small pond in the field that was less than half a meter wide. Lu Yu, aren't you going to start? Lin Xiaoming called out. He pointed at his feet. I'll fish right here. Then he cast his line into the water. One small pond. Could there even be fish in there? Lu Yu, we'll make some room for you. Stop fooling around and come over. Before they could finish speaking, Lu Yu had already reeled in his line. In just over 10 seconds, a bright red salmon was flapping its tail in the sunlight. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. Wow, he actually caught one. And it's red too. Most of what everyone else had caught were ordinary black carp, so Lu Yu's bright red catch was particularly striking. Tisk, Zhuang Mu muttered in dissatisfaction, thinking, this guy's luck is just too good. Not only did he steal away that excellent student of mine, but even his fishing goes so smoothly. Meanwhile, his own float remained completely motionless. On Lu Yu's side, his casting and reeling motions were as fast as a pendulum, with fish automatically hooking themselves in less than a minute each time. How strange. How is he fishing so fast? Maybe in such a small pond the fish have nowhere to run, so they get hooked faster? Everyone chattered away. No way, I'm going to try to. Someone moved next to Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled and said casually, it's not about the water. Chinda frowned skeptically. Kid, don't try to fool me. You've caught so many here, I don't believe I can't catch even one. Well, give it a try then. Lu Yu stepped aside to make room. Chinda cast his line, but the float remained silent. This is crazy. Chinda scratched his head frantically. Lu Yu, do you have some fishing techniques you haven't taught us uncles and aunties? That's right, someone chimed in. Auntie will cook you a whole table of delicious food in exchange for your techniques, okay? Lu Yu scratched his head, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. This really wasn't something he could teach even if he wanted to. Even Zhuang Mu perked up his ears, hoping to pick up some fishing tips. Lu Yu just smiled and shook his head. There's really no secret to it. Maybe fish just naturally like me. After all, he had the player's perspective. TCH, tight-lipped. Someone felt disappointed and muttered stingy under their breath. Lin Xiaoming immediately jumped to Lu Yu's defense. Annie, how can you say that? He uses the same technique he taught us, and his fishing rod is just an ordinary bamboo pole. Have you seen him apply anything special to it? She then put her hands on her hips and huffed. If you don't believe it, go check for yourself. The villagers, who were naturally straightforward, suddenly realized they had spoken too harshly. One woman laughed awkwardly. All right. Of course we trust Lu Yu. It would be so embarrassing to actually inspect someone's fishing rod. Only then did Lin Xiaoming relax. But the way everyone looked at her, and Lu Yu became rather suggestive. TSK, look how Xiaoming protects him. What a perfect match. Ah, to be young again. Maybe they really could become a couple. Zhuang Mu, who had been pushed to the center of the crowd by all the teasing, exploded. Perfect match my ass. Xiaoming is about to enter the inner circle. How could Lu Yu possibly be worthy of her? Someone frowned. Zhuang Mu, don't be such a killjoy. They're all kids from the same village. Where's this talk of high and low status coming from? We're just joking around. You old stickinthemud, mind your own business, others chimed in. Then they sighed. Xiaoming will be leaving soon. Who knows how this romance will end? Fortunately, the people involved didn't take the gossip seriously at all. Zhuang Mu was pushed aside, staring sullenly at the water surface. So what if he taught the villagers to catch a few fish? Was that really worth treating Lu Yu like some kind of savior? What was Lu Yu anyway? Just then, his float bobbed gently. Got one. Zhuang Mu's lips curved into a smirk, feeling smug. Fishing? Who couldn't do that? The villagers around him were already catching their second and third fish, and Lu Yu had even caught his 10th. No one paid attention to his shout. Zhuang Mu quietly lowered his voice and lifted his rod. Sharp pain. The hook along with something spiky pierced his hand. He reflexively let go, the line whipped away, and his catch smacked onto the ground with a thud. What is that thing? He only caught a glimpse of a yellow blur. Now looking down carefully, he saw the creature had puffed itself into a round ball, rolling around in the mud, its surface covered with needle-like spines. Hey, Zhuang Mu caught a yellow fish. It has spines all over, and it's round as a ball. How interesting. The strange fish they'd never seen before quickly drew everyone's attention. Seeing himself as the center of attention, Zhuang Mu straightened up again. This is my catch. Don't touch it. Lu Yu glanced over casually and immediately recognized it. Ah, that's a pufferfish. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment. Although Zhuangmu had always been cold and sarcastic toward him, and he could tell the man was wary of him, at the end of the day, Zhuangmu had never actually harmed his interests. After careful consideration, Lu Yu still offered a warning. That fish, you'd better not eat it. Zhuangmu considered himself the know-it-all of Snow Mountain Village. After all, he had studied in the 5th district and memorized an entire basic synthesis manual before returning to teach the children how to read. If he hadn't seen something before, how could Lu Yu possibly have? He didn't buy it for a second and raised an eyebrow. Why not? Can't I eat the fish I caught myself? Seeing Zhuangmu treat his goodwill as hostility, Lu Yu shrugged helplessly. If the man didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do about it. All right, time's up. The village chief raised his hand in announcement. Everyone reeled in their lines, bringing the impromptu fishing contest to an end. The winner was no surprise, and everyone's enthusiasm for tallying the rankings was completely evaporated by Lu Yu's performance. The village chief stroked his beard and smiled mysteriously. I don't need to say who came first, do I? Do you even need to ask? It's definitely Lu Yu. I give up, can't compete with that. Someone sighed. Is that kid even human? Maybe he's the reincarnation of Poseidon. The fish just kept throwing themselves at his rod. Noisy banter rose and fell around them. After checking his backpack, Lu Yu calmly announced the number, 42. Hiss, a collective gasp of amazement, filled the air. We can't beat first place, but we should at least fight for second, right? Uncle Chun, who had earlier wanted to compete with Lu Yu, stepped forward with confidence in his voice. The village chief asked with a smile. Old Chun, how many did you catch? Hee, I got 22. Not bad. Just as everyone was about to congratulate him, Lin Xiaoming raised her hand in the crowd. Village chief, I caught a bit more than him. Uncle Chun grew anxious. How many did you catch? Lin Xiaoming mimicked Lu Yu's tone and said leisurely. Not many. Just one more digit than you. Ah, so close. Uncle Chun breathed a sigh of relief. No, I mean both digits are one higher. I caught 33. Lin Xiaoming added. What? The village chief was stunned for a moment, then threw back his head and laughed heartily. The student surpasses the master. The young generation in our village is truly formidable. Lin Xiaoming's face broke into a huge smile, clearly satisfied with her second-place finish right behind Lu Yu. All right, everyone call your families overtime for grilled fish. At the village chief's call, people immediately set up several makeshift stoves in the clearing, stuffing them with dry wood as flames crackled and leaped. Lu Yu had wanted to take coal from his backpack, but worried that too much would arouse suspicion, so he only pulled out a few leftover wooden planks to start the fire. Just as he flipped the grilling fish, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations on completing the achievement Delicious Fish. Achievement points gained, 10. The steaming aroma of fish filled the field as villagers gathered around the fires with laughter and chatter, the charcoal flames painting every face a rosy red. At this moment, Snow Mountain Village was livelier than any holiday. Perhaps their usual festivals had never had such a joyous atmosphere, never offered such a sumptuous feast. Some villagers had large families but caught few fish, so Lu Yu generously shared his catch with them. Thank you so much, Lu Yu. Sincere words of gratitude rippled through the crowd. Lu Yu nodded slightly and carried his bamboo basket toward the next villager, Zhuangmu. Remembering that Zhuangmu had only caught one pufferfish, Lu Yu raised his hand to offer him a plump fish, but was rebuffed by a cold response. Zhuangmu, don't accept charity from others. Zhuangmu straightened his back with an air of noble integrity. I'm a lone wolf who lives by his own efforts. In Lu Yu's eyes, however, the man was simply petty-minded. He still patiently reminded him. That pufferfish is poisonous. You'd better not eat it. Lin Xiaoming nearby glanced at him and asked quietly. Lu Yu, are you telling the truth? Teacher, you should be careful. They're all fish, how could they be poisonous? Zhuangmu was completely confident in his knowledge and didn't believe it at all. Lu Yu didn't insist and withdrew the fish. Lin Xiaoming looked hesitantly between her teacher and Lu Yu, but could only respect Zhuangmu's decision. She understood that her teacher harbored prejudice against Lu Yu, but felt helpless to do anything about it. After finishing the fish distribution, Lu Yu watched from afar as Zhuangmu tossed the pufferfish into the fire. The fat sizzled and crackled, spreading a slightly fishy aroma. Lin Xiaoming was still worried and ran to find the village chief. Village chief, Lu Yu said that fish can't be eaten, but teacher Zhuangmu doesn't believe him and refused the fish Lu Yu offered. Really? The village chief looked toward Lu Yu, who nodded. Zhuangmu is stubborn and arrogant, probably won't listen. Lu Yu shrugged. Lin Xiaoming, being kind-hearted, showed anxiety on her face. Then what should we do? The village chief sighed and walked over to the fire to persuade Zhuangmu. Did you hear what the kid said? You really can't eat that thing. Zhuangmu snorted coldly. What they don't know? How could they know? Ridiculous. Before he finished speaking, he had already stuffed the cooked pufferfish into his mouth. Teacher, Lin Xiaoming cried out. Zhuangmu swallowed the last bite and spread his hands to show. See, it's not. Before he could finish, his legs gave way. Huh? What's happening to me? He swayed unsteadily as the scenery began to spin before his eyes. Village chief, why are you swaying? The village chief quickly supported him. I'm not swaying, it's you. But in Zhuang Mu's eyes, the houses and sky were all swaying. Lin Xiaoming's eyes reddened with panic. Lu Yu, what's wrong with teacher? I told you that fish was poisonous, but he wouldn't listen. Lu Yu shrugged with an indifferent tone. Zhuang Mu bit his lip, trying to use pain to stay alert, but couldn't stop the spreading numbness. The village chief turned to Lu Yu for help. What should we do for him now? Just wait. He won't die. Lu Yu repeated the same response. At this moment, Zhuang Mu looked up and saw his health bar dropping rapidly, his complexion quickly changing from pale white to a deathly grayish blue in the world of block people. This meant his life force was draining away. Save me. He finally pleaded in a low voice. The village chief pleaded again. Good child, please save him. But Lu Yu only repeated, just wait. He won't die. Even in his dizziness and fear, Zhuang Mu stubbornly gritted his teeth. Lu Yu, are you really going to watch me die without helping? Is that how you asked for help? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and questioned him. Zhuang Mu was speechless, finally realizing that he still held someone else's life and death in his hands, yet remained arrogant. The irony was that his only lifeline now lay in Lu Yu's hands. Exactly. Teacher Zhuang, you can't talk like that when asking for favors. Teacher Zhuang, if you really want Lu Yu's help, you need to humble yourself. The villagers in the courtyard shook their heads while leisurely offering advice, seemingly unconcerned about Zhuang Mu's life or death. Zhuang Mu's scalp tingled. Did they actually believe Lu Yu's words and think he wouldn't die? He glanced at Lu Yu, seeing the man's indifferent expression, then quickly looked away and frantically grabbed the village chief and Lin Xiaoming. Village chief, Xiaoming, you can't just watch me die. Both looked troubled and simultaneously turned their gazes to Lu Yu. Lu Yu waved dismissively and turned his head away. I already told you won't die. Just endure it for a while. In the end, the village chief and Lin Xiaoming chose to trust Lu Yu. They knew his character and believed he would never harm someone without cause. They comforted Zhuang Mu. Just bear with it for now. Lu Yu, how cruel you are. Zhuang Mu shouted in frustration, then closed his eyes as if accepting his fate, waiting for death to arrive. Time passed moment by moment, but the imagined agony and suffocation never came. Zhuang Mu quietly opened one eye and was still standing steady. His life force hadn't completely dissipated. Though pufferfish is poisonous, eating it at full health only reduces you to half health. Lu Yu reminded him calmly. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. Zhuang Mu jumped up like a survivor, touching his head and stomping around. Aside from feeling somewhat weak, he seemed perfectly fine. Only now did he truly realize that Lu Yu hadn't lied to him. But thinking of his earlier doubts, instead of feeling apologetic, he complained. Lu Yu, why didn't you explain it more clearly earlier? The nearby villagers couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Zhuang Mu aside, scolding him in low voices. How can you act like this? You were the one who stubbornly refused to believe Lu Yu, and now you're blaming the person who saved you. Zhuang Mu remained defiant and argued. You must have been bought off by him. Seeing his attitude, Lu Yu let out a cold laugh. This reminded him of that stubborn teacher from the real world. When Lu Yu pointed out his mistakes, instead of admitting them, the teacher scolded him for disrupting the class. Zhuang Mu was cut from the same cloth as that teacher, stubborn and arrogant, bound to pay the price for it eventually. Lu Yu said nothing more and turned to leave. That afternoon, the villagers quickly put the unpleasantness Zhuang Mu had brought behind them. Every household dug a pond in their small courtyards, preparing to fish in the future, adding new ingredients to their dining tables. Lu Yu unhurriedly went down to the mines. Using, I need to rest, as an excuse, he shut himself in his room. Once he locked the door, he pried open the hidden floor block, revealing the mine shaft below. Lu Yu casually tossed the fish he'd caught today into the storage room, emptied his backpack, and took only torches, a pickaxe, and a few cobblestones before ducking into the dark tunnel. Soon, he reached the cliff edge he'd encountered during his last expedition. Last time he had simply jumped down, but this time he raised his torch to illuminate the opposite side. Thoroughly jumping would take him to deeper levels, but redstone was only found in shallow layers, making the opposite bank his ideal target. As the firelight swept across, he spotted dark red glints emanating from the cave opening across the way. He'd been too careless last time, missing the redstone that was right under his nose. Lu Yu pulled out cobblestone blocks, placing them one by one to build a simple bridge, and safely reached the other side. He swung his pickaxe at the exposed redstone, and after a series of strikes, the falling powder accumulated to half a stack in his backpack. Walking forward a few more steps, he encountered a vein where coal and iron ore grew together. He muttered, well, I'll be damned. Did I stumble into a mine shaft? Continuing to dig, another cluster of redstone came into view, though this branch quickly reached a dead end. Lu Yu stopped to take inventory. 2 stacks of coal, 5.5 stacks of redstone, more than enough. He looked at the remaining wood in his backpack, quickly crafted a stack of ladders, and planned to return to the surface via the vertical shaft above the monster spawner. Just as he poked his head above ground, he heard voices. Moving quickly, he He sealed the exit tightly with cobblestone. The block stood out starkly against the surrounding dirt, so he simply stood on top of it, thinking to himself, "This should keep me from being discovered. You bastard. I told you to lead the way, and you brought us into this godforsaken wilderness." Rough cursing mixed with chaotic footsteps emerged from deep within the trees. Lu Yu pricked up his ears, deciding to stay put and eavesdrop while playing dumb. That's not right. The map shows this direction. Why haven't we seen the village yet? Damn rotten luck. Getting stuck with rent collection in District 7 while missing out on the cushy assignment in District 3. Well, that's just how it goes. Hey, Captain, look, there's a kid up ahead. Captain Chi Fong kicked the man in the rear, growling, "Go ask him, quickly." The kid they were referring to was naturally Lu Yu. Due to food shortages in District 7, his chronic malnutrition made him appear younger than his actual age. He now mimicked the original fool Lu Yu, crouching on the ground, grabbing handfuls of wet mud and molding it aimlessly. Kid, we're talking to you." The man approached Lu Yu, and seeing no response as if he were deaf, raised his hand to deliver a slap. Just as the hand was about to fall, Lu Yu suddenly stood up, his blocky head colliding solidly with the man's, producing a dull thunk. Lu Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling no pain whatsoever, thinking, could this be the power of having a blockhead? The other man clutched his forehead, tears nearly streaming down his face, roaring, "You little brat dare to headbutt me. Do you know who we are? Got a death wish." His voice thundered like an explosion, scattering birds and beasts throughout the forest, and even startling the bats deep in the woods into frenzied flight. "Stop." Captain Chi Fong behind him spoke up to stop his subordinate. "If you beat this kid senseless, who's going to take us to District 7? It's getting dark soon, so let's hurry up." The hot-tempered subordinate's throat caught, and he immediately lowered his head. "Sorry, I didn't think. Step aside." Chi Fong pushed past his subordinate and stood before Lu Yu, the two men facing each other at arm's length. Lu Yu remained expressionless, his demeanor completely unmoved. Those dark eyes were like deep pools in the night, unfathomable and composed in a way that seemed far beyond his years, which secretly amazed Chi Fong. What a remarkably steady young man. "Young man, do you know which way to District 7? So he was heading to their village? Lu Yu instantly connected this to the rent collection in District 3 he'd heard them mention earlier, and his heart stirred. Could these men be here to collect grain from District 7? He raised his hand and pointed southeast. That way. Chi Fong pressed. Lu Yu nodded. Chi Fong hesitated for a moment, unable to read Lu Yu's emotions, then asked again, "Will you take us there?" Lu Yu shook his head. He still had something to do after these men left. He needed to replace the round stone beneath his feet with loose soil, then bring a bucket of water to pour down, creating a simple water elevator for easier access in the future. Given that, he decided to stay put. But Chi Fong misunderstood, his heart sinking. This kid doesn't want to guide us. Is he trying to help the village avoid grain collection? He knew District 7 was poor, that they had to tighten their belts every year to meet quotas, and this year was a disaster year. Were they simply planning to default? As the thought took hold, his expression immediately turned cold. "Take us to your village." Lu Yu shook his head again. Chi Fong's eyes narrowed, his tone taking on a dangerous edge. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice called out from the direction of the village entrance. "Who are you people?" Lu Yu looked toward the sound. It was that kid Fong Ao. He'd obviously noticed the visitor's fine attire, his voice carrying deliberate politeness. In the fading twilight, Chi Fong's well-tailored leather coat gleamed with an oily sheen, while his subordinates stood guard in full iron armor, ready for combat at any moment. To a simple villager like Fong Ao, they truly cut an imposing figure. "Another one?" The subordinate turned to seek his captain's opinion. Chi Fong raised an eyebrow, signaling him to inquire. The subordinate strode forward, blocking Fong Ao's path. "Are you also from District 7? "Yes, sirs. How did you end up here? Are you miners?" The subordinate straightened his chest and snapped to attention with a standard salute. "No, we're a squad dispatched by District 1 to collect grain." The words District 1 carried considerable weight even if they didn't necessarily come from any particular numbered district. This assignment was indeed commissioned by District 1. In the block continent, the hierarchy between districts had always been clearly defined. Lu Yu watched expressionlessly, all too familiar with this routine. But the straightforward Fong Ao believed every word, so nervous his tongue tied in knots. "Actually from District 1. The subordinate's nasal tone carried arrogance, deliberately amplifying his tiny bit of authority. Fong Ao hurried to identify himself. I'm from District 7. I can take you to the village." "Then get moving. It's getting dark. You don't expect us to fight zombies out here, do you?" Fong Ao nodded repeatedly, bobbing like a pecking chicken as he responded, Yes, follow me." The subordinate bowed and stepped aside to let Chi Fong pass, who was now standing beside Lu Yu. Chi Fong frowned, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Lu Yu with obvious displeasure written across his face. Seeing his master's expression, the subordinate immediately raised his voice. echoing Fong Ao's complaints. Are all the people from District 7 this insolent? When my lord asked this brat to guide us into the village earlier, he actually dared to refuse. Lu Yu found himself surrounded by several pairs of eyes and could only shrug innocently. Fong Ao recognized him too, his brow furrowing. Don't bother with him, sir. He's just an idiot, not right in the head and rotten to the core. And an idiot? Chi Fong was stunned. He had just been running through several possibilities in his mind, only to find out his opponent was a fool. The moment this thought struck him, his pride couldn't bear it. He immediately transformed his embarrassment into rage, pouring it all onto Lu Yu. So you're an idiot, are you? He let out a cold laugh. Since you don't want to return to the village, let him stay out here. When night falls and the monsters spawn, there's only one path left for villagers like him in the wilderness. Hearing this, Fong Ao laughed heartily, his young face creasing into several fawning wrinkles. Perfect. Let him stay out here. Lu Yu, don't blame Meth Boss has spoken. You brought this on yourself. With that, he bowed and scraped, leading a small group toward the village. His movements were exactly like those of certain characters Lu Yu had seen in old anti-Japanese war dramas, both ridiculous and ironic. After the group of figures disappeared into the distance, Lu Yu finally flexed his wrists and began his cleanup. He kicked down a zombie that lunged at him, his blade slicing through its rotting neck, earning experience points and a few pieces of rotten flesh in seconds. Looking at the clearing, he made a relaxed assessment. With this density and spawn rate, they wanted him to die in the wilderness? They'd need at least a zombie horde for that. He stuffed his loot into his backpack and strolled leisurely toward the village entrance. Inside the village, chaos had already erupted. The village chief was seething with anger, the horizontal lines on his forehead stretched so tight they were nearly smoothed out. That Fong Ao kid had actually led these vampires from above into the village. What was this if not inviting wolves into the fold? Even more infuriating was how proud the boy looked, as if he'd done something praiseworthy. Fong Ao stood before the village chief like he was presenting a treasure. See? That Lu Yu kid is unreliable. The one who brought the guests in. The village chief really wanted to spit right in his face who had welcomed them. Every year these people came like vampires, plundering food and valuables. Welcome them. Fat chance. Did Fong Ao have no heart or no brains? Lu Yu wasn't the idiot here, He was. Chi Fong surveyed the area and asked casually, why did you all come in September this year? Don't you usually come in October after the autumn harvest? What's the matter? His subordinate raised an eyebrow. Just because we came in September, you're not planning to pay up? No, no. The village chief hurriedly waved his hands. Chi Fong stretched his arms and legs, letting out a long yawn, clearly not wanting to pursue the matter further. After giving the village a show of force, he was exhausted. Fong Ao quickly offered his thoughtful reminder. Grandpa village chief, it's so late now. Why don't you arrange lodging for the gentleman first? Chi Fong twisted his sore calves and complained. We've been walking all day, our legs are about to fall off. Whatever business there is can wait until tomorrow. With that, he impatiently waved for his team to relax. Yes. The village chief and the other villagers responsible for hosting squeezed out a response through gritted teeth. They wished they could dig a pit and have these outsiders settle in right there, but they couldn't. Offending this group of strangers who had arrived bearing grain requisition tokens meant no one knew what other troubles might follow. After much deliberation, the village chief had no choice but to compromise. The village did have a few empty rooms for hosting merchants, and he planned to lead them there. He had barely taken 2 steps when Chi Fong, who was walking at the front of the group in his crisp military uniform, suddenly spoke up. Where exactly are you taking us? To the guest rooms, the village chief replied with a forced smile. What guest rooms? Chi Fong's eyes swept across the rows of square earthen houses in the village. Your whole village is nothing but identical matchboxes. None as good as that one. He pointed, his finger landing squarely on Lu Yu's rooftop. That's a house built by one of our villagers. Chi Fong raised an eyebrow, looking at the village chief. Is it your home? In his understanding, only those of the highest status deserved the finest dwellings. If he were the village chief, he would have built his own house in magnificent splendor. But more than luxury, it was the uniqueness of this house that attracted him. Residences in the 5th district emphasized size and floors, but none had such ingenious design. Everyone's gaze was firmly captured by that house. The entire building rose from the ground like a hollowed-out tree trunk, embedded with exquisite arched windows. Flower beds beneath the windows bloomed with unfamiliar flowers. The roof featured skylights, and climbing plants wound along the walls. The warm yellow light at the entrance wrapped the entire house in a soft glow that immediately evoked thoughts of safety and peaceful sleep. Chi Fong stared greedily and curiously, his gaze completely captivated. I'll be staying there tonight, he declared without room for argument. The village chief quickly stepped in front of him. That's not possible. That's not my house. It was built by a young man in our village, and I can't make decisions for him. Chi Fong snorted coldly, his tone full of mockery. To have become village chief, yet not even managed to get his hands on a decent house. Whose house is it? The village chief stammered. The surrounding villagers also looked around, But they couldn't see Lu Yu and his mother anywhere, and even Lin Xiaoming was nowhere to be found. The grain requisition team had stormed into the village, yet that family seemed completely oblivious to the situation. What could they possibly be busy with? At that moment, Lu Yu stood in front of his home, carrying a basket full of red stones. The simple wooden door suddenly appeared bothersome to him, raised his hand, and, with a few quick adjustments, replaced it with a button-operated door made of dark red stones. Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan stood nearby, their eyes shining with excitement. Lu Yu, what kind of door did you install? Why is it so thick? A security door. Lu Yu winked and casually made up a name for it. Lin Xiaoming tentatively pushed the door, but it didn't budge. She panicked. Lu Yu? Why can't we open it? What if we can't get in? Lu Yu smiled as he pressed the side button. Creaked, the door automatically opened inward, saving them the effort. It's open, he explained casually. From now on, just press this button to come and go. Talon also tried it out. Although they were of different generations, at that moment, they resembled children who had just received a new toy, smiling brightly. As they stepped into the yard, Lu Yu stood on a small step at the threshold, and the door automatically closed behind them. From then on, pushing doors became a thing of the past. Lin Xiaoming shook her head in admiration. Lu Yu, you're incredible. Where on earth did you learn to do all this? Lu Yu's eyes darted, and he continued to spin a tale. I once fell off a cliff and met an old man with a white beard. He passed these skills on to me like they were secret martial arts techniques. What nonsense. Lin Xiaoming huffed inwardly. The only time Lu Yu had rolled down a slope was to protect her, and she had carried him home that time. Where would he have found the time to meet an old man with a white beard? With his usual joking around, Lu Yu managed to deflect the situation once again. The commotion outside sounded like a pot of boiling porridge, clanging and banging its way into the house. Lin Xiaoming gripped the door handle, unable to resist the urge to go out and see what was happening, but Lu Yu pressed her back with one hand. Lu Yu had already figured out who these visitors were. The only ones who could cause such a ruckus before their return to the village were Fong Ao and the group he'd brought back. They either wanted to confirm whether Lu Yu was dead or had some other agenda. But whatever they wanted, they'd have to get past the iron door Lu Yu had just installed. A faint smile played at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. Xiaoming, you know how to use that door, right? I know how. Lin Xiaoming stared at his sly expression, trying hard to read his thoughts, when suddenly it clicked. That door? I get it. The two exchanged a knowing look. Then Lu Yu turned and walked to his bedroom door, waving his hand. I'm going to pack my bag. Call me if you need anything. He slipped into the small room and climbed down the wooden ladder to the underground space. The lighting was dim but sufficient for him to see every corner clearly. He took out the pumpkin seeds he'd scavenged last time and found an empty patch by the wall to plant them. Then he ground up some bones he'd harvested earlier into bone meal and scattered it evenly over the moist soil. As the bone meal seeped into the earth, the pumpkin seedlings shot up as if someone had hit fast forward, growing tall in the blink of an eye and producing 2 plump pumpkins. Lu Yu picked up one of them, feeling its hefty weight, as mischievous ideas spilled out with his smile. Who are you people? Lin Xiaoming stepped out the door to face the crowd of people, her voice cold and demanding. Among them were several unfamiliar faces, as well as Fong Ao, whom she least wanted to see. Chi Fong's eyes immediately landed on the pretty girl, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Well, a little beauty. I'm the captain of the grain requisition team sent by the 1st district. This house looks quite nice, we'd like to stay the night. He thought himself quite charming, but the greasy sheen on his face only made Lin Xiaoming feel nauseous. Absolutely not. This is private property, and we don't accommodate outsiders. Lin Xiaoming's tone was firm, which secretly pleased the village chief's lackeys, though they didn't dare show it. Fong Ao, worried that Lin Xiaoming might offend Chi Fong, quickly pushed to the front. Xiaoming, this is an official from the 1st district. Having Lu Yu make room for them would be a blessing from our ancestors. He winked and gestured, pretending to smooth things over for her, which only annoyed Lin Xiaoming more. The beds and bedding are personal items. How can we just lend them to strangers? Who knows if you people are even clean? Her words carried barbs, clearly implying something. Chi Fong's eyebrows twitched sharply, not expecting to be rejected so bluntly by a beautiful woman. Little sister, that's not very nice to say, is it? Lin Xiaoming couldn't be bothered with him and just snorted coldly, turning her head away. Besides, if you want to enter our home, you'll have to ask our front door first. Your door. Everyone followed her gaze to Lu Yu's front door. It wasn't the usual wood color, but solid cast iron, thick as a wall. Chi Fong mistook this for some kind of strength contest and lifted his chin. His bodyguard had supposedly worked in the mines for 3 years and was no weakling. You. Go push that door open. The bodyguard rolled up his sleeves, revealing bulging arms, spat into his palms, took a deep breath, and planted his feet firmly. But 3 minutes later, his face was red as a beet while the door hadn't budged an inch. Chi Fong lost his patience and urged them on. Put some muscle into it. Captain, it won't budge. One of his men wiped the sweat from his brow and called out helplessly. How is that possible? It's just a door. How heavy could it be? You guys all together now. Several grown men threw themselves at Lu Yu's front door, bracing their hands against it and sticking their rear ends out, their faces turning bright red as they exerted every ounce of strength they had. The scene was so ridiculous it looked like a circus act. Seeing this, Chief Fong grew anxious too. He rolled up his sleeves and squeezed in to help. But even with this powerhouse added to the mix, the door remained completely motionless. He looked up in bewilderment at Lin Xiaoming beside him. The girl immediately suppressed her blatant mockery, pouting her pink lips and feigning innocence. If you can't push it open, maybe you're just not meant to be with this door? Having already lost face several times in the 7th district, which he despised most, Chi Fong's anger exploded instantly. Are you messing with me? I'm not doing anything. Lin Xiaoming wasn't intimidated in the least. She'd been brave enough to fight zombies at 16 and had always been a bold tomboy. If you can't even open our front door, how do you expect to live inside? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Open it. Chi Fong gritted his teeth. Today he would not only move into this house, but he'd tear it down when he left. Why should I open it? Lin Xiaoming shot back. Just as Chi Fong's blood was boiling, the only one of his men who hadn't tried pushing the door, a thin guy named Chu Xian, spoke up. Captain, what if we're going about opening the door all wrong? Lin Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. Had they figured out the mechanism on the door? Chu Xian's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering Chi Fong. He moved closer to examine the door carefully. Does this door require some special action to open? Everyone immediately switched from pushing to feeling around, running their hands along the door frame, wood grain, and cracks, practically wanting to dig out every speck of dust from the crevices. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoming stared at a small button not far from the right side of the door, her palms sweating as she felt grateful they hadn't noticed it yet. Maybe it's not on the door itself. Chu Xian spoke up again. Lin Xiaoming's heart clenched into a tight knot. Before they could reach a conclusion, the door suddenly let out a long creak and slowly swung inward. The interior furnishings gradually came into view, and Chi Fong, who was closest to the door, found himself face-to-face with whatever was behind it, separated by mere inches. It was an extremely distorted orange pumpkin face, pitch-black sunken eye sockets, a mouth split from ear to ear, frozen in a grotesque grin, its surface covered in fine cracks. After a brief moment of silence, Chi Fong let out a blood-curdling scream. Ghost. Lin Xiaoming was also startled by the sudden appearance of the ghoulish face, her heart skipping a beat. Looking more carefully, she realized it was just a mannequin wearing a pumpkin head. She called out softly, Lu Yu. Sure enough, a pair of human feet appeared behind the mannequin, and Lu Yu emerged from behind it. Wearing a polite smile, he reached out to help Chi Fong, who had fallen to the ground. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to scare you. Only then did Chi Fong realize it was just a pumpkin head. The room was unlit, with only dim light filtering in from outside the door. The upward casting shadows made the pumpkin head look absolutely terrifying. Chi Fong was startled by the scene, gasping as he focused his eyes and finally recognized the face hiding behind the pumpkin. Lu Yu. You did that on purpose, didn't you? His voice was both urgent and angry. Lu Yu spread his hands innocently. No, I didn't. Chi Fong pointed at the hollowed-out, carved pumpkin head and questioned him more fiercely. What normal person puts this kind of terrifying thing at their front door? Lu Yu remained calm and unhurried. I really meant no harm. I thought you knew about our Shueshan village's pumpkin festival. At these words, the villagers who were working nearby all turned their heads, but they looked equally bewildered. However, since Chi Fong had his back to the crowd, he didn't see their expressions. Lu Yu continued with a straight face. This is a rule passed down from our ancestors. Every year at this time, harvested pumpkins are carved into pumpkin ghosts specifically to scare away any monsters that want to destroy the crops. Pumpkin ghosts. Chi Fong raised an eyebrow. That's right, this is it. Lu Yu pointed to the menacing pumpkin face at his feet. Thinking about the fright he'd just received, Chi Fong felt uneasy and directly ordered, get rid of it. No way. Lu Yu flatly refused. If we move it, monsters will come in the middle of the night. This is Shueshan village's tradition. What kind of tradition? How come I don't know about it? Fong Ao jumped out, ready to expose Lu Yu's lie on the spot. Just as he opened his mouth, the village chief suddenly shouted sternly, Fong Ao, ignorant fool, you've even forgotten our ancestors' rules. Fong Ao was stunned by the scolding. An elderly man nearby chimed in. You worthless boy, even being punished to guard the village gate hasn't taught you to reflect. Seeing everyone singing the same tune, Fong Ao's heart sank. Could it be that he really had forgotten about this? Lu Yu and the village chief exchanged a glance, perfectly in sync. The village chief smoothly added, these past years the crop yields have been poor, pumpkins are hard to grow, so naturally we haven't been celebrating the festival with much fanfare. Lu Yu picked up the narrative. A few days ago, my family's field was trampled to pieces by zombies, so I had no choice but to tear down the field ridges. I searched far and wide to find this pumpkin to make into a pumpkin scarecrow. If you don't believe me, ask Fong Ao, he knows about it. At the mention of zombies, Fong Ao's expression clearly changed, as that was precisely the reason he'd been driven out of the village years ago. He swallowed and nodded glumly. Yes, I know. Compared to the cold-faced villagers, Chi Fong had some trust in Fong Ao, and since his fear of zombies far exceeded his fear of a pumpkin head, he compromised. Fine, leave it there then. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to ask, so are you still staying at my place? Wouldn't backing down now be too embarrassing? Besides, Lu Yu's house was indeed the most spacious in the village. Chi Fong steeled himself. Yes. Now move aside. Lin Xiaoming couldn't stand it anymore and frowned. Why are you all being so unreasonable? Lu Yu stopped her. It's fine. Let them stay for one night. Lu Yu. Lin Xiaoming stamped her foot in frustration. She certainly wasn't happy about giving up her room to some arrogant bully. But Lu Yu just winked at her mysteriously, as if to say, don't worry, I have a plan. Lin Xiaoming paused, realizing he had something else in mind. So she stopped protesting and went inside to carefully help Aunt Talon out. Lu Yu, what's going on? Talon asked, confused. Mom, we're going to stay at Lin Xiaoming's old place for the night, Lu Yu explained. He then went inside, quickly packed some essentials into his backpack, and checked that the hidden underground space was properly sealed before catching up with the mother and daughter. Meanwhile, Chi Fong was already strutting around their living room, looking around smugly. Not bad, kid. The long table made from templates and railings, the sofa converted from steps, the flower pots in the corner, the plants by the window. It was even more refined than the residences in District 5. Lu Yu sneered silently. This? What a country bumpkin. I haven't even installed the real furniture mods yet. He couldn't be bothered to look at Chi Fong much longer, calculating in his mind. In a few hours, this guy would have plenty of time to cry. The three of them returned to Lin Xiaoming's old house first. Pushing open the door, they saw a row of tools and stone swords neatly hanging on the wall, with no feminine touches in the room whatsoever. Lin Xiaoming tugged at her clothes awkwardly. My place is a bit messy, please bear with it for one night. She couldn't help but ask, Lu Yu, how do you plan to get rid of them? You two sleep peacefully tonight, leave it to me. Lu Yu patted his backpack. Talon reminded him, be careful. I will, Mom. In the dead of night, with Lin Xiaoming and Talon fast asleep, Lu Yu quietly slipped out. Looking from afar, he could see Chi Fong's men indeed occupying the entrance to his house. They had spent the day lost in the deep mountains outside District 7, their nerves on edge all day, and now they were sleeping soundly against the door panels. One person was lying across the entrance, blocking the way. If Lu Yu went directly, he would surely wake everyone up. Think that's the only way to my house. He mentally calculated the remaining iron ore in his underground storage, realized it might not be enough. So he circled around to a small river in the wilderness, jumped into the water, followed the natural mine shaft deep underground, and mined another half stack of iron ore before returning satisfied through the underground passage. On the first floor, Chi Fong was sprawled across what used to be Lin Xiaoming's bed, limbs spread wide, sleeping like a dead pig, with snoring sounds rising and falling. Lu Yu stuffed all the iron ore from his backpack into the furnace, the flames casting a red glow on his profile. Soon, the hot iron ingots were ready, and he quickly crafted them into iron blocks, weighing them in his hands with a sly smile. Then he pulled out a pumpkin, the head of the pumpkin scarecrow that had been placed at the entrance, which Chi Fong had torn down and thrown away for being an eyesore. Found the pumpkin ghost annoying? Then let me be your nightmare. Lu Yu shrugged, quietly carrying the pumpkin and iron blocks downstairs. In the open space of the living room, he stacked the iron blocks with loud thuds into its shape. The final block landed with a clang, the loud noise particularly jarring in the night. Chi Fong frowned on the bed, rolled over, and mumbled groggily. What are you doing in the middle of the night? He had originally been lying face up toward the ceiling, but when he rolled over, he found himself facing the iron blocks that Lu Yu had carefully arranged. Lu Yu's lips curved into a smile as he casually placed the pumpkin head onto the iron blocks. Within the dark, hollow eye sockets of the pumpkin face, two eerie crimson lights suddenly blazed to life. Accompanied by the grinding sound of metal scraping against metal, the iron blocks standing taller than a grown man rapidly grew upward like a sprouting tree trunk. Lu Yu glanced up at the ceiling, silently grateful that the roof beams were high enough. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. Congratulations on completing the achievement, bodyguard. Achievement points earned, 30. Well, I never expected you 10 can to be worth 30 points. Lu Yu clicked his tongue in amazement while carefully examining the newly born iron golem's mottled iron shell bore rust stains. Green vines wound through the cracks, and two blood-red eyes stared fixedly at people. Creak. The golem's first step on the wooden floor tore through the night with a sharp, grating noise. So damn loud. Chi Fong on the bed was startled awake and bolted upright. The next second, his normally steady baritone voice cracked into a high-pitched shriek. Ah! The scream nearly lifted the roof. Ghost! There's a ghost! Those eye sockets, like black holes, flickered with an eerie crimson light, staring straight at him. The subordinates keeping watch outside were equally startled, hastily rubbing their eyes to shake off drowsiness as they fumbled along the wall for the door switch. The door burst open with a whoosh, and they rushed in, immediately confronted by the towering iron figure. In unison, they cried out, "Ghost!" Chi Fong's initial cry of "Ghost" made everyone forget that this world already had monsters. Only Chu Xian managed to maintain some composure, analyzing in a low voice. Maybe it's a monster? But this size, it could probably crush us into pulp with one step. Quick, get the captain out of here. Right? Right. In the chaotic scrambling, someone finally mustered the courage to support the weak-kneed Chi Fong and rush out the door. The door slammed shut with a bang, and they thought they had trapped the monster inside. But Chi Fong remained anxious, urging, "Go. Get farther away. If that monster breaks through the door, we're all done for." "All right," Chu Xian agreed, signaling for the strongest subordinate to carry Chi Fong as they fled toward the other end of the village. However, they hadn't run far before encountering the village chief and several villagers who had come to investigate the commotion. "Gentlemen, what on earth has happened?" Chi Fong erupted in fury. "What kind of cursed place is your village?" A monster appeared in the room. The village chief feigned innocence, seeing Chi Fong's pathetic state like a limp shrimp, knowing that young Lu Yu had probably conjured up another one of his peculiar contraptions. The villagers, who normally couldn't stand this bully, were secretly delighted. How is that possible? The torches in the room were burning fine. How could monsters spawn there? The village chief spread his hands, then suddenly lowered his voice as if recalling something. Unless, the pumpkin ghost was moved from its proper position, causing its monster-repelling power to fail and allowing monsters to slip through? Chi Fong was stunned, had indeed found the pumpkin scarecrow an eyesore, unable to sleep peacefully with it there, so he had ordered his men to dismantle and throw it out early on. Could this really be divine retribution? How? How could this happen? His blustering voice betrayed his guilt. The village chief pressed further. What exactly did this monster look like? Chi Fong struggled to describe it. That thing, it was white. Could it have been a skeleton monster? No. The creature had red eyes and some green patches on its body. Was that a zombie? Several villagers asked nervously, hunching their shoulders. No, it wasn't. Chi Fong stomped his feet in frustration, his boots slapping against the dusty ground with sharp sounds. It was completely white with green spots all over it. None of us have ever seen anything like that before. Only then did the village chief interject, wearing a gentle smile as if trying to ease the tension in the air. Hee, perhaps Master Chi didn't get enough rest and was seeing things? Behind Chi Fong stood several veteran miners who had come with him. Hearing the doubt in the chief's voice, Chi Fong immediately turned to them. "Tell them what you saw." "We definitely saw it." The lead miner nodded vigorously, his voice rising. "That monster appeared before us for the first time, massive in size and terrifying to behold." The group chimed in one after another, eager to paint the creature as horrifying as possible to make their retreat sound justified. The village chief clasped his hands behind his back and pondered for a moment before slowly asking, "Since you gentlemen are so experienced, why didn't you eliminate the monster on the spot?" The veteran miners were speechless. As guards sent from the first district, they had turned tail and run, and the chief's question stung their pride deeply. We weren't properly prepared," one of them explained lamely. "That monster might be beyond our capabilities." "Aren't you supposed to be skilled miners?" The chief pressed further. The air instantly grew thick with tension as they all fell silent. Seeing this, the village chief sighed and changed his tone. "I can prepare some supplies for you gentlemen, but as you can see, our village is quite poor. I can only spare a few pieces of bread from our rations." With that, he actually presented them with hard, stale bread chunks. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. Accepting or refusing both seemed wrong. They all understood that the chief's purpose was never to feed them, but to send them back to face the monster. Refusing would mean showing cowardice. Accepting would mean they'd have to return immediately to deal with the creature, or else the first district's authority would be completely undermined. How could they collect grain taxes after that? Chu Xian wanted to suggest, "Let's take it slow. Life was more important than face," but Chi Fong wouldn't hear of it. His face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine. We'll go back right now and take down that monster." To him, a captain only needed to talk to save face. He wouldn't have to do the actual fighting himself. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates cursed his ancestors 8 generations back in their minds. What the hell? Still being stubborn instead of getting out of here. Chi Fong had just regained feeling in his feet and could stand on his own to give orders, completely forgetting how pathetic he'd looked earlier when someone had to carry him. Cursing aside, the miners still headed toward Lu Yu's house. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was busy dealing with the iron golem. The thing was incredibly cumbersome and wouldn't follow him autonomously. He had worked so hard to create it, but he didn't want to destroy it on the spot either. After much consideration, Lu Yu reached only one conclusion. He had to hide it underground. Lu Yu dug through the floor of the ground level, then through his own room's floorboards. The iron golem dropped into his secret space below, but its massive frame was too large. Its head still stuck out above the floor. He had to dig down another level. moving the golem directly next to his underground farm. He patted the metal head affectionately. Easy there, big guy. Try not to step on my crops. The golem tilted its head, clearly not understanding. Lu Yu sighed, having no time for further explanation, and quickly returned to the surface to restore the wooden planks and floor tiles he had torn up. Time was running short, had no idea when those people might return. After restoring his room to its original state, he slipped back into his underground hideout and held his breath. Before long, Fong arrived at the Lu family's doorstep with a procession of guards in tow. The guards exchanged glances at the entrance, none daring to make the first move. Finally, someone swallowed nervously and whispered, "So, should I open the door?" "Wait." Fong, at the back of the group, quickly stripped off his night clothes and donned heavy iron armor. His cowardly behavior made everyone around him want to grind their teeth in frustration. "Trash. Useless. Open the door," he barked, waving his hand dismissively. The door swung open to reveal nothing but pitch-black silence inside. "Huh? Where's the monster?" The guard at the front peered in, his voice trembling. The guards behind him mustered their courage and approached, equally bewildered. "The monster from before is gone." Fong roughly pushed through the crowd and barged into the house, craning his neck to look around. "Where's that huge monster?" The village chief arrived upon hearing the commotion and frowned. "Are you sure you didn't all just see things? Even if I saw wrong, could everyone else be blind too?" Fong roared, shaking dust from the rafters. The village chief fell silent under the outburst but straightened his back, with curious villagers gathering behind him. Under the weight of so many stares, Fong's momentum deflated considerably. There was a monster, but now it's gone. What am I supposed to do about it? He abandoned any attempt at logical explanation and stomped his foot in frustrated rage. Seeing no resolution in sight, the village chief simply said, "Everyone should go back and get some rest," dispersing the crowd of onlookers. Only Fong and his guards remained in the courtyard, staring at each other awkwardly. "Captain, what do we do now? Are we still staying here?" a guard whispered. Fong hesitated. Sleep in a house that might be harboring a monster? He wasn't that brave. Forget it, forget it. He finally gave up on commandeering Lu Yu's house. "Go find that old man and have him arrange other accommodations for us." But the night's commotion had been too loud, and the villagers already viewed them with deep suspicion. Fong didn't have the nerve to go knocking on doors asking for favors. As they stood there in deadlock, Chu Xian suggested, "Let's go. We'll move away from here and camp outside for the night." As former miners, they were accustomed to throwing up a quick shelter with blocks and sleeping rough. "You expect me to sleep outdoors?" Fong raised an eyebrow, his voice rising. His subordinates, their chests already full of resentment toward him, simply ignored his protest and turned to leave. "Captain, if you're willing, you can go back and sleep in that house. It's much more comfortable there." Fong stared at the dark doorway, his throat bobbing. In the end, he said nothing and slunk after them. That night, Lu Yu had quite a busy evening ahead of him. As soon as he stepped into the basement, the first thing he saw was the once flat farmland now riddled with deep craters stomped out by the iron golem, with soil scattered everywhere in complete chaos. Lu Yu looked up at the guy's pumpkin head, wanting nothing more than to give those iron pillar-like legs a good whack, but when his gaze fell upon that hefty iron or texture, his resolve immediately deflated by half, and he could only give the leg a symbolic light pat. If he actually hammered it, he'd probably be the one getting hurt. "Forget it. I'm not going to stoop to the level of a pumpkin head," he muttered, then turned to grab an iron shovel and dug 2 deeper pits along the wall corner, sectioning off a separate space for the golem. "Iron Skin, don't wander around anymore, just stay here." The name was decided just like that, off the cuff. Since the farm was already ruined, he might as well go all out and transform it into a redstone farm. The materials were already prepared, so he got straight to work. Shovels and pickaxes in action, he quickly expanded the underground space into 3 levels. Wheat on top, carrots in the middle, potatoes below, with the bottom level reserved for pumpkins and melons. All 3 levels were elevated with clear sight lines throughout. Next came the redstone components. He placed water sources and redstone pistons at each of the 4 corners, then connected them in parallel to a single circuit that ultimately linked to a lever. The proficiency he'd gained from speedrunning worlds made his movements flow like water. Had built this contraption dozens of times before. With the mechanism complete, he pulled out a full stack of bone meal from his chest and first fertilized the top-level wheat to a golden ripeness. Gripping the lever, he pulled hard splash. Water cascaded down, instantly washing away all the crops, and the chest beneath the hopper immediately filled with a pile of wheat. The system notification popped up right on cue. "Congratulations on completing the achievement Basic Redstone Technology. You've earned 10 achievement points." He tested the carrot and potato levels in turn, confirmed everything was working perfectly, then held up torches to illuminate all 3 farm levels as bright as daylight, replanted everything, brushed the dirt off his hands, and left the basement with complete satisfaction. Looking up, dawn was already breaking. As a night owl warrior and cultivation god, Lu Yu didn't need sleep. So he went straight to bring Lin Xiaoming and Tao Lan back home, even whipping up breakfast along the way. Nothing beats living in a house our Lu Yu built with his own hands. Tao Lan winked at Lin Xiaoming, and both burst into laughter. Lu Yu, where are they? Lin Xiaoming asked. No idea, I'll go check in a bit. Lu Yu grabbed the cheapest bread from the table and headed out the door. Not far outside the village, he found the makeshift matchbox camp that group had set up. Some villagers were gathered around, pointing and whispering. They really didn't dare stay at Lu Yu's place. Got so scared they'd rather sleep outside. Serves them right. Wonder what method that Lu Yu kid used. Before they could finish speaking, speak of the devil, Lu Yu appeared with a smile, nodding respectfully to the elderly folks, then pulled out his pickaxe and efficiently demolished those matchboxes into scattered pieces. Isn't this a bit much? Someone tried to stop him. Lu Yu, be careful they don't bully you. It's fine. Lu Yu thanked them and continued his work. That group had been up making noise until midnight before finally falling asleep, and initially couldn't sleep due to fear, only succumbing to exhaustion much later. Right now was when they were sleeping most soundly. Suddenly, the blazing sun beat down on them, as if trying to pry their eyelids open by force. Fong groggily rubbed his eyes, grumbling, "Who is it? Who turned on the lights?" The blinding sunlight mixed with the morning breeze brushing against their faces swept away what little drowsiness remained. He cursed, "What the hell? Who dismantled our camping spot?" Lu Yu cleared his throat and announced with a volume that could practically blow the roof off. "Good morning, gentlemen." This shout jolted everyone on the ground awake. "You're such good people, actually giving up your house for us to stay in and camping outside yourselves." He spoke with animated enthusiasm, as if genuinely moved, then pulled bag after bag of bread from his backpack, eagerly pressing them into everyone's hands. "Please take these, just a small token of gratitude, nothing fancy." Faced with the bread, everyone felt their stomachs churning and couldn't swallow a bite. Lu Yu smiled even more sincerely. "I knew you weren't bad people at all." This naive act inexplicably ignited everyone's anger. Fong snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with him, though he still rolled his eyes. He stood up, shook out his clothes, and waved his hand grandly. "Since he's awake, you villagers can forget about sleeping in. Get up, get up. Time to collect the grain." "Collect what grain?" The villagers' faces immediately fell like Sima Xiangru's expression. This year, the government officials had come a full month early to collect taxes, and they hadn't saved up enough grain. Although Lu Yu had helped raise their farmland, and the yield could indeed multiply several times over, crops still needed time to grow. Right now, time was exactly what they lacked most. "What are you standing around for? Go get the village chief." Someone took off running, so hastily that his shoes nearly flew off. Watching everyone panic like a pot of boiling porridge, Lu Yu sighed. "Why the rush? What's there to fear? I'm here." Moments later, the village chief arrived panting heavily. From a distance, he could see Fong acting like a lord, sitting cross-legged on a tree stump. Sure enough, what's meant to come can't be escaped. The village chief smiled bitterly to himself. Last night, a dark thought had flashed through his mind. Since they claimed there were monsters, let them deal with the monsters. If these soldiers were wiped out, the village wouldn't have to pay taxes. Unfortunately, heaven didn't grant his wish, and the grain collection couldn't be avoided after all. "Honored officials, what are your orders?" The village chief bowed with a servile smile, hoping his humility might earn a shred of sympathy. Fong wasn't buying it at all. He stood up abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What do you think I'm here for?" 200 units of wheat. Hand them over immediately." 200 units. The village chief's eyebrow twitched. "Sir, aren't you mistaken? In previous years we only had to pay 100 units. Is that so? The rules changed this year. It's 200 now." Fong was arrogant and unyielding. This. The village chief's hands trembled uncontrollably, his whole being radiating helplessness and confusion. The suddenly doubled tax was completely beyond his means. Impossible. A villager couldn't help but explode. "This is outrageous. 200 units of grain. Where would we get that many fields or that much time? The 7th district is already this poor, and you still want to exploit us heartless. There's no justice. Bloodsuckers. You want to devour people. All of you shut the hell up." Fong suddenly drew his sword, its cold gleam menacing. "Where do you get off complaining so much? Orders from above, you must comply." Seeing everyone fall silent, he resumed his calm tone. "You're from this backwater place with limited information, so it's normal you don't know. Let me tell you, the 1st district plans to officially attack hell. If you don't give your full support, that's betraying the block continent." The villagers looked at each other and collectively gasped. "Hell?" Lu Yu frowned in deep thought. Indeed, the block people from District 7 and District 1 were on completely different levels. Those in District 1 were already planning to attack the Nether, while the villagers in their Snow Mountain village were still struggling with food and shelter. Now, with this decree handed down, they had to deliver grain whether they wanted to or not. The village treasury only had 50 stacks of wheat left, and Lu Yu had verbally promised to raise another 50 stacks. But it had only been a few days since that promise, and no matter how capable he was, it was impossible to conjure up that much grain. The village chief was so anxious his white hair trembled wildly, nearly pulling out his entire beard. If we can't deliver wheat, would something else work? Lu Yu asked in a low voice. Chu Xian answered for Chi Fong. Of course, as long as it's edible. What about potatoes? Lu Yu pressed. Chi Fong snorted with a face full of mockery. You people growing potatoes? I passed by yesterday and took a careful look. The fields are still the same fields, the crops unchanged, all wheat. Poor as you are, where would you get the technology? Are you going to buy them outside or pick them up in the wilderness? Lu Yu ignored his sarcasm, keeping his gaze firmly locked on Chu Xian. Answer the question first. Chi Fong waved impatiently, letting Chu Xian continue dealing with this. Chu Xian had no choice but to nod. Yes, 1 potato equals 1 wheat. What about carrots? 2 wheat. Chu Xian gave his answer after recalling. Eggs. Chi Fong scoffed. Eggs? How many chickens have you people even seen? Only District 6 and above can afford to raise those things. Chu Xian still answered honestly. 1 egg, 3 wheat. Chicken meat. Same rate, 3 wheat. What about fish? Lu Yu threw out another term that almost stunned even Chi Fong. Chu Xian paused for a moment, then still quoted the rate. 1 fish, 5 wheat. Good, I understand. Lu Yu fell silent. The village chief's shoulders relaxed as the weight in his chest finally lifted. Trading goods for grain. Lu Yu had actually thought of this solution. As long as they weren't limited to wheat, 200 stacks wasn't a hopeless number. The wheat wasn't ripe yet, but they could go to the mountains to collect eggs and fish in the ice lake. Everyone in the village knew how to fish now, and working together, they could surely gather a batch. Moreover, 1 fish was worth 5 wheat. Just as the villagers were beginning to feel hopeful, Chi Fong coldly dropped another line. It must all be delivered within 3 days. Wasn't it usually a week in previous years? Someone couldn't help but question. It's changed. Chi Fong raised his voice. The attack on the Nether cannot be delayed. Discontent stuck in everyone's throats, but no one dared to argue back. The atmosphere grew as rigid as ice on a cold night. It's fine, 3 days is enough. Lu Yu said. The village chief gripped Lu Yu's arm and asked for confirmation. Are you sure this will be enough? Lu Yu smiled obediently. It really is enough. With that assurance, the village chief nodded repeatedly and raised his voice to give orders. Everyone, hurry home and get busy. Go fishing right away. Fish fishing. Chi Fong nearly slipped off his wooden stump as he watched the villagers scatter. He rubbed his eyes in bewilderment. They weren't just talking, they were actually serious? This village had neither rivers nor lakes, and where would District 7 get spider silk for fishing line? Follow them. Chi Fong commanded, and several of his subordinates hurried after him. They watched as the villagers returned to their courtyards and pulled out delicate fishing rods from beside tiny ponds. There really were fishing rods. Even more absurd, shortly after casting their lines, people were pulling lively, wriggling fish from those minuscule water surfaces. Chu Xian remembered his own boastful words and regretted them, rubbing his hands nervously. If fishing was really this easy, they could indeed save a lot of effort. Sigh. Chi Fong would probably take it out on him again. After careful observation, they discovered that fishing wasn't always successful. Sometimes fish bit within 10 minutes. Other times they'd wait half a day for a single catch. Chu Xian swallowed and quietly suggested, let's just let them trade fish for what we need. Chi Fong licked his lips, calculating in his mind. After all, District 7 didn't really need to deliver 200 sets, but 180. The extra 20 sets were always pocketed by rent collectors like them, and reselling them was common practice. Meanwhile, Lu Yu didn't head straight to the farmland, but went directly to the monster spawning point he'd selected in advance. He dug down exactly 16 blocks, just deep enough for skeletons to fall to their death, then channeled water to create a current that would wash monsters into the pit. He positioned himself at the bottom, waiting for experience points, bones, and arrows to drop into his inventory. He couldn't worry about complex redstone mechanisms for now. This simple monster farm would have to do. The entire process took less than an hour, with digging stone being the most time-consuming part. Once finished, he simply camped by the monster farm, fishing while collecting skeleton drops. Lu Yu's fishing speed was astonishing. By evening, his inventory was stuffed with a full stack of cod, 19 salmon, several pufferfish, and some tools with mediocre enchantments. With his storage space nearly full, he finally headed home. Lu Yu, where have you been all afternoon? We couldn't find you anywhere. At the courtyard entrance, Lin Xiaoming breathlessly intercepted him. Lu Yu scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Lin Xiaoming grabbed his arm and reported rapidly. We've all been busy fishing. Lu Yu, you're the fastest at fishing, please come help us. Lu Yu patted her shoulder and spoke softly to calm her. Don't worry, it's fine. Just wait for me. How can I not worry? Everyone's working frantically. Right now someone has to stay home to fish. Others need to search for chicken eggs outside the village, and the farmland needs tending too. The impatient Lin Xiaoming spoke faster and faster, chattering nonstop. Lu Yu didn't explain further and walked straight toward his room. Lu Yu, where are you going? He pointed at his door. To my room. Of course, he wasn't there to rest. The moment the door clicked shut, Lin Xiaoming stood bewildered at the entrance, not even having time to speak before Lu Yu had already slipped into the underground farm. He sorted the materials from his backpack, ground up the decorative bones into bone meal, and began cultivating carrots. Carrots could be traded for the most wheat, making them the best deal. He left the bottom two levels to grow naturally, focusing only on the layer right in front of him. Bone meal scattered, levers pulled, and lush green carrots sprouted up in waves. Repeating this process, it wasn't long before the bone meal was depleted and carrots filled several rows of his inventory. When his arms grew sore, he went up to the livestock level for some fresh air. Chicks chirped noisily in their coops as he collected over a dozen eggs and scattered some seeds for the new hatchlings. The adult chickens weren't so fortunate. He efficiently dispatched them one by one, adding half a stack of chicken meat to his inventory. After finishing up, he hummed a little tune as he descended to the deeper mob spawning level, fishing by the experience tower while waiting for skeletons to spawn. He survived on hastily cooked chicken and fish, too lazy to go home and face nagging from his mother and Lin Xiaoming. He kept this routine going for 3 straight days without showing his face once. Xiaoming, where's Lu Yu? Tao Lan paced anxiously around the house. Where has that boy run off to now? I don't know. Lin Xiaoming recalled that day. He just told me to wait for him, went into his room, and then vanished. Tao Lan stomped her feet in frustration, but the room was empty. What on earth is he up to? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaoming spilled everything. Auntie, the village has only managed to gather 10 stacks of grain in 3 days, bringing our total to 60 stacks. But when Lu Yu bought Fong Ao's plot, he promised to contribute another 50 stacks. Now everyone's waiting for him to deliver. What? Tao Lan's head buzzed. This house was bought with 50 stacks of grain. How could that boy make such a promise? 50 stacks? How could he possibly come up with that much? There was no time to think further as people in the square were already getting impatient. Lin Xiaoming helped the weak-kneed, anxious Tao Lan outside. Where's Lu Yu? Why isn't he here yet? I told you it was impossible. Fong Ao stood beside Chi Fong, desperately trying to get his attention. He probably ran away long ago. Lu Yu isn't that kind of person. Lin Xiaoming's voice rose, though she still lacked confidence. The villagers chattered among themselves, mostly sighing. If the entire village could only produce 10 stacks in 3 days, how could one person possibly come up with 50? Some had already strapped stone swords to their waists, prepared to drive out these exploiters if necessary. Meanwhile, Chi Fong and his group laughed leisurely. They were hoping the villagers couldn't pay up, giving them legitimate reason to use force. Chi Fong recalled his days in District 7, snorted coldly, and slammed his iron sword into the ground. Damn it. Are you paying or not? If you can't come up with it by nightfall, we're taking you all to District 6 for punishment. Fong Ao looked eager to try, practically wishing Lu Yu would be dragged away. He had almost aligned himself with Chi Fong's team, as if he wasn't from District 7 at all. His desperate attempt to curry favor made the watching villagers curse him as an ungrateful wretch and a bootlicker. He can. Lu Yu will definitely fulfill his promise. Lin Xiaoming forced herself to sound confident as she shouted to the crowd. Chi Fong snorted with laughter and looked around. Then where is Lu Yu? Lin Xiaoming opened her mouth, but couldn't answer. Her only impression of Lu Yu was of someone slow and unhurried. Fong Ao seized the opportunity to put on a tone of earnest concern. Lu Yu is just a treacherous bastard, Lin Xiaoming. You shouldn't have anything to do with him. Just as Lin Xiaoming was about to retort, a lazy voice suddenly came from the distance. What do you need me for? Everyone turned toward the sound, and it really was Lu Yu. Lu Yu, you're finally here. The villagers instantly swarmed around him, surrounding him completely, like welcoming a triumphant hero. Lu Yu, is it enough? If not, we'll buy more time. Thank you for your hard work. If it's not enough, we'll fight to defend the village. Lu Yu raised his hand to signal for quiet. It wasn't that he lacked the courage for a fight, but he knew the villagers didn't have proper equipment. In contrast, Chi Fong's group had complete iron armor and swords. If a real fight broke out, people would definitely get hurt. Moreover, he wasn't sure about District 1's strength or the true power of the top forces in the block continent. Acting rashly now would only make the situation spiral out of control. Seeing Lu Yu's late arrival, Chi Fong sneered mockingly. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I might take fewer people with me. Lu Yu smiled lightly. 50 sets. He gathered them all. The village chief's hand trembled, nearly dropping his walking stick. Lu Yu patted the old man's shoulder. Those 10 sets are for the villagers as provisions. I'll hand over the rest. Chi Fong squinted suspiciously. Are you serious? The items are a bit scattered. Who's going to count them? Lu Yu stepped forward and asked. Chu Xian stepped out from the formation. I'll do it. Good. Before the words had finished, Lu Yu flicked his wrist. 10 sets of carrots crashed to the ground with a whoosh, forming a small hill. Chi Fong's eyes widened. So many carrots? Where did you grow them? He clearly hadn't seen a single carrot field in the village. To harvest this scale in 3 days would require covering the entire plain. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to respond, and continued throwing out goods. 2 sets of wheat, 2 sets of potatoes. This time the quantities looked somewhat normal, and everyone managed to contain their shock. Then, 2 sets of chicken meat, 1 set of eggs. What? Fong was completely stunned. People from District 7 could actually raise chickens? And it was this Lu Yu who everyone treated like a fool? Xian was equally surprised, but still collected the supplies into his backpack. Is there more? He asked. The villagers nervously swallowed, their eyes following Lu Yu's every movement. Oh yes. Lu Yu grinned and raised his hand again. Fish shadows formed streams of light. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. A full 3 sets of fish crashed to the ground, their silver scales reflecting blinding light. Fong shot to his feet, rushed to Lu Yu, grabbed a fish and examined it from every angle, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. They were actually real fish? Xian calculated according to the conversion ratio he had been given. Is there more? He instinctively looked up, only to meet the impatient faces of the villagers' anger written in everyone's eyes. Don't push your luck, the crowd erupted. How can you still want more? This is outrageous. Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and reluctantly announced the result. The calculation shows 14 sets. We're still short 1 set. What? Everyone turned to look at Lu Yu in unison, and even the village chief was ready to pay out of his own pocket to make up the difference. But Lu Yu calmly raised his hand to stop them. He opened his backpack, and though there was clearly plenty of stock inside, his gaze went directly to that eye-catching yellow color. I have 1 more set of fish here. Fong, thinking about eating fresh grilled fish soon, immediately urged. Hand it over quickly. Lu Yu slowly pulled out the last 20 fish. They were golden yellow, round and plump like little balls, with shells covered in sharp spikes. Lin Xiaoming cried out. Ah, those aren't. Those are poisonous pufferfish. Lu Yu's intention was crystal clear. When someone rides on your neck, not retaliating would be unreasonable. He had saved this move all along. The villagers had all witnessed Zhuang Mu's miserable state after swallowing that fish, and thinking that these outsiders would suffer the same fate, they all struggled to suppress their laughter until their faces turned red. This way we actually have a few dozen extra. You can eat them slowly on the road. Lu Yu said indifferently. Fong glanced at Lu Yu. This kid knows how to be considerate? These fish look unusual. But the Tastihi suddenly shut his mouth to avoid revealing his thoughts about pocketing public provisions. All right, that's enough. Let's go. After several days of trouble, these plague gods were finally sent away. The villagers escorted them far beyond the village entrance and spat several times at their retreating figures to vent their anger. Lu Yu looked down to organize his gear and suddenly discovered a folded map in his pocket, obviously slipped in quietly by Xian before leaving. Xian had probably seen through his methods and was showing goodwill in advance. Lu Yu thought about it. This person was one of the few clear-headed characters in that team, and following someone like Fong was probably just to make a living. As for when they might meet again, he couldn't be bothered to speculate. On the other side, Fong Ao was completely convinced that Fong would take him along, and had his father move all his luggage to the village entrance in advance. What are you still following us for? Fong's question caught Fong Ao completely off guard. Well, sir, I've been serving you these past few days. Fong Ao forced a smile. Fong picked his ear and snorted coldly. What? You want us to thank you? No, I wouldn't dare. Fong Ao's voice was barely audible. Then go back where you came from. Fong kicked him aside. Fong Ao was stunned on the spot. Fong Chong rushed over, full of expectation. Son, where are they? Let's catch up quickly. Catch up my ass. Fong Ao exploded in anger, and the father and son started arguing in the street like 2 mad dogs tearing at each other. After shaking off this pair of clowns, Fong's group had barely left the village before they set up camp and lit a fire, preparing to grill the fish. Not only Fong, but all the carefree ones except Xian had developed a craving for this grilled fish, and with delicious food before them, they even forgot about their previous complaints against Fong. Fong rummaged through his backpack, carefully selecting items until he finally chose something that looked particularly fresh and appealing in Colora pufferfish. Let's eat this one. It's something new I've never tried before. He held up the plump yellow fish. Qing Yu and the others had only seen pufferfish in books, let alone this golden, bulging variety, so they were immediately intrigued. They set up a makeshift stove on the ground, stuffing it full of charcoal until flames crackled and leaped upward. The fish skin sizzled on the iron rack as grease dripped from its belly with loud pops and splatters. Before long, the pufferfish was lightly charred on the surface and filled the air with its savory aroma. Everyone eagerly began to share the meal. Xian, why aren't you eating? Someone offered a piece of golden brown fish meat to Xian. I don't eat fish. Xian shook his head. How picky? The burly man scoffed, thinking him unmanly. But Xian's heart ran cold. Wasn't being picky, he was afraid. When Lu Yu had handed him the pufferfish earlier, that sly glance had made his hair stand on end. He had originally wanted to trade the map for useful information, but Fong had rushed them along, leaving no time for questions. His instincts screamed, don't touch that fish. He crouched at a distance, watching his teammates devour the meal ravenously, his heart in his throat. If something was truly wrong, He hoped they wouldn't drag him down with them. Selfish or cruel as it might be, if disaster struck, they had brought it upon themselves. Captain, why are you swaying? You're swaying too? Several people who had just swallowed their last bites of grilled fish turned pale. Chu Xian frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you all? I feel like the world is spinning." Fong clutched his throbbing head and cursed loudly. "Damn it! We're poisoned. The fish is toxic. Captain, my health is dropping. Mine too. Are we all going to die here?" They grabbed onto Chu Xian, the only one who hadn't been poisoned, nearly in tears with panic. "Think of something. I don't know anything about pufferfish either." Chu Xian hadn't expected Lu Yu to be so ruthless. If they all perished, he'd have trouble explaining to his superiors too. Maybe drink lots of water? To flush out the poison. Good idea. Everyone stumbled toward the river that led to the village. The dizziness made their legs weak, and several people tumbled into the water with loud splashes, flailing in terror. Help! The icy river water flooded their mouths and noses, but they seemed to regain some clarity. Whether the toxins were being diluted or the water was helping, after much splashing about, they climbed onto the riverbank with dripping wet heads. Their clothes were soaked, but they stuffed their mouths with carrots and chewed frantically, watching their health bars slowly climb back up. That kid definitely did it on purpose. Fong gripped his half-eaten carrot, grinding his teeth. He wanted us to die on the road. His subordinates, exhausted from the ordeal, voiced their complaints. "Captain, we can't let this slide." Heh. Fong let out a sinister laugh, his gaze turning menacingly toward the distant village. Not just him, but everyone in that damned village. He crushed the carrot stub in his hand and growled in a low voice. "They're all going to die. Dad, look, they're back." Fong Ao had been sulking all day, still lying by the windowsill with his eyes fixed on the dark shadows in the forest. Despite the night falling around him, he felt no drowsiness, only waiting for that familiar figure to appear. Finally, several silhouettes emerged from the forest's edge. His first reaction was joy, nearly jumping up, thinking they had returned to take him along. However, when the moonlight illuminated their faces, he could clearly see their expressions, fierce and aggressive, with two words written plainly across their features: revenge. Oh no, they were back to cause trouble. Fong Chong reacted swiftly, forcefully pushing Fong Ao's head down. "Dad, they..." Fong Chong quickly covered his son's mouth. Father and son crouched beneath the window, holding their breath and listening intently. Footsteps approached, accompanied by the dull thudding of axes chopping wood. Cold sweat broke out on Fong Chong's back. Surely they weren't. After the commotion moved away, he cautiously peered out the window, only to see that group had torn apart nearly an entire section of the fence, leaving it in shambles. As a longtime resident of District 7, he understood all too well what that fence meant. It kept the monsters out. Destroying the fence was like opening the door for monsters. "Dad, what should we do? Should we go fix it?" Fong Chong's eyes darted around as he whispered, "No need." While speaking, he began rummaging through luggage in the house. "Son, do you remember what that aunt on your mother's side who married into District 6 is called?" "Dad, what do you mean? Are we going to?" Fong Chong had no time for explanations, only sealing doors and windows while hastily packing their belongings. At dawn, that same night, Lu Yu also sensed something amiss. After working nonstop for 3 days, he should have fallen asleep immediately, yet his heart felt inexplicably restless. He decided to go down to the basement and add iron plating to that iron golem. Called it Tin Man. "Hey there, big guy, what are you up to?" The iron golem only responded with creaking metallic friction sounds. They faced each other in silence. Lu Yu suddenly felt it was wasteful to keep this gentle giant locked underground, so he began digging a sloped passage, planning to push Tin Man back to the surface. Since it couldn't climb ladders, it could only ascend gradual slopes, so he carved out gentle steps sideways, with the exit leading roughly to his own courtyard. For safety, he left a thin layer of soil as a cover. Just as he was about to return to his room, a zombie's low growl echoed from above. Groan. Huh. The courtyard was filled with torches covering every corner. How could zombies spawn there? Tin Man became agitated by the stimulus, frantically ramming the ceiling as if trying to break through the earth. "Easy there, I'll handle this alone." After calming the iron golem, Lu Yu rushed to the surface. What met his eyes wasn't just one zombie. Several monsters were scattered throughout the village, with even a skeleton mixed in. He drew his axe, swiftly chopping down the one in front of him while rapidly thinking. To prevent monsters, the village stayed brightly lit every night and hadn't had incidents for over 10 years. The only accident had been when monsters spawned underground in his house initially. Today's monsters clearly weren't spawned. They had broken in from outside. Their village's fence must have been breached. Lu Yu suspected that the fence wouldn't have broken for no reason. It had to be deliberate. As the night deepened, he was about to investigate when he suddenly heard the creaking of a wooden door behind him. "Lu Yu, what's happening?" Lin Xiaoming rubbed her eyes and poked her head out, yawning as she pushed open the front door. Since it was still the early hours of morning, she was still groggy. "Quick, close the door." Lu Yu's sharp command startled her awake, and she hurriedly looked up through the door crack. Zombies. and skeleton monsters. The torches were still burning, illuminating the village entrance brightly, but the light revealed a massive horde of zombies and white skeletons. Pale bone frames and rotting corpses swayed together, sending chills racing up Lin Xiaoming's spine to the top of her head. Lu Yu, what are you still standing out there for? She stamped her feet anxiously. Come back inside. Their shouting alerted the villagers, and lights began flickering on in the matchbox-sized wooden houses one after another. What's happening? Look, there are zombies everywhere outside. Dear, this is terrible. Screams erupted one after another. Someone peeked out and spotted the young man in the yard. Look, Lu Yu is still outside. Tell him to hide quickly. Everyone's unanimous thought was to wait for dawn. Wait for the sun, but Lu Yu instead drew out a shovel. Lin Xiaoming thought he was going to dig a hole to hide in, and her heart relaxed slightly. But then, something incredible happened. What was that? From the dirt that the shovel had turned over, a massive white head suddenly emerged with blood-red eyes, its half-body already taller than an adult, radiating an aura more terrifying than the zombies and skeletons. Lu Yu, Lin Xiaoming nearly screamed, thinking he had unearthed some underground monster. Look, what is that thing? I've never seen anything like it. Why isn't he running? At that moment, Lu Yu was trapped between the dirt pit and the monster hordean unknown giant creature in front, bloodthirsty zombies behind, seemingly a dead end. Then the massive creature suddenly raised its arm. Lu Yu, run, someone urged from behind a window. Lin Xiaoming rushed to the doorway in panic, but froze the next second. The giant's iron fist didn't strike Lu Yu, but instead swept at the zombies behind him. Under the heavy blow, the rotting corpses staggered back several steps. All the onlookers' mouths dropped open in unison. Why was that monster attacking the zombies? As if responding to everyone's confusion, the iron golem raised both arms high and charged into the monster horde. 2 punches per zombie, 3 punches per skeleton. Its movements were clean and brutal, like a war god in berserker mode. Oh, that's incredible. Tin Man, well done. Lu Yu looked at the debris scattered across the ground, waved approvingly at the iron golem, then hurried over to Lin Xiaoming's side. What are you doing out here? Get back inside. But Lin Xiaoming didn't look away. Her gaze remained fixed on the massive golem that was swinging its arms and sweeping through the zombies. What is that thing? A pet I found, Lu Yu replied dismissively. A pet? Lin Xiaoming's eyes widened. That huge? That powerful? Are you kidding me? The iron golem was already walking toward the village entrance with heavy steps. Lu Yu didn't dare delay and immediately followed. Lu Yu, where are you going now? Lin Xiaoming reached out to grab him, but Lu Yu's sharp glare made her stop in her tracks. Go back inside. I'm going to repair the fence. His clothes slipped through her fingers as Lin Xiaoming watched his retreating figure, her heart filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, someone was pounding frantically on the village chief's door. Chief! Chief! Quick, let me in. The village chief opened the door to find a man wrapped in worn leather armor, gripping a stone sword, and looking around in panic. What happened? Don't ask questions, just let me in. The man rushed into the house and slammed the door behind him. The frantic run had left his throat parched, but he couldn't spare time for water as he urgently explained the situation. The fence was somehow destroyed, and a horde of zombies broke into the village. The village chief's face turned pale as he scolded. Then why did you come out? Taking such a huge risk. Chief, please listen. That boy Lu Yu somehow got hold of a big monster, and that creature helped him kill many zombies. Really? The village chief's curiosity overcame his fear as he shuffled to the window to peek outside. The horizon was showing the pale light of dawn, with warm colors slowly spreading from the skyline. It's almost daybreak, he murmured, then asked, where's Lu Yu? He took that big guy to repair the fence. How can we leave everything to a child? The village chief slapped his thigh hard and sighed. The man hung his head, nervously fidgeting with his stone sword. Indeed, they adults were hiding indoors while letting Lu Yu, just a kid, fight desperately outside. The village chief raised his voice. It's almost dawn. Quickly gather all the men in the village. Those with weapons grab weapons. Those with armor put on armor. Everyone come out to work. As soon as the order was given, the messenger rushed out of the house. Before long, all the village men had gathered in the clearing. Lin Xiaoming also defied Lu Yu's instructions and quietly joined the group. Chief, I'm going too. By now, no zombies could be seen around the houses, demonstrating the combat effectiveness of Lu Yu and the Iron Golem, and the danger had significantly decreased. Everyone planned to form groups to reduce the risk. Where's Zhuang Mu? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked. All the village men should have been present, but Zhuang Mu was notably absent. Has anyone seen him? No. The village chief immediately instructed, we'll send a team to check on Zhuang Mu later, in case something happened to him. Just as they finished making all the arrangements and were about to set out, they unexpectedly ran into Lu Yu returning. Why are you all out here? Lu Yu stopped in his tracks, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces as his thoughts churned. How could we let a young man like you handle everything outside by yourself? A burly man shouldering a hoe grinned broadly. We need to do our part too. Exactly, Lu Yu. Before he could finish speaking, everyone noticed the massive figure behind him. The iron golem stepped forward with heavy footfalls, walking steadily toward the group. Standing 2 stories tall, it cast a large shadow in the morning light. Whoa, what a huge thing. Several people instinctively stepped back, unable to hide the fear in their eyes. What is that thing? Some had only heard rumors about Lu Yu fighting alongside this giant, but seeing it in person left them at a loss. A well-informed man nearby immediately teased them. Huh? What are you afraid of? That's Lu Yu's subordinate. Lu Yu's subordinate? Another group showed the same disbelief as Lin Xiaoming had when she first heard about it. Lu Yu raised his hand and patted the iron golem's cold head, the heavy metallic echo ringing out. Don't be afraid. It won't attack us. The iron golem only strikes hostile creatures. If they don't attack first, it will never harm villagers. Really? A tentative palm pressed against the metal shell cold and hard while the iron golem remained perfectly still. It's true. Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and she suddenly looked thoughtful. Lu Yu, could it be that what Chief Fong and the others saw that day was this? Her words enlightened everyone. Right. Was it at your house when Chief Fong and the others mistook it for a monster? Lu Yu gave a vague response. Probably so. Serves them right. Nearly scared them to death. Someone laughed heartily, giving the iron golem's chest plate a heavy pat, as if praising a distinguished hunting dog. Having such a big guy following Lu Yu to help us clear out monsters, how impressive. I was scared to death before, but when I saw it through my window last night, I wasn't worried at all anymore. Look at your courage. Others laughed and scolded, though their tone was relaxed. Everyone surrounded the iron golem, touching it from top to bottom. The village chief watched these grown men acting like excited children and chuckled, then remembered the matter at hand. Lu Yu, did you repair the fence? Yes. Lu Yu nodded. Oh, you child. It wasn't a rebuke, but more self-reproach. The village chief thought to himself that a group of grown men weren't as brave as Lu Yu, a young man who had just come of age. Lu Yu continued explaining. I'm worried there might still be zombies and skeletons hiding in the shadows. I want to take the iron golem on another patrol. Child, you've been up all night. Rest first. The village chief patted his shoulder, his tone gentle but brooking no argument. Let the elders do their part too. Lu Yu opened his mouth to protest but could only nod, stepping back half a pace to let the others take the stage. Lin Xiaoming had just lifted her foot to follow the group when the village chief called out to her. Child, now that Lu Yu is back, you can rest easy. Go home and pack your luggage. Pack luggage. Only then did Lu Yu turn to look at Lin Xiaoming. He saw her freeze for a moment, then nod with faint sadness. All right. Lu Yu suddenly remembered that although the timing was inappropriate given the village attack, it was indeed time for Lin Xiaoming to leave. Lu Yu had originally planned to craft a set of iron armor for Lin Xiaoming before she left, but now he found himself in quite a predicament. He leaned against the wooden fence, his gaze following the towering iron golem at the village entrance. That big guy he had crafted by smelting every last piece of iron he had into ingots. Now with barely any iron ore left in the entire mine shaft, yet still wanting to forge a suit of armor for Lin Xiaoming, he was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. At that moment, Lin Xiaoming returned to Lu Yu's house with somewhat dejected steps. She began gathering her scattered clothes and small accessories from around the room, preparing to go back to her old house to pack her belongings. Looking around, the exquisite room that had once amazed her now felt as familiar as her own little nest. She couldn't believe she had actually stayed at Lu Yu's place for so long. Lu Yu followed her inside but said nothing, walking straight into the small adjacent room. The door closed, hiding him completely inside. Lin Xiaoming pouted, her cheeks puffing up like an indignant pufferfish. She was about to leave Snow Mountain Village on a journey with no certain return date, and Lu Yu showed no reaction whatsoever. Was he really going to shut himself in that room for another entire day? At this thought, she irritably stuffed her spare clothes into her bag. Xiaoming, what's happening? Tao Lan's voice came from the doorway. She had just emerged from her own room and frowned upon seeing Lin Xiaoming with her luggage. As one of the women who stayed behind, she wasn't aware of the conversation outside. Auntie, I have to leave. Leave? Today? Isn't it dangerous out there? Tao Lan quickly stepped forward and grasped her hand. I don't know. Lin Xiaoming shook her head. The village chief told me I could pack my things. Though Tao Lan was worried, since it was the village chief's instruction, she couldn't say much and could only let out a long sigh. Glancing around the room, she noticed Lu Yu was nowhere to be seen. Where's that boy Lu Yu? You're leaving. Why isn't he here helping you see what else you might need? Mentioning Lu Yu made Lin Xiaoming even more dejected. He's back in that small room again. Who knows what he's busy with? How can this child be so dense? Tao Lan slapped her thigh. Don't call him auntie. He's probably tinkering with some new invention again. Let's not interrupt his train of thought. Lin Xiaoming smiled bitterly, shouldered her luggage, and pushed the door open. I can manage on my own. Tao Lan stood in the doorway, watching the retreating figure of the girl she considered her daughter-in-law, still anxiously stamping her feet before finally knocking on Lu Yu's door. Son, Xiaoming is leaving, and we don't even know if she'll come back. Why aren't you seeing her off? Silence. Not a sound came from the room. In fact, Lu Yu had already descended through the secret passage to the underground mining level. Where's the iron? In the dim mine shaft, he held up a wooden torch and looked around, finding not a single piece of iron ore. It seemed that during his last mining expedition, he had already depleted this branch of the mine. With no other choice, he mined all the exposed coal along the path, crafted a whole pile of torches, then returned to the farm to harvest wheat and bake bread, preparing several stacks of provisions. The memory of his last outing with Lin Xiaoming conserving torches and rationing bread while gathering seeds was still vivid in his mind. Since she was embarking on a long journey, he absolutely couldn't let her run short of supplies on the road. After finishing all this, Lu Yu sat down on a nearby stone to rest and yawned. When he had some free time, he opened his world chat group. Server information immediately appeared before his eyes: 3150 players, 29 online. Lu Yu remembered that the last time he checked, there were only a few scattered messages in the group. Now the membership had suddenly jumped to 31, and even more strangely, the number of online players didn't match the total. Were more travelers like him still pouring in, or had some people already gone offline? A chilling thought crossed his mind as he typed his first message in the group. What happened to those who aren't online? Someone immediately chimed in. Yeah, where did the offline players go? Did they return to their original world? Come on, guys, you're just noticing this now? Player 003, you're a bit slow on the uptake. Lu Yu looked down and saw that his ID was indeed 003, a very conspicuous number. If his theory was correct, then he was the third person to arrive on the block continent. Huh? They died. The group fell into brief silence. So it turned out that being killed on this continent meant permanent logout. Early deaths were either due to bad luck or poor skills. As for that 50, it was probably the server limit. What would happen when it reached capacity? Lu Yu felt another layer of curiosity building up inside him. His comment was like a spark that instantly ignited the channel. I just discovered there was a chat group. Where is everyone? Can we team up? I'm terrible at this. Does anyone remember how to craft scissors? It's torture without Google. I worry about food. Every day me wheat grows like a snail. Has anyone seen pigs, cows, or sheep? All I know how to do is bake bread. Lu Yu silently looked up at his neatly functioning redstone farm, then thought about the skeleton spawner underground. Where can I find skeletons? I need bones, guys. I need spider silk. Can anyone trade some? Cries for help echoed throughout the group, but he was already living in a well-equipped mansion. Suddenly, a new message popped up. Friendly reminder, the full moon is coming. There'll be a zombie horde that night. Player 001, a veteran? He seemed to have insider information. What? Can we even survive that? I'm stockpiling food and going underground. See you later, guys. Underground is dangerous too. Zombies go berserk during the full moon. Wah, I want to go home to mommy. Lu Yu frowned. Others only needed to protect their own lives. But he was in a village where all the villagers probably wouldn't survive the zombie horde. He had to make more preparations. After resting and gathering his strength, he shouldered his bulging pack and stepped out the door. When he reached the village entrance, Lin Xiaoming was talking with the village chief, and a stranger stood beside them. What that person was wearing was actually enchanted iron armor. What else could that shimmering purple armor be but enchanted gear? Lu Yu furrowed his brow, finally grasping the staggering wealth gap across the block continent. While their 7th district still worried about their next meal, people from the 3rd district casually wore expensive enchanted armor as everyday attire. The newcomer had a stern face with a tight-lipped mouth, naturally radiating an intimidating presence. Even the usually composed village chief couldn't help but stiffen his spine in the man's presence. The village had never produced a genius worthy of direct admission to the 3rd district. The last legend was Lu Yu's elusive father, and even he had only been sent to the 5th district. The area around the village isn't safe. Wouldn't it be dangerous to set out now? The village chief finally mustered the courage to speak, his tone cautious, afraid of being misunderstood as questioning the man's abilities. Huh. The armored man let out a contemptuous snort. From his perspective, mere baby zombies weren't worth mentioning, but Lu Yu knew the situation wasn't that simple. Lin Xiaoming stood at the back of the crowd, her hands twisting the corners of her clothes so tightly that her rough fabric shirt looked like a crumpled pickle. But I heard the full moon is coming in a few days. Lu Yu couldn't help but interject, worried that Lin Xiaoming might encounter a zombie horde halfway and die in the wilderness before even reaching the 3rd district's gates. Lu Yu, child, what are you doing here? The village chief frantically pushed him back, afraid that one wrong word might anger the man before them. But Lu Yu stood his ground stubbornly, refusing to retreat. Oh, the man raised an eyebrow with a mocking smile. Little brat, you even know about the full moon? What's a full moon? Lin Xiaoming blinked in confusion, the term completely foreign to her. The village chief frowned, trying to remember. Full moon. I think I heard that name from my father. This isn't information your 7th district should have access to. The man narrowed his eyes, then smiled. The full moon only descends on specific regions each time. For nearly a century, it's fallen on the front districts, having nothing to do with your remote 6th and 7th districts. But since none of the other districts have reported anomalies, it's probably your turn now. The 6th and 7th districts were small territories with historically minimal chances of being selected, which explained why the locals had never heard of it. The man spoke casually, but Lu Yu clenched his fists at that relaxed attitude. The man clearly knew what was coming but couldn't be bothered to warn them. To 3rd District people, the life and death of the 6th and 7th districts meant nothing. Information had become a tool for showing off. That dazzling enchanted armor was proof enough in the same continent. The information gap between different regions was terrifying. However, Country Bumpkin, you probably don't know there's a direct highway to the 3rd district, do you? The man grinned mockingly. A highway? Could it be underground minecarts? Were there really rails leading directly to the 3rd district? Lu Yu frowned in thought, but to the man, it looked like he'd never even heard the word vehicle. Ha! The man burst into mocking laughter. To Lu Yu, this stranger was insignificant. His real concern was Lin Xiaoming's safety. He quickly walked over to Lin Xiaoming. Lu Yu. Lin Xiaoming tilted her head to look at her. The gloom that had been weighing on her heart instantly lifted. She had thought that Lu Yu, dense as he was, had forgotten about her departure, but it turned out he had remembered all along. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the girl's eyes. Lu Yu awkwardly pulled items from his backpack one by one. Here's some bread, carrots, potatoes, and a few pieces of fish and chicken for the road. The armful of food was simple but substantial. Lin Xiaoming stood stunned for a moment, then smiled warmly. Thank you. The man in enchanted armor nearby was also taken aback. The food this kid from District 7 casually produced was nearly as good as what they had in District 3. Lu Yu then pulled out a bundle of torches. Take these too. Next, he drew out a brand new iron sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. This was Lin Xiaoming's first time truly owning an iron weapon, and she ran her fingers along the blade with delight. I'll treasure it always. After the food and iron sword, Lu Yu's movements seemed ordinary enough. Just as the man in enchanted armor was losing interest, Lu Yu pulled a pumpkin from the bottom of his pack. Thinking of how he usually wore pumpkin heads to scare people, Lin Xiaoming laughed sweetly and innocently. Lu Yu, what are you giving me this for? Lu Yu's expression was completely serious. For protection. The village chief and the man in enchanted armor both wondered. How could a pumpkin be used for protection? Lu Yu explained. If you encounter those tall, thin, pitch-black monsters, don't make eye contact with them. Put on the pumpkin head first. Though Lin Xiaoming didn't understand the reasoning, she trusted that Lu Yu wouldn't deceive her and obediently tucked away the pumpkin. The man in enchanted armor, however, was thunderstruck. His name was Qian Lu, a veteran star-level mining team captain from District 3 who had seen those black creatures with his own eyes. They were their nightmare. Until now, they only had two options, fight Hedon or flee. He never expected this kid from District 7, whom he had just been looking down on, to reveal a possible countermeasure. Qian Lu rushed forward and grabbed Lu Yu's thin shoulders, his pupils dilated with shock. Kid, who exactly are you? Lu Yu answered calmly. I just discovered it by chance. By chance. Qian Lu could hardly believe it. Lu Yu added, I was playing outside wearing a pumpkin head and noticed they didn't attack me actively. As long as you don't make eye contact, you're fine. Qian Lu pondered the mysterious connection between pumpkins and eye contact, thinking to himself in amazement. Had District 7 really produced two geniuses in a single year? Seeing Qian Lu lost in thought, the village chief and Lin Xiaoming didn't dare interrupt. Lu Yu, however, had no such reservations and reminded him bluntly. Sir, shouldn't you be taking Lin Xiaoming and heading out? Qian Lu nodded as if snapping back to reality, looking up at Lin Xiaoming. Right? I need to take her back. Time to go. But before leaving, he gazed at Lu Yu with reluctance, his tone earnest and hopeful. Young man, would you be willing to come with me to District 3? Hope instantly ignited in Lin Xiaoming's eyes. If Lu Yu left with her, she wouldn't have to be separated from him anymore. The village chief standing nearby also showed eager anticipation. Having two geniuses emerge during his tenure would be unprecedented glory. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on Lu Yu, awaiting his response. The young man simply shook his head calmly. I'm not going. His tone was resolute and decisive. Those few words left everyone stunned. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With Mr. Qian Lu from the 3rd District personally inviting him to come along, anyone else would have been overjoyed. The village chief couldn't help but confirm again. Lu Yu, are you truly not going? Lu Yu's explanation was straightforward. I can't abandon my mother. Besides, he said the full moon is approaching soon, and I can't desert the village at a time like this. Qian Lu squinted as he studied the young man, deliberating for a moment before speaking. Kid, surviving the full moon isn't simple. He had witnessed that scene firsthand, fully armed elite miners forming defensive lines, yet still forced to retreat step by step before the zombie horde. However, Qian Lu's words didn't shake Lu Yu's confidence. On the contrary, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the young man's eyes, as if he were anticipating some thrilling game. Qian was secretly amazed. Others would either be frightened or hesitant upon hearing of danger, but this kid seemed more enthusiastic the greater the peril. No problem, Lu said casually. Somehow, this simple no problem carried a strangely convincing power. Qian remained silent for a moment, then still felt compelled to warn. Don't underestimate the enemy. The number and strength of zombies that attack during each full moon varies. If you truly encounter elite zombie squads, you'll only be waiting for death. Your best bet would be to dig a hole and bury yourselves, then wait for daybreak. Thanks for the warning, Lu nodded. Qian sighed deeply, both lamenting the young man's lack of awareness and worrying about his future. But he still had duties to fulfill, so he could only turn to leave with Lin Xiaoming. Let's go. As their figures gradually disappeared into the distance, the village chief finally grabbed Lu's arm. Lu, can you tell me more details about this so-called full moon? Lu began recounting everything without reservation. The village chief was the backbone of the village, and his retelling would carry more weight in everyone's eyes. Lu was still just a young man who had barely come of age. The full moon zombie tide of the block continent was extremely similar to zombie sieges in movies like Resident Evil. Zombies within a certain area would collectively attack players and villagers on the night of the full moon. Originally in the game, zombie strength would increase with players' online time, but now that the entire world had become the real block continent, the strength was completely random, purely a matter of luck. Lu briefly explained all of this. After listening, the village chief immediately asked, "Should we start preparing now then?" Of course. Returning to the village chief immediately rang the bell to gather everyone. When the crowd surged forward, he scanned them and noticed a figure he hadn't seen earlier. Zhuangmu, the village chief called out publicly. "When I gathered the men for patrol earlier, where did you go?" Being called out in front of everyone, the scene immediately fell quiet. The uncle beside Zhuangmu suddenly burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. Huh? Him? He was scared unconscious by a zombie in his yard before dawn and just collapsed on the spot. Lu couldn't help but facepalm. Could there really be such a weak man? No way. Zhuangmu hurriedly explained. That's not what happened. Zhuangmu, stop making excuses. It really wasn't. Zhuangmu raised his voice. I saw a green monster, and it was glowing white at my doorstep, so What kind of monster could that be? Zhuangmu, just stop lying. The crowd grew even more skeptical. Green, white light. Lu's heart stirred as he listened. Could Zhuangmu have encountered a creeper about to explode? Or perhaps he had already been caught in the blast. Where is this green monster now? Lu pressed. I don't know. Zhuangmu hung his head in shame. The village chief spoke gravely. That thing is a threat. We need to find it quickly. However, compared to this unknown creature, the zombie horde on the full moon night was more pressing. The village chief looked up at the villagers gathered in the square and announced hoarsely. Everyone, last night we faced an unprecedented attack from hordes of zombies and skeletons. Thanks to Lu defending our village, we managed to survive. He paused for a moment to let everyone absorb this, then continued. But the gentleman from District 3 just brought us news in a few days. There will be an even more fierce zombie attack. What? Gasps erupted throughout the crowd. Timid villagers clutched their companions, and young children began to sob in fear. Mommy, I don't want to see zombies. The village chief raised his hand to quiet the commotion. Fortunately, Lu learned of this in advance, so we still have time to prepare. Desperate, Zhuangmu asked. How can we possibly defend against them? The village chief glanced at Lu before answering. District 3 suggests we temporarily hide underground that night. Lu nodded slightly in agreement. So, the village chief continued. We need to dig a shelter large enough and stockpile food. As his words settled, a new problem emerged. Their food supplies were nearly depleted. If they truly had to endure several nights underground, everyone might starve to death. Don't worry, I have some. Lu suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned. Just last night, he had single-handedly provided 50 stacks of food, and now he claimed to have more? Many secretly marveled. Just how bold and resourceful was this man? Next, everything was organized according to Lu's suggestions. 1. Several groups would inspect and reinforce the fences, building the village's first line of defense. 2. Another team would wield pickaxes to dig and expand the underground shelter. 3. The remaining villagers would venture out to gather and prepare food. Everyone, let's get moving. The village chief rallied them one last time from the platform, then stumbled down the steps. From last night until now, the old man hadn't slept a wink. Lu noticed his exhaustion and suggested, Village chief, why don't you rest for a while? How can I rest when all the villagers are working hard? The village chief stubbornly waved his hand. I may be old, but I'm not that frail yet. With that, he joined the patrol team, his steps unsteady but determined. Lu sighed and turned to head back underground, ready to push his redstone farm even harder. At this moment, they had all forgotten about the green monster that Zhuangmu had mentioned earlier. Lu had prepared several sets of food supplies and was getting ready to head down to the mine. Suddenly, A cacophony erupted outside, hurried footsteps and panicked cries mixed together, hitting his heart like a heavy hammer. Lu Yu's heart lurched, and his instincts told him something terrible had happened. This is bad. There's a monster at the village entrance. Does anyone have clean cloth at home? Wah! Village chief, village chief. Heart-wrenching wails poured through the door cracks. Lu Yu pushed open the door and rushed to the street corner, only to see the crowd in complete chaos. At the center, Uncle Chunda was carrying the blood-soaked village chief on his back, struggling forward. With each careful step he took, he couldn't stop the streams of fresh blood dripping from the village chief's legs, staining the ground crimson. Village chief, wake up, don't fall asleep. Several villagers who had returned with them were crying themselves hoarse. Uncle Chunda wanted to quicken his pace, but feared that jostling would tear the wounds further, so he could only suppress his anxiety in his chest. The village chief's eyes were half open, his consciousness fading. Lu Yu approached. What happened to the village chief? Before he could finish speaking, someone roughly pushed him aside. Lu Yu, get out of the way. Go find Zhuangmu quickly and have him treat the village chief's wounds. Block people need doctors too? Zhuangmu is a doctor? Thinking of that man's usual boastful demeanor, Lu Yu felt uneasy. Watching the crowd rush away, he grabbed the last straggler. What exactly happened? The person caught his breath, still shaken. A monster. A green monster that suddenly exploded. A monster? Lu Yu's brow furrowed tightly. I told you there were monsters. Zhuangmu arrived upon hearing the commotion, immediately trying to salvage his previously lost face. What's the point of arguing about that now? Hurry and save the village chief, the villagers urged in unison. Oh, let me take a look. Only then did Zhuangmu bend down. The people carried the village chief to a bed, and the white sheets were instantly soaked with blood. Zhuangmu grabbed some dusty cloth strips and hastily wrapped them around the village chief's lower body. Lu Yu watched with a deep frown. In his original world, this method was neither sanitary nor would it stop the bleeding. Even by the rules of the block continent, the village chief's health bar was visibly dropping. After bustling about for a while, not only did the village chief's complexion not improve, but it became as gray and lifeless as dried tree bark. The villagers gathered in a circle were anxious beyond measure. Zhuangmu, why isn't the village chief getting better? This. Zhuangmu was at a loss for words. Before Lu Yu's soul transfer, Zhuangmu had indeed been one of the few people in the village who was well-versed in crafting recipes and had considerable knowledge. The villagers trusted him, so it was natural for them to entrust injured people to his care. The villagers had come to rely on his knowledge, and there had been cases where injured people sought Zhuangmu's treatment. Since the injury wasn't fatal, although Zhuangmu appeared busy and seemed to be helping, most of the healing was actually happening naturally over time. He fumbled with herbs and bandages, his movements appearing skilled, but in reality, he was simply re-wrapping the wound. By sheer coincidence, the villagers and even Zhuangmu himself believed he had mastered the art of treating injuries, but sadly this wasn't the case. Lu Yu could see clearly. If this continued much longer, the village chief would likely be treated to death. At this thought, he could no longer stand by idly. He pushed Zhuangmu aside. You're doing this all wrong. Zhuangmu looked up, and seeing it was Lu Yu, his face immediately filled with displeasure. I'm doing it wrong? Don't tell me you know how to handle this. Lu Yu pointed at the village chief's increasingly pale face, his tone stern. Do you see the chief's face? If you were doing it right, would he look like this? The watching villagers followed Lu Yu's pointing finger, and their hearts skipped a beat. Not only had the village chief's complexion not improved, it had become drained of all color, almost like a corpse. Yes, what should we do now? Someone asked anxiously. Zhuangmu's face flushed red, but all he could manage was, You're all talking nonsense. Then do something. We can't just watch the village chief. Urgent voices rose one after another. He was speechless, still trying to save face. Lu Yu gave him no room to retreat. Why don't you step aside? If something happens to the village chief, can you take responsibility? That one sentence shattered all pretense, and Zhuangmu fell silent, stepping aside. Lu Yu immediately bent down, determining that the urgent priority was to restore the village chief's health, or rather, his life force. He pulled a golden brown baked potato from his pack, its skin slightly charred and interior soft, something even a severely injured person could swallow. Lu Yu lifted the village chief's head, calling softly, Village chief, wake up, eat something. The village chief weakly opened his eyes, his lips cracked and dry, but he could still open his mouth. Just as he swallowed a small piece of potato, skeptical voices arose again. Zhuangmu frowned. Making the village chief eat at a time like this? Lu Yu almost wanted to roll his eyes. Unable to do anything himself, he assumed others couldn't either, standing there being pessimistic. No wonder he was so annoying. He couldn't be bothered to explain further, simply dropping the words. Watch carefully and learn. After a few bites of baked potato, a miracle occurred. The deathly gray color on the village chief's face seemed to be wiped away, and a faint flush quickly appeared. He's better, he's better. Look everyone, the villagers exclaimed. Lu Yu bent down to ask, Village chief, how do you feel now? Much, much better. The village chief's voice was still weak, but clearly audible. Zhuang Mu watched in stunned amazement. Lu Yu continued feeding him potato. As his health recovered, the dark red blood that had congealed on the village chief's lower body began to slowly heal. But when Lu Yu looked down, his brow furrowed again. The missing half of the leg hadn't grown back on its own. Severe external injuries clearly required more powerful measures. Lu Yu's mind raced. In the game, healing potions could be brewed, but the key ingredient, blaze powder, could only be obtained in the nether, which was impossible at this stage. His expression unconsciously grew troubled. The village chief seemed to read his thoughts, gently patting Lu Yu's hand. Child, I'm already in my 70s or 80s. It's just one leg. To survive that monster's attack is already a tremendous blessing. The village chief is blessed with great fortune to have escaped. The villagers quickly agreed. No. Lu Yu looked up, his gaze determined, interrupting all the consoling words. I will restore your leg, village chief. Lu Yu had already broken through their common understanding several times before, and now his vow stirred an inexplicable trust in everyone's hearts. Since Lu Yu said so, then he would certainly be able to do it. The full moon was fast approaching. Despite the village chief's injury, they couldn't ignore the looming disaster. Lu Yu understood that if he didn't step up, no one else in the village could handle the burden of preparations. He was the first to arrive at the pit the villagers had dug. The opening was square-shaped, with loose soil and a damp, earthy smell that reminded him of an oversized latrine. Lu Yu stared speechless. Like this was what everyone called a shelter. To him, it looked like nothing more than a crude square hole that a beginner had randomly scraped out, no different from what a novice player might dig. A villager who noticed his expression couldn't help but ask, Lu Yu, do you see any problems? Lu Yu rubbed his forehead, his tone helpless. There are plenty of problems. A proper shelter needed at least sleeping quarters, passages for observing the outside world, and backup exits in case of a frontal assault. This pit had none of those features. Without another word, he grabbed a shovel and ladder and got to work. Dirt flew as he quickly excavated multiple levels downward, creating a layered structure with the bottom level reserved as the safest core area. As the setting sun painted the clouds red, he called out without looking up, get the village chief and the children inside first. Right. No one objected, and everyone responded in unison. Soon after, the injured village chief was carefully carried to the pit's entrance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yu began construction. Wooden planks and fences fell into place as he organized the underground space methodically, combining the materials to create bunk bed-like structures similar to trained sleepers. Within just a few minutes, a spacious communal sleeping area took shape, large enough for the entire village to lie down together. Construction complete. Under review. The system's mechanical notification suddenly chimed in, seeming to pick the most awkward moment possible. Lu Yu grimaced. Could this system's timing be any worse? Difficulty, C. Aesthetics, B. Craftsmanship, C. Uniqueness, B. User-friendliness, S. The scores were mediocre, but the system still rewarded him with 10 achievement points. Lu Yu shrugged. Free points were free points. The villagers, who had been prepared to sleep on bare dirt, looked up to see brand new wooden beds filling the entire level, more than enough for everyone. They immediately burst into exclamations. Lu Yu, this is just a temporary shelter, yet you made it so elaborate. They had only seen the finished products at Lu Yu's house before, but witnessing his live construction was far more impressive. This looks better than my own home. It's so comfortable down here, I don't even want to go back home. Half joking, half serious, everyone chimed in with their comments. Truth be told, they were genuinely considering making this a permanent residence. Even Zhuang Mu couldn't resist walking straight to one of the beds in the innermost section, and plopping down. The deepest area was undoubtedly the safest, and he wanted to claim it first. Lu Yu frowned and reminded him bluntly, Zhuang Mu, that's reserved for the elderly and children. Zhuang Mu froze mid-motion. Ever since his falling out with Lu Yu, his true nature had become increasingly apparent, and his behavior was unabashedly ugly. After several seconds of silence, he finally patted his backside and stood up, muttering, Oh, I see. Little did he know, he hadn't changed his mud-stained clothes from yesterday when he'd been scared out of his wits and collapsed on the ground. And after treating the village chief just now, he had fresh bloodstains on him too. The spot where he'd been sitting disgusted everyone. Children have sharp eyes, and one little kid with a sweet, childish voice pointed at the patch of ground mixed with mud and bloodstains, shouting loudly, No way. Uncle Zhuang looks all dirty. I don't want to go where he was sitting. Wah. After saying this, the little one's eyes welled up with tears of grievance, making the scene extremely awkward. Zhuang Mu felt even more embarrassed now, his ears burning hot with nowhere to hide. Lu Yu glanced at him, smiled at everyone, and smoothly said, Zhuang Mu, why don't you clean this up? Being casually ordered around by Lu Yu made anger flare up in Zhuang Mu's heart. Just as he was about to talk back, two strong men carrying the village chief rudely pushed him aside, sternly scolding. Make way, let the village chief get inside to rest. Zhuang Mu stumbled from the shove, his heart instantly feeling hollow. His former sense of superiority was crushed to pieces under everyone's watchful eyes as knowledge had been overwhelmed by Lu Yu. His proud role as a doctor had been replaced, and now even random nobodies could order him around. He clearly felt that his status in the village had completely vanished. Watching Zhuang Mu's expression, Lu Yu thought to himself, people who are used to being praised, once they discover they have no real skills and fall from the clouds to the ground, feel like they've sunk into a swamp. Actually accepting being ordinary is a good Tina fox wearing tiger skin is still essentially a fox. Now he just hoped Zhuang Mu would stay quietly underground and not cause trouble at such a critical time as the full moon. He planned to hurry up and finish organizing the underground area so that Zhuang Mu and the other adult men would have somewhere to stay. Lu Yu had converted the second underground level into a women's area. He used large leaves to create partitions, giving the girls private space, and made several clay pots where he planted blooming wildflowers to decorate the corners. Congratulations on completing the potted plant achievement, earning 10 achievement points. As soon as the system notification ended, the girls huddled together whispering, hee hee. No wonder this little fool can make Lin Xiaoming so devoted. Turns out when iron trees bloom and fools get smart, they really know how to charm people. The level closest to the surface was reserved for the village's strong men. Because it was near the dangerous edge, Lu Yu kept the setup particularly simple, but he embedded glass in the ceiling to create a skylight for easily monitoring surface activity. With everything ready, he placed 2 chests in the open area. This one's for food, that one's for weapons. While we still have time before sunset, everyone quickly bring back all the food and weapons. Without realizing it, Lu Yu had become everyone's acknowledged leader. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately got to their positions, leaving only Zhuang Mu sitting dejectedly on a bed, lost in thought. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered with him and went straight back to his own place, using bone meal from his redstone farm and underground mob spawner to rapidly grow a large batch of crops, then returned to the shelter carrying an armload of fresh ingredients. Everyone lined up their collected grain and weapons neatly in a row, taking turns putting them in the chests. Since they'd just harvested recently, most people brought their own homegrown produce. Lu Yu didn't make himself special and honestly stood at the back of the line. By the time his turn came, the chest was already half filled with miscellaneous grains, bows and arrows, and iron hose. Lu Yu casually put in what he'd brought, a whole backpack full of cobblestone he'd dug up while excavating the underground space. Clatter, clatter. The cobblestone poured in and filled up the remaining space in the chest, like instantly stuffing in an entire small mountain. Even Lu Yu was stunned. Congratulations on completing the so much cobblestone achievement, earning 30 achievement points. Lu Yu complained speechlessly. Your system really meddles in everything. What business is it of yours how much cobblestone I have, you busybody? After saying this, he walked toward the crafting table to make another chest, but heard the next person in line behind him suddenly exclaim, holy crap. Lu Yu, how much stuff did you bring? There was still half a chest left, but it got full as soon as you put yours in. Incredible. They had witnessed Lu Yu's miraculous abilities before conjuring 50 sets of provisions overnight. Now, right before everyone's eyes, he had instantly produced half a chest of dried rations. The moment the wooden chest opened, golden wheat grains and snow-white bread packed it to the brim. The villagers knew perfectly well that the Lu family's courtyard didn't even have a single furrow of farmland, yet they watched food appear out of thin air. Only one thought remained in their minds. This kid must be some kind of agricultural deity. Lu Yu, where on earth did you get all this grain? Someone finally couldn't help but ask, their voice filled with genuine confusion and a hint of awe. Grew it in the fields, Lu Yu shrugged, answering with casual indifference. I don't believe it. You must have made some deal with a sorcerer. I suspect he's discovered an endless granary. Maybe a magic lamp granted his wishes. Wild speculations flew back and forth as everyone's imagination ran rampant without any basis. Hearing these bold theories, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Night fell quickly. For safety, he sealed the entrance tightly with wet soil, smoothing it until no trace remained visible. Then he brought over a chair, positioning it beneath the underground glass window with the backrest slightly reclined, quietly observing any movement on the surface above. The first day passed without real danger approaching. Though the adults were no longer children, they remained excited about their new environment. This was their first truly collective living experience. The campfire cast red light on the cave walls as everyone gathered to chat and play cards, while the youngest children even played hide and seek under the dim lighting. The atmosphere was as gentle as spring water, and watching the quiet surface above, Lu Yu felt somewhat relaxed. Tonight indeed wasn't a full moon. He took a moment to check the global player chat. Who was it that said the full moon brings great danger? I got all prepared for nothing. Whoever spread false prophecies should be dragged out and executed. With the prediction proven wrong, players completely relaxed and joked around. Player 001 remained silent as always, so Lu Yu simply closed the chat. The first day passed peacefully. Having stayed up until dawn the previous night, The underground camp was still filled with snoring sounds even when the sun climbed high the next day. Only a few remarkably disciplined men crawled to the surface with dark circles under their eyes, including that man with the regular schedule. Luyu, weren't you keeping watch at the window all night? Why didn't you sleep in a bit longer before coming up? The man asked with concern. It's fine. Luyu waved dismissively. When his saturation was at maximum, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Sleeping was merely a way to fit in for him, but explaining this setting would be too complicated. Not understanding the real reason, the man was moved by Lu Yu's dedication and patted his shoulder, then stared at him affectionately for several seconds, giving Lu Yu goosebumps. In the end, he could only respond vaguely. Just as he stepped out of the cave entrance, heavy metallic clanging sounds made the ground vibrate. The iron golem was patrolling the area. Its entire body was riveted together from thick iron blocks, each step like a heavy hammer hitting the ground. Seeing Lu Yu, it immediately changed direction and walked over quickly. The scene looked exactly like a giant mechanical dog running toward its master, except this dog was half a head taller than Lu Yu and probably weighed several tons. The iron golem's face always wore the same deadpan expression, but in those red beam-like optical eyes, there seemed to be a hint of anticipation. Being the only one must be quite lonely, Lu Yu thought to himself. Based on the previous fence breach disaster, the next zombie wave would only be larger. One iron golem would hardly withstand a real assault. He patted the cold metal head of the iron contraption, then crawled into the mine shaft. Don't worry, Iron Buddy. I'll make you a brother right now, or would you prefer a wife? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xiaoming sat in the mine cart, watching the rocky walls blur past at dizzying speed. The rapid motion made her head spin and her stomach churn, nearly causing her to vomit. If Liu had been there, he probably would have told her this was called motion sickness. But Lin Xiaoming thought she was falling ill. She pressed one hand against her roiling stomach while forcing herself to stay alert, terrified that Qian Lu might notice her weakness and send her back where she came from. Qian Lu had ridden mine carts countless times and was accustomed to the jarring sensation. He stood straight as a flagpole in the center of the car, his silence making the air feel thick and oppressive. Mr. Qian, she finally spoke up. Call me Captain Qian, he corrected without looking at her. You're one of District 3's people now. The village chief had taught her that flattering officials could make any journey more bearable, even when they weren't particularly friendly. So she offered him the food Lu Yu had pressed into her hands before their parting. Lin Xiaoming had no appetite, but Qian Lu did. It had been quite some time since he'd tasted fish. Qian Lu took the grilled fish without ceremony, tearing off a large piece. Grease glistened on his lips. Thank you. Seeing an opening for conversation, Lin Xiaoming quickly got to the point. She was worried about Lu Yu and the others' safety, especially after hearing rumors of an impending zombie horde near the village before her departure. Captain Qian, my village will be all right, won't it? Qian Lu frowned. You're District 3's person now? Best to forget about that village. You'll probably never see them again. Though she prepared herself mentally, the naturally stubborn Lin Xiaoming still felt her heart clench. She couldn't bear the thought of being separated from Lu Yu forever. I was just asking. She pushed her emotions back down. Perhaps moved by the generous portion of fish, Qian Lu offered a few words of comfort. That kid who saw you off has some real skills. If he can put them to good use, maybe they'll survive this full moon. He recalled Lu Yu's youthful face with its hint of foolishness, yet those bright, perceptive eyes that seemed capable of seeing through any battlefield strategy. Really, hope flickered in Lin Xiaoming's eyes. Qian Lu swallowed another bite of fish and added, still depends on luck though. Last time District 2 got devastated because they encountered the highest level zombie horde. The highest level zombies? Lin Xiaoming asked urgently. Qian Lu's expression grew grave, as if reliving a nightmare. Those things can break through the walls we build. They'll charge at anything once they catch a human scent. They could break through walls. Lin Xiaoming felt a chill run down her spine, realizing their fence would be utterly useless. But Qian Lu's next words made her blood run cold. That's not all. Lin Xiaoming's voice trembled. Are these zombies even more terrifying somehow? Yes. Qian Lu clenched his fist, his brow furrowed deeply. They're not afraid of sunlight. Lin Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief. Once they appear, there's no way to get rid of them except by killing them. And there are massive numbers of them, no fewer than the lower-level zombie hordes. This was horrifying. That time, the second district suffered devastating losses. The population plummeted, and most buildings and facilities were destroyed. It took us half a year just to clear out all the zombies, and another decade or so before the second district regained its vitality. Qian Lu gestured in the air, as if that bloody carnage was still before his eyes. I'm a survivor from that full moon tide. His voice was deep. Looking back now, the details are still frighteningly clear. Lin Xiaoming's heart tightened, and Lu Yu's image immediately flashed through her mind. If the 7th district faced a zombie horde of that scale, what chance would Lu Yu and the others have of surviving? Qian Lu shook his head, his tone carrying the blunt directness of a straight-talking man. There's no way. Hearing those words, Lin Xiaoming felt as if all strength had been drained from her, and she staggered and crouched down. Seeing her pale expression, Qian Lu realized he had been too absolute, and quickly added an explanation. The second district had an established defense system back then, a large population, and well-equipped miners. Yet even we suffered heavy losses. Your seventh district. He paused, thinking of that barren land, unable to find comforting words. But Lin Xiaoming suddenly had a thought: Lu Yu's invincible pet. With Lu Yu there, perhaps the seventh district would no longer be synonymous with poverty and backwardness. Noticing her silence, Qian Lu cleared his throat and added a consoling remark. But the probability of encountering such a zombie tide is only 1 in 10,000. In all the centuries I know of, it only happened once, decades ago. The chances of it happening again anytime soon are virtually impossible. Lin Xiaoming nodded in agreement, feeling slightly relieved. Thinking of Lu Yu, Qian Lu couldn't help but smile. I'm also curious whether that kid can lead your village through the crisis. I'll make another trip in a few days, and if he really survives the full moon, I'll take him to the third district. Really? Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up like stars, already picturing their reunion in her mind. However, to see that day, Lu Yu would first have to pass this test. She clenched her fists and silently cheered. Lu Yu can definitely do it. Achoo! Deep underground in the 7th district, Lu Yu suddenly sneezed but didn't stop his work. This time he employed a 2 vertical, 2 horizontal, sweeping excavation method, hollowing out almost the entire upper 54 layers where iron ore was most likely to appear, creating a network of tunnels that crisscrossed like a sieve. In just a short while, he had harvested another full backpack of ore, coal piled like a small mountain, redstone in clusters, iron or stacked in rows, and he even unexpectedly found some gold ore and lapis lazuli. He lined up over a dozen new furnaces along the spacious stone walls and stuffed all the ore into them at once. A system notification suddenly popped up. Congratulations on completing the achievement Hot Topic, earning 10 achievement points. With all furnaces running, scorching heat waves surged wildly, turning the underground space into a furnace, nearly drying out the nearby crops. Meanwhile, on the surface, villagers wiped sweat from their foreheads. Huh? Why is just this patch of ground so hot? They looked around suspiciously but couldn't find the source. Underground, iron ingots emerged from the furnaces. Lu Yu skillfully crafted them into iron blocks and moved them to the bottom of the stairs leading to the surface, the most concealed spot where he began secretly assembling an iron golem. After all, he couldn't build it in front of the villagers, otherwise, who knows what the villagers might imagine him to be. The iron blocks were stacked up, and finally the pumpkin head was placed on top. A new iron golem was born. Hey! Lu Yu bent down to greet it, and those metal eyes actually met his gaze, revealing an expression completely different from Tai Pai's. Tai Pai was like a sturdy, mischievous boy, while this new golem's gaze carried a hint of innocent shyness. Lu Yu couldn't help but wonder, had he really created a wife for Tai Pai? As soon as the thought occurred to him, he made an immediate decision. You'll be called Tai Jiaonyang. Tai Jiaonyang steadied herself with awkward steps. Lu Yu raised his hand and tossed another pile of iron blocks onto the empty space nearby. In no time, a second humanoid frame took shape, followed by another pumpkin head placed on the neck. Repeating the same actions, the third iron golem was quickly assembled. The moment they came alive, the runes on both new golems' chests flickered with light. Lu Yu looked around at the two. The one on the left was grinning foolishly, its round eyes full of simple-minded innocence. The one on the right had metal strips for eyebrows that angled upward, with an expression as serious as an old military officer. Lu Yu pointed at the grinning one. You're called Tai Han Han. Then he looked at the old officer, thought for a moment, and decided that adding another Tai prefix would be too boring, so he simply waved his hand. You're called Gundam. Upon hearing his new name, Gundam tilted his head slightly, as if confirming his identity. The underground passage had already been dug. Lu Yu opened the cover and let Tai Jiaonyang, Tai Han Han, and Gundam file up to the surface. Above ground, Tai Pai, who had been patrolling alone, could no longer contain himself. Seeing 3 companions, he immediately strode over with big steps. For massive metal figures stood side by side, even their walking seemed more powerful. At dusk, villagers who had finished their farm work gradually returned to the village. Seeing 4 steel giants walking back and forth in the distance, they all thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Someone rubbed their eyes several times, still unable to believe it, and ran up to Lu Yu. Lu Yu, how did your big guys multiply? Oh, they're all Tai Pai's relatives and friends, Lu Yu replied casually. I see. The villager was half convinced, but was also stunned by the scene of 4 iron golems radiating security, and could only nod in amazement. Previously, they had at most witnessed Tai Pai's heroic performance once, or heard rumors of it smashing zombies. Now with 4 iron golems guarding the village simultaneously, everyone secretly calculated. If another zombie horde came, they might actually get through it easily. The news quickly spread to the underground shelter. A group of children rushed to the surface, jumping and patting around the iron golems. The metallic echoes mixed with laughter resonated through the village's night air. When night fell again, Lin Xiaoming, who was far away on the road, had already arrived at the 3rd district with Qianlu. In the darkness, distant lights blazed like daylight, illuminating the entire sky in pale white. Towering buildings stood in orderly rows, far more magnificent than she had imagined. But she had no time to look closely as Qianlu strode forward with large steps, forcing her to jog to keep up. After just a few steps, a familiar figure appeared ahead, someone they had just seen in the 7th district a few days ago. Chu Xian. Qianlu spoke first. Lin Xiaoming suddenly realized. Yes, it was that Chu Xian who had collected grain with Qi Fong and acted arrogantly. Logically, he should be by Qi Fong's side, so why was he alone? During the adults' exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xiaoming moved closer and discovered that Chu Xian's clothes were torn, with multiple bloodstains on his body, clearly seriously injured. When Qianlu mentioned Qi Fong, Chu Xian frowned deeply and explained in a hoarse voice. We encountered zombies on our way back. Every one of us got injured, and we got separated. The sky was darkening rapidly. Lu Yu had originally planned to finish up some surface work, but was startled by the constant ding-ding notifications from the system chat group. New message 1, new message 10, new message 99. In less than a few seconds, the unread count shot straight to 99. He couldn't help but open it, and the screen filled with rows of "Save me," "Help." Hundreds of distress calls flooded past, every word dripping with terror. The zombies were coming. Lu Yu looked toward the distance, following the message alerts. The eastern twilight could no longer reach that stretch of land, and a full moon was beginning to take shape. Shadows moved near the wooden fence outside the village, with red eyes glowing in the darkness. Quick! The zombies seem to be here already, he blurted out. What? Several villagers still on the surface, who had been casually wandering around like him thanks to the iron golem guards, were scared out of their wits and turned to run frantically. Everyone, get back to the shelter. Lu Yu rushed to the underground shelter entrance, shouting at the top of his lungs until no one responded, then closed and barred the door. Everyone was shaken, spreading the word. The zombies are coming. A cacophony of noise erupted. Lu Yu raised his hand in a shushing gesture. Shoo, the underground space immediately fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. He worried that if the zombies hunted by sound like movie zombies, he had to get everyone to quiet down first. About 100 people held their breath, sitting or lying down, with the timid huddling together for mutual comfort. Lu Yu crouched at the glass observation window, with several curious villagers gathering around. The last trace of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon. The moon centered overhead, clouds parting to reveal the full moon's clear radiance flooding the earth with brightness almost rivaling daylight. In a different setting, this scene would be romantic, but tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. The next second, a roar that tore through the night rang out. The iron golems simultaneously went berserk, their massive forms charging toward the direction of the zombie attack, thundering over the shelter roof and shaking loose clumps of dirt. Immediately after, the dull crash of metal against metal echoed underground. The zombies had broken through the village's outer fence and invaded. Through the window, Lu Yu got his first clear look at the full moon zombies. They were a size larger than ordinary zombies, their bodies covered in mottled bloodstains, crimson eyes blazing with malice, and fangs gleaming coldly at the corners of their mouths. If regular zombies were just newbie village monsters, this batch was at least first breakthrough bosses. The level gap was intimidating. Moreover, their health was clearly much thicker. Usually, iron golems could take down an ordinary zombie in 3 or 4 punches, but now Lu Yu counted through the glass overhead. 5 hits. The zombie was still standing. 6, 7, 8. It wasn't until the 9th punch that the corpse finally hit the ground. Clearly, full moon zombies had 2 to 3 times the health of regular zombies. Worse yet, while the iron golem was fixated on that fallen target, 2 other zombies had already closed in. They actually opened their mouths, intending to bite the iron golems with their sharp fangs. The iron golems were thick-skinned and sturdy, with sparks flying off their metal shells, but Lu Yu's heart sank. If those fangs pierced ordinary human flesh, the corpse stench would enter the body, and the worst outcome would be mutation. Zombies surged forward wave after wave, as if trying to overwhelm the iron golems through sheer numbers. If this dragged on any longer, all 4 of his iron golems would eventually be swallowed by the zombie horde. He hesitated no more, swiftly donning his full iron armor and crafting a brand new iron sword before rushing toward the wooden door. Lu Yu, what are you doing? An uncle from the village grabbed him, lowering his voice with worry written all over his face. Going up to help. Lu Yu's tone was calm. No, it's too dangerous. Don't worry. Lu Yu patted the hand resting on his shoulder, his mind made up. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Iron Man, earning 20 achievement points. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Time to Strike, earning 20 achievement points. It was time to strike. The wooden door opened with a simple push, and cold wind carrying the stench of decay rushed in. Seeing a living person appear, The mutated zombies instantly went berserk, with more shadowy figures surging forward. Previously hiding below in the shelter, he could only see a limited view like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Now, looking out, densely packed zombies filled almost the entire street, making his scalp tingle while goosebumps rose on his arms. Lu Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth with a bitter smile. This zombie wave was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. The next second, he charged into the zombie horde with his sword raised, the iron blade cutting through with cold light, mowing down the front row of zombies like grass. Seizing the opportunity, he flashed to the side of his iron golem. Poor Iron Maiden was surrounded by 5 or 6 zombies, with several more lurking behind, unable to get close enough to attack. Lu Yu quickly raised his sword, drawing their aggro away from her. The mutated zombies turned toward him, surging forward like a massive wave. However, the durability of the ordinary iron sword was visibly declining at an alarming rate. Lu Yu cursed inwardly that he hadn't had time to enchant it yet. The moment the blade shattered, he grabbed a cobblestone block and slammed it down in front of him, then quickly stacked several more, hastily building a stone wall to block the zombie horde. Taking advantage of this brief safety, he pulled out a second iron sword from his inventory and gripped it tightly. Thud, thud. Dull impact sounds came from outside. The zombies were actually using their bodies to repeatedly ram against the cobblestone. Lu Yu gasped. If he had tried ramming stone with his shoulder, his bones would have cracked long ago. Yet these zombies seemed to feel no pain as they frantically battered the wall. Crack. Fissures spread across the stone surface, and in the next instant, the cobblestone shattered, revealing blood-stained green faces in his field of vision. Lu Yu was shocked. It was one thing for them to destroy wooden fences, but they could even tear down stone walls. A zombie swiped at him with its claws in a sneak attack, forcing him to retreat. His chest stats plummeted, and his health bar instantly dropped 3 hearts. Ah! A child hiding underground poked their head up and witnessed this scene, their cry of alarm piercing the night. Brother Lu Yu, be careful. The child's voice stabbed into Lu Yu's heart like a fine needle, while also attracting the zombie's attention like a magnet. Lu Yu quickly pulled back, swallowing a potato to maintain his health while staying alert to his surroundings. However, the zombies that had originally been charging toward Lu Yu suddenly changed direction, dragging their rotting legs as they shuffled toward the underground shelter, targeting the entrance where the voice had just come from. Oh no, this was truly a disaster. Glass was fragile by nature, and under the assault of high-powered mutant zombies, it shattered with a single blow. Crash! The transparent window panel exploded into countless sharp fragments, scattering across the ground like hailstones. The piercing sound of breaking glass instantly shredded what little sanity the timid villagers had left, causing someone to scream on the spot with a voice so shrill it nearly split the night air. The villagers' screams became the perfect beacon, drawing more zombies toward the sound. In comparison, the iron golems suddenly became far less attractive to them, and the zombie horde quickly changed course, surging toward the underground shelter. With the pressure finally relieved, the iron golems could catch their breath, but Lu Yu's heart clenched tight. Off all things, he had to hit that piece of glass. Fortunately, the zombies still moved sluggishly. Lu Yu sprinted to the shelter entrance, swinging his iron sword in a jumping strike that landed squarely on a zombie's face. The clear sound of blade cutting through bone rang out as the zombie was forced back 2 steps, moving away from the entrance. What are you standing around for? Seal up the opening, he shouted urgently. The terrified villagers finally snapped back to reality, trembling as they pulled out dirt blocks to fill the gaps in the ground one by one. Earlier, the iron golems had drawn fire, and the outer enemy groups had been mostly cleared out. Now, the iron golems turned around and charged toward the new zombie horde on Lu Yu's side. The real challenge wasn't the zombies' strength, but their terrifying numbers. Lu Yu dodged and weaved, but whenever he moved away from above the shelter, zombies would seize the opportunity to step onto the dirt blocks covering the roof. Heavy feet trampled repeatedly, pressing dents into the soft earth, immediately triggering more desperate cries for help from below. Help us. The louder the villagers' voices, the more they acted like bait. More zombies gathered, frantically stomping on the top layer of dirt blocks. 1 level underground, the timid Zhuang Mu's face turned pale green. Lu Yu cursed under his breath. This situation was like a bullet hell game. If he dodged, the attacks would hit the base crystal. If he didn't dodge, he'd take the hits himself. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. However, it wasn't unsolvable. He just needed to position himself and the crystal in a straight line. He quietly locked onto his target, raised his sword to strike down the zombie that was trampling the roof, then personally broke open the loosened dirt blocks and slipped underground. Seeing Lu Yu return, the villagers who had been preparing to meet their maker suddenly had hope rekindled in their eyes. Who would have thought that this entire group of people was now depending on a barely adult young man. Lu Yu, you're back. Lu Yu, are you hurt? How are things up there? He had no time for lengthy questions, only dropping a single line. Head underground quickly. This level won't hold. Hearing these words, Everyone's faces grew even more grim, but Lu Yu had no mind to comfort their emotions. Go now. His urging struck like a whip across their backs, and the villagers could only comply. The villagers from the first level descended the stairs, gradually arriving at the second level. Lu Yu, who stayed behind, made an astonishing move. He grabbed dirt blocks and began filling up the entire first level. The remaining villagers stared wide-eyed at Lu Yu as he rapidly sealed off the passage. Lu Yu, what are you doing? They wondered to themselves. If the first level was completely blocked, how would they get back later? But then they realized their lives were hanging by a thread, and worrying about an escape route was pointless at this moment. Don't ask so many questions, everyone, get to the bottom level. Lu Yu barked. As he spoke, he started throwing dirt blocks at the second level. Accompanied by dull thuds, soil suddenly began trickling down from above. What's happening? What's going on? Everyone huddled together in panic. Lu Yu's heart sank. Had the zombies' claws already dug this far? In the narrow underground space, the voices and body heat had obviously attracted all the zombies. As for Tai Pai and the others, he had no time to think about their situation. Those zombies haven't already reached the surface, have they? Someone spoke hoarsely, and instantly a chill ran down everyone's spine. That's right, they're right above us now. Lu Yu's voice was ice cold. So what do we do now? Terror spread through the cramped space as everyone looked at each other helplessly. Keep going down. Lu Yu pointed toward their feet. Dig. Following his gaze, everyone immediately understood as long as walls remained between them and the zombies, the creatures would have difficulty breaking through. By continuously moving the passage downward, they could buy time. Several of the quickest villagers immediately sprang into action. However, they were now approaching the 20th underground level, and digging further would bring them close to the mines. Stop. We can't mine. Zhuang Mu suddenly spoke up, his voice carrying the authority of official decree. Without mining qualifications, unauthorized mining is absolutely forbidden. His rebuke made those who had just raised their shovels freeze, all eyes turning to Lu Yu. Lu Yu's anger flared. 30-year-old Zhuang Mu was in his prime, yet even the village chief, twice his age, remained silent, while this guy chose this moment to pull rank. He pressed the last dirt block into place on the second level, dropped his block, and strode over to Zhuang Mu. What do you want? Zhuang Mu stepped back nervously. The next second, Lu Yu grabbed his collar and pulled that rigid face close to his own. We're about to die, and you're still spouting rules. Lu Yu's right. Get out of the way. Everyone sided with Lu Yu, shooting Zhuang Mu irritated glances. Either stay here and die, or move aside. Lu Yu released his grip. Zhuang Mu's mouth twitched as he slunk back to a corner, but eventually squeezed back onto the newly dug ground. Couldn't bear to give up his life. Those with tools switched to shovels. Those without used their bare hands to move dirt and stones. Everyone did whatever they could, desperately expanding the space beneath their feet. Creating a cavern that could hold over 100 people was no easy task. The rough walls and scattered debris left everyone scrambling. They had barely managed to dig out a new level with just enough room to stand when Lu Yu's alert ears caught the sound of cracking from above once again. They were almost caught up. To boost efficiency, Lu Yu quickly divided up the tasks. Ladies, take the dirt blocks and cobblestone to patch up the roof. Yes, we'll do whatever you say. The women hoisted the blocks and rushed toward the gaps exposed in midair. Men, focus on digging the ground. The able-bodied men immediately swung their pickaxes, making the ground crackle and rumble. Kids, keep an eye on the village chief, and when you have time, pick up any blocks on the ground and patch up the side walls. With that, 4 teams took on their respective roles. 1 team dug downward, 1 team filled upward, 1 team handled cleanup, and 1 team managed logistics. Once the assignments were complete, efficiency indeed multiplied. Muffled thumping sounds echoed from overhead, clearly indicating that quite a few zombies had gathered on the surface, and the speed of block breaking accelerated accordingly. Lu Yu personally joined the digging team, working shoulder to shoulder with everyone else. Soon, the villagers' progress nearly matched the zombies' excavation speed. Seeing the situation stabilize, he finally loosened his grip on the pickaxe. Estimating the time, dawn should be approaching. Lu Yu reminded everyone, don't let your guard down. Got it? Someone asked worriedly. The underground space is limited. What do we do when we reach the end? Then we dig horizontally. Same method, just keep your distance. Lu Yu answered decisively. Everyone had a moment of realization. I see. What about you? They watched as Lu Yu quickly carved out a narrow passage in the side wall, using blocks as stepping stones to climb upward. Everyone thought he planned to lead the horizontal excavation, but they heard his calm voice echo back. I'm going back to the surface. Be careful. Worried gazes fell upon his back in unison. Lu Yu's voice drifted down from above. The zombies can't be left unchecked. I need to find a way to deal with them completely. He wasn't trying to survive the night by hiding, but was determined to eliminate that vast, despair-inducing horde of monsters a goal the villagers had never dared to dream of. The village chief stared blankly at that busy figure, finally sighing and whispering to those nearby. Let Lu Yu go. He understood that this young man's ambition and courage were destined to take him to greater heights. The tunnel broke through, and Lu Yu emerged from the ground, dirt cascading down around him. That single window opening, revealing a palm-sized patch of sky, had already shifted from ink blue to azure blue. Dawn had arrived. Good, it's daylight. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, monsters are afraid of sunlight after all. Roar! A sudden zombie howl made his hair stand on end. Why were there still zombies when the sun had risen? He looked toward the sound coming from the east, where the blazing white sun hung clearly in the sky. By all logic, the zombies should have been burned and making sizzling sounds as they took damage, not roaring normally like this. Could there be stragglers hiding in the shadows? Lu Yu wondered, following the sound source, but was shocked by the scene before him, his face turning pale. Where everyone had been digging had become a massive sinkhole. The bottom was packed densely with zombies. More critically, the blazing sunlight shone on them, yet they moved freely, completely unharmed. They're not afraid of the sun. Discovering this shocking fact, Lu Yu took a step back. The zombies below heard the commotion and looked up in unison, their glowing red eyes making Lu Yu's head spin with dread. Fortunately, the deep pit the villagers had dug during their earlier standoff with the zombies was wide and deep enough, with broken wooden planks covering the bottom. It would take the zombies quite some time to climb out. However, the area outside the pit wasn't entirely safe either. Scattered monsters were locked in combat with iron golems. Iron blocks of various sizes lay strewn across the distant ground, and a mud-stained pumpkin head rolled carelessly among the grass. Lu Yu glanced around and confirmed that the iron golems still active were Tin Can, Iron Lady, and Gundam, while the pile of scattered parts likely belonged to Iron Dummy. The pumpkin head left behind stared at him with its carved triangular eyes, silently conveying a pitiful, wronged expression. Sigh. He let out a quiet breath. Clearly, Iron Dummy had been torn apart by the zombie horde's relentless assault. For iron golems, this kind of dismantling was merely a state requiring repair rather than true death, which gave Lu Yu some relief. He hurried forward, collecting the scattered iron blocks and pumpkin head into his backpack, planning to reassemble Iron Dummy when he had time. Along the way, he charged alongside the remaining iron golems, cutting down several zombies that lunged at them. Yet those rotting figures continued pouring into the village endlessly, as if there were no limit to their numbers. Just how many zombies are there? Lu Yu growled under his breath. In just a short while, he had already gone through 4 or 5 iron swords, their blades dulled and chipped from cutting through zombie bones and rotting flesh. The village's crude matchbox wooden houses were constantly battered, their walls cracking into dangerous ruins. The field ridges were trampled to pieces, corn and wheat mixed into muddy chaos. Looking at the devastation, even he felt his chest tighten with anguish. Initially, he had underestimated this zombie wave. Lu Yu squinted as he observed the approaching horde. Such numbers couldn't be from a single spawn. The continuous, uninterrupted attacks seemed more like the work of a monster spawner. While clearing zombies, he pushed toward the village entrance to test his theory. Sure enough, a strange device stood prominently at the village entrance. Its obsidian frame resembled a nether portal, but instead of the familiar purple ripples, it displayed a thick green curtain emanating a foul stench. The green liquid surface bubbled, and suddenly a rotting leg emerged, followed by a knee, torso, and head. Another zombie crossing over. Roar! The creature immediately spewed corpse-like fluid from its mouth. Lu Yu instantly held his breath, frowning as he raised his sword. Didn't your mother teach you to brush your teeth before going out? As his words fell, he struck several fierce blows, completely cutting down this bad breath zombie. After dealing with the immediate obstacle, he looked up and noticed glowing numbers suspended above the portal. 201, 30, 54. At first, he thought 201 represented minutes, but the next second, the frequency of the numbers changes ruthlessly revealed those were hours. Lu Yu's heart instantly sank like iron. Without a diamond pickaxe, he couldn't destroy this sinister portal. If it would only close when the countdown ended, there were still 9 full days remaining. Expecting him to lead a group of villagers with virtually zero combat ability through 9 days of endless battle against zombies, while also figuring out how to provide 3 meals a day, Lu Yu's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. The mournful melody of a spray of plum blossoms seemed to echo in his ears. Was there any way out of this? Lu Yu recalled his earlier conversation with Qian Lu. The man in enchanted armor had mentioned that zombie hordes only operated within specific areas, and once they left this zone, there would be a chance to escape. With this in mind, Lu Yu immediately returned underground and told the villagers everything he had witnessed on the surface. Those zombies weren't afraid of sunlight at all. So we can't return to the surface even when daylight comes? Someone asked in panic. Lu Yu remained silent for a moment, then simply shook his head. The cramped underground shelter instantly fell into a heavy atmosphere, with everyone placing their last hope on him. What should we do then, Lu Yu? Logically speaking, a zombie horde of this intensity shouldn't appear until at least 100 days into survival. Lu Yu lowered his voice. But it's here now. I don't have enough supplies or proper equipment. If he were still a player, he would definitely be raging on forums about the developers and game designers right now, but reality didn't give him the luxury of making jokes. There is one option: abandon the village and escape first. He offered the only choice. Leave the zombie horde's territory. Staying alive is what matters most. What? The traditionally minded villagers erupted. Our ancestors have lived here for generations. How can we just leave like that? Lu Yu scoffed inwardly. If there were truly some valuable heritage worth protecting, that would be one thing. But these dilapidated wooden houses? He could build 100 of them with his bare hands. I'm willing to abandon my underground redstone farm. So why can't you give up these houses? What's more important right now, nostalgia or your lives? Do you want to fight zombies to the death? Everyone was stunned and instinctively shook their heads. No buts. Lu Yu's tone was firm. If we don't leave, you'll either be bitten to death by zombies or starve to death underground. The village chief took a deep breath and finally nodded. Well, listen to Lu Yu. Lu Yu added, if there's anything from your homes you want to take, I'll come back and get it for you once this zombie wave ends. After his harsh words, this considerate gesture instantly soothed everyone's resistance. The village chief smiled slightly as he observed this young man. Not only did he possess incredible combat skills and invent strange new contraptions, but he was also skilled at managing people. First the stick, then the carrot, and everyone would obediently follow. Next, Lu Yu had everyone stop their current tasks. Step on the blocks beside you to climb up, one group at a time, don't rush. He personally guarded the opening, ensuring not even half a zombie could get through. Whenever villagers removed blocks, he immediately replaced them. If Lu Yu's reflexes weren't fast enough, any zombies that fell through were quickly eliminated by him. At first, when a few creatures fell down, the villagers screamed in terror, but now they watched Lu Yu's operations with blank expressions. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly came from nearby. Lu Yu thought they had hit lava or encountered other monsters, so he looked up and asked, what happened? A dirt-covered villager stumbled out of the collapsed area, patting his chest with lingering fear. I just dug into some loose soil, and all the dirt above came crashing down at once. I was almost buried alive. In the dim underground light, they hadn't realized it was actually loose gravel. That stuff is like sand, it collapses at the slightest touch. Be careful, and remember to keep your health topped up, Lu Yu warned. Once you get back to the surface, find the big iron guy, the iron goleman. Stick together. If zombies get close, block them with blocks. Got it. After saying this, he originally wanted to continue his work, but he couldn't get those two words out of his head. Gravel, flint. He handed his pickaxe to a nearby villager. Did you see clearly how I was digging just now? The person nodded. I understand. Help me hold things down for a bit. Just do your best. I'll be right back. Lu Yu grabbed a shovel and headed straight for the collapsed site. Where's the collapsed area? Right here. The villager pointed ahead. In the darkness, a pile of grayish-yellow particles was clearly visible. Indeed, gravel. Lu Yu swung his shovel, and sand and stones came tumbling down. His luck was good. After just a few shovelfuls, a piece of black flint rolled into his pocket. Continue with your work. Without further delay, he pulled out iron ingots from his backpack, arranged the flint and iron ingots in order, and crafted a flint and steel. Though he didn't need it immediately, he pocketed it and followed the villagers back to the surface. As soon as he emerged from the cave, he reminded them again. Once you're on the surface, gather around the iron golem and scatter. When the last person climbed out, he saw the villagers had already formed 3 circular defensive lines with the iron golem protected in the center, methodically fending off zombies according to his arrangement. The orderly formation greatly boosted everyone's confidence. Lu Yu, someone asked boldly, if we keep fighting like this, can we survive this zombie wave? I feel like they're not as hard to deal with as we imagined. Yeah, Lu Yu, do we not have to leave after all? Lu Yu frowned. The truly terrifying thing about zombie waves wasn't that the spawn points couldn't be destroyed, nor the initial monster strength, but rather the gradually escalating difficulty. When everyone saw his silence, they thought he was hesitating, but then they noticed his gaze had moved past them, locking onto a shadow in the corner where a green figure was swaying. Move. Get away from that house. Lu Yu's expression changed dramatically. Sensing trouble, everyone broke into a run. They had barely taken a few steps when a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. Bang. Amid flying sand and debris, a large crater was blasted into the wall. It's that monster. That's what killed the village chief. Someone screamed in terror as people scattered in all directions. The first sign of a zombie wave escalation was often the introduction of other monsters. Don't run around. Stay close to me. Lu Yu shouted, and everyone finally calmed down enough to regroup around him. Lu Yu, what do we do now? The village chief, being carried on someone's back, was also pale as a sheet, still shaken from the ordeal. The pain from being injured by a creeper explosion wasn't something that could simply be endured or forgotten. Lu Yu gazed ahead, and sure enough, more green monsters were swaying as they approached. Following his gaze, the villagers all looked in the same direction, their faces instantly turning ghostly white. There are more. A whole army of those green creatures heading our way. Someone reminded them with a trembling voice. Lu Yu's heart sank, and he immediately made his decision. We can't delay any longer. We need to move now. If the portal happened to be at the center of this zombie wave, then theoretically, walking in any direction would be the same shortest distance to escape the danger zone. He scanned the surroundings and quickly noticed the snow-covered peak in the distance. Their village was actually named after this very mountain. While crossing a snowy mountain would be the most challenging choice in the real world, in this block world, climbing was just a common occurrence. More importantly, the snowy mountain formed a natural barrier, and hiding behind it might allow them to safely survive these 10 days. Let's head there. Lu Yu raised his hand and pointed toward the snowy mountain. All right, we'll follow your lead. The village chief agreed, then added, if we reach the border of District 6, we might as well ask for help while we're there. So District 6 is in that direction too? Lu Yu thought to himself that he had accidentally chosen a path leading to District 6, not a bad choice after all. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, the village chief suddenly called out to Lu Yu. What about the Fong father and son? Are they still around? How did they get through last night? Village chief, please don't bring them up, someone sighed. Do you remember the day you were injured by that green monster? What happened that day? The village chief asked, puzzled. During our patrol, we discovered that the father and son had already disappeared without a trace. A thought flashed through Lu Yu's mind. For the monsters to break in that day, the fence must have been deliberately damaged. The Fong father and son had motive, though they seemed too cowardly. Combined with their complete lack of reaction despite being so close to the incident, only one possibility remained: they had either condoned Chi Fong's group's actions or had even received advance notice and fled directly. Fong Ao, that bastard, came a curse from behind. Lu Yu turned around to see it was the pair of brothers who used to follow Fong Ao around like lackeys. Ever since the Fong father and son were banished to the border, they had finally shed their follower status, and now they were stomping their feet in anger. How could he not tell us? The two complained bitterly. After years of loyal following, they were abandoned at the crucial moment. Humph, selfish father and son, someone snorted coldly. They may have escaped this full moon zombie wave, but they might not be so lucky next time. Since they're not here, let's not worry about them. Let's go. Lu Yu made the final decision. The group had only taken a few steps when they noticed Lu Yu was still standing by the zombie pit. Lu Yu, what are you trying to do? Before anyone could react, he suddenly leaped forward. He jumped down. He jumped down. Sharp screams pierced the sky. Lu Yu had jumped into such a deep pit filled with zombies. Wasn't he seeking death? They turned back to look and saw that Lu Yu, who had jumped down, wasn't among the zombie horde below. Instead, he had used a ladder to catch blocks and wedged himself overhead. Suspended 3 to 4 meters in midair, he had only lost half a heart of healed, a minor injury that he quickly healed with a single potato. Then, a chilling smile crept across his lips. In the next instant, torches ignited and flames spread. Lu Yu had set the entire zombie horde ablaze. No sun needed. You'll burn all the same. Roar. The mutant zombies, engulfed in flames, shrieked deafeningly. Lu Yu climbed back up the ladder to ground level. True to form, he never watched explosions, nor did he look back at the sea of fire behind him. As screams and flames raged on, he dusted off his hands, turned around, and said gently to the villagers, "Let's get moving." Everyone thought to themselves, how lucky that Lu Yu belongs to our village. The journey wasn't particularly dangerous, only the large group and the iron golem's clumsiness slowed their pace. Before long, they reached the foot of the snowy mountain. While people could climb, the iron golems couldn't. Lu Yu had the villagers go up first while he stared at the 3 golems, scratching his head in frustration. Surely, he couldn't build a path all the way up or carve through the mountain. As he pondered this problem, the 3 golems tilted their heads in confusion, looking equally puzzled. Staring at their simple pumpkin faces, Lu Yu suddenly had an idea. Disassemble them first, then rebuild them in a safe location like mobile Gundams. Without hesitation, Lu Yu approached Iron Skin and gestured for it to crouch down. Pop! The pumpkin head came off, and the steel body clattered apart into scattered iron blocks. The hollow eye sockets of the pumpkin head still glowed faintly. So convenient that they can be disassembled, he said, gently stroking the pumpkin. I'll let you come out to play once we're safe. He then dismantled the remaining 2 golems, collected all the parts, and hurried to catch up with the group ahead. The mountain path wasn't treacherous for ordinary people, but the difference in stamina was obvious. While the villagers were gasping for breath, Lu Yu had already rushed to the summit like a gust of wind. Lu Yu, how did you get here so fast? He waved dismissively without explanation, simply saying, "Everyone rest here for a bit." The village chief, seeing his capable leadership, nodded with satisfaction. Even if his own injuries worsened, he wouldn't worry about Snow Mountain Village lacking a successor. As the cold wind howled and everyone sat in the snow to catch their breath, Lu Yu pulled out a shovel and began scooping up snow with enthusiasm. Someone muttered, "After being busy all night, isn't he tired?" "Not tired," Lu Yu replied with a bright smile as snow flew everywhere. His childlike enthusiasm made everyone realize that even the strongest people still kept a corner of innocence in their hearts. What they didn't know was that Lu Yu, who had grown up in the south of Blue Star, rarely saw snow. Even though the snow in Block Continent was square, it still excited him. He scooped up a large pile of snowballs, carried them to a corner, and turned his back to the group. His portable crafting table landed in the snow with a thud as he crafted snow blocks from snowballs and pulled out the dismantled pumpkin heads. What was he up to? Building snowmen, of course. Then, Lu Yu stacked the snow blocks on the ground following the same pattern as the iron golem. As soon as the pumpkin head was placed, the round head gently twisted, and tiny glimmers flickered in its lantern-like eye sockets, as if puzzled by this brand new body. How's that? Still not satisfied. Lu Yu put his hands on his hips and teased with a smile. Iron Dummy. Oh wait, I guess I should call you Snow Dummy now. Snow Dummy looked down at its fluffy white body, seemingly still missing its original hard iron shell, and crouched down glumly. Sweat beaded on Lu Yu's forehead as he quickly reassured. This body is lighter and much faster for walking. Give it a try. Snow Dummy took a few steps as suggested. Its limbs made of snow blocks stepped on the ground, indeed much more nimble than its iron body, and its movements immediately became more agile. Besides, you're so cute now that girls will definitely like you more. Lu Yu delivered the final blow. Snow Dummy's pumpkin face suddenly turned red, and the heat it generated nearly melted the snow on its forehead, making Lu Yu burst into laughter. After laughing enough, Lu Yu led it toward the villagers. Oh, you even built a snowman, child. An elderly person remarked cheerfully. The children were even more excited, bouncing and rushing over. Wow, a snowman. They thought it was just a snow sculpture standing there, but to their surprise, when they ran toward the snowman, it also trotted toward them. Huh? Brother Lu Yu, how can it move? Hey, this thing is just like those iron blockheads in the village, right? Someone in the crowd speculated. Lu Yu nodded seriously and made up a story on the spot. That's right. I just saw it crouching nearby and brought it back. This creature is friendly to humans and can even help fend off monsters. Pretty neat. He found his ability to spin tall tales becoming increasingly refined. After a brief rest, Lu Yu walked to the edge of the cliff they had come from and gazed out. Sure enough, the zombies and creepers were still relentlessly pursuing the masses of monsters clustered at the foot of the mountain, with some already climbing up the stepped slopes. Everyone up, let's keep moving, he pointed toward the cliff below. The monsters are catching up. The light-hearted moment of children playing with the snowman was instantly swept away, and everyone's expressions became grave, though their movements remained orderly. During the bustle, Lu Yu noticed Zhuang Mu approaching Snow Dummy, circling around it and examining it from all angles, his face full of confusion, as if his worldview had been refreshed. Hurry up and move, Lu Yu urged. When going up the mountain, Lu Yu led the way. When going down, he brought up the rear, deliberately building stable steps for Snow Dummy. Finally, the group reached the bottom of the mountain. This side of the snow mountain was like a completely different world from where they usually lived. The 7th district was barren and desolate, overgrown with weeds, with sparse rivers and few trees, pressed against the towering snow mountain. If not for the soil beneath their feet instead of sand, it would be a complete wasteland. But this side near the 6th district was lush with trees, and the ground was dotted with colorful flowers. With just a casual glance, Lu Yu could see cattle and sheep grazing leisurely among the tree shadows. Indeed, there's a reason the 7th district was separated out, he thought to himself. The village chief seemed to have been to the 6th district before, but most villagers were seeing such scenery for the first time. Driven by curiosity, they wanted to wander among the flower beds for a while and even planned to frolic, but the reality wasn't so pleasant. Behind them, the zombies pursued relentlessly, throwing themselves straight off the cliff without a second thought. The sheer drop of several dozen meters seemed non-existent to the zombies as they tumbled and crashed into the pile of rocks at the bottom of the valley, the sharp crack of breaking bones mixing with the sound of rolling stones. Yet these creatures appeared to feel no pain, twisting their mangled limbs as they swayed back to their feet once more, continuing their assault on Lu Yu and his group. Tisk! Lu Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance and waved his hand. Stop gawking and move. Beyond the cliff lay an open plain with scattered tree trunks as the only obstacles. While humans could pivot and change direction in half a step, the zombies moved stiffly and couldn't navigate around barriers, simply crashing straight into them, clawing and biting until they tore the trunks apart, inadvertently buying Lu Yu's group some precious distance. We're here, someone in the crowd shouted. Ahead, the low wall of cobblestone that marked District 6 stretched out before them. At the main entrance stood a makeshift watchtower about 2 stories high, where a guard held a bow and surveyed the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Hey, who are those people down there? The guard in the tower asked his companion in a low voice. Looks like they're from District 7. Another guard frowned. So many of them, what do they want? Filled with suspicion, the guards immediately barred the wooden gate, blocking Lu Yu and the others outside the wall. After enduring a day and night of monster pursuit, the villagers from District 7 saw their fellow blockhead kinsmen and thought they'd found their salvation, hurrying forward eagerly. However, What greeted them were gleaming iron swords pointed in their direction. "Who are you people, and what do you want?" the guard barked. His threatening tone instantly extinguished the enthusiasm that had just sparked among the District 7 villagers. The village chief, supported by others, coughed and stepped forward. "Young man, we're villagers from District 7. Our district has suffered a disaster, and we had no choice but to flee here. Please, we beg you to take us in." Before he could finish, the guard rudely interrupted. "What does District 6 care if District 7 people are in trouble?" The cold, blunt question hit like a splash of icy water, leaving the villagers who had traveled all day stunned in place. "We're neighboring districts, and everyone's facing hardships right now. Can't you show some mercy?" An elderly woman couldn't help but step forward and plead. The guard remained arrogant. "Our job is to keep riffraff out. Who knows if you're bringing trouble to our doorstep? If you want shelter, go find it somewhere else, just not here." With that, both guards waved them away dismissively. Their condescending attitude reminded Lu Yu of security guards back on Blue Star earning 2 or 3,000 a month, yet acting superior just because they stood at the gates of upscale neighborhoods, ordering outsiders around. Lu Yu snorted with disdain. It wasn't even worthy of being called borrowing the tiger's authority. It was nothing more than the stench of a skunk. He turned to look back, and in the forest behind them, the pursuing zombies wandered aimlessly like headless flies, clearly having left the mutant zombies' range of influence and lost their target. This place was indeed a safe zone. "Who are you calling riffraff?" Several feisty women from District 7 flared up in anger. "Even if the village chief isn't your elder, he's still an old man. Were you raised with no manners at all?" The village chief quickly waved his hands. "Stop arguing, stop arguing." For Lu Yu, whether they could get in didn't matter much. If he really wanted to enter, he had 100 ways to sneak inside. He was simply curious about what the interior of District 6 looked like. As Lu Yu peered inside, he suddenly spotted a familiar foolish head hiding behind a tree trunk in the distance. Fong Ao. He raised an eyebrow. No wonder the father and son had been nowhere to be found. They had snuck into District 6 early on. At this thought, his lips curved upward in a mischievous smile as he shouted loudly, "Fong Ao, what are you doing here?" This shout drew everyone's attention. The crowd suddenly understood. Just as they had suspected, the Fong family father and son had gotten wind of the news first and rushed to District 6 for refuge. The crowd immediately erupted. "Why can he get in while we're blocked outside?" someone demanded angrily. The two guards at the entrance exchanged glances. One of them was actually a distant cousin from Fong Ao's mother's side, essentially Fong Ao's cousin. Having inherited the stupid gene, he was rendered speechless by the question and could only stammer, "He's." Inwardly, he cursed. Of all times, you had to stick your head out now. Seeing this, Lu Yu timely added fuel to the fire, smiling sincerely at the guard. "Brother, from the way you spoke earlier, I can tell you're an upright and incorruptible person." The compliment served as a setup, like laying down steps for the other party to retreat. Immediately after, his expression darkened, his tone filled with righteous indignation. "But how can you associate with such people? How can you cover for him? Do you know what he's done?" The guard broke out in a cold sweat. "What? What has he done?" Lu Yu raised his voice, deliberately ensuring that Fong Ao in the distance could hear clearly. He knew District 7 was in danger, but failed to report it, letting the entire village march to their deaths, while the father and son fled first. "You just called others disreputable. Is there anyone more disreputable and despicable than him?" His words landed like a slap to the face. Fong Ao in the distance turned red, whether from anger or shame, neither daring to approach nor to speak in his defense. The guard was equally caught in a dilemma. Lu Yu had first labeled him as upright, so if he now spoke up for Fong Ao, his earlier reasons for refusing the Shueshan village residents' entry into District 6 would become a joke. He could only stand there awkwardly. At this moment, the village auntie's combat power went into full force. Lu Yu had paved the way, and they charged forward. "Even such people can get in, but not us. Aren't you afraid this treacherous little brat will lead the monsters into District 6 too? Could it be that you're all birds of a feather, cut from the same cloth?" The sharp questions came like rapid fire, forcing the two guards to retreat step by step. Finally, one of them couldn't take it anymore and ran off, obviously to find someone in charge. This was actually good news for Shueshan village. At least it meant there would be a chance to discuss their request to stay for 9 days. In no time, the guard returned with a well-dressed middle-aged man. What no one expected was that Fong Chong was following beside him. Fong Chong stayed close to his ear, his mouth moving constantly, clearly adding fuel to the fire. Lu Yu frowned. So he's already started stirring up trouble? When the middle-aged man approached, his expression wasn't particularly friendly, but his demeanor revealed considerable refinement. He first extended his hand to the village chief, who stood at the front and appeared to be the leader. "Hello, sir. I'm the District 6 administrator, Su Ling." "Hello, hello." The village chief hurriedly shook his hand. After a few pleasantries, Su Ling didn't delay, scanning the crowd with his gaze before cutting straight to the point. "I've heard the general situation from the guards, but we can't risk letting you in." This was clearly a polite refusal. Lu Yu lowered his head in thought, recalling what Fong Chong had actually told the people of District 6. They obviously didn't understand that the ordinary zombie hordes had been chasing after Lu Yu's group, while the mutant zombie had already stopped pursuing them and posed no current threat. They also didn't know that Fong Chong had likely embellished his story, claiming that Lu Yu had provoked Chi Fong and others, making District 6 worry about getting caught in the crossfire and eager to distance themselves. "We'll only stay 9 days and leave once District 7 is settled," Lu Yu said, raising his head and actively joining the conversation. Su Ling's gaze fell on him, immediately recognizing this as District 7's successor. 9 days. Su Ling hesitated. Lu Yu pressed his advantage. Think of it as renting space wheel pay compensation. Before he finished speaking, Su Ling's followers burst into laughter. "Kid, what could District 7 possibly offer? Don't tell me you think those scraps are treasures. District 6 has plenty." Hearing the mockery, Lu Yu frowned. Despite being only one district apart, with numbers differing by just one digit, these people acted incredibly arrogant. Only the residents of District 7 knew the truth. They had completely transformed. They could gather 50 sets of food supplies within 3 days and had learned to fish. They truly lacked nothing. What pretentious nonsense. "Is this District 6 standard?" someone muttered quietly. Seeing his subordinate's rudeness, Su Ling raised his hand to stop them. "Don't speak out of turn." Though he also believed District 7's offerings weren't particularly valuable, the confidence and determination in Lu Yu's eyes impressed him. In 10 years, he hadn't found a successor among District 6's younger generation, yet District 7 had produced such talent. It would be good to show this young man some respect. "All right, you can stay for 9 days, Su Ling nodded. The District 7 residents cheered finally. They wouldn't have to hide underground or sleep in the wilderness. However, many from District 6 immediately looked displeased. "Mr. Su, what if they really bring disaster upon us? They're nothing but bad luck." The chorus of opposition put Su Ling in a difficult position. He had a sudden inspiration. Let them rest temporarily in the outer perimeter, away from the residential area, but still within the walls for safety. While this meant no proper beds, the surrounding environment was still acceptable. Lu Yu looked around and felt it was barely tolerable. No way. What if they wander around freely? Su Ling raised an eyebrow. With these new restrictions, they could only allow them to stay and operate within this area. No way. What if the children from our 6th district are out for a walk and get frightened by these rough people? He waved his hand dismissively, his voice tinged with impatience. "Then what do you suggest?" Su Ling shot back. The sharp-faced, monkey-like man who had been interrupting stepped forward. His gaunt, angular face and mean features made it seem as if the block continent had suddenly sprouted a new simian species. The scrawny monkey, Ho-E, grabbed a wooden stick and tapped it on the ground with a sharp crack, then began drawing lines with swift strokes. "Just let them stay here," he said, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, as if the territory he had marked out was his exclusive prey. Everyone followed the wooden stick's path with their eyes to see a square plot of land roughly 50 blocks by 50 blocks. But the group from the 7th district numbered over 100 people, an entire village of men, women, and children who had wandered here as refugees, only to be crammed into this tiny space with not even a wall or a shed. According to this monkey's calculations, he probably intended to have them stand one person per block in the dirt for 9 whole days. Beside Ho-E, several narrow-minded youngsters from the 6th district huddled together, snickering and whispering praise. "You're ruthless, kid," really showing them who's boss. In their view, the 7th district people would either slink away in shame or stay and suffer either way. It would be a joke. Thinking of this, Fong Chong, who was enjoying himself the most, slapped Ho-E on the shoulder. "Good brother, I'll buy you a drink later." "Lu Yu, we won't stand for this humiliation," someone from the 7th district crowd couldn't help but shout. "Right? We'd rather dig caves and live there for a few days like before." "Exactly. Why should we suffer here?" Anger surged like a tide, but Lu Yu's face still wore a smile, as if he were watching a group of rowdy children. These petty tricks looked like toys to him. Since they wanted to watch a show, he might as well give them one and see who would still be laughing in the end. Facing Su Ling, Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged. Su Ling secretly marveled at this young man's composure. "Fine, we'll rest here," Lu Yu said quietly. Su Ling hesitated, feeling that Ho-E had marked out too small an area. He was about to speak when Lu Yu stopped him. "It's okay. This place is enough." "Lu Yu." The people from the 7th district stared in disbelief, clearly unable to understand his recklessness. "Hee, so there really are fools over there." The 6th district people exchanged knowing looks. "Just wait and watch them become beggars." Ho-E laughed heartily, but Fong Chong, who had suffered at Lu Yu's hands before, felt his smile freeze. Wasn't this guy planning some trick again? Lu Yu made one final condition to Su Ling. "We won't leave this area, but we can go outside the 6th district, right?" "Yes, you can," Su Ling nodded. Lu Yu shrugged. "Then there's no problem. Let's do it this way." Su Ling looked at the petty-minded people on his side and shook his head in disappointment. He left on his own, taking with him those willing to follow. but a crowd of onlookers still remained. The villagers from District 7 were still shaken, but when they caught sight of the confidence on Lu Yu's face, hope rekindled in their hearts. Perhaps the man who could excavate such vast underground spaces was preparing to replicate the same miracle. Zhuang Mu had been running around all day, his legs weak and stomach empty, his mind filled with resentment. Lu Yu, if you can't settle us properly, you'll pay for your blind overconfidence. Lu Yu let out a cold laugh, clearly having everything under control. He looked around at everyone and asked calmly, "Hungry?" Those who nodded and voiced agreement suddenly realized their stomachs were aching with emptiness. The underground food supplies they'd carried had been partially consumed during the journey, leaving barely enough to get through the night. Just as everyone was preparing to divide up the remaining rations, they saw Lu Yu calmly produce a wooden bucket. The people from District 7 were familiar with this routine, their eyes immediately lighting up with excitement. "Lu Yu, you're not planning to. I almost forgot we can still do this." Lu Yu walked alone beyond the boundary to the shallow pool outside District 6, filled a bucket with water, and returned. The onlookers stood at a distance, snickering like they were watching a show. Are they planning to fill their stomachs with water? Ignoring them, Lu Yu first dug 3 parallel holes in the ground, pouring the first bucket of water into the left hole. Then he made another trip, pouring the second bucket into the right hole. The water surfaces connected in the middle hole. The most basic, infinite water setup was complete. Next, he took his shovel and dug a trench 2 blocks deep along the edge of the marked 50-50 survival area, then scooped the infinite water into the trench. Clear water quickly filled the channel, with ripples spreading inch by inch. Huh? He only carried 2 buckets of water. How can that fill such a long circle? The smiles froze on the onlookers' faces, their heads full of question marks. Fong Chong gritted his teeth. That guy's up to his weird tricks again, damn it. After completing the water channel, Lu Yu looked up and asked, "Did everyone bring their fishing rods?" The villagers treasured the fishing rods he'd given them like their lives, most carrying them wherever they went. With these rods and the methods Lu Yu had taught them, they could catch fish anytime, anywhere. They'd become their standard equipment. "Yes," everyone replied in unison. "Then fish while you eat, and store the rest." The onlookers were dumbfounded. The villagers from the Snow Mountain village in District 7, always considered shallow and ignorant, had actually pulled out an entire row of fishing rods. Are they really planning to fish in stagnant water? Before the skeptical voices could fade, the bobber of the little boy in front suddenly plunged down, and he called out in his childish voice to Lu Yu, "Brother Lu Yu, there's a fish." Lu Yu walked over to help him pull up the rod. Together the water surface exploded with silver light as a massive blue fish over 10 feet long leaped out, dragged ashore by their combined effort. Fish! There really are fish. The residents of District 6 were stunned. They rarely had the chance to taste fish, yet here they were, watching helplessly as the people from District 7 casually dumped a whole bucket of fish into wooden basins. Someone immediately set up a makeshift stove, and the silvery fish meat was quickly spread across the iron grill, sizzling as the fat crackled and popped. The aroma filled the air like hooks on the wind, desperately drilling into everyone's nostrils, making the District 6 residents swallow hard, their Adam's apples bobbing up and down. "I've never heard that fish was a specialty of District 7. Hui stared at Fong Chong, his eyes full of accusation. "How could you not mention such crucial intelligence?" Fong Chong looked aggrieved. "But I didn't know either. Aren't you from District 7? How could you not know?" Under pressure, Fong Chong opened his mouth, but ultimately had no response. The District 7 group gathered around the fire, eating with great enthusiasm. But what would truly drop the jaws of the District 6 residents was yet to come. Last time, Lu Yu had hidden their resting place underground to avoid zombies. This time, he planned to expose their dwelling completely to everyone's view, especially to give those sour-faced District 6 residents a good look. According to the competition rules, their 5,050 plot only limited the ground area, not the height. Even building a city in the sky would be perfectly legitimate. Right after lunch, Lu Yu assigned the first task. "I need everyone's help." "Don't say help, that's too formal." "Exactly. Just treat us as your subordinates and give us direct orders." Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction. "Then go out and chop trees, as many as possible. Don't throw away the saplings, either bring everything back." "Got it." The villagers set off on their mission, spreading out beyond District 6 walls to swing their axes and fell trees. Clearly, they were gathering materials for their new home. Hui could no longer contain himself. If Lu Yu proceeded smoothly, where would District 6 dignity be? "You people, how can you randomly harvest our District 6 resources?" He blocked the entrance and demanded. Lu Yu spread his hands with an innocent expression. "The area outside the walls also counts as District 6 territory?" "Of course it does. But just now you wouldn't let us through the main gate and drove us outside. Doesn't that mean the outside doesn't belong to you at all?" Hui was dizzy from this reverse logic, yet couldn't find a point to refute. "He seems to make perfect sense. I'm speechless." His face turned red from frustration, still racking his brains to find ways to obstruct them. At that moment, a burly man returned carrying a backpack full of lumber. The man was muscular and one of the top laborers among the ordinary villagers in terms of physical strength, though still not matching Lu Yu's physique. Since ordinary villagers had limited backpack capacity, he had to make frequent trips back to camp to unload. The weeds and saplings everyone chopped take up space, so I'll put them here first, He grinned at Lu Yu. Lu Yu saw this and was pleased, extending his hand. Give me the saplings. As soon as the saplings reached his hands, he planted them one by one into the soft soil. He raised an eyebrow at Ho-E. I've replanted the trees. Any problem with that? Ho-E was completely speechless. Subsequently, Lu Yu didn't immediately process the collected logs into planks, but directly used them to build the basic framework of the first floor. The sturdy logs interlocked with each other, looking from afar like a towering tree reaching toward the sky, full of vitality and exceptionally beautiful. Lu Yu quickly pulled iron blocks from his backpack and crafted scissors, handing them to the nearest ant who had just returned. Auntie, stop chopping trees for now, and help me cut more leaves instead. Oh, sure thing. After the ant hurried off, he handed scissors to another person, assigning both to leaf collection duty. Meanwhile, he began constructing the first level platform in the center of camp using thick logs as support. Next, he built a spiral staircase leading to the second floor, laid wooden planks for the platform, enclosed it with tree trunks for walls, and wrapped the exterior with lush foliage from a distance. It looked like a natural giant tree. Inside the leafy shell, he rapidly built a rest area, templates for flooring, fences for partitions, creating what looked like a spacious communal sleeping space. Lu Yu moved through the branches like a blur, his body almost becoming a shadow. The District 6 residents who had come to watch the spectacle could only see wood and leaves growing wildly under his hands when he finished the first floor and paused to wipe his sweat. Their jaws nearly hit the ground. What's he doing? Building a house, I think. Houses can be built like that. In their understanding, a house was simply 4 walls and a roof. With the most skilled builders maybe making a slanted roof, none had ever seen this kind of biomimetic treehouse. Lu Yu descended the spiral staircase and helped up the village chief who was resting on the ground. Chief, don't sit on the ground anymore. The first floor lodging is Riadai, go up and rest. Oh, all right. The village chief, who had lost a leg, was helped up to the second floor. The innermost bed was already prepared, and the air carried the fresh scent of leaves. The walls weren't completely sealed, wooden planks alternated with leaf clusters, allowing natural light to filter through, keeping the space bright even without torches. The village chief took a deep breath. This is wonderful. Looks like I'll get a good night's sleep tonight. Downstairs, the onlookers remained incredulous. Did he just say it's all furnished inside? That's what I heard, but wasn't that way too fast? Lu Yu had always been particular about living conditions even for just a few days. He refused to rough it. Moreover, with the District 6 people watching, he decided to go all out and make them envious. He opened the achievement store. Achievement points, 320. Hiss. The realistic furniture required 300 points to have to spend his entire reserve. But for comfort, he gritted his teeth and confirmed the purchase. Realistic home furnishings, required points, 300. Do you wish to unlock? Yes. Loading realistic furniture, mod loading complete. Open your crafting menu to discover new items. The system's cheerful tone sounded exactly like a greedy merchant. Lu Yu grumbled internally. After taking so many points, couldn't you offer a discount? At the workbench, he spread out the newly unlocked materials and crafted tables and chairs, then made 2 plush sofas. The village chief sat down and immediately exclaimed, "This is as comfortable as my wool bed." Lu Yu winked. Hee, this sofa is also made of wool. Then he returned to ground level and grabbed a little girl who was organizing her backpack. Could you help me pick some flowers? The colorful flowers the girl brought back were scattered across the first floor, instantly transforming it into a garden. Finally, he opened District 6 gate and let in the snowman that had been pitifully blocked outside. The pumpkinhead's little eyes were full of accusation, as if complaining about being left out in the cold. All right, I'm letting you in now. The snowman left a trail of snow as it walked. To prevent it from freezing the entire floor, Lu Yu specifically fenced off an activity area and kept it contained with the 3 iron golems. The moment the living snowman appeared, the District 6 residents' faces turned deathly pale. What is that thing? The most terrifying thing wasn't the fluffy white snowman standing before them, but the fact that Lu Yu had used wooden boards as a screen while releasing the other 3 iron golems. The snowman was soft, round, and adorable, doing nothing more than swaying gently, hardly anything to find disturbing. But the iron golems that appeared next made every onlooker's skin crawl. Encased in steel armor from head to toe, the dark metal reflected cold light under the sun, and their crimson eye sockets glowed like twin flames, capable of intimidating the faint-hearted with just a glare. Their oppressive presence was 100 times more terrifying than the snowman. Well, what are those things? Someone shrieked, their voice climbing several octaves. Monsters! They're monsters! Cries of alarm erupted everywhere. Fong Ao, hiding at the back, also shrank in fear, but quickly recalled the earlier scene. These were the very creatures Lu Yu had unleashed that had terrified Chief Fong and his group. Just as he was about to explain, the crowd of District 6 residents scattered like startled birds. Ho Yi bolted away, racing straight to Su Ling's workshop. His face a mixture of panic and indignation had to bring Su Ling back to see these demons and monsters from District 7 with his own eyes. Mr. Su, those barbarians from District 7 TV, actually brought monsters in. Ho Yi found Su Ling and immediately raised his voice in accusation. Monsters? Su Ling raised an eyebrow. Ho Yi's tone carried a hint of blame for allowing those people through, making Su Ling suspect he might be exaggerating. Fong Ao opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, his father Fong Chong pushed him back and stepped forward. Mr. Su, I told you from the beginning that those people are nothing but trouble. If they hadn't angered Mr. Chi Fong, we never would have had to flee to District 7. People like that can't be allowed to stay. Su Ling's gaze fell on Fong Chong. Lu Yu's words still echoed in his ears, and he instinctively trusted Lu Yu more. Combined with the fact that this man had abandoned the District 7 villagers and concealed crucial information, Su Ling felt nothing but disgust. Seeing Su Ling's expressionless face, Fong Chong assumed Lu Yu had already poisoned Su Ling's mind against them. In desperation, he exchanged glances with Ho Yi, who immediately chimed in. Mr. Su, if you don't believe us, go see for yourself. They've already built their shelter, and the monsters are kept inside. Fine. Su Ling set down his tools and stood up. If this turns out to be a waste of my time, you two will do double the manual labor. Ho Yi jumped at first, but then remembered he had seen those iron golems with his own eyes, and his confidence returned. It would be perfect for Su Ling to see them. The blame certainly wouldn't fall on him, and those inferior people from District 7 would probably be driven away. So the group marched toward the District 7 temporary settlement. In the distance, a towering tree stood prominently. What is that thing? Su Ling exclaimed in surprise. When he had left, Lu Yu had just begun construction, but now, after only half a day, the entire dwelling seemed to have risen from the ground. The tree-like main structure stood several stories tall, its thick branches extending outward like natural beams and pillars. Su Ling couldn't help but wonder if they had somehow transplanted some giant tree, his voice carrying genuine curiosity. Ho Yi stared at the towering tree-like structure, his heart filled with resentment. He was unwilling to admit that villagers from District 7, a tier below them, could build such beautiful structures with their bare hands in such a short time. What he didn't know was that Lu Yu had been a national-level architect given enough time. He could recreate not just a treehouse, but even an entire palace in this block world. So he muttered reluctantly, "That's not a tree at all. It's a building they constructed." A building. Su Ling's eyes lit up immediately. Peering through the gaps between the trees, he saw such an ingenious masterpiece for the first time. If not for the lights glowing through the leaves, this towering tree would be indistinguishable from nature itself, as if the mysterious treehouse had grown from thin air, with District 7 villagers moving about within it. On the ground, Lu Yu had even created a babbling brook and colorful flower beds, making the entire clearing look like a living painting. Moving closer, everyone discovered the trunk was still growing, because Lu Yu hadn't stopped building. He had already completed 3 levels of resting spaces for the villagers and was preparing new platforms even higher up. But judging by his expression, he definitely wouldn't finish today. As the sun began to set, he called for the villagers to stop work while his stamina depended on his saturation level. The villagers were different, and he couldn't let everyone overexert themselves. From a distance, Su Ling finally asked, "Where are these monsters you mentioned?" All he could see was perfect tranquility. If there really were monsters, how could the villagers be so relaxed? I clearly saw them before. Ho Yi rushed forward and indeed found Lu Yu's 3 iron golems in a corner. Look, there they are. Following his pointing finger, Su Ling saw them too. The iron golems did look menacing, but they were just standing quietly without any aggressive behavior. Villagers walked past them, and some even patted their iron arms. On the other side, the snow golem had become the children's favorite. A group of kids jumped and laughed around it. And when the snowman occasionally shook off some snow, the children cheered with delight. The moving snowman was indeed strange, but even a blind person could sense that they wouldn't hurt anyone. Su Ling sneered. "Ho Yi, these are your terrifying monsters." This. Ho Yi was speechless. Su Ling pressed on. "Are we in District 6 too cowardly, or are the people in District 7 too brave? Are we supposed to fear snowmen that don't attack people and even play with children?" Ho Yi couldn't find words, secretly regretting his rashness. If he had really found something damning, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing position. Su Ling dropped his earlier mockery and said sternly, "You should show some magnanimity. I've already agreed to let them stay away from our residence, yet you're still being so harsh." Ho Yi thought he was being helpful and insisted stubbornly, "We shouldn't have let them stay at all." Fong Chong chimed in from the side. "Exactly, we should have turned them away." Su Ling's gaze turned cold, and Fong Chong immediately fell silent. Then shouldn't you go share their hardships too? Su Ling shot back. Fong Chong sheepishly retreated to the back of the crowd. Su Ling stepped forward, while Ho Yi, the coward, was actually trembling at the sight of the iron golemshi's first encounter with such creatures had left him terrified. Without any backbone, he dodged behind Su Ling, his head practically pressed against his companion's shoulder blade. Su Ling faced Lu Yu directly, responding to this pathetic display with an unsparing eye roll. Lu Yu, I didn't expect you to build your settlement so quickly. He wore a smile, stepping leisurely into the other's territory. Lu Yu had a natural intuition about people, and the smiling man before him harbored no malice. His actions were hardly unreasonable either. He never liked turning hostile toward people he had no grudge against, as it would spoil the mood. So he put on a businesslike smile. How do you like it? Not bad, right? We're only staying 8 or 9 days, so we just threw something together. Su Ling's mind immediately conjured an image of a llama galloping past. This was not bad. If what Lu Yu called throwing something together could be this luxurious, then what they lived in back in District 6 was practically a doghouse. His mouth twitched involuntarily as he forced himself to maintain face, stiffly continuing the conversation. I never expected someone so young to have such talent. It's not really talent, just messing around a bit. Lu Yu replied with another modest comment. Enough. Su Ling screamed internally. Kid, stop showing off. Where does that leave us older brothers from District 6? Only then did Su Ling notice he was being closely followed by a group of fellow District 6 residents. They huddled behind him, clearly displeased with Lu Yu's group but not daring to speak directly, so they had brought him back as their representative. Unfortunately, Su Ling had no interest in playing mediator and instead looked around with cheerful curiosity. The newly completed building complex before him made his eyes shine as he examined everything from the roof ridges to the foundations with the thoroughness of a land surveyor. Ambition and amazement intertwined in his gaze. Though District 6 was larger than District 7, this particular bird was clearly ready to spread its wings. Lu Yu wasn't worried about the other party stealing his techniques. This was a game he'd been playing since childhood, and if someone could master it with just a few glances, he wouldn't have been obsessed with it for nearly a decade. Scanning toward the corner, Su Ling finally spotted 3 iron golems standing shoulder to shoulder, their chests pitch black and joints gleaming coldly. Young man, may I ask what those things are? He pointed toward them, his voice filled with curiosity and longing. Lu Yu followed his gesture and saw the 3 clustered iron golems, then explained, Oh, those are guards we keep. Guards. Su Ling's eyes lit up with astonishing brightness. Lu Yu and what he'd brought continued to shatter his worldview, and he even began to resent the rigid rule of minimizing contact between districts and his own stereotypical view of District 7 as backward and barren. If they had exchanged resources earlier, perhaps District 6 wouldn't have stagnated. Seeing Su Ling actually use the polite phrase, may I ask, Lu Yu decided to elaborate. I discovered them by chance and brought them back to the village. They only attack monsters and never harm our villagers. They're very friendly toward us. Su Ling excitedly grabbed Lu Yu's shoulder, his fingertips trembling. What you're saying, is it really true? Lu Yu understood the other's skepticism after such a shock and nodded seriously in confirmation. Of course it's true. Oh my god, so they actually obey you? Are they easy to control? Lu Yu remained non-committal about Su Ling's probing questions, merely squinting as he observed the restlessness in the other's eyes. The kid was clearly scheming about the iron golems. No, they won't obey us. Lu Yu raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. We can only set boundaries for their patrol area. If any monsters break in, they'll attack automatically, but getting them to follow us around? Forget it. What's worse, they're clumsy as hell. The moment the terrain gets rough, they're completely useless. Su Ling's brow furrowed at these words. His little scheme instantly deflated. Apparently there really was no such thing as obedient, mindless, overpowered, and free muscle for hire. Ho Yi and Fong Chong finally understood that these steel giants, though terrifying, were actually beneficial rather than harmful to their side. Fong Chong stared at the iron golem and suddenly blurted out a sharp question. If you have such powerful things, why did you still need to escape from District 7? Lu Yu smiled brilliantly and shot back even more directly. Then why did you escape? A cold drop of sweat slid down Fong Chong's temple. Under Lu Yu's piercing gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine and quickly lowered his eyes. Only then did Lu Yu restrain his smile and turn to explain to Su Ling. 2 fists can't fight 4 legs. Too many zombies. So we had to retreat. What zombies? Su Ling pressed further. Sunlight-resistant mutant zombies in terrifying numbers, and they can tear down barriers. Lu Yu's expression grew unusually grave. Fong Chong clutched his chest, quietly relieved. Thank goodness they ran early, otherwise encountering such monsters would have meant certain death. What? Ho Yi's face went deathly pale, his voice trembling. Hey Su, did you hear that? If those monsters chase us to District 6, we're done for. In his panic, he even forgot his usual deference to Su Ling. Having his status treated with such disrespect, Su Ling naturally wasn't polite in his rebuke. Ho Yi, watch your tongue. Rather than rushing to defend himself, he asked Lu Yu gravely, "Where are those monsters now?" Getting straight to the heart of the matter. The scolded He immediately deflated. Lu Yu glanced at him like he was looking at a brainless cub. "Listen here, Skinny. If this place wasn't safe, would I be building a house here? Use that pig brain of yours for once, will you?" Being publicly ridiculed made Ho Yi's face burn with shame, and he almost wanted to turn and run. But Lu Yu placed one hand on his shoulder, applying slight pressure with his knuckles, and he found himself unable to move. "Let go." Ho Yi snapped in embarrassed fury, struggling to pry off that hand. "Tell me, what exactly is rattling around in that little head of yours?" Lu Yu's voice remained steady, yet carried an irresistible pressure. Ho Yi's face flushed red with the strain, and just as he was about to explode in curses, Lu Yu released his grip. "In the future, use your brain. You're so worried about outsiders being bad people, why don't you learn to distinguish between friendly neighbors like us and those outsiders with ulterior motives?" Lu Yu's words couldn't have been more blunt. Su Ling had been shut down by his earlier retort, and now he looked like he'd been stripped naked and put on display for all to see. Fong Chong beside him wished he could dissolve into thin air and become invisible for a while. But there was no time to settle old scores right now. Monsters still occupied the village. These creatures were peculiar, only attacking villagers within a specific area. Once they crossed that invisible line, it was as if they hit a transparent wall and immediately stopped their assault. Lu Yu pointed toward the snow-capped mountains outside the village. "We crossed over the mountains to reach this area, and they stopped pursuing us." "I see." Though Su Ling appeared calm, he wasn't truly fearless. After hearing this explanation, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling somewhat at ease. He patted Lu Yu's shoulder. "Let's stay here for now then. Young man, you seem to know quite a bit. We should have a private chat sometime. I'd like to hear your story." "Sure." Lu Yu nodded readily. He was equally curious to know how the world looked through the eyes of someone in power in the 6th district. Su Ling turned and walked away on his own. He was obviously curious about the new developments under Lu Yu's command, but felt it would be too presumptuous to ask so many questions upon their first meeting. There would be plenty of time later, no need to rush. Clearly, he had no desire to walk alongside Ho Yi at the moment, so he quickened his pace to leave the man behind. Only then did Ho Yi fully come to his senses, realizing what he had just said to Su Ling. He hurried to catch up, nearly face-planting on the uneven ground. His clumsy stumbling was quite amusing to watch. It was only then that Lu Yu heard the suppressed chuckling from the villagers behind him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he burst out laughing. Haha, that guy came looking for trouble for no reason, wasn't he just asking for it? Umph, now he knows the 7th district isn't to be messed with. Lu Yu turned around, looking at the crowd of villagers who had been silent as mice in front of Su Ling, and wondered to himself, why were they all acting like they'd been muted earlier? The truth was, the 7th district had always been relaxed and easygoing. The village chief wasn't the type to use his position to intimidate people, and most villagers were simple and kind-hearted folk who loved a good commotion. This was the first time Lu Yu had seen them so well-behaved, so he couldn't help asking, "Why didn't any of you speak up earlier?" The ant who had shown no fear in front of Ho Yi scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. That young man seemed very formidable. Really, Lu Yu was puzzled, hadn't noticed anything himself. He just had this intimidating presence. Even though he's also a district administrator like our village chief, his aura was completely different. You could tell he wasn't easy to talk to. Exactly. Standing in front of him felt like being a kid caught stealing bread by my parents. Lu Yu chuckled. Was it really that serious? Yes, everyone chorused. We didn't dare act up in front of him. Someone else sighed. Who would have thought that at your young age, you could chat and laugh so easily with someone like that? Honestly, that commanding presence of his, sometimes you have a similar quality. Others immediately chimed in. That's right. If Lu Yu hadn't hit his head and been confused for a while, he might be just as impressive now. Lu Yu awkwardly rubbed his head. Auntie, could you please stop bringing up the whole head injury thing? Seeing Lu Yu's reaction was like watching someone whose embarrassing childhood accidents had been brought up, and everyone burst into laughter. The sun completely sank below the horizon. The villagers, who had been busy all day, excitedly examined their new homes before quickly settling down from exhaustion and returning to the upper floors to rest. Soon, only the chirping of insects and gentle breeze remained throughout the village. Lu Yu was about to leave when he heard the village chief's suppressed cough. Concerned, he turned back and crouched beside the bed, asking in a low voice, "Chief, what's wrong?" The village chief smiled kindly, clearly nothing serious. "Lu Yu, you're such a good child. Would you like some water?" Just as Lu Yu turned his head, a second person entered through the doorway, his mother Tao Lan, carrying a bottle filled with hot water. He only coughed once, and this mother and son both came to check on him. Such kindness can't be faked, someone whispered outside the door. Like mother, like son, the Lu family has good genes. There are no bad people with the surname Luluk at Lu Yu and Lu Li next door. They're all good people. Lu Yu and Tao Lan exchanged glances across the room and couldn't help but smile simultaneously. Boy, you've been busy all day. Why aren't you resting yet? the village chief teased. Only a real mother would urge you to sleep. Tao Lan handed the water to the village chief and gently squeezed her son's shoulder. Mom, I'm not tired. The village chief sighed again. Tao Lan, you persisted in caring for this child, and now he's finally grown into someone accomplished. Chief, you're too kind. Any child in the village would worry seeing you unwell, Tao Lan said with a satisfied smile. The village chief shook his head, his gaze falling gently on Lu Yu. I'm not just talking about now. Today when you spoke with Su Ling, I saw it all from the window. To be honest, I don't know how much longer this body of mine can hold out. Lu Yu's brow furrowed, unwilling to hear such words. Chief, don't say that. I will definitely cure your leg. Child, even if my leg heals, when people get old, there's always a limit to life. The air fell briefly silent. You're more suited to be village chief than I am. The village chief continued in a low voice. I'm entrusting the people of the 7th district to you. I'm afraid that after I'm gone, they'll fall into someone else's hands. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. Don't raise that kind of flag. In novels, when elders discuss their final affairs, they're about to meet their end. He raised his hand to stop him. Chief, let's not talk about this now. There was a hint of anger in his tone as he got up and left the room. Sigh behind him, the village chief sighed. Tao Lan stayed in the room to care for him, while Lu Yu went downstairs alone. Lu Yu didn't go upstairs to rest, but instead walked toward the deeper areas. When building, he had reserved a secret underground space, sufficient for solitude. At this moment, he understood that the plan to go to hell could no longer be delayed. Changing into black attire, his figure merged with the night, and then he headed to the interior of the 6th district. The guards stationed in the 6th district failed to notice the small black figure emerging from the treehouse. Lu Yu slipped away quietly from the activity zone assigned to them in the 6th district, heading deeper into the interior. Like the 7th district, there was an open space between the border and the building complex. He crept forward until the outlines of houses came into view. Su Ling's obsessive-compulsive tendencies were glaringly obvious in the layout. Rows of square houses with pointed roofs were arranged with mathematical precision, their window orientations, courtyard sizes, and fence heights all appearing to be cut from the same mold. At the center of the settlement lay a large field of alternating yellow and green crops, so perfectly square it resembled a giant chessboard. Beyond that was the livestock area, where 5 chickens clucked noisily within their enclosure. It was precisely these 5 chickens that struck Lu Yu as odd. He frowned and counted carefully. There were indeed only 5 chickens, yet the coop occupied an area half the size of the farmland. Even stranger, the top of the enclosure was completely sealed with wooden boards, fitted together without a single gap. Even if someone worried about chickens trying to fly away, there was no need for such thorough coverage. Experiments had proven that chickens couldn't fly out of the enclosure anyway. While the 6th district wasn't as cramped as the 7th district, it certainly wouldn't waste space so carelessly. Moreover, he had seen cattle and sheep on his way here. If this large area were truly meant for livestock, wouldn't it be more profitable to raise cattle and sheep instead? Given Su Ling's consistent character, he would never suddenly become so lax here. This chicken coop is just a front. The real structure is underground, Lu Yu concluded. He hid in the shadows and waited for a moment, and sure enough, he saw a member emerge from the chicken coop. The wooden boards blocked his view, so he couldn't see exactly where the person had come from. In fact, he hadn't seen anyone inside the coop at all beforehand. Lu Yu chuckled quietly, marveling at how Su Ling was indeed conducting secret operations right under everyone's noses on his own turf. Charging in recklessly would be like trying to destroy the enemy crystal while their guard towers were still standing. Pure suicide. He wouldn't do something so foolish. He would take the bottom lane. So Lu Yu returned to his underground hideout and began digging straight down. At about 20 layers deep, he turned toward the chicken coop direction and started tunneling horizontally. After just a few strikes, the sound of his pickaxe suddenly became crisp. Holy crap, gold! The moment the golden gleam appeared, he nearly cried out in surprise. A system notification immediately popped up. Congratulations on completing the achievement Gold Rush. You have earned 20 achievement points. Lu Yu was delighted to add the gold ore to his collection, but after breaking just 2 blocks, even thicker gold veins were revealed below. He continued clearing, and the gold ore seemed endless. He kept digging until his arms ached before finally reaching the bottom. Climbing back into the tunnel, he realized he had unknowingly excavated a massive cavern. In the original Minecraft, while gold ore was rare, it had limited uses. People on Earth simply found it attractive and valuable. Iron ore was what was truly practical for everyday use, and diamonds were of course the most useful and valuable of all. However, in this block-based continent, their gold could actually be used as currency. Lu Yu felt secretly pleased, guessing that today's luck had probably been spent on mining. He swung his iron shovel again, delivering several consecutive strikes as the metallic clanging echoed through the narrow mine shaft. Holy crap, he cursed under his breath. The rock face ahead revealed another dazzling golden gleam. Though this gold deposit wasn't as rich as the previous large chunk, after counting carefully, there were nearly 10 blocks. Only then did he realize that perhaps it wasn't his incredible luck, but rather that the entire underground area of District 6 was riddled with gold veins. His thoughts shifted to the frustratingly barren District 7, desolate from surface to underground. No wonder it always ranked last. If he had known District 6 was this rich, he would have come here to mine from the beginning. Before he could finish that thought, he continued digging deeper. After just a few shovelfuls, a faint light appeared ahead. Lu Yu immediately extinguished the torches he had placed behind him, pulled them all out and stuffed them into his pocket, then held his breath and crept to the gap to peer down. The space below looked less like a mine shaft and more like a massive hollowed-out pit. District 6 clearly hadn't mastered efficient mining techniques, simply excavating the entire underground area into a cavity with just a few torches stuck into the walls for lighting. Lu Yu's gaze swept across the center of the pit and spotted Su Ling. The man had brought a chair and was slouched against its back, dozing. "Mr. Su, you've been on guard all night. You should go rest." The voice seemed to wake him up. Su Ling forced his eyelids open and replied flatly, "I'm fine. If we don't hurry, we'll run out of time." Run out of time? Lu Yu felt confused but couldn't dwell on it. The person at the bottom didn't continue the conversation but instead asked, "How was tonight's harvest?" The response came in a weak voice, clearly embarrassed to state the actual numbers. The results were dismally poor. Su Ling shook his head and gestured with his hand. "Then let's try a different direction, over there." He was pointing directly toward the mine shaft entrance where Lu Yu was hiding. "Damn it!" Lu Yu cursed quietly, grabbing a nearby block to seal the gap. In his panic, he pulled out a wooden plank. A wooden block suddenly appearing in an underground area full of stone looked absurdly out of place. He froze, praying that Su Ling wouldn't notice anything suspicious. Su Ling at the bottom did indeed look up for a few seconds, but the distance was too great, and with the sparse torches providing dim lighting, he just squinted briefly before looking away. That direction then. Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whether to replace it or not, he decided to just pretend it was an underground generation bug. He then filled in all the gaps he had dug on his way there, and slunk back to his small house, covered in dust. A close call indeed. Meanwhile, the full moon night entered its third night. Lu Yu opened the chat group. Server capacity, 3150. Online players, 27. Casualties, 2. Apparently those 2 had been eliminated in the first 3 days. That's it. The full moon zombie horde you guys talked about is just this level. Just as Lu Yu was complaining, an arrogant message suddenly popped up in the group. The speaker was player 17, not exactly a top-ranking number, but could a later arrival have turned out to be an expert? Surely no one actually died in this event, right? I could handle this kind of event with one hand tied behind my back. His statement wasn't humble bragging, it was just meaningless showing off. However, his show-off approach wasn't well received, as no one in the group bothered to respond to his comments. Most members were walking on thin ice, dealing with the current full moon zombie wave, and simply couldn't spare the energy to entertain a braggart. Just when the group chat fell into an awkward silence, unexpectedly, player 001 jumped in to respond. First came a string of cryptic ellipses, followed by 001 dropping 3 words. "Dumb luck." Player 17 certainly didn't want to hear such harsh criticism and immediately typed out a long string of curses on his screen. However, he clearly hadn't mastered the art of online flaming. Direct profanity gets censored by the system, so the group chat only displayed rows of. Lu Yu stared at those words, "dumb luck," and fell silent for a moment. Player 001 wasn't simply mocking. He pondered and quickly understood the subtext. It wasn't suggesting that player 17 had narrowly escaped death, but rather hinting that the zombie wave difficulty player 17 encountered wasn't even in the same league as everyone else's. Real pros never show off in world chat. They usually study guides behind the scenes and test things personally to achieve their current skills. The boastful player 17 in front of them clearly wasn't that type. Given this, only one explanation remained. Player 17 had happened to draw the lowest difficulty zombie wave, which was why he could clear it so easily. Lu Yu chuckled softly and leisurely typed in the group. "Well, let me explain. Zombie waves have different difficulty levels. Though I don't know the specific grades, since you make it sound so easy, you probably drew a relatively simple tier. Congratulations." The words said congratulations, but the tone carried subtle sarcasm. He casually added insult to injury. Unlike Met, his wave of zombies isn't afraid of sunlight, has thick health bars, and can destroy buildings. Player 17 was once again speechless. Lu Yu's words silently conveyed another layer of meaning. "I am soloing a level 100 boss and making decent progress. You beat some newbie village mob and brag about it everywhere. Is your brain waterlogged?" The group chat atmosphere instantly livened up. "Grass, a plant. I thought my luck was bad. Turns out there's someone worse off than me. Boss is amazing. Surviving that kind of difficulty." Taking advantage of the message spam, Lu Yu decided to do a live text broadcast. "It's alright. I set a fire and let them burn for a while. Oh right, creepers showed up on the second day, so I went out to lay low. Now I'm preparing to go back and check. Be careful, boss, saluta." Someone misspelled salute, but remained extremely reverent. Lu Yu sent a single character. "What's wrong, boss?" "Ah, I didn't expect Enderman to spawn on the third day. This progression is a bit fast. After this message, player 17 went completely silent. What was there to brag about regarding newbie village difficulty? There's always a bigger fish in the sea. Liu simply offered a prayer for him. May he continue to have dumb luck next time. Haha. Having done all this, Liu closed the chat window and looked toward the distant forest, where purple light flickered intermittently among the tree shadows. Wait, were all players experiencing this zombie wave? Zombie waves should have fixed areas. It couldn't possibly spawn under every player's feet. More precisely, spawn points appeared within player activity ranges because players existed there. Liu was in Zone 7, so this zombie wave's range was in Zone 7, covering Zone 7 perfectly. In the end, the villagers had been dragged into this mess because of him. Understanding this, Liu finally knew how to handle similar situations in the future. With darkness still covering the land, he left the 6th district, quietly advancing along the route farthest from the mutant zombies while doing some of the oldest work in the book-cutting grass. He had promised the villagers he could return to the 7th district in 8 or 9 days, but deep down, he knew it wouldn't be that simple. As he swung his scythe, he scanned the surrounding wasteland. Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of distant monsters stood out starkly. Liu couldn't be certain whether these creatures would disappear like a cool-down refresh once the full moon passed. He was more inclined to believe that after the countdown ended, no new monsters would spawn, but the existing ones would need to be cleared by hand to truly be eliminated. Thinking of that little black creature always lurking at the edge of his vision, he was convinced that clearing the map would be impossible in the short term. After traveling most of the night, a pond appeared ahead. Fine yellow sand was piled by the water's edge, and right next to it grew a row of lush green sugar, something he hadn't seen a trace of in the 7th district's ponds, yet here it thrived. Liu's spirits immediately lifted. This meant he was one step closer to his enchanting journey. He quickly cut down all the sugarcane and stuffed it into his backpack, then planted several torches, illuminating the water surface brightly before sitting down to rest. This spot was far enough from the 6th district, and the firelight was blocked by the low terrain, so there was no fear of exposure. He leaned over to look into the water, where several squid lazily waved their tentacles in the darkness. The nearest one swam to the shore, turned around, and pointed its cone-shaped mouth directly at Liu. The bizarre appearance gave him goosebumps. In his eyes, squids looked exactly like essane-draining monsters, resembling old god spawn no matter how he looked at them. Liu grimaced in disgust and immediately looked away, but then spotted a grayish pattern at the bottom of the water. Through the deep water and torchlight, the pattern vaguely formed a diamond shape. His reputation as the server's best eyesight came in handy. That wasn't ordinary dirt, but a whole block of gray clay. More importantly, every veteran player knew 7 blocks to the right along the vertical axis from the center of a clay diamond. There was a high probability of buried diamonds. At the thought of brilliant blue diamonds beckoning to him, Liu nearly couldn't suppress a shout. He took a deep breath, jumped into the pond, aimed his shovel at the center of the clay, and counted silently. 1, 2, 3, 7. With his position locked, he immediately began digging. Unfortunately, he only had an ordinary iron shovel, and underwater operations drastically reduced efficiency. The first shovelful of sand had barely loosened before slowly falling back down, forcing him to quickly clear the second layer. By the time he reached the 3rd block, his lungs were nearly out of oxygen, his face flushed red, with his last breath stuck tight in his throat. Through sheer willpower, he pushed himself to the limit until he could hold on no longer. Blub blub blub. Liu released a stream of bubbles. Liu stayed alert and crawled into the 3-block hole he had dug, sealing it from above. Water slowly receded through the narrow passage, leaving his stomach full of cold water as he lay on the ground, coughing and spitting continuously. Don't ask why water disappears in enclosed space in the block continent. Anyone who talks about Newton has a bit of block dust in their brain. After recovering, he placed a torch in his left hand, and the orange glow instantly illuminated the cramped space beneath his feet. Next came the standard vertical shaft diamond hunting procedure: dig straight down. His luck held aside from one accidental fall that cost him a few health points. He encountered neither lava nor monsters along the way. When his iron pickaxe struck bedrock, a blue gleam suddenly caught his eye diamonds. 4 blocks were exposed right there on the bottom wall. Liu was ecstatic, enough to craft a diamond pickaxe. He used his iron pickaxe to clear away all the surrounding debris and counted a full 7 blocks. Thinking about the abundant underground resources in District 6 and the surrounding areas, he nearly shed tears of excitement. Those people had complained about his meager overnight haul. Was their mining technique too crude or their luck too poor? Diamonds weren't particularly precious to Liu, who had once used villager trading to fill entire rooms with diamonds on private servers, even building houses with them. But today he stared at that deep blue gleam like a young girl receiving her first diamond ring, his face glowing with spring-like joyisha. This posture looked more like a pervert's. Liu quickly wiped away his drool, steadied his mind, and carefully mined 3 blocks. Congratulations on completing the achievement diamonds. Achievement points earned, 30. 3 blocks were enough to craft a diamond pickaxe. Mining the rest would be wasteful. Veteran players know to wait for fortune enchantment before harvesting. But a problem arose. Where should he hide the diamonds? While District 6 people were inefficient, he was more wary of other players in the chat room. Glancing around, he spotted a lava pool nearby. Grateful he had brought a water bucket, he used cobblestone to surround the diamond area in a hollow frame, then repeatedly scooped and poured lava into the gaps, quickly disguising it as a lava sandwich. Mission accomplished. The diamonds were secure. For the return trip, he used the old pillar jumping method, climbing his way back to the surface. By the time he saw daylight again, most of the morning had passed. Returning to District 6, the villagers were searching for him everywhere. Luyu, where have you been? Tao Lon rushed up to him, grabbing his arm with anxiety written all over her face. Nowhere special. You absolutely cannot go clear out those monsters by yourself, she warned him solemnly. These were likely the other villagers' speculations. They thought Luyu might have gone back to kill those mutant zombies. Although Luyu was indeed the type of person who would do such a thing. Seeing Tao Lon staring at him with suspicion, he quickly waved a handful of miscellaneous seeds in front of her. I couldn't sleep this morning, so I went for a walk and picked up some seeds. I want to grow some crops. Seeing the actual seeds, Tao Lon finally relaxed, but still added, if you really go anywhere, at least take the iron golem and the other 2 with you. The villagers of District 7 had built up immunity to Lu Yu's various antics. Now when they heard he was up to something again, they simply reminded him to stay safe and bring more combat power along. Lu Yu carried his tools to the top floor of the treehouse. That level was originally reserved as his vegetable garden. He first hauled buckets of soil and water up there, laying everything out neatly. Wheat went in the first row, followed by potatoes and carrots he'd dug out from the warehouse. Remembering that District 6 still had sugar beets growing in their fields, he planned to go borrow a few to diversify his crops. The 2-level mini-farm quickly took shape. On the final level, he laid down wooden flooring and installed safety railings all around. Since he'd already built this high, wouldn't it be a waste not to turn it into an observation deck? After setting up tables and chairs, he called the villagers. Come up and enjoy the view. Wow, these tables and chairs look pretty decent. This high up, I haven't been at this altitude since we climbed that snowy mountain. From here you can even see District 6 layout. It really is well organized. Zhuangmu had been curious at first, but after just 2 steps forward, his legs started trembling and he crouched down, gripping the railing. I'm a bit afraid of heights. Several bold children pressed against the railing to look down, but their parents immediately grabbed them by the collar and pulled them back. Be careful. What if you fall? Lu Yu turned around and immediately spotted the troublemaker. It was Hui Zai, and the one dragging him back was his formidable mother, Aunt Hua. He explained with a cheeky grin. It's fine if someone falls. Aunt Hua's face darkened. Safety isn't something to joke about. The crowd joined in. Lu Yu, what are you up to now? The people of District 7 knew his tricks too. Well, they could tell he had something planned. Lu Yu chuckled and slowly moved to the railing's edge, waving back at everyone. Then he swung his axe and knocked down the railing. Lu Yu, what are you doing? Aunt Hua's eyes widened in shock. The next second, Lu Yu leaped off the platform. Ah, Lu Yu, someone screamed. Even knowing this guy was full of tricks, no one expected him to jump from such a height. Zhuangmu witnessed this aerial bungee jump firsthand and nearly fainted on the spot, his eyes rolling back. However, with a splash, Lu Yu landed safely in the water channel without even getting his hair wet. The channel was the same small waterway where they'd fished on their first day. For this stunt, he'd specifically aligned the high platform with the water channel and moved it inward by 1 block. Anyone falling from the top level could only land in water, and the original railing was too high to jump over unless removed, so the children were safe too. A laughing head popped up from the water. Feel free to play around. Tao Lon was furious and grabbed a cobblestone block to throw down. You brat. You nearly scared your mother to death. Lu Yu dodged with an apologetic smile. Since he needed to go downstairs to work anyway, jumping was more efficient than slowly walking down the stairs. After climbing ashore, he planted the sugar cane he'd just collected along the channel's edge. At this moment, few people realized that this towering tree house stood like a spear thrust into the sky, drawing gazes from people in the distance. Besides Ho-E and others who knew the inside story, more villagers in District 6 had also noticed this towering structure. Everyone come quick. A little girl with twin ponytails ran along, waving toward the giant tree. Tuan Tuan, slow down. I can't keep up, a chubby little boy panted as he followed behind. If you don't hurry, those people will climb the big tree to the sky, and then the tree will disappear. The little girl had once heard a fairy tale. In that tale, a bean was planted in the soil and soon sprouted a vine that reached straight up to a city in the sky. The chosen child only needed to climb up the vine, and it would instantly disappear, preventing any villains from following. This story was similar to Legends on Blue Star, yet slightly different. Today, Toanshuan stood beneath a massive tree that would take 3 people to wrap their arms around. Stamping her feet in frustration, the area around the tree's base was completely surrounded by layers of people, not leaving her even a crack to peek through. Why did they surround the big tree? They won't let me see. She stood on her tiptoes to get a better view, but the adults roughly shoved each other, their mouths spewing harsh, mocking words. What is he planting? Someone in the crowd answered, as if deliberately speaking for everyone to hear. Isn't that sugarcane? At these words, the burly men from District 6 burst into laughter. Sugarcane? He's actually planting such useless stuff. Has District 7 never seen it before? Do they think it's treasure? Ha! Even innocent Tuanshuan could detect the sarcastic tone. She tugged at the sleeve of the chubby boy beside her. Brother, why are they saying that? The chubby boy's forehead was covered in sweat. Rather than figuring out the reason for the mockery, he was obviously more worried about whether he could survive a bit longer. Not sure. Probably just because they're from District 7. Lu Yu wasn't far from the crowd, and every mocking word drilled into his ears. The villagers from District 7 didn't understand synthesis, and the people from District 6 were equally clueless. Even paper synthesis was among the most basic crafting recipes, yet it was deliberately concealed. He guessed that the upper echelons of District 3 feared other districts would learn enchanting, thus cutting off all possibilities for them to craft enchanting tables. No mining allowed, no paper-making taught, completely strangling the source. Enchanted equipment had only seen it on the armed forces from District 3. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to preach any principles, but he wanted to open the eyes of these self-righteous frogs in a well. He kept a few sugarcane stalks for breeding and cut down a bundle, then turned to the crafting table and knocked away with several clack-clack sounds, synthesizing a handful of crystalline white sugar. Moments later, he clutched the sugar and walked to the side of the fathead, big-eared man from District 6 at the front. You think I don't know quality goods? Do you even need to ask? The man rolled his eyes. The stuff you're holding, we pull up as weeds. What exactly do you much treasure? Another person nearby mocked. Is District 7 about to starve to death? Are you even gnawing on these broken stalks? Lu Yu snorted, his gaze sharp. These people were like self-proclaimed superior commoners, treating prejudice as knowledge. True talent had nothing to do with birth, yet they reversed the order as if it were natural. Who exactly doesn't know quality goods? He opened his palm, revealing grains of crystalline sugar that reflected tiny points of light in the sunlight. What is this? The mocking voices paused as the crowd showed confused expressions. This is what your so-called weeds become after processing. Several faces looked at each other, then couldn't help bursting into loud laughter again. What use could this stuff possibly have? Lu Yu picked up a bit of sugar and tossed it into his mouth, his expression calm. Food, he answered. Huh. They burst into mocking laughter once again. See? I told you District 7 is dirt poor. They're actually going to eat that worthless junk? What a joke. Lu Yu raised his hand, showing everyone the crystalline substance in his palm. Anyone want to give it a try? Before the laughter could fade, the previously dejected chubby boy suddenly perked up, his body jolting as he sprang to his feet. What? Something to eat. At the same moment, little Tuanshuan, squeezed in the back row, peered through the gaps between people and caught sight of what Lu Yu held, sugar granules fine as sand sparkled like scattered stars in the sunlight. The girl's eyes instantly lit up. Big brother. I want some. Hee me too. The chubby boy rubbed his belly and swallowed hard. The two little foodies ignored the stares around them and shuffled over to Lu Yu. The loudest mockers immediately grew impatient. Those two little traitors, can't they show some sense? The siblings looked confused and hurt. They didn't understand adult grudges, they just wanted to see that magical tree and try something new. Yet harsh scolding fell upon the children, and someone reached out to drag the two kids back. Lu Yu stepped forward, positioning himself between the person and the children. What? Are you planning to kidnap kids from our district now? Hit where it hurt, the other person became hysterical. You're trying to poison two children, I'll make your entire District 7 pay. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced over. Just you. His tone was light as paper. Too lazy to bother with them anymore. He casually crouched down and spread the sugar before the children. Come on, want to try? Little Tuanshuan blinked her bright, watery eyes, extended her chubby little hand, carefully pinched a bit, and put it in her mouth. Don't eat it, someone in the crowd shouted angrily. You two idiots, putting anything in your mouths. Before the outcry could fade, two childish exclamations of delight interrupted the argument. Wow, it's so sweet. Delicious. The taste was like suddenly getting a bite of bread when starving little Tuanshuan absolutely loved it. The chubby boy's eyes filled with greed as he stammered sweetly. Big brother, can I have a little more? Me too. Me too. The girl chimed in, tugging at Lu Yu's pant leg. Seeing someone take the lead, the other children couldn't care less about which side they were on, District 7 or District 6. They all rushed forward. Big brother, I want to try too. Give me some. Childish voices rose one after another, and Lu Yu had become the king of the kids. He distributed the last bit of sugar from his palm to everyone. Each child savored their single grain, smacking their lips with lingering satisfaction. That's all for now. Come back when my treasure grows. Lu Yu dusted off his hands and stood up. Really none left. Okay. The children hung their heads dejectedly, disappointment written all over their faces. The adults exchanged glances, feeling both embarrassed and curious what exactly was this treasure he spoke of. Looking at each other uncertainly, they began to wonder what on earth that thing could be. After the excitement died down, everyone dispersed with disappointed looks. The companions from District 7 immediately surrounded Lu Yu, tugging at his sleeves and asking, Lu Yu, what was that treasure? How come we've never seen you bring it out before? Brother Lu Yu, you're so mean. You didn't let us try the good stuff first, and instead gave it to those two little rascals. Lu Yu chuckled and patted his chest reassuringly. Once the rest of the sugar cane grows, I'll make you something even bigger and more delicious. With that, he headed straight for the village storage chest and pulled out a large bag of sand. He poured the sand into the furnace, where flames licked at it, causing the grains to quickly shrink and turn transparent, until Lu Yu finally blew them into 9 crystal-clear glass bottles. Lu Yu, what are you up to now? Someone asked, poking their head over. Going to find some good stuff. He shouldered his gleaming diamond pickaxe, calculating in his mind. First get some obsidian blocks, but more importantly, he needed to find cow she absolutely needed milk. Seriously? Is there really someone who thinks building a career is more important than enjoying good food? Someone complained behind him. Food is the foundation of life, buddy. You need to eat well before you can continue building your career. Lu Yu ignored them, remembering he'd seen a few cows on the road from District 7 to District 6, so he headed in that direction following his memory. But that area was right in the range of the full moon zombie horde, so he had to swap his diamond pickaxe for a more manageable iron sword. Looking into the distance, he could vaguely see green figures moving through the forest, with some tree trunks hollowed out in the middle, looking as damaged as if they'd been eaten by insects. The small black creature Enderman he'd encountered last time that posed a life threat, wasn't he right, had probably teleported somewhere else. Lu Yu looked around, searching for the mottled patterns of an old cow. The Lavenhook of the MC world truly lived up to his reputation among the tangled branches and leaves. He actually spotted a fresh little cow. He was just about to step forward when he suddenly froze in place. Oh no, there was a hissing monster standing right next to it. That suggestively shaped green creature, what else could it be but a creeper? And this mutated creeper even had bloodstains on it, with a darkened forehead clearly warning, I'm not to be messed with. Lu Yu stopped too abruptly. Just as he was thinking about how to lure the hissing monster away from the cow, the creature had already slowly turned around, and their eyes met. Lu Yu's mouth twitched as he silently cursed his bad luck. The mutated hissing monster gave him no time to react. Boom. A massive explosion erupted. The terrifying shockwave tore up the ground, sending the innocent little cow flying along with everything else. The cow didn't even leave behind any leather. Only a few pieces of beef that fell into the deep crater blasted out by the creeper. By his estimate, the crater was a full 2 blocks wider in diameter than a normal creeper explosion. Fortunately, Lu Yu had been outside the blast radius and was completely unharmed. My cow? Oh, my poor cow. He was about to rush over to collect the beef when lava started bubbling up from the bottom of the crater. The tempting beef had been sitting on the edge of the lava, on a lonely piece of stone. Despite there being no wind and no one touching it, it somehow plop, fell into the lava on its own and instantly burst into flames. Poor cow, what a terrible death. Lu Yu covered his face in grief. The explosion had already alerted the surrounding undead, and zombies in the forest all turned toward him in unison. Green figures swayed as growls rose one after another. Lu Yu could only draw his sword and begin clearing the area. He stepped over the lava pit, preparing to find a safe position before engaging. Even he couldn't swim in lava. Lu Yu had just crossed the lava pool when he turned around to see zombies shuffling toward him in their characteristic stiff manner. These mutated zombies were utterly single-minded, with no capacity for adaptation. When faced with any obstacle, their only solution was to destroy it. This aggressive trait gave Lu Yu the perfect opportunity to exploit. The nearest zombie raised its rigid arms and lunged at him with a shriek, only to find nothing but air beneath its feet the next second. The entire corpse plummeted straight into the scorching lava. It thrashed about for less than 5 seconds before turning to ash, leaving not even a scrap of rotting flesh behind. The zombie following close behind met the same fate, landing in the lava with another loud thud. The immediate threat was instantly eliminated, but more zombies continued advancing from behind. Lu Yu drew his iron sword and efficiently cut down several of them. Seizing the opportunity, he repositioned himself and used the terrain to his advantage, leaping to the other side of the lava pool. One by one, zombies tumbled into the lava like broken marionettes, instantly burning to cinders. In just a few moments, this small lava pool, no more than a few steps across, had devoured most of the mutated zombies that had been surrounding him. Looking across the entire grove, not a single survivor could be found. As the battlefield fell silent, Lu Yu pulled out some blocks to create stepping stones and jumped into the pit. He gathered all the green experience orbs scattered across the ground and picked up the leather dropped by the cow that had been killed earlier. A system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Matador. You have earned 10 achievement points. After collecting everything, he brought over a bucket of water and poured it onto the lava. Amid the hissing and bubbling, the lava solidified into obsidian that gleamed with a purple sheen. Luyu took out his diamond pickaxe and mined 7 blocks, then added more water to cool the remaining lava and extracted the final P8 blocks of obsidian in total, enough to build a nether portal. Next, he successfully located the other scattered cattle and filled all 9 glass bottles he carried with milk, plus gathered some fresh beef. With these tasks complete, Luyu returned to the village. The villagers of District 7 had long grown accustomed to his mysterious comings and goings. Seeing him return with an armload of gleaming black stones, they merely watched with curiosity, wondering what new trick he would pull next. Luyu stored the obsidian safely, confirming that the first material was secured, then climbed up to the small farm beside the treehouse and plucked an ear of ripe wheat. The second material was now in hand. Only eggs and sugar cane remained. His gaze turned toward his own small sugar cane field. He had originally brought back 9 stalks, used one for making sugar as a treat, and now only 8 remained, standing straight in the moist soil with a somewhat lonely and desolate appearance. Worse still, these precious sugar canes, his culinary ingredients, his essential materials for enchanting tables, were currently surrounded by several small figures. This is it. That day, Big Brother Luyu used this to make that super delicious thing for us. I saw it too. So, can we eat it directly? The chubby little boy grinned innocently, a drop of drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. When he received only head shakes and uncertain responses, he decided to test it himself, opening his mouth wide to take a bite of the sugar cane. Hey there, little guy, spare the plants. Luyu reacted quickly, grabbing him away from the sugar cane and setting him down in a safe spot behind. Upon seeing Luyu, the group of children became more excited than if they had spotted Santa Claus. It's Big Brother. Luyu looked helplessly at the destruction squad. Before him Tuanchuan and the chubby boy from District 6, along with Hui Zai from his own village, wondering how on earth they had all ended up playing together. In the innocent eyes of children, there are no territorial divisions theory, simply greedy little cats wanting to get their hands on Luyu's treasures. Luyu successfully protected his sugarcane, but couldn't stop the little ones from swarming the snowman. The 2 children from District 6 were instantly captivated by the round, head-bobbing snowman, cheering as they bounced and hopped alongside Hui Zai toward it. Being surrounded by children all day, Luyu couldn't tell whether the snowman was being nourished into looking younger or worn down into appearing more weathered. He remembered that the snowman had originally shaped itself this way because it thought looking cute and soft might catch Tai Jiaonyang's attention. Better not mention that. Right now, the children were hugging the snowman's arms and trying to climb onto its back, making its round, snowy body creak and groan as if it might fall apart any second. The snowman won't get torn apart, will it? Despite his concern, Luyu took action. Don't let his small size fool you. His strength was considerable. After all, Steve could lift entire block continents, so lifting 2 small children plus 1 chubby kid was no trouble at all. Luyu grabbed 1 child in each hand, hoisting the 2 little ones into the air. All right, you're being too enthusiastic. Snowmen can melt, you know. Only then did Hui Zai pat the snowman's round waist and apologize repeatedly. Sorry about that, Xiao Bai. Apparently, in the children's mouths, Snow Dummy had been simplified to Xiao Bai. At that moment, the little girl with twin braids and bright, large eyes straightened up. That little girl. My name is Tuan Tuan. She was clearly very particular about her name. Okay, Tuan Tuan. Luyu was forced to correct himself, softening his tone. Big Brother wants to ask you all for a favor. Of course we can help. Tuan Tuan answered first, then glanced at the chubby boy. The 2 exchanged knowing looks and smiled. To thank you for all the delicious food you gave us before, we definitely have to help. The chubby boy chimed in, right? Mr. Su says this is called reciprocity. Luyu nodded. Then stretch out your hands first. Tuan Tuan obediently opened her palm, and Luyu placed a gleaming gold nugget in it. Wow! 3 curious little heads huddled together, the brightness making their eyes squint into crescents. But Tuan Tuan's brow furrowed into a little knot. Big Brother, is it really okay to give us something so valuable? What if we lose it? Hui Zai was amazed to the point of distraction. Big Brother Luyu, my mom and the others said you're very capable, but I didn't know you were rich too. It's not for you to play with. Luyu explained. Big Brother wants to make a delicious dish and needs eggs. He pointed toward the general direction of the depths of District 6. Go to the chicken coop and get me a few eggs, leave the gold nugget there. And while you're at it, see what the chicken coop looks like inside and tell me when you come back, okay? The 2 little ones looked at each other, obviously hesitant. But Mr. Su doesn't let us go near the chicken coop, right? He says the chicken coop is dirty and the chickens will peck at us, so we have to stay away. Luyu sneered, and Wardlithus was clearly just scaring the children. He remembered the underground mine shaft he'd seen with his own eyes that day. The chicken coop probably hid the entrance. If he went there himself, it would definitely expose that person from that day, was Lu Yu himself. Still, he continued to coax gently. I really want to make something very delicious, and I must have eggs. Something delicious. 3. The three little ones' chorus of something delicious overrode all concerns, and drool and tears nearly flowed simultaneously from the chubby boy's mouth. But I don't have any eggs. Lu Yu let out an exaggerated sigh. Let's go get some. We just need a few eggs, and this way Mr. Su and his people can earn some gold too, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Hui Zai and Tuan Tuan exchanged glances, figuring this task wouldn't be too difficult, and excitedly ran hand in hand toward the chicken coop. Halfway there, Hui Zai asked curiously, Big brother Lu Yu, why do you specifically want their eggs? Lu Yu looked at the clever little guy, finding him amusing. Hui Zai pressed on. Brother Lu Yu, with all your amazing abilities, getting a few eggs from outside wouldn't be a problem at all, would it? Lu Yu chuckled and flicked the boy's forehead. Since you're talking so much, maybe you should eat less of whatever I make later. No way. Hui Zai cried out dramatically, clutching his forehead as his voice echoed down the path. Before long, fine dust rose from the distant trail as two small figures came running back in the evening light. Brother Lu Yu. They rushed into District 7 like birds returning to their nest, their faces glowing with triumph. We got them. Yes, we got them. Lu Yu immediately took the 3 eggs they were carefully holding and tucked them safely into his backpack, worried the excited children might drop them. Thank you both for your hard work. Tuan Tuan wiped the sweat from her forehead, still shaken. Phew, we almost got caught by that weird monkey. Weird monkey. Lu Yu instantly knew who she meant. Hui Zai recalled. Yeah, him. He was so mean. We saw some stairs going down, and when we peeked inside, that weird monkey was right at the entrance. Tuan Tuan added, the chicken coop really is just a cover, it's actually the entrance to an underground mine. At first we thought maybe Mr. Su had made him stand there as punishment, but as soon as he saw us, he got all nasty, so we just grabbed the eggs and ran. She looked up at Lu Yu with guilt in her voice. Just 3 eggs, is that enough, big brother? Before he could answer, a sharp voice cut through the air like a hook. You little brats. Get out here right now. Sure enough, it was Ho-E again. Lu Yu looked toward the sound and saw Ho-E storming toward them. He must have discovered Tuan Tuan's trail and followed them here. However, Ho-E stopped abruptly at the ditch, where 3 idle iron golems were crouching. The cold metal made his heart race with fear, so he raised his voice to mask his panic. Well, you 2 little pests, we've been feeding and housing you orphans, and this is how you repay us? By serving others. The chubby Hui Zai's smile vanished instantly, while Tuan Tuan's ears turned red with shame, tears welling up in her eyes as if they might fall at any moment. You 2 brats actually stole things for someone else. We didn't. Both children protested desperately. Orphans. Lu Yu's gaze fell on them, his heart stirring slightly. Once upon a time, he too had been a helpless orphan, drifting aimlessly without purpose. It wasn't until he encountered MC that he found direction in life. Now, once again, someone was using orphan as an insult and accusation to hurl at 2 children. Just because they were orphans, did that automatically make them more likely to be called thieves? Absurd. Lu Yu stepped forward without hesitation, positioning himself protectively in front of the 2 children. Besides yelling at kids, what else are you good at? He blocked Ho-Yi's path, his voice cold and hard. The sight of Lu Yu immediately infuriated Ho-Yi, who pointed an accusing finger at him and snarled. I don't just yell at them, I yell at you too. It's called discipline. What right does an outsider like you have to interfere? Are you even from District 6? Discipline. Lu Yu scoffed. That assumes they actually did something wrong. Tell me, what exactly did they do? You're seriously asking? Ho-Yi's voice rose sharply. I saw them with my own eyes stealing eggs from District 6 and giving them to you. You obviously put them up to districting children into stealing for you. What a fine person you are, Lu Yu. No. Tuanshuan mustered her courage and protested loudly. Brother Lu Yu didn't tell me to steal. I saw it myself. Still trying to lie your way out of this. Ho-E raised his hand to strike Tuanshuan. The next second, Lu Yu shoved him away forcefully. Lu Yu's strength was considerable. Ho-Yi's shoulder throbbed with pain as he stumbled backward and crashed into a nearby wooden fence. The 3 iron golems and the snow golem in the distance suddenly became alert, mistaking this for hostile activity. All 4 towering figures rose in unison, their shadows looming over Ho-E. Ho-Yi's legs trembled as he collapsed to the ground. What do you think you're doing? Lu Yu, you're not planning to have them silence me permanently, are you? Look at yourself, pathetic. Su Ling's reproachful voice carried from the distance. As District 6 administrator, he was thoroughly disgusted by Ho-Yi's display. The 4 golems merely glanced over briefly before looking away, but Ho-E acted like he was about to wet himself, utterly humiliating. Su, you heard everything. Ho-E grasped at this lifeline. You heard what Lu Yu made these little brats do. Their argument was loud enough that Su Ling, despite the distance, had heard every word clearly. That's not true, Mr. Su. Tuanshuan and Pang Dun ran to Su Ling, nearly in tears from distress. Big brother didn't trick us. Su Ling crouched down and gently patted their heads. Don't worry. Take your time and tell me what happened. Toanchuan patted her chest to steady her breathing. Brother Lu Yu wanted to cook something delicious for us, but he was out of eggs. Pangdun chimed in, right? He asked if we could help get some eggs. Hearing this, Hou Yi jumped up again. See? You admit you stole them. It wasn't stealing. Toanchuan stamped her feet in frustration. Brother Lu Yu gave us gold nuggets to leave there like buying the eggs. Yes, we left the gold nuggets there properly. Pangdun nodded vigorously. Gold nuggets? Gold nuggets. Only then did Hou Yi remember the gold nugget he'd found in the chicken coop, one of those brought out from the mines. So it was these two children who had left it. Fury burned within him, but he feigned confusion. While discreetly checking his pocket to ensure the gold nugget was still safely there, he secretly resolved that since it was already in his possession, he'd never give it back. What gold nuggets? I didn't see any. Hou Yi's expression and his furtive pocket checking didn't escape Lu Yu's notice. Lu Yu smiled coldly, already piecing together the truth. Toanchuan grew even more distressed, her eyes reddening. How is that possible? My brother and I definitely left it there. Yes, we did let them go. Hou Yi's nostrils flared as he spoke with intimidating authority. Either Lu Yu never gave them any gold particles, and these two little brats are lying, or they pocketed the gold particles themselves. We didn't. The two children's eyes reddened with urgency. Seeing his two newly met friends being wrongly accused, Huizai immediately stepped forward to shield them. I saw with my own eyes that brother Lu Yu gave them the gold particles. They're not lying, and they're not that kind of people. Following Huizai's outcry, the children from District 7 chimed in agreement. However, Hou Yi sneered coldly as if he'd found a new handle. Huh? Getting so cozy with the District 7 people so quickly? Have these two little brats forgotten where they were born? Hou Yi, Su Ling interrupted with a stern voice. He couldn't stand that string of barbed sarcasm. Don't speak so harshly, theory, just children. So what if they're children? When you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Hou Yi refused to back down. At that moment, Lu Yu's voice drifted in coolly. You said that when you do something wrong, you have to acknowledge it? Su Ling paused for a second, then vaguely agreed. That's right. Lu Yu ignored Hou Yi and turned to Su Ling. Mr. Su, I apologize. I made this deal with you on my own wishful thinking. We can't enter District 6, so we could only think of this method. But whatever you need, I can deliver directly. Su Ling nodded readily. He understood Lu Yu's predicament. There were always some petty villagers in District 6 who drew boundaries. The gold particles were indeed given. Children don't lie. Lu Yu bent down to pat Tuan Tuan's head, signaling not to be afraid. I'll help you find where the gold particles went right now. Su Ling glanced at him and half closed one eye, essentially taking a stance. He would turn a blind eye to what happened next. So shall we look for where the gold particles are? Lu Yu squinted his eyes, revealing a fox-like cunning gleam. Before he finished speaking, Hou Yi instinctively pressed his hand against his pants pocket, his movement stiff. Then go ahead and look. I suspect. What do you suspect? Lu Yu stared him down. Hou Yi raised his voice to cover his guilt. I suspect there were never any gold particles at all. Oh. Lu Yu leisurely opened his backpack and pulled out a fishing rod with a metallic luster. Then what if I find them? Hou Yi stared at the fishing rod, his mind full of question marks. I'm asking you what then? Lu Yu continued with a grin. Of course, you'd compensate me double. How about it? Hou Yi's heart suddenly tightened. Could he have been discovered? But even if discovered, he was determined to deny everything to the death, especially never giving in front of Su Ling. As long as he hid them well enough and they were still on his person, Hou Yi didn't believe Lu Yu could take them away. Whoosh! Lu Yu raised the fishing rod and whirled it through the air. What are you doing with that fishing rod? Planning to fish for gold underwater. Hou Yi watched his movements and couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking Lu Yu was completely delusional. Su Ling also squinted in confusion. He had already guessed that the gold nugget was in Hou Yi's possession, but couldn't understand Lu Yu's intention in suddenly brandishing the fishing rod. Lu Yu offered no explanation. He swung the rod while backing away until he had put a safe distance between himself and Hou Yi. The next second, he whipped the fishing hook toward Hou Yi. Seeing the hook aimed at him, Hou Yi took off running. But Lu Yu, being a king-tier player, had already anticipated which direction he would flee. The hook tip sliced smoothly through the air and caught precisely on Hou Yi's collar. What are you doing? Let me go? You bastard! Hou Yi screamed wildly, reflexively hurling every curse he knew at the trash from District 7, even trying to intimidate them by invoking his status as boss of District 6. But Su Ling turned his head away, pretending to admire the distant scenery, clearly giving his tacit approval to Lu Yu's actions. Hou Yi raised his hands to tear off the fishing hook, but Lu Yu gave him no chance. With both arms straining, the fishing rod bent into an exaggerated arc, actually lifting Hou Yi's entire body off the ground. With his feet dangling in the air, Hou Yi was swung into the sky, his scream stretching out. Ah! Lu Yu swung the rod again, spinning Hou Yi through a half circle in midair. Help! Su Ling! Save him! The onlookers from District 7 recognized this as the guy who had been giving them trouble earlier. They crossed their arms and snickered quietly, but no one stepped forward to help, avoiding any accusation of ganging up on someone. Thud! A stone pickaxe hit the muddy ground first. Liu glanced at it, not the target. Thud. Several pieces of bread scattered about. Su Ling covered his pocket with a laugh, though he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Next, a heavy chunk of gold crashed down with a dull thump. Su Ling caught sight of that golden gleam from the corner of his eye, and his expression immediately changed. He bent down to pick it up and demanded, "How do you have this on you?" Please put me down first." Hoey hung upside down in the air, his voice trembling, in no state of mind to answer questions. Another soft sound, and a fingernail-sized gold nugget dropped into the dirt. Seeing his target had fallen, Liu discarded Hoey like useless bait, tossing him aside and rushing over to pick up the gold nugget. He wiped it clean and held it out to Su Ling. "Mr. Su, this is the gold nugget I used to buy your eggs." But Su Ling didn't reach out to take it. The gold from moments before had already explained everything. Hoey had been secretly hoarding gold from the underground mine. Su Ling's face darkened as he shook his head at Liu, refusing the offer. Standing before Hoey, he asked again, "You've been hoarding minerals. Do you know what consequences you're facing?" Cold wind rushed in from the mine entrance, making the torches crackle and flicker. The ringing in Hoey's ears finally stopped, and his muddled brain began to function with difficulty. Suddenly realized he'd been caught red-handed with stolen goods. Any excavated underground had to be turned over to the management collectively. Taking anything out of the mine without permission constituted hoarding, and he'd not only been caught in the act, but by Su Ling himself. "Big brother, let me explain," he stammered, desperately searching for an excuse. I forgot, I just forgot. Forgot." Su Ling sneered coldly, his eyes like ice blades. "You remember everything else, but conveniently forget about a piece tucked away on your person?" Hoey stuttered, I confiscated." Su Ling snatched away the gold fragment with a dismissive gesture, his tone hard as iron. "House arrest for 7 days. Reflect on your actions." Hoey hung his head, his voice barely audible. But Su Ling wasn't finished with him. "You'd better hand over whatever else you've been hoarding too." "I don't have anything else." Su Ling pressed forward relentlessly. "Don't make me search your place myself." Hoey's vision went dark. That small amount of gold was his entire fortune, which he'd been saving to find a wife. Being short and plain-looking, he'd never been popular with the girls in District 6, and he'd been counting on that gold to improve his prospects. Now that Su Ling had crushed his future, his chest felt tight with despair. Still dizzy, and in a moment of heated frustration, he blurted out, "Damn it. So many people are taking stuff. Why are you only going after me?" The air instantly froze. Su Ling remained silent for half a minute, long enough for Hoey to break into a cold sweat and regret his words completely. "I'm done for. So many people, all taking things." Su Ling's lips curved into a dangerous smile. "No wonder the recent quotas have been short. Turns out a bunch of parasites have been eating away at them." He turned to Liu with an apologetic nod. "Sorry you had to witness this embarrassment." Then he grabbed Hoey, preparing to take him back to settle District 6 internal affairs. Before leaving, he said politely to Liu, "I'll come by another day to make amends." Liu, having enjoyed the show, suppressed his amusement and waved dismissively. "No worries, I didn't hear anything, brother." Su Ling flashed the same fox-like grin. "You already knew, didn't you? Don't play dumb." Indeed, Su Ling wasn't easily fooled either. Liu's smile grew even brighter. "That was you the other night, wasn't it?" Su Ling asked, though his tone carried approval. "No one else would dare pull something like that. I admire your ambition and courage. We'll talk more later." With that, he dragged Hoey away, leaving Hoey's wails and protests echoing down the corridor. The adults' undercurrents finally receded, and the children who had been cowering in the corner finally poked their heads out. "Brother Liu, did Monkey make a really serious mistake?" "Yeah, he's the real thief." The chubby boy thought his sister was getting off topic and puffed out his cheeks. Why worry about Monkey's business? Then he threw himself at Liu's legs, acting cute. "Big brother, we got the eggs too. When are we going to start making something delicious?" Now this is a true foodie. No matter what the situation, his focus always comes back to delicious food. Liu chuckled and reached out to pinch the chubby little boy's soft cheeks. "All right, big brother will go make it right now." 3 pairs of eager eyes followed his every move as Liu jogged around the camp, gathering all the necessary ingredients and setting up a makeshift workstation in the clearing. "Liu, are you making something new again? What is it this time? Can we watch too? We'd love to see what you're up to." Though everyone knew there wouldn't be enough for everyone to have a full serving, they all wanted to get a taste. Liu nodded. "Of course you can watch." Under everyone's watchful gaze, he began his work. In the first row, he placed 3 buckets of fresh milk. In the second row, sugar refined from sugarcane, eggs, and another portion of sugar. In the final row, the bread they all commonly ate. The ingredients formed a perfect 3x3 grid, and with a flash of light, a complete cream cake quietly appeared in his inventory. "Congratulations. You have completed the achievement The Cake is a Lie, and earned 10 achievement points. Congratulations. You have unlocked the achievement Master Chef of China. Current progress 110. Create 10 different dishes to unlock the Culinary Arts module. Culinary Arts module? Lu Yu scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. If unlocking it would let him create real-world delicacies, that would be absolutely amazing. Since this was his first time making a cake, it deserved some ceremony. He moved a wooden table in front of everyone before bringing out the cake. What is that? The chubby boy rushed forward but was stopped by Li Yi, so he could only take a deep breath as the sweet aroma filled his nostrils. Big brother, what's this thing called? Cake. Seeing the boy's mouth practically watering, Lu Yu laughed. Go ahead, take a piece and try it. Thank you, big brother. The children rushed forward, each taking a piece. The remaining half wasn't nearly enough for the adults, so they dipped their fingers to taste the cream. The scene was somewhat modest, but Lu Yu reassured them. Don't worry, I'll make more tomorrow. So sweet. And it has such a creamy flavor. The bread underneath is softer than usual, so it's delicious. The children beamed as they shared their impressions of the cake. In the distance, several children from District 6 watched curiously. One little boy tugged at his father's sleeve. Dad, what are they eating over there? The father, who had always looked down on District 7 residents and prided himself on being worldly, was stumped. Couldn't identify this food either. The boy watched the joyful scene, his nostrils twitching slightly. It smells so good. His father snorted dismissively. It's just some local specialty from District 7. Nothing worth getting excited about. But, before the child could finish, he was scolded. Pathetic. The father's face darkened as he dragged the boy away, though the sweet aroma in the air still made it hard to look away. Someone nearby chimed in. I heard from Monkey that the District 7 people are shameless, stubbornly staying on our territory. Exactly. They also said District 7 people bring bad luck, but I don't see anything bad happening. They say the people from Zone 7 are narrow-minded, crude, and lacking in manners, but I see they have their own skills. At the corner of Zone 6, small groups of people gathered to chat. Someone pointed at a distant wooden house and exclaimed, Look at that house. It's so beautifully built. Another person swallowed hard and added, They even seem to be good at making delicious food. Not far away, two children were playing beside a stall from a visitor from Zone 7, their faces flushed with excitement, laughter ringing out louder and louder. Lu Yu listened to all these discussions. Ho Yi's earlier one-sided remarks had filled the residents of Zone 6 with prejudice against Zone 7, but now that prejudice was slowly being dismantled. What are you all talking about here? Boomed Fong Chong as he barged into the crowd, visibly displeased. He knew that once these people changed their views on Zone 7, no one would pay attention to his divisive words anymore. Oh, isn't that old Fong? Yeah, you're from Zone 7 too. Why aren't you greeting them? Don't forget, we in Zone 6 are just your in-laws. Zone 7 is your hometown. Of course, we have no intention of driving you away. Huiyer's health was poor, and she passed away shortly after giving birth to Fong Ao. We're genuinely happy to see you and the kids back. But no matter how happy we are, one shouldn't forget their roots. Is there some kind of grudge between you and Zone 7? The crowd exchanged remarks, their tones light, but their words cutting. Fong Chong felt his face flush with anger and suddenly snapped. Why are you meddling in my business, you busybodies? With that, he stormed off. Watching his retreating figure, someone in the crowd sighed. We were just being kind, but his temper is as foul as a rat's. Meanwhile, Lu Yu set aside his thoughts and watched as four children devoured the last piece of cake, licking their fingers clean. The most noticeable was the little chubby one, gazing at him with eager eyes. Big brother, is there more? It's so delicious. When will you make it again? Look at you, so greedy. Lu Yu chuckled and playfully flicked the chubby one's forehead. The children giggled in response. Brother, I'll go get you some milk right now. The chubby one beamed with anticipation. Lu Yu picked up an empty bucket and was about to step out. Son, aren't you taking them with you? Tao Lan's voice called from behind. Lu Yu turned to see three iron puppets and a snowman squatting in the corner of the yard, their four pairs of eyes sparkling with expectation. They wanted to go out, even if just for some fresh air. Keeping them confined in a square yard of 50 meters was indeed unfair. Lu Yu's heart softened, and he sighed. You can come along too. This time, he took a new route. First, they walked through an open area where white birches and palms intertwined, greenery stretching as far as the eye could see. Further ahead, the terrain suddenly rose and fell, with a winding dirt path overshadowed by dense tree canopies, barely wide enough for one person to pass. At first, the three iron puppets and the snowman could keep up, but when they reached the foot of a low hill, they got stuck in the thick branches, casting innocent looks at Lu Yu. You all wait here, Lu Yu said, patting one of the iron puppets on the arm. To his surprise, this only made the larger ones restless. They slammed their heavy steel bodies against the muddy slope, trying to resist, producing dull clanging sounds. Unfortunately, this wasn't a game world, and they couldn't break down walls. TSK, why are they so disobedient today? These iron golems weren't originally so stubborn and persistent, insisting on following Lu Yu around everywhere. Their unusual behavior puzzled Lu Yu quite a bit, though he didn't dwell on it too much, simply wondering if his increased favorability had made these pets particularly clingy. Soon enough, reality provided the answer ahead of them. A bloodstained skeleton monster swayed into view. Compared to ordinary small whites, this creature was covered in a layer of crimson, mosaic-like bloodstains that looked particularly eerie against its pale bones. Even more bizarre was how it stood boldly in the sunlight without being ignited by the blazing sun, seemingly completely immune to burning damage. No wonder the iron golems were acting so unusually excited. There really was a monster lurking about. The skeleton monster didn't immediately aim its bow and arrow at Lu Yu, but stubbornly drew its bow toward the same direction. Following the arrow's trajectory, Lu Yu spotted a young girl crouched there. An arrow had pierced her knee, blood staining her pants leg as she collapsed to the ground in pain. With the edge of a low hill right behind her, one more step back would send her tumbling down. From Lu Yu's position, he couldn't judge the slope's steepness, but the girl's ashen face made it clear that such a fall would be fatal. The skeleton monster's bowstring was drawn taut. The girl, already pale from blood loss, now had an iron-gray complexion from despair. She instinctively let out a weak help. But knowing no one was nearby, she assumed it was just a dying person's instinctive cry. With all hope lost, she simply closed her eyes. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Drawing his sword and charging would be too late. He quickly scanned his backpack and spotted 2 suitable weapons, a bow he'd fished up with Lin Xiaoming, and arrows left over from clearing out skeleton spawners. He immediately dragged both items to his hotbar and drew the bow. Whoosh! Just as the skeleton monster's arrow left its string, Lu Yu's arrow flew out first, precisely striking those hollow eye sockets. Headshot! The monster was forced back half a step, then angrily turned its attention to Lu Yu. "I'm not dead." The girl opened her eyes in confusion, seeing the sunlight of the block world once again, and also noticing a boy about her age had appeared not far away. The boy had already lowered his bow and drawn an iron sword. He sidestepped the skeleton monster's retaliatory arrow with clean, efficient movements, then charged forward, leaped up, and brought his iron sword down toward the skeleton's skull. The girl held her breath. Tisk, thick health bar as expected. Lu Yu muttered under his breath as he landed. The mutated skeleton monster had a much longer health bar than ordinary ones. The first strike hadn't taken it down. He raised his hand, delivering a second strike, then a third in quick succession. Clang! The skeleton monster's frame collapsed, scattering experience, orbs, and bones across the ground. The girl's jaw dropped. So amazing. She was practically speechless with amazement. Lu Yu walked over to collect the drops. Mutated skeleton monsters were troublesome to kill, but they also dropped several extra bones. "Thank you for saving me." Only then did Lu Yu snap out of his monster hunting excitement and turn to look at the girl beside him. He had been completely absorbed in drawing his bow and sniping targets, forgetting there was someone standing next to him, and even more forgetting that he had just pulled off what could be called a textbook perfect heroic rescue. "No problem." He waved his hand dismissively. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden notification popped up on his interface. "Congratulations. You have completed the achievement, Sniper's Duel, and earned 20 achievement points." He got the achievement, but that Strength 3, Durability 3, enchanted bow was down to its last durability point and had shattered into pieces with that final shot. Saved a person, broke a bow seemed like a fair trade? The rescued girl was still shaken, clutching her chest with unsteady breathing. Lu Yu noticed her pale complexion, so he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a fragrant grilled fish. The 7th district had abundant water sources, making grilled fish a standard ration, and he had grabbed several before leaving. "Eat up, restoring your health is what matters." "Okay, wow. It's grilled fish." The girl's eyes lit up as she thanked him repeatedly, devouring it without caring about appearances. After a few bites, color quickly returned to her cheeks. "Thank you. I never expected our 5th district to have someone as skilled as you. I've never seen you before." She blinked her big eyes. Lu Yu paused. "5th district?" He scratched his head. "I'm not from the 5th district." "Huh?" The girl was even more shocked than him. "But this is clearly 5th district territory." Lu Yu clicked his tongue. Apparently his casual wandering had taken him across district boundaries. The girl immediately treated him like a rare specimen, circling around him with curiosity. "So you're a master from the 4th district?" Lu Yu grinned. "I'm from the 7th district." 7th district? She counted on her fingers. 5, 6, 7. Wait. The 5th district only bordered the 4th and 6th districts, yet she had encountered someone from the 7th district? Had she gotten lost all the way to the 7th district? The girl's lip trembled, tears nearly falling. How could I be so stupid? Lu Yu watched her finish counting and immediately start blaming herself, looking completely confused. While he wasn't exactly a top student, he could still handle elementary math. "What can't you figure out?" The girl looked miserable. "Sister Ning Yao is definitely going to kill me when I get back. I actually got lost so far away. All the way to the 7th district." She grabbed her hair in frustration. Her hair was fine and soft, any more tugging, and she'd go bald. Lu Yu quickly grabbed her hands. "You've got it wrong. I'm from the 7th district. But this isn't the 7th district. This should be the border between the 5th and 6th districts." No more circular logic. He threw her earlier phrase right back at her. The girl blinked, finally understanding, and let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I thought I'd caused trouble again. Luyu asked. So how did you end up here? I'm called a Z. She managed a strained smile. We've been trapped underground for 7 days. The 5th district's food supplies are completely gone, and if we wait any longer, everyone will starve to death. We had to draw lots to send a few people out to find food. Only then did she suddenly realize she had left out the most crucial information. Why are you trapped underground? Liu pressed. A Z said quietly. Because of the zombie horde. District 5 is also experiencing a zombie wave. This answer completely caught Liu off guard. Based on his earlier deductions, if District 5 was facing a full moon zombie wave, it meant there must be other players there. The fact that everyone was hiding underground was likely that player's idea. With this in mind, Liu boldly speculated. Sending such a somewhat naive girl out of the safe zone to forage alone showed that District 5 had reached desperate straits. Yet instead of sending an adult who could ensure success and safely bring back food, they let the girl take the risk if she couldn't make it back. Wouldn't those hiding underground just be waiting to die? Besides you, is anyone else out looking for food? Liu asked. Yes, there's a boy searching house by house in the village for leftover grain, a Z replied. Liu sneered inwardly. Not letting a Z do the relatively safer work, but making her venture into the wilderness instead, clearly showed her position in District 5 wasn't good. This scene triggered memories belonging to this body. The original Liu, being less quick-witted, was always bullied by Fong Ao and his lackeys in the village. If not for Lin Xiaoming's help back then, he probably would have been tricked into impossible tasks and died in the wilderness. Now, he stood in Lin Xiaoming's former position. He sighed and reached out to help a Z up. Does your knee still hurt? A Z had a sunny personality and smiled as soon as she was out of danger. It hurts, but I can bear it. She even struck a determined expression, like a little dog trying hard to please its owner. Liu couldn't help but smile, releasing his hand to let her stand on her own. But as soon as he let go, she swayed and nearly fell. Liu raised one arm for her to lean on. You'd better hold on to me. Aziz's face flushed with embarrassment. How embarrassing. Since her goal was to find food, the two slowly moved forward along the direction where foliage was dense. Ahead lay the area below the small hill Az had been leaning against earlier. There was a reason she hadn't dared jump down to escape Xiaobai's attack. It was a steep valley. Even if Liu jumped down forcefully, he wouldn't fare well. Under the thick canopy, the cliff blocked the sunlight, making the valley bottom damp, cold, and dark, with spots of red faintly visible. Mushrooms. Liu squinted to confirm. Really? Aziz's eyes immediately lit up. If there really were patches of mushrooms at the bottom of the valley, her mission could be completed. In her excitement, she wanted to go down immediately, but Liu stopped her. You should stay here. Aziz paused, suddenly moved. We just met for the first time, yet you're doing so much for me. No. Liu raised his hand to interrupt, his expression calm. I need mushrooms too. I want to unlock new recipes. He glanced at her knee. In your current condition, if there are monsters down there, you'll only slow me down. But, if you need some, I can share a bit with you. Aziz was stunned. Well then, I was being presumptuous. Without hesitation, Liu pulled out dirt blocks instead of a shovel. While Aziz stood there stunned, Liu's hands moved swiftly, stacking dirt blocks one after another until she was trapped inside a makeshift matchbox. Accompanied by her confused sounds, Liu had already turned around, his movements as practiced as when he used to build protective walls for Lin Xiaoming, or like secretly hiding rare villagers in the game. He packed the dirt blocks back into his inventory and switched to an iron bucket filled with water. After a short running start, he leaped into the deep pit. Aziz drawn out, hey still echoed in the air as Liu poured the water mid-fall, gracefully landing in the water before scooping it back into the bucket. A flawless water landing technique. Beneath his feet lay the mushroom forest he had predicted. Colorful mushrooms carpeted the ground, while giant mushroom trees spread their umbrella-like canopies overhead. Unfortunately, he hadn't brought a shovel with silk touch, so he could only bend down and stuff all the easily pickable mushrooms into his backpack. In a shallow pond nearby, several lily pads swayed gently with the current. He plucked a couple, planning to bring them back to the ditches near their temporary shelter in District 6 to prevent those troublesome kids from falling into the water. The valley floor formed a narrow passage where stone walls and leaves blocked out the sunlight, creating a cool atmosphere. As Liu walked along the passage, it suddenly brightened ahead. He caught the salty scent of ocean air, his heart stirring as his pace quickened involuntarily. His view opened up dramatically. A vast blue ocean stretched before him. Not far from shore lay a patch of barren reddish-brown land without a trace of green, clearly a typical mushroom island biome. Liu whispered in amazement. There was actually a mushroom island right outside District 5. Though not large in size, more like a mushroom island beach, it was still a rare resource. On the small island, red and white mushrooms wandered leisurely. Liu splashed into the seawater and swam ashore with a few strokes. Moo, a mushroom lifted its head, greeting him friendly. Lu Yu rubbed his hands together. Since you're being so welcoming, I'll gladly accept. He placed down a crafting table, quickly crafting wooden planks into a stack of wooden bowls with rhythmic tap-tap sounds, then right-clicked the mushroom several times. After a series of slurp sounds, multiple servings of mushroom stew settled safely into his backpack. The mushroom's value extended far beyond mushroom stew. Fed different flowers, they could produce mysterious stews with various potion effects, making them essentially mobile pharmaceutical factories. He had to bring them back to base. He searched through his backpack, no leads, no slime balls either. Transport by boat. Districts 6 and 7 weren't coastal, and he'd still need to drag them overland after reaching shore. That wouldn't work. Lu Yu sighed deeply, drew out his shovel, and made an apologetic gesture toward the mushrooms. Sorry about this, but I need you to bear with me for a while. Moo. Their bovine eyes filled with confusion. To prevent other villagers from accidentally killing them, and to keep these rare resources from being stolen, Lu Yu decided to hide them first. He swung his shovel as sand and dirt flew, quickly creating a deep pit beneath his feet. Moo. The mushroom tumbled into the pit, completely unprepared. Buddy, once I get a lead, I'll take you home and marry you. Wait, that came out wrong. After saying this, Lu Yu carefully smoothed over the pit's surface, filling it so thoroughly that not a trace remained, as if the red mushroom had never existed there. Meanwhile, a brown mushroom leisurely wandered past him like any ordinary passerby, absolutely seamless. Why choose red over brown? Lu Yu's reasoning was obvious. Of course you pick cattle based on looks. His straight guy aesthetic firmly believed the red mushroom was cuter. Did anyone actually think the brown ones were more adorable? After hiding his little treasure vault, he turned back, scooping up all the mushrooms he'd missed along the way into his backpack. Soon, mushrooms and mushroom stew filled his entire pack, forcing him to toss some of the less useful blocks onto the ground to make space. Reaching the edge of the lower hill, he placed a block to climb up. The moment he poked his head over the top, he heard Aziz's panicked shout. Don't come any closer. Lu Yu had already guessed this seemingly simple-minded, adorably clueless girl might get restless and break out of the matchbox house. But she was still in place because there was danger outside. Help! Buddy, why aren't you back yet? Lu Yu climbed to the hilltop and looked around, but saw no monsters, leaving him puzzled. I'm back, so what's wrong? Through the small opening left for Aziz to keep watch, he saw her tearful little face. Aziz, QAQ, there's a wolf. Walking around to the other side of the matchbox house, he finally spotted Ida wolf pup barely reaching his shin, sitting calmly on the grass. Seeing him appear, the little guy perked up its rear and barked twice. Oh wow, a dog. Isn't that a wolf? Aziz remained huddled in the matchbox house, not daring to even peek out. Lu Yu waved reassuringly. Sure, it's a wolf, but in MC they're super easy to tame. Great at fighting monsters basically, just a good dog. Be careful, don't let it bite you. Aziz warned kindly. Lu Yu chuckled and pulled out 2 bones from his backpack, drops from the skeleton, Little White, he'd killed earlier. The wolf pup's gaze immediately locked onto the bones, transfixed. Huh. Aziz was completely stunned, clearly unaware that dogs could be tamed this way. Just 2 bones. Lu Yu offered the first one. The wolf pup crunched it down in one bite, but gray failure symbols appeared above its head. First one failed. He clicked his tongue, regretting that he only had these 2 bones. If he had a bone merchant's fortune, he'd already be leading a special forces dog squad home. Taking a deep breath, he mentally played Good Days on repeat to boost his luck, then offered the last bone to the wolf pup. Woof! Hearts bloomed above the wolf pup's head. Yes, taming successful. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on completing the achievement. Man's best friend earned 20 achievement points. The newly tamed wolf panted with its tongue out, nuzzling against his pants leg while its tail wagged like a little windmill. Lu Yu smiled and bent down to pat its head. Aziz still pressed against the wooden wall of the matchbox house, her face full of disbelief. No way. How did you just tame that wolf? It was being fierce with me earlier. Haha. Because he could tell I'm smart enough to be a good master. Ozzy emerged from the dirt blocks while breaking them apart, looking thoughtful. I see. Wait, are you saying I'm not smart? Before she could finish speaking, she raised her soft little fist to punch Lu Yu, but he casually tossed a pile of items her way. What's this? Half a stack of mushrooms. Aji looked down to see the round mushrooms lying quietly on the ground. Wow, these are for me. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Even though this boy always loved to mock and tease her, he not only protected her, but also brought her food. He's a good person. Definitely a good person. Oh, and Lu Yu shook his hand and threw out several bowls of steaming mushroom stew. The aroma hit her face, and Aji almost drooled. Lu Yu helplessly reminded her, if you're hungry, eat a bowl first. The girl hesitated for 2 seconds, then stuffed all the food into her backpack. I'll wait and eat with everyone when I get back. Lu Yu rolled his eyes internally, hopelessly naive. Setting that aside, he had business to attend to. Which direction is District 5? I'll take you back. Aji pointed into the distance. Over there. He really wasn't that kind-hearted. 19% of his purpose was to scout for intelligence, and taking her home was just 1% goodwill, the barely visible, tiny bit kind. Doggy, keep up. The newly tamed wolf pup wagged its tail and trotted along at their heels. Aji kept looking back, thinking the wolf looked both fierce and adorable no matter how she looked at it. The two hadn't walked far when they saw a grassy field ahead, teeming with pigs, cows, and sheep full of life. The only eyesore was several mutant skeletons standing among them. Did you come from this way? Liu asked. Yeah, I originally wanted to milk some cows to bring back, but then a skeleton monster spotted me. Useless. Aji froze, completely unable to believe the word useless had come out of Lu Yu's mouth. She was brave enough to run this far alone. If she could take on skeleton monsters unknown, would she have been chased around? Are you even human? She snapped back angrily. Lu Yu pulled back the hand she was supporting and waved casually. Find somewhere to hide. Aji pouted and wisely pulled out the blocks she carried, burying herself in the dirt. A perfect rest in peace. Lu Yu switched to his iron sword and used the forest cover to approach his targets. His steps were lighter than the wind as he stealthily moved to the side of the three skeletons without taking any damage, ensuring his back wasn't exposed. Hiss! The three skeleton monsters were alerted by the movement and turned their heads in unison. Lu Yu first exposed half his body, struck back the first one, then retreated half a step to create distance. As the second one approached, the wolf pup identified the hostile target and pounced, biting onto its leg bone as bone fragments scattered. The skeleton still considered Lu Yu the primary target and drew its bow to full tension. Lu Yu dodged behind a tree trunk as the arrow grazed the bark and embedded in the dirt. Peering out again, he swung his sword to strike both the first and second skeletons. The wolf pup had already gnawed away half the first one's health bar. The third skeleton finally arrived fashionably late. Lu Yu pressed against the tree trunk and placed a block at the second level from the ground, the classic, ankle-biting tactic. With his iron sword flashing and the wolf pup attacking from the flank, even the mutant skeletons with their thicker health couldn't last long. All three fell and became bone fragments. District 5 was experiencing a full moon monster wave, but compared to District 7, both the density and intensity were far inferior. Lu Yu easily cleared the three skeletons, then turned his gaze to the herds of pigs, cows, and sheep nearby. He raised his sword, ready to strike. Wait, Lu Yu can't kill them. Lu Yu calmly collected the bones scattered on the ground from the fallen skeleton monsters first. After stuffing the bones into his backpack one by one, he slowly asked, why? Aji nervously explained, they're the village's livestock. You need to report before slaughtering them. Lu Yu's mouth twitched, but aren't you all about to starve to death with barely any food left? Well, that's true. Aji frowned, trying hard to think. But if we kill them all, we won't have milk to drink or wool to use anymore. This reasoning left Lu Yu speechless. Then why don't you drive them back to the village and raise them properly? There's a very, very long river in front of the village. Aji's voice trailed off. And you just gave up because of that? Lu Yu pressed. Aji nodded guiltily. Then your village deserves to starve. Lu Yu concluded bluntly. He thought to himself that if there really was another player like him in the 5th district, they probably weren't experienced either. Otherwise, they wouldn't be operating so ridiculously, unable to even manage resource accumulation and sustainable development. Being as independent as he was, he would never be stopped by a simple "you can't kill them." With that, he unhesitatingly picked the fattest cow. A flash of his blade, and beef was in hand. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Aji had to give up. Fortunately, Lu Yu slaughtered 2/3 of the livestock herd, harvesting a large pile of food ingredients and considerable leather. After finishing, he handed half a stack of meat to Aji. Aren't you going to eat? The little girl held the meat, feeling somewhat guilty. I will. Lu Yu replied curtly. The two of them, plus a dog, hadn't walked far when Lu Yu suddenly glanced at Aji and complained with a frown. Supporting you is too troublesome. He's going to abandon me? Aji panicked inwardly, but then realized Lu Yu didn't know her anything. Getting her to safety was already more than generous. She bit her lip and said, let's stop here then. There shouldn't be any monsters ahead. I can go back by myself. Thank you for the meat. Before she could finish, she saw Lu Yu crouch down and place a crafting table. Huh. Aji was stunned. She watched him sort through leather and arrange materials, quickly crafting a saddle. What are you doing? She asked in confusion. Lu Yu directly strapped the saddle onto a pink, chubby pig. You want me to ride a pig? Aji pointed at the pig's head with trembling fingers. What else? Lu Yu's tone suggested he found her question obvious. I. Aji hesitated. Aren't you getting on? Sniffling, she finally climbed onto the pig's back. Lu Yu had expected her to fall several times, but she sat steadily. Surprisingly talented at pig riding. He said casually, though Aji couldn't tell this was meant as a compliment. Next, Lu Yu pulled out a carrot. The pig's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of it, its gaze locked on target. To maintain control of direction, he didn't make a carrot on a stick for Aji, but instead held the carrot himself in front, guiding them out. Lu Yu continued forward, leading a dog behind him, a pig, and the girl on the pig's back. You're quite suited for a pig, aren't you? How about I just give you this saddle and the pig? Lu Yu quipped casually, his tone suggesting he was discussing something utterly trivial. As he was left speechless, she opened her mouth, stammering for a long while, lacking both the courage to retort and any decent comeback in her mind. Before them lay exactly what Azzy had described earlier, a ridiculously wide river. To be precise, it wasn't really a river at all, but a new island separated by water. Buildings stood in neat rows on the island, yet it was completely deserted. Under the scorching sun, only a few monsters wandered lazily about, creating a scene as eerie as a frozen painting. According to Azzy, the 5th district was full of such miniature islands, while the 6th and 7th districts were the actual mainland. That's your village? Lu Yu pointed toward the island. Azzy nodded. How did you get out? I dug through underground. She pointed to a deep cave entrance by the shore. The area around the entrance was all soft soil, except for that spot which exposed a ring of smooth, round stones, silently hinting, this place is suspicious. As he shifted on the pig's back, preparing to slide down and swim across, Lu Yu pressed his hand on her shoulder. Get down for what? Sit tight. But there's water everywhere ahead. Just lay down some blocks. How hard can it be? Lu Yu rolled his eyes. As he remained nervous. That water is really deep. Lu Yu walked closer for a look. The riverbank appeared knife-cut, with rock walls dropping vertically into the blue water. The water surface was also a good distance below where they stood, looking like an underwater canyon. What made it more troublesome was that they were leading a herd of cattle and sheep. If they jumped straight down, these livestock would surely fall to their deaths. Even if they managed to swim to the other side, they'd still need to build a ramp to lead the animals back to shelter, essentially doubling their work. See, I told you we couldn't get across. Before Azzy could finish her sentence, Lu Yu had already grabbed a stack of dirt blocks and walked to the water's edge. With his back to the path they'd come from, half his foot hanging in midair, he seemed about to plummet into the deep water any second, yet he steadied himself firmly. Then, he placed the first dirt block precisely on the water surface, extending toward the opposite shore. For the first 2 blocks, his movements were still cautious. Azzy's heart rose and fell with the rhythm of each block placement, hanging in her throat. Then Lu Yu found his rhythm. His body moved forward 1 step, and a block from his hand dropped with a thud. Thud, thud, thud. The tempo grew faster and faster. A series of dirt blocks laid out a straight path, and he had already reached the other shore, walking on the newly created earthen bridge. Azzy was stunned. How did you just get across? Just walked across like that. What's so difficult about it? Lu Yu shrugged. She scratched her head frantically, completely unable to understand how the problem that had troubled her village was solved by him in just a few moves, though she hadn't understood a single operation he'd performed. Using the first row of blocks as a foundation, Lu Yu quickly added a second row. A 2-block-wide suspended bridge took shape in an instant, spanning the canyon-like river. As he blinked twice, the bridge was already built. Before she could question it, Lu Yu was already waving. What are you standing there for? Come over. As he felt apprehensive but could only let the pig grunt and shuffle forward. She covered her eyes with both hands, yet couldn't help peeking through her fingers. When she finally mustered the courage to lower her hands, she found herself and her mount right in the middle of the sky bridge. Oh! An exclamation escaped her lips. When people are at great heights, they experience vertigo, which creates the illusion that they're about to fall. Lu Yu had long grown accustomed to this, but Azzy hadn't. She swayed a couple of steps following the illusion, her body tilting, nearly tumbling straight off the narrow bridge. What's this? Setting up a platform for you and the pig to jump into the river. Lu Yu caught her with one hand while patting the round, plump pig beside him. If you're going to jump, don't drag my pig along. Azzy's face flushed bright red, her round eyes widening. Here she was, a proper young lady, yet she was less steady than a pig. What made it even more infuriating was that Lu Yu then pointed to the wolf cub following behind him. The little creature had all 4 paws pressed against the wooden planks, walking more steadily than Azzy. Look, even the dog walks steadier than you. Azzy whimpered twice, feeling deeply wronged but helpless against Lu Yu. In front of this man, she felt like the most pitiful creature at the bottom of the food chain. At the end of the suspension bridge, they finally set foot on the territory of the 5th district. Rows of small villas built with round stones spread out before them, much more refined than the 6th district, though still crude in Lu Yu's eyes. At the village entrance, several little whites, skeleton monsters radiating the cold gleam of white bones were swaying their bony limbs, wandering through the streets. They drew their bows and shot several arrows with whooshing sounds, sending sharp feathered arrows into a patch of bare yellow earth where not a blade of grass grew. Ah! Azzy exclaimed, immediately covering her mouth and whispering to Lu Yu. That's where our hidden tunnel entrance is. Lu Yu squinted. Seen this scene before. Last time, it was villagers making noise underground that led the monsters to follow the trail and storm in, causing a massacre. Clearly, the people of the 5th district had been exposed too. The top layer of soil was riddled with arrows like a porcupine, and if this continued, The dirt blocks used for camouflage wouldn't hold. He quickly counted. 7 skeletons, 7 arrows descending from the heavenly mountains. Just as worry flashed through his mind, the ground cracked with a crack, the soil crumbling to pieces, followed by screams from within the tunnel. Ah, help! They're coming in. As he frantically grabbed Lu Yu's collar. What do we do? What else can we do? Lu Yu shrugged. Kill them. But, as he gripped even tighter, she was torn. Why should Lu Yu, whom they'd just met, risk himself for them? 1 skeleton was easy for him, but 7? That wasn't something just anyone could handle easily. Let go. Lu Yu looked down at her small hands. As he shook her head, pressing her lips together in silence. If I don't go, are you planning to? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. She steeled herself. Drawing the skeletons away to let more villagers escape would be one way. Once decided, as he leaped down from the pig's back, but after just 1 step, Lu Yu grabbed her collar and lifted her back. Give it a rest. With your meager skills, you're planning to sacrifice yourself? Lu Yu sighed helplessly, guessing that as he was being pressured by the villagers, he felt her sacrifice wouldn't be worth it. He even thought that letting such a narrow-minded group of people suffer a bit wouldn't be such a bad thing. Lu Yu's eyes crinkled with amusement as he said, "Don't delay me from collecting those skeleton bones." Well, this was certainly something Azzy hadn't expected. Could it be that in Lu Yu's eyes, skeletons were just like livestock he could slaughter at will? Was this reasonable? Absolutely not. Besides, I have a helper who's more useful than you, Lu Yu said. Before he'd even finished speaking, he leaped down from the small hill and landed in the village. By now, several villagers had dug holes through the roof of their shelter and were scattering in all directions. The 7 skeletons turned in unison, bowstrings twanging as 7 arrows simultaneously aimed at the blonde kid who had just emerged. Ah! The blonde boy screamed to bolster his courage, forcing himself into a sprint and actually managing to dodge most of the arrows. But 2 still grazed him. 1 lodged in his rear, another pierced his shoulder. Ugh! The searing pain turned his face ashen, but he gritted his teeth and kept running frantically. This natural target successfully drew all the skeletons' fire, and none noticed that Lu Yu had quietly closed in. Lu Yu raised his iron sword. Swish, swish, swish. 3 flashes of cold steel fell, and 3 skeletons were forcibly knocked back, one of them tumbling right into the hole above the shelter. We're doomed. Help! The residents below erupted into chaos like a disturbed beehive. Lu Yu frowned. So many people couldn't handle a single skeleton? Even a mantis dropped into an ant colony would get torn apart if they couldn't manage this. It would be a disgrace to intelligent life. Useless, he muttered under his breath. The remaining 6 skeletons turned, releasing their arrows in unison. The 4 closest to Lu Yu shot toward him. The distance was too close. He only managed to sidestep 3 arrows, the last one grazing his arm. Lu Yu quickly retreated, pressing against the corner of a nearby house and slipping into the blind spot. He pulled mushroom stew from his pack and gulped it down, instantly restoring his health to full. Clatter, clatter, the sound of rattling bones grew closer, as if they would surround him at any moment. Lu Yu aimed at the wall beside him, drew his stone pickaxe, and knocked out 2 cobblestone blocks to slip inside the house, then quickly replaced the blocks to seal the entrance. Thunk, thunk. 2 arrowheads struck the newly placed blocks, sparks flying. Skeletons outside, Lu Yu inside. He grinned. This just got easy. He dug out the block at ground level, his view now perfectly aligned with 6 pairs of slender white bone legs. Iron sword raised high, he slashed at the white-stockinged lady's ankles. Simultaneously, his dog pounced forward, barking and biting furiously. Under the combined assault of man and dog, the 6 skeletons collapsed into scattered bones, the crisp sound of dropping experience orbs echoing one after another. Lu Yu removed the blocks and stepped back outside, bending to collect his spoils. Over a dozen bones and 2 bows with half their durability remaining. All the experience was absorbed into him. Where are the monsters? A villager poked half his head out of the hole. Did that kid Wenhao lead them all away? What's really happening out there? He asked again. It seemed they weren't completely useless after all. The skeleton that had fallen into the shelter had ultimately been mobbed to death. As he had witnessed Lu Yu dispatch 6 skeletons in just a few moves and came running excitedly from the distance, just in time to encounter Lu Yu as he climbed up from underground. The blonde girl at the front immediately launched into a torrent of furious scolding. What took you so long to get back? Azzy nearly died at the hands of skeleton monsters while out on her mission, only to be saved by Lu Yu's intervention. Despite everything, she still thought of the villagers who had forced her into this dangerous situation and tried to bring food back for them. But when she returned after countless hardships, what greeted her wasn't gratitude, it was a barrage of accusatory questions, as if everything was her fault. For a moment, Azzy didn't know how to cope with such injustice. Yao Yao, I. Forget it, you don't need to explain. The blonde girl called Yao Yao raised her hand, cutting off Azzy's words. Yao Yao, thank goodness for you. If you hadn't taken down that little white creature, we all would have died down there. That's right, Yao Yao. What about the monsters above? Did you drive them away already? Yao Yao stood in the center of the crowd with her arms crossed, chin slightly raised, shamelessly basking in the villagers' praise even though none of those deeds were hers. She made no effort to set the record straight. Just then, Lu Yu slowly emerged from the side of a building. Are you okay? Are you hurt? As he hurried toward him, anxiously scanning his entire body. Do I look like something's wrong? Lu Yu smiled gently. Good, that's good. Who are you? The blonde girl suddenly drew her sword, silver light flashing. And you brought a wolf with you. Lu Yu's smile instantly vanished, leaving only a cold, superficial expression in his eyes. The people of District 5 don't seem very friendly. The villagers of District 5 were clearly on high alert against this sudden stranger, stepping back and preparing to fight. Azzy immediately spread her arms wide, blocking Lu Yu like a human shield. Stop. If you're not going to thank him, fine, but how can you draw your weapons? The usually timid and meek girl's voice was surprisingly loud and commanding. Thank him? Why should I thank him? Yao Yao raised her eyebrows arrogantly. He just killed 6 zombies and protected all of you. Azzy argued fiercely on Lu Yu's behalf. You? Yao Yao looked Lu Yu up and down. 6 of them? You. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, displeasure flashing in his eyes. She hadn't heard that kind of dismissive questioning in a long time. It seemed District 5 still doubted Lu Yu's capabilities. Huh. I thought it was that guy Wen Hao who led the monsters away. Yao Yao sneered. Azzy continued defending Lu Yu. So we should thank him properly. Oh. The crowd dragged out a collective, oh, but said nothing more. So you're also the one who knocked the skeleton monster underground? Yao Yao suddenly narrowed her eyes, her tone shifting to accusation. The crowd collectively gasped. A wounded man covered in bandages stumbled forward, pointing at Lu Yu and shouting angrily. So it was you. Me? Lu Yu tilted his head slightly. You nearly got us all killed. If you don't know how to hunt monsters, don't interfere. That's right. You knocked the skeleton monster into our shelter with one blow. What about the elderly and children hiding down there? What were you trying to prove? Azzy was stunned. She never expected that Lu Yu's rescue of District 5's villagers would be met with such harsh criticism. Haha. Faced with their verbal assault, Lu Yu didn't get angry, but laughed instead. How interesting. He calmly surveyed the crowd, thinking how this was like an elderly person who falls on the street, then turns around and blames their rescuer. The Good Samaritan becomes the villain. Saving people had always been a troublesome affair. Back on Blue Star, performing CPR on someone who had fainted or gone into shock could result in broken ribs from chest compressions. At this moment, someone would question the rescuing doctor. My ribs are broken. How are you going to compensate me? I guess I was wrong to save you. Lu Yu let out a helpless sigh. The female owner of the house he had demolished was also in the crowd, pointing at the half-remaining wall and screaming hoarsely. Why was my house torn down? Azzy glanced at Lu Yu and explained quietly. It was him. But, it's you again. The homeowner completely exploded. It's bad enough that you threw monsters at us, but you actually demolished my house too. I want to go in and check, and if anything is missing, you won't get away with it. Several people nearby chimed in. Azzy, this person you brought back isn't a thief, is he? Don't bring random people back anymore. The voices layered upon each other, giving Azzy no chance to interject. The young girl's face flushed red from being cornered. Shut up. Listen to me. She stamped her foot and shouted at the loudest volume Lu Yu had ever heard from her. He was killing those 6 skeleton monsters. I saw it with my own eyes. He couldn't possibly steal anything. Don't wrongly accuse him. Does killing monsters mean he has to demolish someone's house? Someone in the crowd snorted coldly. Azzy, with that brain of yours, others can fool you like fooling a child. Azzy's eyes quickly filled with grievance, tears welling up in the corners. Tsk tisk. Lu Yu looked at these people with disgust on his face, suddenly pulled out the 2 bones that had dropped earlier, and waved them back and forth in front of the District 7 residents. What are you doing? Is this guy crazy? Lu Yu spoke leisurely. I'm testing whether you're dogs. What else but dogs bite the hand that feeds them? The block people couldn't understand the Blue Star proverb, but they keenly caught the word dog and immediately exploded. You're calling us dogs? The group that had been cowering before the zombies now saw that their opponent was also a block person and immediately raised their weapons aggressively. Lu Yu treated their threats like air, casually spinning the 2 bones like sticks. Blame me for throwing monsters at you? Blame me for demolishing the house? He shook his head. 1 second he was still smiling. The next his expression turned ice cold. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had the chance to stand here complaining. You'd either be torn apart by those 6 skeleton monsters or starve to death. As he spoke, he quietly replaced the bones in his hands with a sharp sword. He even wanted to directly input Game Mode 1 and summon an Ender Dragon egg to smash right in front of their eyes. He was tired of it all. Let the world be destroyed. He wouldn't mind executing it himself. He didn't believe a group of villagers who couldn't even handle zombies could do anything to him. What are you trying to do? Someone's voice trembled. Lu Yu smiled. Since you were supposed to die anyway, and you're ungrateful after I kindly saved you, I might as well help you return to your original state. Return to original state? What does that mean? Let you die? Yao Yao felt cold wind drilling into her bones. half her arm breaking out in goosebumps. You're just bragging. What can you do alone? True. Lu Yu examined the blade in his hand. Using a sword against you would be a bit too merciful. Next, Lu Yu pulled out a bucket of lava. Lava! Someone cried out in alarm. The scorching crimson liquid churned within the heavy stone jar in Lu Yu's palm, waves of heat washing over everyone's faces. Even though most of those present had never been down a mine shaft, they knew that once this substance was spilled, it would be tantamount to a death sentence when lava hit the ground. Everyone would suffer. Don't do anything rash. Even the usually haughty Yao Yao abandoned all pretense of dignity, rushing to the front row in panic, speaking so rapidly, she nearly bit her tongue. If you really pour that down there, it won't benefit anyone. Aren't you afraid of roasting your wolf to death? She forced her voice lower, mixing threats with her pleading. Lu Yu looked up, his fingertips tilting slightly as the molten lava sloshed along the rim of the jar, creating an orangered arc. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth. If I dare to pour it, naturally I know how to survive. You're the ones who should be afraid. Compared to death, you're more terrified that I'll destroy this wretched place. More afraid that I'll throw a skeleton monster right in front of you, aren't you? The people of District 5 fell silent as death. Only now did they finally realize how foolish their earlier accusations against Lu Yu had been. They were lucky to have survived this long thanks to him. Yet they still demanded perfection from him? We were wrong. We were wrong. The older ones bowed first, their tone conciliatory. Young man, we're sorry. We spoke out of turn earlier without understanding the situation. A kind-faced woman jogged up to Lu Yu, grasping his arm and saying earnestly, "Thank you for saving us." But Lu Yu showed no appreciation, his gaze cutting past the woman like a blade, locking directly onto the woman who had led the earlier outcry. "Ning Yao, why don't you apologize to our savior?" The woman tugged at her arm. Ning Yao's eyes swept over the churning lava at the jar's rim. She pressed her lips together and finally said quietly, "I'm sorry." Huh. Lu Yu let out a cold laugh, offering not an inch of grace. As the tension eased slightly, Az quickly pulled Lu Yu aside, whispering happily, "That's wonderful. The misunderstanding has been cleared up." Lu Yu leaned close to her ear. "Little fool, can't you see? There aren't many good people in your village." "You can't say that." Az forced a smile. "They used to take good care of me." Az. A young man's voice suddenly came from behind them. Lu Yu turned to see an equally innocent young face. Wenhao still had half an arrow shaft protruding from his buttocks, causing him to limp as he walked, yet he grinned foolishly. "Az, you're back. You made it back safely too." Az went to meet him, her gaze falling on the bundle in his arms. "Did you get food for everyone?" "I got it." Wenhao scratched his head, holding the bundle up to his chest. "I'm pretty amazing, aren't I?" "Amazing." Az patted his head like an adult would. Only then did Lu Yu understand District 5 had sent these two naive children out to risk their lives. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Too cowardly to take responsibility themselves, they dumped all the danger on the most innocent ones. Pathetic. Wenhao unwrapped his bundle, revealing several withered pieces of bread and half a bag of dehydrated vegetables to everyone. Az was about to take out the food she had brought back to add to the pile when Lu Yu grabbed her by the collar. "Don't you dare." Az blinked, thinking he was still angry and could only compromise. All right then. After all, what Wenhao had brought would barely stave off hunger, but they wouldn't starve immediately. Unfortunately, after rough distribution, what lay in everyone's palms were merely dry breadcrumbs. Each person's share amounted to no more than a single piece of bread. After Wenhao, that silly kid, ate the food, his face still looked pale. He probably hadn't fully restored his hunger bar or replenished his health yet. Lu Yu glanced at him and casually tossed out another bowl of steaming mushroom stew. "Here." The kid had no sense of keeping a low profile. He grabbed the bowl and tilted his head back to gulp it down, eating until his mouth was greasy, but his voice remained booming. "Good brother. Thank you." Lu Yu rubbed his forehead helplessly. People in District 5 heard the commotion and turned to look. Hunger made their gazes lock onto the mushroom stew in Wenhao's hands like knives. "Mushroom stew? Where did you get that?" someone asked, swallowing hard. Since he couldn't avoid the attention, Lu Yu decided to be open about it. He pulled another bowl from his backpack and handed it to Az. "Here. Thank you." Az obediently accepted it, her stomach rumbling loudly as many people around them swallowed their saliva. The news instantly spread throughout District 5. Lu Yu had food, and apparently quite a bit of it. Several starving people set their sights on him. A middle-aged man pushed through the crowd, the same one who had earlier accused Lu Yu of tearing down his wall. "Young man, do you have any more food?" Lu Yu stood up, picked up some scattered cobblestones with an expressionless face, and threw them at the man's feet with loud thuds. "What are you doing?" The man jumped back in fright. Lu Yu said coolly, "Oh, I thought you were here to get back those cobblestones from your wall." The implication was clear. "Didn't think I've forgotten what you did earlier, and now you have the nerve to ask for food?" The man's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word, and could only slink back to his spot in embarrassment. The remaining people at most expressed their displeasure with their eyes, but no one dared to actually rush over and snatch anything. The three well-fed companions sat leaning against the ruins. One Hao patted his bulging stomach and let out a loud burp. Burp API, warriors roar. The sunset painted the horizon orange-red as the sun was about to sink below the horizon. Lu Yu brushed the dust off his clothes and said to the two, "It's getting late. I need to go." Aziz's eyes clearly showed reluctance. She wasn't looking for someone to protect her through the night. She simply felt sorry that a newly made friend had to leave after all. Lu Yu belonged to District 7, and their next meeting was uncertain. Lu Yu pulled them to a corner and whispered instructions. "Eat your food quietly, don't let them steal it." Aziz nodded with half understanding. Lu Yu patted Wen Hao's shoulder. "Kid, you run pretty fast." Wen Hao scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Next time don't run in a straight line. If skeleton monsters chase you, remember to zigzag and look for cover." Wen Hao thought seriously for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously. "I got it." Lu Yu added. "Tonight you'll probably have to hide underground again. If more creepers find you, just keep digging down." Both responded in unison. Lu Yu shared all his experience dealing with zombie hordes and turned to leave. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, the people in District 5 collectively sighed with relief, as if seeing off a ticking time bomb, and no one pursued the matter of him tearing down the wall anymore. At this moment, Ning Yao walked up to Aziz, her eyes cold as a venomous snake. "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" Aziz was intimidated by that gaze, hunching her shoulders as her voice stammered. After a long silence, Ning Yao's face twisted with sarcasm. "Aziz, you're really good at seducing men, aren't you?" "Yao Yao, that's going too far. You're all just young girls, how can you talk about seduction?" Several girls whispered in defense. Maybe it was just a chance encounter on the road. No need to use such harsh words. Though they spoke up for Ozzy, their eyes remained fixed on Ning Yao's expression, their eagerness to please barely concealed. Ning Yao snorted coldly, her emotions written all over her face. How disappointing these people had actually learned to meddle in others' affairs. She raised her hand to activate the hidden door mechanism. With a click, stone steps leading to the underground shelter were revealed. "It's getting dark. Hurry up and get inside." Her voice wasn't loud, but carried an undeniable sense of coercion. On the stone steps, people descended one by one. Some were dissatisfied, but only dared to lower their voices. "Sigh, when will this kind of life ever end? There's nothing we can do. We're not like that young man today who could drive away the monsters. Living like parasites." Their murmurs were swallowed by layers of walls. No one dared let Ning Yao hear them. In the dim basement, Ning Yao tightened the oil lamp's flame and silently leaned back into the corner. If she hadn't scolded Wen Hao for being useless when he returned during the day, bringing back only a tiny bit of food, that little white creature wouldn't have attacked the surface. Thinking of this, she simply shut her mouth, sat down hugging her knees, and tried to breathe as quietly as possible. But her mind was in turmoil. What was their attitude? Were they saying she was inferior to that man? He could defeat zombies, but she couldn't? She was the acting administrator of District 5, yet she was being outshone? Damn it, she cursed silently. "I taught them construction and fishing. I've been merciful enough." Ning Yao came from Blue Star and was a player. She was lucky upon landing. She immediately found a village where food and clothing were temporarily secured. However, her knowledge of this game was limited to a few glances from her college roommate's experience. Here, injuries could lead to real death, so she didn't dare risk fighting monsters and could only avoid danger like the native block people. But today she encountered a tough opponent, that reasonably good-looking block man who actually stood beside Ozzy. Thinking of Ozzy, Ning Yao tugged at her long hair, restless with anxiety. According to block continent's aesthetic standards, Ozzy was even more beautiful than her. What was worse, Ozzy could always easily capture people's hearts. That man had been won over by her too. He actually called us dogs. Ning Yao's nails dug into her palms, the pain bringing a moment of clarity. Wait, what did he say? The people around her quickly shushed her. Ning Yao lowered her voice. "Do you remember? Dogs bite what? Green? Lu? What was it?" "Lu Dongbin," someone answered carefully. "Ah, that's it." Ning Yao's eyes widened. A dog biting Lu Dongbin was a Blue Star proverb. Block continent didn't have it at all. He's also a player. She suddenly smiled, her eyes flashing with complex light. Meanwhile, Lu Yu carried a backpack stuffed with bones as he circled around to the depths of District 5's jungle. Fallen leaves layered beneath his feet, moonlight dappled through the trees. Behind him, a gray wolf pup wagged its tail and followed closely. Lu Yu crouched down and rubbed the wolf pup's head. "Little guy, do you know where your companions are?" "Woof." The little wolf tilted its head, looking completely confused. Lu Yu sighed. "Hey, asking you is pointless." Lu Yu chose a different path for his return journey, knowing that wolves aren't solitary creatures. He remembered that on his way here, he had barely managed to tame one wolf with just 2 bones, but now his pockets were stuffed with over a dozen. If he encountered a wolf pack again, recruiting a few bodyguards would be no problem at all. Sure enough, after rounding a small hill near where he'd found the wolf pup, he discovered their companions. 5 robust gray wolves had formed a semicircle, viciously attacking a little white skeleton that had freshly spawned tonight. Sharp fangs flashed as bone fragments scattered, the crunching sounds audible even to Lu Yu. Within moments, the skeleton collapsed with a thunderous crash, its loot about to be snatched away by the wolves. Quick as lightning, Lu Yu swooped in ahead of the pack, stuffing the items into his coat. Another bone added to his collection. Woof woof, the gray wolves growled at him, but their tails weren't raised in an aggressive stance. In their perception, this human was still a friendly creature. If it were Lu Yu, he would have buried anyone who dared steal his loot, but sadly these simple-minded dogs wouldn't do that. How pitiful, boo-hoo. Lu Yu grinned as he pulled out a bone and waved it around. What's the rush? Even if I took it, I'm just going to feed it to you anyway. He handed them out one by one. The first wolf crunched through it in 3 bites, a red heart immediately floating above its head. Success. The second had a bigger appetite, requiring 5 bones to satisfy. Success. The third one. The more Lu Yu fed it, the more his eyebrow twitched. Damn, just how big is your stomach? He simply shoved all the remaining bones at it, and only after the last bone was devoured did a red heart slowly appear above the fat wolf's head. Son of a bitch. He cursed through gritted teeth. Seeing his bag now empty, he had to reluctantly let the last 2 wolves go. Collecting his 3 new subordinates, Lu Yu concluded his expedition to the 5th zone. Dogs acquired, mushrooms obtained, a complete success. He leaped down from the high slope, landing steadily, only to encounter 4 companions with resentful expressions. The iron golem and snowman collectively displayed Sorry, I really didn't mean to forget about you guys. Lu Yu quickly apologized with a sheepish grin. Woof woof woof. The wolf pups appeared one after another on their short legs, making the iron golem and snowman even more resentful, like house cats waiting all day only to have their owner return home with a pack of other dogs. Look, zombies. Lu Yu pointed toward the darkness. It wasn't a bluff. Several ordinary zombies were shambling out of the night. Clang clang, the iron golem took heavy steps forward, delivering a devastating punch that sent the zombie flying in pieces. Lu Yu symbolically swung his weapon while his 3 wolves received their orders, barking as they pounced and tore the zombie to shreds. Ah, satisfying. He crossed his arms and watched as his subordinates overwhelmed their enemies with superior numbers. The second wave spawned immediately after. Well, this guy's loaded. The lead zombie wore golden armor that gleamed brilliantly in the night. The golden light was so bright it made the wolf pups squint, but they still charged forward, barking, working together to bring the zombie down. The golden armor clattered to the grass with a metallic ring. Lu Yu weighed the pieces before tossing the shiny equipment into his backpack, then led his team back toward the entrance to the 6th zone. Wait, you're not allowed to bring them in there. Just as he stepped toward the gate, someone blocked his path. They were full of complaints about all the things trailing behind Lu Yu. First came several terrifying iron golems that followed him through the door like moving mountains. From start to finish, they couldn't figure out how Lu Yu had managed to bring these massive creatures inside, and though they wanted to question him, they didn't know where to begin. Now, to make matters worse, he had brought along a group of strange new companions. Those are wolves. One guard gasped in the dim torchlight as he made out the furry little creatures. You're bringing wolves in here too? Lu Yu, don't forget you're just a guest staying in our District 6. That's right, don't cause us any trouble. Another guard chimed in, his tone growing increasingly harsh. If this had been in the game server, Lu Yu would have already drawn his sword and let those so-called terrifying wolf pups teach them a lesson. But in reality, his mindset had become much more laid back, so he simply shrugged and raised his hand to command the 4 wolf pups behind him. Sit. The 4 wolves sat down in perfect unison, their bottoms hitting the ground as they behaved like obedient little dogs, tongues hanging out as they looked at their master and let out soft woofs. The 2 guards stared in amazement. Lu Yu could actually command wild wolves? Had their understanding been wrong all along? Were wolves actually friendly creatures? They could only watch as Lu Yu, the 4 wolves, the thundering iron golems, and finally a snow golem trailing snowflakes marched through the district gate in grand procession, looking as impressive as a small army. Inside the house, lamplight flickered as Tao Lon patted Lu Yu's shoulder gently, carefully examining him to make sure he was unharmed. Where did you go? Why are you back so late? Just went out to find some food. Lu Yu shook his backpack, suddenly remembering the treasures inside, his face lighting up with joy. Mom, have you all eaten yet? Not yet. It just got dark, so I thought I'd wait for you to come back so we could eat together. Tao Lon said while brushing dust off her apron. Hui's eye came flying over excitedly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Brother Lu Yu, did you bring good food again? Ever since tasting the cake Lu Yu had made, the child had come to see him as a walking food treasury, unconsciously smacking his lips. You little foodie. Lu Yu laughed and scolded gently, then called the surrounding villagers together. When everyone heard he had fresh ingredients again, they all gathered around. He first took out the mushroom stew he had collected from the mushrooms. District 7 had no mushrooms, so the villagers had rarely even seen them, let alone eaten them. Someone curiously reached out. What is this? Mushroom stew. I've seen it before. Lu Yu handed several bowls to his mother and the village chief, Mom, Grandpa Chief, try it first. Tao Lon took a small sip, and the rich aroma instantly filled her mouth, making her eyes light up. So fragrant. The village chief nodded while stroking his beard, smacking his lips as he savored the taste. Excellent. Truly excellent. Seeing such high praise from the two elders, the others were filled with anticipation. Lu Yu, is there any for us? Of course. Lu Yu distributed all the ready-made mushroom stew from his backpack, then went to the crafting table. He pulled some wooden planks from the communal chest and skillfully arranged them in a shape, first crafting a batch of wooden bowls. Then he put the remaining mushrooms into the crafting table, arranging the wooden bowls with red and white mushrooms in an alternating pattern until a green and red icon flashed. Lu Yu then placed the mushrooms inside, and another batch of mushroom stew was complete. Congratulations! You've unlocked the achievement Master Chef of China. Current progress, 210. Create 10 different dishes to unlock the food crafting module. The previous mushroom stew was just borrowed, but this time Lu Yu cooked the mushroom stew with his own hands for the first time, unlocking another dish in the process. While when the copper pot lid was lifted, the rich aroma instantly filled the air, and everyone gathered around the campfire cheered with delight. Lu Yu is such a good kid, always thinking of us wherever he goes. Without a doubt, the villagers' praise poured toward Lu Yu like a tide. Even Zhuang Mu, who was usually quiet and taciturn, muttered a soft, thank you, when he received the steaming bowl of mushroom stew. Lu Yu, how exactly do you make this? Someone asked curiously. Mushroom stew isn't hard to make, Lu Yu replied straightforwardly, clearly demonstrating the crafting recipe, with mushrooms, wooden bowls, and charcoal. After explaining the recipe, he decided to demonstrate. Finding an empty spot, he dug a shallow pit and gently placed the last mushroom from his hand into it. Just planting one? Someone asked in confusion. This one can grow really big, Lu Yu said, patting the dirt off his hands with a mysterious smile. The villagers who had never seen mushroom trees scratched their heads. Too bad Lu Yu didn't have bone meal right now, or he could really show them a giant mushroom sprouting overnight. Meanwhile, on the walls of District 6, the guards had changed shifts several times. By all rights, they should be constantly watching outside the walls to guard against monster attacks, but right now their eyes were glued to District Savento Lu Yu and his group. In the guards' eyes, the people of District 7 seemed like unknown creatures that had suddenly appeared, and no one could guess what they'd do next. Yesterday, they had baked some sweet, round food. Today, it was this pot of mushroom stew so fragrant it made their souls tremble. Do you smell that? I smell it. Damn, it's so good. Maybe we should go ask for some. Shut up. Did you forget what the villagers said? Anyone who associates with them will be shunned just like those two orphans. All right, stop nagging. After their chatter, they reluctantly glanced toward District 7 one last time, watching that group of people cheerfully sharing the mushroom stew, before forcing themselves to turn back and continue their watch. But the moment they turned around, they nearly jumped out of their skins. Holy shit, one of them cursed. Whoosh arrows cut through the air. 3 feathered arrows struck the ground near their feet almost simultaneously, with one piercing deep into one guard's chest. Blood splattered as he clutched his bleeding heart and tumbled into the ditch on the inner side of the wall, barely taking cover behind the wall. Skeletons, he screamed. Their wall could stop zombies and spiders, but it couldn't stop bow-wielding skeletons. After guarding for so many years, 3 skeletons appearing at once today was absolutely unheard of. The 2 men scrambled into the defensive ditch in panic, huddling together and trembling. Whoosh, 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 another volley of arrows shrieked through the night sky, embedding in the wall just 1 block away from them. The arrow shafts were still humming, as if piercing directly into their chests, making their hearts race out of control. What do we do? The voice was squeezed into a whisper by fear. Woof, woof. Just then, the wolf pups Lu Yu had left outside the wall started barking. Dogs. The barking pulled their panicked souls back from the depths of terror. The man's fear quickly turned to anger as he cursed under his breath. What the hell were those people from District 7 thinking, leaving these dogs behind to cause trouble at a time like this? But the next second, both men noticed something strange. The whistling sound of the arrow barrage suddenly stopped, and no more arrows fell on the walls. What's happening? They looked at each other and pricked up their ears. Woof, woof. Dog barks, the sound of breaking bones, and arrows clattering to the ground, all coming from the base of the wall below them. Whimperwoof. The angry growls of wolf pups mixed in. One of the guards mustered his courage and poked his head out. What he saw was the wolf pups he had just cursed as troublemakers, swarming 3 skeleton monsters, tearing at them like prey, crunching through their favorite bones with satisfying snaps. This. Both guards stared wide-eyed, too shocked to speak. Meanwhile, a lively dinner was in progress. Lu Yu's ears twitched as he caught distant sounds. Skeleton monsters? What? Lu Yu, what did you say? Skeleton monsters? Where are there skeleton monsters? The villagers from District 7 instinctively looked around, but these experienced people no longer panicked. Their confidence came from having Lu Yu sitting right beside them. The golem's unusual behavior also confirmed the danger. Two iron golems were marching in place by the ditch, wanting to cross but blocked by the water due to their inability to adapt. Liu knew what this meant. There were indeed monsters outside. He pointed toward the wall. The sound came from over there. Something might be happening outside. I'll go check. Stay safe. Be careful, Liu. The villagers offered simple words of caution as they watched him leave the table. Liu moved some stones to give the four big dummies a boost, allowing the golems to follow. Approaching the wall, the sounds of clashing bones and wolf pups tearing at prey became increasingly clear. The two guards, who had been panicking earlier, were now lying against the battlements, occasionally exclaiming as if watching an action movie. What are you watching? Liu asked with raised eyebrows. Just as the guards were about to answer, he pushed open the gate and walked straight out. Right then came a crisp crack. From outside, the last skeleton monster collapsed and fell apart. The three skeleton monsters had been easily defeated by the wolf pups' coordinated attack. Liu bent down to pick up the three dropped bones and patted the dogs' heads. Well done. Just then, the shuffling sounds of zombies and spiders approached from the distance. Hey, watch out. The two men on the wall called out helpfully. As a player, Liu had already heard the monsters approaching, but he continued collecting the loot without any rush. There are more monsters. You need to, the guards, showing rare kindness and trying to warn someone from District 7 about the danger, didn't expect him to completely ignore their concern. Just as he was about to get angry, the four big guys following behind Liu had already sprung into action. The iron golem's metal armor gleamed coldly in the moonlight, its heavy footsteps thundering as they hit the ground, nearly colliding head-on with the monsters. Two wolves leaped across the snow, their fangs flashing white in the night wind. Within moments, those ordinary monsters were torn apart and smashed to pieces, their remains mixed with black blood splattering onto the snow before being quickly swallowed by the ice. Having faced mutated monsters in close combat multiple times, dealing with ordinary creatures was now child's play for them. Oh, the guard swallowed his unfinished mockery and couldn't help but let out a second gasp of amazement. So, they were this powerful. He had previously only seen these big guys as manual laborers, never imagining they could sweep through monsters on the battlefield. This was his first time witnessing Liu's iron golems and wolves fighting together. No wonder Liu could lead his team to break through monster encirclements, cross treacherous snowy mountains, and make it all the way to the 6th district. The two guards who had earlier complained about Liu bringing dogs and being a burden quickly threw those words to the wind, rushing to help open the gate. Hey, buddy, it's dangerous out there. You should come in first. Their tone was as warm as old friends reuniting. Seeing their sudden change in attitude, Liu chuckled and raised his chin. Don't think I'm causing trouble anymore? The two exchanged glances and laughed awkwardly. Not at all, not at all. Oh, so I can bring them in now. Of course, of course. Both nodded repeatedly, afraid of offending him. Open the gate then. The heavy wooden door creaked open. Liu walked in with his hands behind his back, followed by the iron golem with drum-like footsteps and the snow wolves alertly scanning their surroundings. The two guards watched this peculiar squad enter the camp, and when they looked at the wolf pup again, their gazes had softened considerably. The little beast that had seemed dangerous in the wilderness now appeared quite adorable. What do you eat? They tried to imitate Liu's gesture and pet the wolf pup's head. But as soon as they approached, the wolf let out a low whimper. Woo! Its throat vibrating as it bared its fangs slightly. The two men quickly backed away. Sorry. They recognized their master. Liu explained flatly without even lifting his eyelids. The two scratched their heads and laughed dryly. Ah, well, brother, if anything else happens outside, we'll have to count on you guys. Yeah, the other quickly agreed. Liu raised an eyebrow. You were the ones who couldn't wait for us to get lost earlier, and now you're the ones asking for help. Well, the two were speechless, embarrassedly drawing circles on the ground with their toes. Liu dropped a line, what a pain in the ass, and left without further entanglement. Returning to the 7th district, he briefly explained the situation to the villagers. The danger had been eliminated. Those monsters were just ordinary varieties. Everyone just needed to hide behind the walls until dawn, when they would be burned to death by sunlight. What truly warranted vigilance were the mutated monsters appearing in the 5th and 7th districts. After listening, the villagers also complained about how the 6th district guards changed faces like flipping pages in a book, then dispersed to rest. Under the night sky, warm yellow light glowed from the treehouse Liu had built. He crouched alone at his workbench, laying out all the ingredients from his backpack, preparing to try making every possible dish while unlocking achievements. Just then, the system notification in his mind started beeping, and new messages appeared in the world chat group. Liu clicked to check and saw a message tagged to all members, which explained why the system had sent a pop-up notification. Player 024, all members, who came to the 5th district village today. Upon seeing this message, Liu was taken aback. There were actually other players in the 5th district that he had just arrived at? Setting aside those two idiots AZ and one Hao, the only one left who could match up was probably that blonde girl. Recalling how the villagers in the 5th district showed her such deference, she clearly understood the rules of this world better, which earned her their respect. No wonder the villagers turned a blind eye to her bullying a Z and acting so recklessly. Having identified his suspect, Lu Yu continued browsing the chat. A village? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Well, so you've got a village nearby? Why don't you share such good fortune with the rest of us? Big shot. I'm out here starving and freezing. Have some mercy on a poor soul. Ning Yao had really shot herself in the foot this time, exposing her most valuable resource completely. After all, most players were still struggling to survive in the wilderness who wouldn't be envious of her safe village. Bro, that's not fair. Ning Yao's eyes darted around before she suddenly blurted out, I'm a girl. The chat fell silent for a moment, then exploded. A girl? There's actually a girl here. Holy crap. Finally, it's not just a bunch of dudes. A pack of hungry wolves caught the scent, treating this real girl they hadn't seen since entering the game like a rare treasure. I had such a hard time finding this village. You guys shouldn't compete with a girl like me for resources. Ning Yao instantly switched to a soft, pleading tone. Most of the straight guys totally fell for it. Yeah, you're grown men, why are you competing with a girl for resources? If the girl doesn't want to say, don't pressure her. Soon, the chat topic completely shifted to Ning Yao herself. Where are you from? How old are you? Student or working? How did you get into the game? The chat became as lively as a marketplace. With so many men fawning over her, Ning Yao wasn't stingy and soon spilled about herself. An ordinary female college student from Blue Star, 20 years old, only half a newbie at MC. As for her looks, according to her, she was campus beauty material. There was no way to verify this since everyone was now blocky characters, but the group members clearly bought it. Poor girl, achievement points can be gifted, right? Let me send you some as a little subsidy. Even a few points help. I've only saved up about 100 points so far. Same here. With just over 100 points, I don't dare touch the expensive stuff in the shop. I can only add the cheap one-click tree cutting mod. Lu Yu, who had previously splurged 300 achievement points to unlock the realistic furniture mod, stayed silent and just replied with a string of exclamation marks. Isn't this the high difficulty warrior from before? Someone recognized his number 003, it was this number's owner who had mocked that arrogant show-off earlier. Yeah, big shot. How many achievement points do you have? Tell us so we can broaden our horizons. Since people had asked directly, Lu Yu couldn't really dodge the question. Moreover, given how high profile he had been before, keeping a low profile now would only make people think he was putting on airs. Amid the murmuring crowd, Lu Yu simply raised his eyes and replied casually. Not much, just about 100 points left. With that single statement, several people immediately breathed a sigh of relief. So the master is just like me, only has 100 points now. That makes me feel better, otherwise I'd always think I was useless. But soon, someone caught on to something. Didn't you notice the master said he had 100 points left? Huh? He's already used achievement points. This stuff isn't like gold coins. We all know from gaming that achievements can only be completed once and don't refresh. Achievement points are non-renewable resources. Once you use them, they're gone forever. The discussions grew louder. Since everyone has access to the achievement store, you must have all seen that final item, the one that costs 99,999 points. With that, we might actually be able to go home. But the problem is we only earn 10 or 20 points a day. When will we ever save up 99,999? What if everyone's achievement points added together equals exactly 99,999? That's actually possible, so I don't dare spend a single point. Amid the bustling chatter, Lu Yu's eyes shifted as he calculated everything in his mind. He chuckled softly. Achievement points were proof of breakthroughs made in this game. If anyone thought Minecraft only had this limited capacity, they were seriously underestimating it. The world had infinite possibilities, and he wasn't worried about running out of opportunities to earn achievement points. Besides, as a game designer, he knew that goals that seemed impossible usually had completion rates no lower than 1%. Otherwise, what would be the fun in the game? Clearly, others shared his thinking. It's not that mysterious. Look, the master already used his achievement points. Why are we still hoarding ours? Yeah, master, tell us what you bought. Lu Yu didn't hide anything. One-click tree felling mod, debug coordinate display, and unlocked the realistic furniture mod. Before he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. That many? Wait, he just said he had 100 points left. So how much did all that cost? Holy crap. The realistic furniture is notoriously the most expensive. That must add up to nearly 500 points. Even Lu Yu hadn't calculated it precisely. Reminded by others, he could only respond vaguely. Oh, roughly around that much. Everyone exchanged glances, and someone laughed bitterly. This is exactly where the gap between people shows. Before, I was useless and dejected. Now, I'm useless but proud, crushed by the master with a 5-to-1 ratio. All the crowd's chatter reached Ning Yao's ears, making her realize just how precious it was when someone had offered to give her 1 achievement point. She pressed her lips together and forced her way into the conversation. Really? You really want to give me an achievement point? The chat group fell into an awkward silence. The player who had just boasted about treating everyone was now cowering in the corner, embarrassed. Upon hearing that collecting 99,999 achievement points would allow him to return to the original world, he immediately felt protective of his points and decided to mute himself and play dead. But Ning Yao wouldn't let it go. Hey, didn't someone just say they'd give me achievement points? She played the victim card. I'm just a newbie who knows nothing about this game. I have to do manual labor every day, chopping down trees that are thicker than I am, one swing at a time. If only there was a one-click tree-cutting mod. Someone in the group immediately chimed in. Exactly. Who knew chopping trees and mining rocks would be so exhausting in this world? You've really suffered, girl. Player 019. Weren't you the one who said you'd give her achievement points? Player 019 jolted when tagged, cursing internally. Why did they have to call me out? What? He replied irritably. Didn't you say you'd give the girl some achievement points? Go ahead then. 019 gritted his teeth. Everyone else was clutching their wallets tight, yet they wanted him to bleed and play the good guy. Why don't you give her some? The group immediately distanced themselves. You were the one who promised, not us. You're a big shot, sharing a few points with the girl won't hurt you. We're all just small fry. A barrage of flattery lifted 019 up high, but it felt worse than being slammed to the ground. Fine, here you go. 019 finally gave in and initiated a trade with Ning Yao. The trading interface popped up. He placed one achievement point on his side, while Ning Yao's side remained empty. After both confirmed, she received the point for free. Thank you, big brother. Ning Yao smiled sweetly. 019 replied coldly with a single sound. But Ning Yao wanted to push her luck further. Since they had hyped up 019 as a big shot, the real powerhouse player 003 with over 400 achievement points made her mouth water. The one-click tree-cutting mod only cost 50 points, but she was still far from that goal. Player 003, are you there, boss? Lu Yu, also known as Player 003, propped his chin and glanced at the screen, raising an eyebrow. Someone actually dared to target him? He replied briefly. I'm here. Seeing this, Ning Yao immediately acted cute. Big brother, could you give me some achievement points? Hey, don't call me that randomly. Lu Yu's response appeared instantly. Who's your big brother? This reaction caught Ning Yao off guard. She had assumed these gaming masters were mostly single shootins in real life who would treasure a rare girl like her after a sweet, big brother. But this one wasn't buying it at all. Lu Yu delivered another blow. Lady, I'm only 18. You're older than me, so calling me big brother doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Lady, Ning Yao nearly lost it. She was only 19 and this kid, just 1 year younger, was calling her lady. Seeing her hard-earned achievement points slipping away, she forced herself to swallow her retort. Then what should I call you? Master. Lu Yu flatly refused. Cut the crap. I'm not giving you anything. Ning Yao was stunned. This was the first time in her life someone had rejected her so decisively, even somewhat harshly. Lu Yu didn't back down. People like you look cheap. Even if I gave you achievement points, you wouldn't have anything worthwhile to trade. The chat group fell dead silent. Apart from Lu Yu and Ning Yao, no one else spoke. Everyone hid behind their screens watching the drama unfold, so quiet you could almost hear their own heartbeats. Player 019, who had hastily agreed to help Ning Yao earlier, was filled with regret. Should have learned from Lu Yu and just refused that woman outright. After half a minute of awkward silence, Ning Yao actually had the nerve to speak up again. Why are you bullying me, master? What do you mean by calling me cheap? You just want to call me a slut, don't you? While everyone else felt embarrassed for her, she chose to rip open the wound herself. Seeing the girl trying to defend herself, some inexperienced white knights immediately jumped in. That's right, master. That comment was inappropriate. We don't know each other or have ever met. Making such judgments about a girl based on so little information is unfair. Exactly, another chimed in. It's tough for a girl on her own. Asking for help is normal. If you won't help, fine, but no need to be mean about it. With someone offering her an out, Ning Yao felt emboldened to attack Lu Yu. You don't need to insult people indirectly. So what if you're good at games? In real life, you're probably just a loser. Lu Yu chuckled and replied. True enough. You claim to be a female college student. Ning Yao didn't realize what she was getting into, but Lu Yu's fans knew better. While he was usually quiet during streams, when faced with toxic players, Lu Yu transformed into a keyboard warrior, typing at lightning speed with relentless output. His true chatterbox mode was just beginning. He seized the moment for a devastating combo. Have you passed CET 4? What about CET 6? Computer proficiency level 2? How many courses have you failed? Don't tell me you spend all day learning makeup and fashion just to go out and beg men for handouts. That profession isn't called female college student, it's called. He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood the implication. Ning Yao trembled with rage, frantically typing. What else can you do besides attacking a girl? Just a fat loser looking for validation in games. Lu Yu laughed softly. He was far from a low-tier. As a regular at offline tournaments and prize money collector, he had no fear of being seen in person. Master, don't argue with the girl anymore. Everyone calm down. Someone in the group tried to play peacemaker. Both sides fell briefly silent, when suddenly the mysterious player 001, who had been lurking, appeared. It's people like you who ruin the reputation of female gamers. You make female players look like a group that only wants to extract resources from male suckers. Holy crap, first time I've seen the #1 player say so much, someone exclaimed. Lu Yu nodded in strong agreement with player 001's statement. Then his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait, this tone, this stance, could it be? Is player 001 also a female gamer? Lu Yu knew that only a female player would speak the way player 001 did. In the group chat, Ning Yao was clearly in the wrong but stubbornly refused to respond directly, only managing to throw out, "Who the hell are you?" This condescending tone was exactly the kind of attitude only an elder would dare display, which made her even more indignant as a string of curses churned in her mind. At least I'm not someone who constantly flaunts being female and begs for handouts at every turn. Player 001 replied mercilessly. Come out here. Let's settle this face to face. Ning Yao's shouting grew louder as she resorted to unreasonable demands after losing the argument. Lu Yu wasn't the only one who caught the subtext. Other players quickly picked up on the information. The #1 player was actually a girl? They exploded with excitement behind their screens. Never saw that coming. Mind blown. The top player on the Block Continent alternate world server was female? Then why bother fawning over some random cheap girl who just popped up? If they could really follow behind the #1 player, living the good life and avoiding hardship would be the way to go. Just as everyone was excitedly flooding the chat, someone shifted focus to Lu Yu. Player 003, are you male or female? Lu Yu casually replied. What do you think are piglins, female or male? After sending that, he closed the chat window, leaving the group to their heated discussion about piglin gender. Meanwhile, Ning Yao's fury was completely ignited. She violently threw the bread she'd just obtained onto the ground, dust kicking up and settling on her boots. Yao Yao, what's wrong? The kind-hearted AZ hurried over. Ning Yao was breathing heavily, her chest heaving dramatically, while several nearby villagers stared with their pixelated square eyes. What exactly was wrong with this blocky aesthetic? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't even get people to give her a single achievement point, yet AZ easily obtained so many resources? Ning Yao refused to believe her charm was inferior to AZ's. She suddenly fixed her gaze on the backpack in AZ's arms. Hand over the food that guy gave you. AZ was stunned, caught in a dilemma. Lu Yu had specifically told her not to distribute it freely, and she knew it was best to follow the original owner's instructions. But, he said I shouldn't take it out. The villagers in District 5 already knew they had crossed Lu Yu and deserved whatever consequences came their way, so no one pressured AZ further. But Ning Yao didn't care about any of that, raising her voice. What? You have food but won't share it? Want to watch everyone starve to death? That's not what I mean at all. AZ frantically waved her hands. People can't be so selfish, Ning Yao shamelessly accused. I'm really not that kind of person. AZ's face flushed red. Ning Yao snorted coldly. Then figure out a way to help everyone survive these next few days. AZ twisted the hem of her clothes, her head buzzing as she couldn't think of a solution for the moment, nearly twisting the fabric into a rope. Ning Yao's eyes gleamed as her anger instantly subsided, replaced by an unsettling smile. AZ, since you've been following that guy and watching how he finds food, you must have picked up a trick or two, right? AZ actually began earnestly recalling what she'd learned. Lu Yu seemed to have led her to discover a place filled with mushrooms, though he had somehow miraculously jumped down and emerged completely unharmed. AZ had memorized the location of those dark red mushrooms and understood that the spot meant food. Now, the atmosphere in the cave grew tense. The other villagers exchanged glances. Innocent AZ versus the scheming Ning Yao. The difference in their intentions crystal clear. Then AZ, you should go out again and find some food to share with us, Ning Yao commanded casually, completely disregarding that it was the most dangerous time of night outside. AZ opened her mouth, but before she could refuse, Wen Hao slammed his hand on the ground and stood up. I'll go with you. It's too dangerous alone. Even Wen Hao could see the peril, so Ning Yao certainly knew full well she simply wanted AZ to go to her death. Oh, well then, thanks for your trouble. Go quickly and return soon, Ning Yao said with a smile and a wave. Her tone as light, as if she were merely asking someone to fetch water from a well. Yet her words carried the clear implication that they should leave immediately. AZ clenched her fists. If she stayed in the cave, Ning Yao would continue to bully her sooner or later. Better to go out and complete the task while shutting that mouth of hers. Fine, then I'm heading out. She recalled Lu Yu's route down the mountain, quickly rehearsing his monster-fighting moves in her mind. Though she could only imitate a fraction of his skill, it should be enough to hold her own for a while. And so, AZ and Wen Hao, practically kicked out, stepped back-to-back from the cave in Zone 5. Just around the bend from the cave entrance, white skeletal remains lay scattered in the grass, a ghastly sight of bleached bones. Run! AZ screamed, grabbing Wen Hao as they bolted. Thunder rumbled. Lightning tore through the night sky as torrential rain poured down. Meanwhile, above Zone 6, Luyu looked up at the rolling dark clouds. Such heavy rain tonight. I hope it stops before dawn. He had a feeling he might need to make a long journey. Under the eaves of his tree house, his clothes remained dry. The villagers had gone to sleep, but he rekindled the furnace fire. Luyu fed the collected ingredients one by one into the furnace. Food completed, bread. Congratulations on unlocking the achievement, Master Chef. Current progress, 310. Food completed, steak, progress 410. Food completed, pork chop, progress 910. He had finished all the common ingredients at hand, yet progress remained stuck at 910. How is there still one missing? Luyu scratched his head, rummaging through everything. Cookies? Missing cocoa bean. She hadn't even caught sight of a jungle. Spicy rabbit head? Forget it. He hadn't caught a single rabbit. His gaze fell on several bright red apples in the corner. Might as well try making a golden apple. Gold ingots brought from Zone 6 mineral deposits. Apple placed in the center of the crafting table. Golden light flowed. Golden apple acquired. After several moments of silence, the system showed no response. Are you kidding me? Luyu had given in to reality. He clearly remembered that the pumpkins back home in District 7 were still lying safely in the ground, yet he still hadn't unlocked the crafting recipes for pumpkin dishes. Rather than wandering around an unfamiliar wilderness, it would be better to bring back the existing ingredients, especially since District 7's underground not only housed the redstone farm he had built with his own hands, but even deeper down lay automatic mob spawners. That fertile land absolutely couldn't be abandoned lightly. After much consideration, Luyu decided to simply build a pathway. The most straightforward method would be digging a straight tunnel underground in the overworld, but this server didn't belong to him alone. Besides other players, those native block people from District 6 were also digging everywhere. Once a straight tunnel was exposed, his base would be revealed instantly. After weighing his options, he chose a safer and more efficient solution: nether fast travel. All MC players knew that 1 block in the nether equals 8 blocks in the overworld, which could significantly reduce travel time. Conveniently, he had already prepared the materials for a nether portal. Luyu went to the secret room beneath the treehouse that belonged only to him. The purple-black nether portal's particle effects were both glaring and noisy. He certainly didn't want to sleep with that buzzing sound at night. So he dug out another space below and arranged the obsidian blocks. The flint and steel left over from burning zombies came in handy. Sparks flew, and the portal hissed to life with purple light. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on completing the achievement. We need to go deeper. Earned 30 achievement points. Even Luyu himself felt it was hasty to embark on a journey to the nether just for a single pumpkin. Player 003 has joined the world. Raising an eyebrow, he realized the nether counted as a separate dimension on the server. Immediately, the nether chat channel exploded. Who is it? Who's here? Is anyone there? Online players, too. Besides himself, there was indeed someone else in the nether. Wah, finally met another living person. Bro, I haven't encountered another human since I came to this world. Before he could examine the crimson lava sea beneath his feet or figure out whether those were nostrils or big eyes on the piglin faces, Luyu's attention was pulled away by the other person's wailing. He glanced at the ID 007. The other player had obviously entered not long after him. Could it be that while he was leisurely building farms in the overworld, 007 had been wandering the nether like a lost soul? Are you okay? Luyu rarely sent a message of concern. I'm not okay. How long have you been here? I was thrown into an all-red castle the moment I arrived in this world. That hellish place is nothing but corridors upon corridors. Castle? Corridors? Luyu's heart skipped a beat. Could he be in a nether fortress? What nether fortress? I don't know. The other continued lamenting. 7.6 billion people worldwide were randomly selected. Not everyone's necessarily an MC player. I thought I'd entered a Dungeons Dragons dungeon, but I'm completely unarmed. No sword. No armor. I finally found a few chests, but they only contained food. At least the chests contained food, Luyu thought to himself. If they had contained blaze rods or nether wart instead, the other player would probably have starved to death already. He suddenly felt a wave of gratitude. The chests he had found were all filled with food. In this barren wasteland of hell, food was extremely scarce, and the edible options available to him were even fewer. Finding any food might actually be a blessing for him. At least it meant he wouldn't starve to death, which was how he had managed to survive until now. Player 007 had arrived in a hurry and was crouched beside a broken crate. Scattered around the crate were bleached white skull bones and several scorch marks left by lava, while the air reeked of sulfur. He peeked out and spotted those swaying fire creatures in the distance. Their official name should be Blaze, but he played too much League of Legends and kept using the casual term out of habit. All he had nearby were a few scattered blocks, so he simply built them around himself into a small fortress, which barely counted as safe. Although 007 had never played Minecraft before, he played plenty of other games, so his survival instincts were still functioning. It was this adaptability that had kept him going until Luyu discovered him. Bro, take me with you, he shouted through voice chat. I can do that, Lu Yu replied readily. But first tell me your location. How do I check coordinates? Lu Yu fell silent for 2 seconds, feeling for the first time the helplessness of carrying a noob. How many achievement points do you have? First, unlock the F3 button from the achievement shop and check your coordinates. I only have 30 achievement points. Then hurry up and buy F3, Lu Yu urged patiently. But. His voice carried a hint of grievance. Lu Yu hadn't even met him yet, but could already imagine the pitiful expression on the other side. I already spent those 30 achievement points on auto-organize. Why did you buy that thing? Do you have that much stuff to organize? Lu Yu was so frustrated he wanted to bang his head. Even if you wanted to try the shop, why pick something that looks like a random keyboard key you don't even recognize? I just wanted to try it out, and I really didn't know what that F3 key was for. 007 explained in a low voice. Lu Yu rubbed his temples and switched to plan B. Fine. Take all your blocks and build up from where you're standing as high as you can go. Make a pillar. Got it. 007 immediately sprang into action. As long as the pillar was tall enough, Lu Yu would be able to spot him from a distance. Both players got busy. Lu Yu wasn't in a hurry, figured 007 would need some time to build. So he casually started mining the netherrack beneath his feet, collecting some glowstone dust, and chiseling out a row of quartz blocks. Suddenly, a thin, tall shadow appeared in his peripheral vision. Lu Yu looked up to see a straight pillar jutting up above the lava sea, with a figure swaying at the top. Along with it, that dark silhouette in the background, a nether fortress. Blurry yet unmistakably clear. So the fortress is right here. Lu Yu muttered to himself, then pulled out blocks and began building a straight bridge across the churning lava. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight linear principle he never violated. 007 at the top of the pillar also spotted the Steve figure approaching from the distance. Hey, is that 003 on the bridge over there? He waved excitedly. His shout immediately alerted the native residents of the nether fortress. Blazes and wither skeletons came rushing out in unison. They gathered at the base of the pillar, with Blazes shooting fireballs and wither skeletons swinging their swords, but none could reach player 007 at the top. The fireballs exploded against the middle section of the pillar, sending debris flying. 007 crouched down in fear, only daring to squint toward Lu Yu's direction. But then he saw Lu Yu suddenly stop, his gaze sweeping over the fortress, then over the pillar being pelted with fireballs, before simply turning around and heading back along the block bridge the way he came. Bro, where are you going? 007 screamed, his voice cracking. I'm out of here, Lu Yu replied. Player 007's cry echoed through the depths of hell. Though he wept bitterly, Lu Yu didn't look back as he dove through the portal. How am I supposed to get down now? Player 007 crouched on the ground, clutching his head and sobbing. He muttered through his tears, this guy is so unreliable. When Lu Yu returned to the overworld, dawn was just breaking. The iron golems stood straight at the crossroads, patrolling while making metallic grinding sounds. The villagers were also starting their day, bending over in the small vegetable garden Lu Yu had built himself, loosening soil and watering plants. The entire village was peaceful and harmonious, but his mood was completely at odds with this tranquility. He tossed the glowstone dust and quartz he'd brought back from the nether into his storage chest, then restocked with plenty of cooked meat and bread. He'd planned to enchant his armor at daybreak, but when he counted the sugarcane he'd just harvested, there wasn't nearly enough. He had to expand the growing area, planting sugarcane in neat rows along the water channels. Then he grabbed his iron pickaxe and iron sword, ready to set out. Lu Yu, where are you going so early? The diligent Tao Lon was holding a hoe, and seeing him shouldering his backpack, she called out to ask. Going home for a bit. Oh, Tao Lon answered instinctively, but then suddenly realized what he'd said. What? Going home? Which home? Just going back to our old home. Lu Yu replied casually. Tao Lon panicked, dropping her hoe and hurrying over. What for? Isn't that place crawling with monsters? It's fine. Lu Yu waved dismissively and whistled. For wolf pups that had been sitting obediently immediately rushed to his feet. He then removed the pumpkin heads from 2 iron golems and took the pumpkin head from a snowman, stuffing the corresponding iron blocks and snowballs into his backpack. His helpers instantly went from 4 to 8, which finally put Tao Lon somewhat at ease. You must be careful. I know. Lu Yu waved goodbye, leading the 4 wolves through the plains of District 6, crossing snow-covered mountains, and entering the border of District 7. In the distance, he could see the small house where the Fong family father and son once lived. But now, the entire area had become a monster playground. Mutant zombies swayed their rotting arms, creepers crowded together in dark masses, and even the eaves were packed with them. A mischievous glint flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Babies, sit down and don't get splattered. He had the wolf pack crouch obediently in the distance while he teleported into the center of the monster horde. The monsters let out low growls and turned in unison to surround him. Lu Yu dodged sideways, rolled, and retreated, nimbly avoiding zombie bites as he charged straight at a creeper. As he got close, The creeper's body sparked with electricity, but it still didn't explode. Hey, I'm giving you respect, and you won't take it? Lu Yu complained, raising his axe and chopping down, then jumping back sharply. Boom. This time the creeper really exploded. The blast ignited its nearby companions, creating a chain reaction of thunderous explosions. Surrounding creepers detonated one after another, and the shockwaves mixed with debris swept a circle of mutant zombies into the flames as well. A family should stay together. Lu Yu crossed his arms, watching the large crater and smoking block debris before him, chuckling with satisfaction. The first experiment had worked. It seemed to have figured out the trick to monster chain explosions. Lu Yu then used the same method to deal with most of the monsters in the village. There were still some scattered monsters that hadn't gathered together, but since Lu Yu's objective wasn't here, he didn't bother dealing with them. He could handle these creatures later when he returned to District 7. He swept his hand, and the loot scattered across the ground whooshed into his backpack. Gunpowder, rotten flesh, everything was there. Unlike elite monsters, mutated creatures rarely dropped rare items, making fighting them a thankless and exhausting task. After collecting all the spoils, Lu Yu casually opened the magic crystals he hadn't used in ages. Right-click us all. Level up. Level up. The panel numbers jumped all the way to level 27, followed by the system notification. Congratulations, player has reached level 20. Reward item obtained. Something new appeared at the bottom of his backpack. A hoe. Lu Yu pulled out this utterly ordinary wooden hoe, looking completely puzzled. That's it? That's it. A level 20 reward, and you give me a hoe. Who needs a hoe? Just as he was about to toss it aside, his eyes were caught by the dense description text on the handle. Territory, wooden hoe. Price, 1 gold coin block. Usage, left-click one corner, right-click the opposite corner. The area outlined by the diagonal becomes your territory. Territory rights. Except for the Lord, other players cannot break blocks, open chests, harvest, or use any tools. Advanced rights. 2 gold coins block. Can prevent other players from entering the territory. After reading for a few seconds, Lu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. I can claim a space that's completely my own, and even ban other players from entering? The wooden hoe he had just scorned was now cradled in his palms like a precious treasure he wanted to hold close to his face. Why didn't you give me this earlier? System, that wasn't your attitude just now. If he'd had this hoe earlier, he wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of burying the diamonds he found under lava. The wooden hoe was solemnly placed in the first slot of his backpack. After finishing his business, Lu Yu returned home. From a distance, he could see several gaps torn in the walls by mutated zombies, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Too lazy to lament, Lu Yu made his way through the familiar route and slipped into the underground passage. It had been a while since he'd visited Secret Space Number 1, and even the redstone dust in the air felt familiar. He restocked his food supplies at the redstone automatic farm and picked some ripe pumpkins to take back for food processing. The pumpkin heads already stuffed in his backpack seemed to turn their gazes toward him in unison, as if jealous of the new brothers about to join them. Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. Don't even think about it. You're just food. Since he was already here, he decided to test his new tool, left-clicking the wooden hoe at one corner of the underground space's ceiling, then right-clicking at the opposite corner on the ground. A system prompt appeared. You have marked an area. Do you wish to purchase this territory? Yes, no. Yes. Then a cold number popped up. You need to pay 15,000 gold coins. Lu Yu stood frozen in place. The mighty Lu Yu was actually stumped by money for once. He only had 5,000 gold coins, which was merely a fraction of what he needed. Lu Yu pulled out the golden armor that had previously dropped from the zombies, along with the gold, or he had excavated underground in District 6. All told, he managed to scrape together over 8,000 gold coins. Scratching his head, he quickly calculated several money-making schemes before ultimately setting them aside. The most pressing matter at hand was getting back to the Nether as soon as possible. He descended along the slanted ladder until he reached the monster spawner he had set up underground. Behind the glass barriers, rows of skeletons had accumulated in dense clusters, their white bones creating a tangled mass. A few wolf pups following behind him nearly pounced when they saw all the bones scattered on the ground, but Lu Yu raised his hand and gave each of them a pat on the rear, making them sit obediently. Squinting for a closer look, he suddenly noticed a completely bare skeleton mixed among the white bones, surrounded by a faint aura of unusual energy elite monster. In the blink of an eye, he hefted his axe and charged into the bone pile, taking down 2 nearby skeletons with one swing each, then brought his weapon down hard on the barely visible outline of the elite creature. Whoosh! The axe vanished into thin air. Huh. Lu Yu stood there stunned. The axe still had plenty of durability left. He quickly switched to a pickaxe from his inventory and swung again, only to watch it disappear as well. He slapped his forehead in realization. Elite monsters came with special attributes: invisibility and adhesion. Invisibility was self-explanatory, while the adhesive property would stick to and steal whatever weapon the player was holding. Fortunately, aside from being disarmed, he hadn't taken any additional damage. After figuring out the situation, he immediately adjusted his tactics. Clearing the skeletons earlier had yielded quite a few bows and arrows, and though their durability varied, they would be more than sufficient for dealing with this creature. At his workbench, he pieced together several damaged bows, using the durability from later bows to fill the gaps in earlier ones, ultimately creating a bow with decent durability. Drawing the bowstring, he sent arrow after arrow whistling through the air, each one finding its mark on those semi-transparent pale legs. With ranged weapons keeping him at a distance, no amount of stickiness could reach him. When the dense crowd of monsters occasionally blocked his shots, he simply cleared out the ordinary skeletons in his way first, then focused on eliminating his target. Before long, all the monsters in the cage had fallen, experience orbs bounced across the ground, and bones, arrows, and several bows with barely any durability left were scattered everywhere. Among the chaotic pile of drops, one brilliant purple-gold gleam caught his eye in Enchanted Bow. Lu Yu picked up the glowing new bow and glanced at its properties. Power 4. Unbreaking II, just one step short of perfect stats. It could already be considered top tier. He grinned and slung the bow across his back, then swept up all the scattered experience orbs magic crystals, estimating roughly that these crystals would be enough to exchange for the gold coins needed to expand his underground space. According to his original plan, he still needed to open a new nether portal on this level and dig a direct passage through the nether connecting District 6 and District 7 needed to establish a portal here as well and create a pathway through the nether for quick travel between the two districts. Lu Yu slapped his forehead with his palm. He had foolishly followed his old gaming habits and stuffed the hard-earned expensive diamond pickaxe into a chest back in the 6th zone. Now here he was in the nether with lava spewing everywhere, where one careless move could turn all his gear to ash in an instant. Who would bring their best pickaxe here to die? Yet he had mindlessly put it away. Without a pickaxe, how was he supposed to mine obsidian to build a nether portal? Wait, surely people knew how to pour a portal by hand, right? For Lu Yu, this was a traditional craft, passed down through generations. He dragged his weary steps and located a lava pool near the spawner. First, he laid 4 blocks of cobblestone that wouldn't burn on the lava surface, then dug out 2 blocks on the edge, leaving gaps. He poured cold water over them with a sizzling sound. 2 diagonal obsidian blocks formed at the bottom corners of the portal frame. Next, he built stone pillars beside the obsidian and created 2 steady waterfalls flowing down. Using the water curtain as protection, he scooped up lava and poured it along the water flow, creating obsidian blocks on both sides. Then he climbed higher on the stones and poured 2 more buckets of lava to complete the top of the frame. Finally, he removed 2 cobblestone blocks from the ground, directing lava to collide with water and harvesting the last 2 obsidian blocks. He cleared the water, lit the portal, and with a whoosh, purple light exploded. The nether portal was complete. Lu Yu dusted off his hands and grabbed his dog by the scruff, dragging it directly into the portal. In this real block world, he could ignore collision boundaries and didn't need to glitch through like in the game to bring wolves along. The 6th and 7th zones weren't far apart to begin with, and the nether compressed distances even further. As soon as he stepped out of the purple vortex, he spotted player 007 standing on top of a makeshift stone pillar, his swaying figure quite conspicuous. Player 003 has joined the world. Bro, you're back. I thought I'd been abandoned. I knew you still loved me. Ugh. Lu Yu looked up, too lazy to complain. He walked along the lava bridge he'd built last time, with molten rock churning beneath his feet and heat waves hitting his face. 007 wailed. I'm starving to death. I only brought 3 pieces of bread when I came up here. Those monsters down the do you have a way to deal with them? Lu Yu replied with just one word. Yes. The brief answer immediately rekindled 007's hope. But when Lu Yu approached the pillar, he suddenly veered toward a side corridor. Big brother, I'm over here. Where are you going? Lu Yu ignored him. Taking advantage of having previously gathered all the monsters together and the fortress being temporarily clear, he navigated through the winding corridors, expertly searching for treasure chests around corners. The chest lid creaked open. Saddle, horse armor, 2 diamonds went into his inventory. The rest was junk that would take up space, so he simply tossed it back. There was another empty chest nearby, obviously the spoils left behind when 007 had searched for food. Task completed. Lu Yu returned to the pillar and leisurely pulled out a stack of snowballs from his inventory. 007 in the distance widened his eyes. Good brother, what's that? Snowballs. Bro, those things are terrifying. Just one touch took away half my health. You can't solve this with those toy things. Lu Yu hurled the snowball forward. The snowball traced a clean, perfect arc through the air before slamming hard into the burning chest of a blaze. With a sharp hiss, the flames actually dimmed considerably. Lu Yu had initially thought this other world defied all logic, but it turned out the fundamental rule of water beats fire still held true. One blaze was extinguished by the snowball, but Lu Yu quickly checked his backpacks. Now blocks could only be crafted into stacks of 16 snowballs at most, and he hadn't brought many. Now he was running dangerously low. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary retreat, He called his dog to charge while quickly deploying all the iron golems from his inventory onto the ground. The righteous golems immediately charged into battle upon spotting the blazes and wither skeletons. Even the most unassuming snow golems now unleashed their true nature as the natural enemies of blazes, hurling snowballs with newfound confidence. Lu Yu positioned himself at the rear, drawing his bow and letting arrows fly. His power 4 bow sent arrows whistling through the air with devastating effect. The sounds of battle echoed all around as they quickly cleared out all the monsters beneath the pillar. Big brother, you're like an angel sent from heaven to save me. Hearing such blatant flattery made Lu Yu's skin crawl. He raised his hand to cut him off. My name is Lu Yu. Either call me by my name or call me Dad, just don't call me Big Brother. In his experience, when cheap women called him Big Brother, it was the most grating sound imaginable. He could barely tolerate it from well-behaved girls, and could endure a sentence or two from little kids. Either call you Dad or call you. The other player's mouth opened and closed as he had a sudden inspiration. Big Brother Lu Yu. Player 007 had finally come up with a compromise. Fine, that works. Big Brother, my name is Chung-Yi. Just call me by my name. Instead of immediately helping him down, Lu Yu bent down to open the chest at the base of the pillar, which had already been picked clean. Surprisingly, the game system had actually left a lifeline. There was enough food in the chest to keep Chung-Yi alive until Lu Yu could defeat the Ender Dragon. There were even 2 diamonds left in the corner. Do you want these diamonds? Lu Yu asked. Big brother, if you want them, please take them. But can I come down now? Oh right, the guy was still stuck on the pillar. Chung-Yi was trying to break the netherrack beneath his feet with his bare hands, but hadn't managed to break even half a block. Taking pity on him, Lu Yu used some spare blocks to build a small platform and climbed up himself. Then he casually tossed a pickaxe to Chung-Yi. Use this, it's much faster. But what about you? Before Chung-Yi could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Yu leap off the platform. Hey, he shouted in terror, thinking the expert had lost his mind. But then he watched as Lu Yu rapidly placed a ladder in midair, perfectly positioning it at the lowest block of the pillar and landing Sophia technique, known as ladder clutching. Big brother, you're completely unharmed. You wouldn't be able to learn it, so don't bother trying. Lu Yu waved dismissively, signaling him to hurry up and mine. Chung-Yi had nothing but the pickaxe and a bunch of food. Did he really expect to use bread as a cushion? Oh. His face flushed red with embarrassment as Chung-Yi finally finished mining and climbed down the ladder to ground level. Big brother, where do we go now? No rush, Lu Yu said leisurely. Do you see those 2 purple portals? I see them. Are all the blocks you just mined in your inventory? Yes, they are. Then go mine some more nether brick from that platform over there. Chung-Yi scratched his head in confusion and asked, Big brother, are these things really that rare? Not particularly rare. Lu Yu gestured casually, tracing routes in the air. Just arrange the blocks in your hand into a wall, surround these 2 doors, and build a pathway connecting them. Got it. Whatever you say, big brother, I'll definitely get it done. Chung-Yi nodded enthusiastically like a bobblehead, completely oblivious that he'd just been recruited as free labor. Lu Yu even patted his shoulder and earnestly advised, Brother, you've been in the nether too long and don't know much about anything. Start by learning the basics with meplacing blocks. His serious expression moved Chung-Yi deeply. All right, big brother, I'll study hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu stuffed several golden grilled pork chops into Chung-Yi's palm. Eat up before you work. This is. Chung-Yi's eyes went wide as Blox's shabby chest was stuffed full of bread, and he'd never seen pork chops, this kind of meat dish. He devoured them in a few bites, licked the grease from his fingertips, let out a satisfied burp, and felt his hunger bar instantly max out before getting to work. Though the newbie was obedient, he wasn't exactly efficient. Chung-Yi placed blocks as slowly as operating a claw machine, taking forever to position each one. Lu Yu watched with growing irritation, constantly correcting him. You don't need to manually align it, it'll snap into place automatically. Stop moving around, just stand still. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. Move aside, let me do it. The 2 split up the work. Lu Yu started from the 7th district gate, while Chung-Yi began from the 6th district. By the time Lu Yu had connected both ends, Chung-Yi had barely completed 1/10 of the total length. Chung-Yi scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Big brother, you're way too fast. Come on, back to the overworld. Lu Yu packed up his tools and led Chung-Yi, for wolves, and the iron golem's pumpkin heads through the swirling purple portal. In the blink of an eye, they landed in Lu Yu's underground room. The stone walls were neat and orderly, chests lined up in rows, and the lighting was soft. Chung-Yi looked around and blurted out, Home sweet home. This is my home, Lu Yu corrected, leading him up the stairs to the surface. The moment they stepped out of the cellar, blue sky, white clouds, and that blocky sun filled Chung-Yi's vision. He was so moved his nose tingled. This was how the world was supposed to be, with grass lawns, wooden houses, trees, and leisurely villagers. Lu Yu, when did you get back? How come you're coming out of the house? Aunt Tao Lan, who was drying vegetables outside, called out in greeting. Hello, Auntie. Before Lu Yu could respond, Chung-yi enthusiastically answered first. Lu Yu quickly pulled him back, afraid he might blurt out, "We just got back from touring hell. I met this young man on the road was nearly fainting from hunger, so I brought him back for some food," Lu Yu explained. Tao Lan was kind-hearted and smiled, smoothing her apron. "Make yourself at home here. It's small, but comfortable enough." "Thank you, Auntie." Chung-yi thanked her repeatedly. Lu Yu remembered his business and held up a bulging pouch. "Mom, I need to exchange magic crystals for gold coins. Should I see the village chief?" "Yes, go find the village chief. Wait." Only then did Tao Lan notice the large handful of magic crystals glowing with an eerie light in his hand. "Where did you get so many magic crystals?" Even the village chief, who was more worldly than most, was somewhat shocked to see so many magic crystals. "Lu Yu, didn't you go back to District 7? Where did you get all these magic crystals?" "Yeah, you didn't kill off all the monsters in District 7, did you? Does that mean we can go back now?" Seeing the conversation drift off track, Lu Yu raised his hand to signal for quiet. "Don't get ahead of yourselves. I just found a new method to deal with some of the monsters. There are still scattered creatures roaming the village, and we have a few days left until the full moon. I need to ensure the entire village is safe first. Then we can talk about going back after that day passes." Everyone fell silent, and the village chief steered the conversation back on course. His wrinkled hands covered Lu Yu's, patting them gently. "Son, you have an absurd amount of magic crystals here. I simply don't have enough to exchange for all of them." Lu Yu's heart stirred. Lin Xiaoming exchanged for gold coins with the village chief last time. Could he be remembering wrong? The village chief explained, "Here's the thing, son. We village chiefs receive advance payments of gold coins from the upper districts periodically, and in return, we submit the magic crystals collected from each district. Our District 7 has always been unremarkable, with few people capable of hunting monsters for magic crystals, so we don't receive much gold to begin with. That small stockpile from last time, you exchanged it all." Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully. What truly concerned him wasn't the exchange itself, but why the upper districts wanted to collect magic crystals. The native block people couldn't use experience orbs properly, so what could the upper districts do with these items? Perhaps they had other uses. Lost in thought, the village chief offered another suggestion. "Lu Yu, why don't you go to District 6 and find Su Ling? They have much more substantial advance payments and reserves than we do. Exchanging for gold coins shouldn't be a problem there." "Good point." Lu Yu nodded, then briefly explained Chung Yi's background and his plans to stay in District 7 to the village chief. The village chief patted his hand again. "You don't need to ask me about these matters anymore. You make the decisions." The implication was clear, was passing the successor's position to Lu Yu. Zhuang Mu's eyes widened like saucers, nearly popping out of his head. "Village chief, this means Lu Yu is taking over." Chung Yi gave Lu Yu a thumbs up. "Wow, brother, you're really living it up." Lu Yu replied casually. "Not bad, I suppose." Chung Yi rolled his eyes. "Not very modest, are you? I haven't been idle either. I just asked around about your exploits in that lively chat group Player 003, quite the celebrity with a reputation." While Chung Yi chattered on, Lu Yu had already pushed open the door and left the treehouse. Outside, two little ones from District 6 were looking at him expectantly, perfect for sending a message to Su Ling. "Big brother Lu, are you making something delicious today?" the chubby little boy asked straightforwardly. Chung Yi also came over, looking hopeful. "Lu Yu, what else can you make besides roasted pork chops?" Lu Yu happened to want to try something new as well. He pulled out pumpkins he'd harvested in District 7, squeezed sugar from sugarcane, grabbed a few eggs, and got to work at the crafting table. Before long, a golden-colored pumpkin pie emerged fresh from the oven. "Wow, what's that? Is it cake too?" the two children asked with sparkling eyes. "No, this is pumpkin pie." Led by the shameless Chung Yi, several children also reached out to grab some pumpkin pie and shared it among themselves. "Brother, you've got some serious skills." Chung Yi licked the cream off his fingertips and whispered in Lu Yu's ear. "Teach me the crafting recipe later." "Wow, big brother is amazing. This is so delicious." "Big brother, what else can you make?" The children gathered around Lu Yu, chattering excitedly with pure admiration in their eyes. Lu Yu originally only knew how to craft the basic foods available in MC, and was about to explain when suddenly a system notification exploded in his mind. "Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the achievement, Little Master Chef, Progress 1010, mission complete. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the mod, Foodcraft. Loading successful." He curved his lips into a smile and opened the newly unlocked interface. The screen unfolded like a miniature kitchen. Pots, pans, ladles, bowls, ovens, microwaves, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and countless food ingredient icons densely arranged. It was like a real-life cooking god simulator. Damn greedy system. Even online games aren't this money-hungry. Lu Yu cursed under his breath. Must be from the penguin family tree, huh? On the interface, except for the most basic iron pot, all other utensils were bound by gray chains, requiring item exchange to unlock. At least it didn't require real money. He casually tossed wheat, carrots, and potatoes from his inventory into the exchange slot. 3 flashes of light later, oil, salt, and garlic were unlocked. Then he exchanged for a bundle of greens and clicked craft. With a crisp sizzling sound, a steaming plate of stir-fried vegetables appeared, its aroma seemingly wafting through the data to his nose. After cooking, he remembered that the world chat not only allowed trading but also had an auction house. Chat channel. Player 007 was spamming frantically. Cool, digital ID, right? In any other online game, this would be worth 4 figures easy. Brothers, I found myself a big shot to follow, hee. Wrong gender though a boss is great, but can't compare to a sugar mama. I have a weak stomach, should be eating soft rice. Dense text instantly filled the interface. Lu Yu ignored it and swiped to open the auction house, tossing in the stir-fried vegetables. The auction house refresh notification dinged, and the quiet channel immediately exploded. Since it was still early in the server launch, nobody had many rare items. The last time someone listed a wooden stick for auction, they got ridiculed so badly that no one dared post junk items anymore. Thus, everyone assumed by default, anything listed must be a treasure. Stir-fried vegetables? What the hell? I've been playing for years and never seen this craftable item. Did they update the version? It's not in the latest Blue Star version either. Special item. Anonymous listing? Come out and explain. Any brave soul want to buy it? And check. I'll do it. Player 001 spoke up. Everyone knew this player had terrifying online hours and let in wealth, so no one competed. She decisively bought it for 100 gold coins. A minute later, a string of exclamation marks appeared on the public screen. Is this really stir-fried vegetables? What does really mean? The world channel was filled with confusion. Could this dish taste and feel exactly the same as in reality? Yes. Player 001, usually cold as ice, was unusually excited. Anyone who knew her understood that she never lied. The next second, the world chat exploded. Holy crap. Someone can actually make real food. It's been half a month though. You know how I've survived? Eating bread every day or rotten meat. I've almost forgotten what delicious food even means. In Block Continent, ordinary food only simulated taste to restore stamina and health. But the stir-fried vegetables Lu Yu had just auctioned were genuine food in every sense. Is there more? Is there more? The channel was flooded with desperate pleas. However, Lu Yu, the instigator of all this chaos, simply closed the chat panel and ignored it completely. Chang Yi rushed over excitedly, holding up his light screen. Lu Yu, look at the chat. They're discussing that food you. Before he could finish, Lu Yu pressed down his hand that was about to share. Come on, let's find Su Ling. Who's Su Ling? The person who helps us exchange magic crystals for gold coins. The bank president? The 2 little creatures led the way, quickly bringing them to the outskirts of District 6 residential area. Lu Yu and Chang Yi didn't immediately enter, instead stopping at the street corner. The District 6 residents passing by noticed these 2 unfamiliar faces and instinctively stared. Lu Yu remained calm, looking straight ahead, while Chang Yi openly examined everyone around them. Bro, look at these Blockworld girls, they look just like men. He treated these villagers as NPCs, shouting without any restraint. You're the one who looks like a man. A passing girl heard him, grabbed an egg from her hand, and smacked it right into his face with a loud splat. Humph. She stomped away angrily, leaving only her puffed-up cheeks visible from behind. Chang Yi scratched his head. This AI is way too smart, isn't it? Lu Yu glanced at him with a reminder. They're natives of this world, real living people. Don't treat them like artificial intelligence. Huh. Before Chang Yi could process this, someone waved from the distance. Su Ling had arrived. From far away, he raised his hand with an enthusiastic expression. Lu Yu, looking for me. This man was well-dressed, his every gesture radiating an extraordinary bearing in Chang Yi's eyes, at least principal level. Yet Su Ling treated being troubled by Lu Yu as an honor, maintaining a gentle demeanor that made both parties comfortable. Skipping pleasantries, Lu Yu got straight to the point. I do need your help. As he spoke, he pulled out a bag of magic crystals from his backpack. This many. Even though District 6 had been secretly mining for a long time, they'd never seen such a quantity. Su Ling gasped. Where did you get these? Lu Yu gave a vague answer. Monsters killed each other, and I got lucky picking up the pieces. Such a thing happened. Su Ling stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lu Yu revealed his true purpose. Can you exchange these magic crystals for gold coins? Yes, I can. I need to go back and check our gold coin inventory. Su Ling didn't dare delay and immediately turned to leave. As soon as Su Ling left, Chang Yi grabbed Lu Yu, dancing with excitement. Look at the chat. Everyone's looking for whoever auctioned that food. That one plate of stir-fried vegetables only earned 100 gold coins. Lu Yu had originally planned to wait until other players grew tired of the Block Continent's bread, roasted meat, and mushroom stew before introducing his dishes, knowing it would make them yearn even more for food from their original world. But just as he finished exchanging pleasantries with Su Ling, a plate of stir-fried vegetables in the auction house became the hottest commodity. Which brother made this? Stop being so mysterious. Bro, I'll pay 1,000 gold coins. I'll pay 1100. In just a few exchanges, the stir-fried vegetables originally priced at 100 gold coins had increased tenfold. Lu Yu listened with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, already forming a plan. Let's go. He grabbed Cheng Yi's arm. Big brother, aren't you curious? Where are we going? Cheng Yi muttered quietly. Ash was dragged along. After a few steps, the two stopped by a vegetable garden next to a treehouse. The tender green leaves swayed gently in the breeze. Help me gather the vegetables, Lu Yu said decisively. What vegetables can we gather now? Cheng Yi scratched his head, making his hair even messier, looking like a bush. It wasn't until he saw Lu Yu pick up a basket that he realized. Ah, you want to cook? So the stir-fried vegetables in the auction house were made by you. With the main event so close, his eyes lit up. Bro, dear bro, I want to have a taste too. Then move quickly. Cheng Yi immediately transformed into a happy farming player, skillfully gathering a basket full of ripe wheat, carrots, and potatoes to hand over to Lu Yu. Lu Yu opened the system exchange window, tossing all the crops inside, setting the quantity to 3, cooking 3 portions at once. 1 portion was kept for himself, 1 was handed to Cheng Yi. As soon as Cheng Yi received it, he stuffed it into his mouth, chewing with a blissful expression while repeatedly thanking him through voice chat. The last portion was relisted in the auction house. Auction house updated. It's here. The mysterious chef has released more dishes. The first trustworthy player immediately bid 1,000 gold coins. 1,100. Prices soared rapidly. 1,500. Bro, don't compete with me. I promise to write a tasting review after I finish. 1501. Someone was unwilling to back down. Brother, I miss my home. My mother is weak, my younger brother is young, and at night, listening to the zombies howling, I can't help but cry. Just let me eat my late father's signature dish. After a sob story, the bid jumped to 1,600. Brother, you have it tough. Save your gold for more important things. I'll take it. An experienced player in line 005 waved his hand confidently. I have plenty of spare cash. Let me grab it, haha. Not so fast. Some were leveraging relationships, others their experience, and some were playing on emotions. What started as an auction for stir-fried vegetables turned into a talent show. However, food has a decay countdown, and the auction time was limited. Everyone was so caught up in the bidding that they failed to notice the remaining time. In the last second, Gourmet Appreciation Brother made a precise bid, locking the price at 1721 gold coins. Auction hammer down. Haha, thanks, brothers, for your generosity. Damn, how did I not notice the time limit? So annoying. I just want to punch him. It really tastes like stir-fried vegetables. The player who managed to grab the stir-fried greens had his whole face crinkled up with joy, chewing while loudly showing off to everyone around him. Wow, I used to never even glance at vegetable dishes when dining out, but now they smell so amazing. Mommy, I want to go home. Is it really that exaggerated? Someone in the crowd asked skeptically. While everyone was still hesitating, player 001 stepped forward, his tone as calm as always. Yes, it really is delicious. This statement hit like a heavy blow. Everyone knew that 001 never lied. So the original question was thrown out again. So, are there any more? Cheng Yi answered before Lu Yu could. All gone, all gone. See you next round. Whoa, so you're the one who made this. You're the mysterious chef. Brother, don't leave. My roommate wants to have a bite before he dies. Amid the chaotic scrambling voices, Lu Yu and Cheng Yi were already walking away without looking back. Su Ling had returned. He carried a stuffed backpack and brought several helpers from District 6, including the troublemaking skinny monkey Ho Yi from before. Clearly, these were temporary laborers Su Ling had grabbed, and he had no time to let them be picky. As the two approached, they heard Su Ling scolding in a low voice. If even 1 gold piece goes missing, I'll send you to work underground, paying back 100-fold. Never again, Mr. Su, never again. The monkey's voice trembled. Su Ling gave a perfunctory smile, but when his gaze met Lu Yu's, he immediately switched to a sincere expression. Lu Yu, I've got everything ready. Lu Yu handed over the heavy bag of magic crystals with one hand while extending the other for the gold coins. Thanks for the trouble. The original block people had limited backpack space, which was why Su Ling had brought this crew to help carry the money. The helpers had originally wondered why Su Ling was dragging bags of gold coins to District 7, but now seeing bag after bag of magic crystals being poured onto the ground, they all stared wide-eyed. This many magic crystals? Lu Yu casually tossed out several stacks, which clinked as they fell at their feet. Su Ling nodded, signaling everyone to pour out all the gold coins from their pockets. Someone asked curiously and cautiously, Brother, did you guys kill all these monsters? Lu Yu responded flatly, The questioner thought it was already frightening enough that District 7 had worked together to clear them out. If he knew it was actually all Lu Yu's solo work, he'd probably scare his ancestors first. When it was Ho Yi's turn, he shuddered violently upon meeting Lu Yu's gaze. His previous provocation stuck in his throat like a fishbone. Just how reckless were these District 7 people to farm magic crystals that piled up like a small mountain? His past troublemaking was practically asking for death. Give it to me, Lu Yu urged in a flat tone. Ho Yi's hand shook, and gold pieces scattered all over the ground. Cheng Yi put on an exaggerated show, stepping forward and lifting his chin. What? Got a problem with my big brother? No, I wouldn't dare. Ho Yi hurriedly crouched down to pick up the coins, obediently handing them over to Lu Yu. With the transaction complete, Su Ling packed all the magic crystals into his backpack, patted the bulging bag, and a flash of barely concealed anticipation crossed his face. Lu Yu caught that expression but couldn't quite figure out what he was scheming. Well, we'll head back now. Su Ling picked up his bag and stood. Nearby, the two little ones who had been rolling around and playing with Huizai heard they were leaving and pouted in unison. Is brother Su Ling leaving so soon? Originally, they had been the ones to find Su Ling and relay the message, then came along with Su Ling, so now they should logically leave with Su Ling as well. Su Ling could see what they were both thinking and patted their heads. Just go have fun. The thoughtful Tuanzi looked back to see the adults from their group following at a distance. She knew that getting too close to the people from District 7 would usually upset someone, but today no one was giving them warning looks. How strange. Su Ling understood their unease and winked at them both. Don't worry, they won't interfere today. These people were changing their opinion of District 7. What they had once seen as a team of country bumpkins had overnight become mountain hunters. At a time like this, who had the energy to keep an eye on a bunch of young warriors? That's wonderful. The three of them watched as Su Ling and the others left. Why are they walking so fast? Lu Yu muttered quietly. Brother Su Ling always seems busy, Tuanzi explained. What's he so busy with? Lu Yu was even more curious. Last time underground, he had overheard fragments of conversation. There had to be deeper reasons behind Su Ling's frequent risk-taking. Brother Su Ling is either working or hiding away in his little hut. Little hut? Yes, there's a small hut in his courtyard. Hearing this, Lu Yu smiled with interest. How intriguing. The 30,000 gold coins from exchanging magic crystals, plus the few thousand from the auction system, should be enough. Lu Yu went underground first and marked out his private room and the nether portal below. You have marked the area. Do you wish to purchase this territory? Yes? No? Yes. You need to pay 4,500 gold coins. Pay. The moment the gold coins left his account, Lu Yu felt the satisfying weight of his full purse disappearing like flowing water. As soon as he finished claiming the area, Cheng Yi, who had been following right behind him, was ejected by the system. Private territory doesn't allow outsiders. Cheng Yi was thrown to Lu Yu's doorway, landing on his bottom in an undignified heap. Ow. What happened? Boss, why did you throw me out? Lu Yu suppressed a laugh. Almost forgot. He pulled up the permissions list and gave Cheng Yi free access rights. Try coming in again. Cheng Yi stepped carefully and found he could enter. Hey, it really works now. Next, Lu Yu went through the nether portal and claimed the long corridor between the two portals. She didn't want anyone else taking advantage of the passage he had worked so hard to build. You have marked the area. Do you wish to purchase this territory? You need to pay 5,000 gold coins. Pay. Following the corridor back to District 7's base, Lu Yu continued claiming territory. The underground farm, the monster spawners didn't miss a single one. You have marked the area. Do you wish to purchase this territory? You need to pay 15,000 gold coins. Pay. You have marked the area. Do you wish to purchase this territory? You need to pay 10,000 gold coins. With that final payment, Lu Yu's pockets were completely empty. All done. Seeing him finish, Cheng Yi headed straight for the nether portal, thinking they would return the same way, but Lu Yu grabbed him. We're not going that way. Then, which way are we going? The two stepped onto the surface. Cold wilderness wind hit their faces, and Cheng Yi jumped 3 feet high when a monster suddenly appeared. Holy cow! There's a monster! Lu Yu stood at the doorway and tossed over iron armor and an iron sword. 10 experience orbs for dinner, or you go hungry. Exploitation. This is exploitation. You heartless boss. Since his pockets were empty, it was time to start earning again. Lu Yu didn't move. Instead, he pushed Cheng Yi forward. With iron armor on, even if a creeper exploded right in his face, he wouldn't die instantly. For a newbie fighting monsters, the first thing was to break through that mental barrier of fear. As long as his armor held up, he could keep charging ahead. Pushed to the front line, Cheng Yi swung his iron sword wildly, landing 2 strikes on a mutant zombie's shoulder. Zombies felt no pain. It meant nothing to them. Even wounded, the creature pressed forward relentlessly. Ah! Cheng Yi screamed while attacking, his voice piercing Lu Yu's eardrums. Lu Yu couldn't help but remind him. Idiot, can't you run? Run. Cheng Yi was stunned. Yes, run. That one word was like opening floodgates. Though he'd never played Minecraft, he played plenty of other games and understood the concepts of positioning, and Katingi's movement and reaction speed were definitely faster than the monsters. If he couldn't even beat AI, what was the point of gaming? Stealing himself, he suddenly jumped back a step, creating safe distance from the zombie while staying within attack range. After 2 more strikes, he found his rhythm. Handling 2 mutant zombies chasing him became more than manageable. His initial sense of impending doom transformed into pride. I've got it. Smack. Focused only on what was ahead, he failed to notice another zombie approaching from behind. The sudden growl nearly scared him out of his wits, almost making him jump out of his skin. Lu Yu commented dryly, "Maybe try listening for footsteps." Chang-yi nodded repeatedly, finally getting it. Under his assault, the three zombies fell one by one. Looking back, he saw that his ruthless boss Lu Yu was still hiding in a simple shelter made of blocks. Only after seeing Chang-yi finish up did Lu Yu leisurely emerge. Lu Yu's eyes were sharp as he quickly locked onto a creeper in the monster horde, then approached it. Along the way, he deliberately swung his sword a few times, drawing the aggro of nearby zombies. Those creatures that had been heading for Chang-yi received a lesson from his blade and turned to chase him instead. Throughout the entire process, he maintained safe distance, taking no hits. Chang-yi watched in amazement clearly. He hadn't learned the real essence of combat. By now, Lu Yu had reached the creeper's side. Chang-yi was puzzled about what use this green, oddly shaped monster that looked like a certain body part could possibly have. When he saw Lu Yu raise his sword and strike, the blade cut through, like a match lighting a firecracker. The creeper's surface immediately began hissing, sparks flying. It was about to explode. Seeing its flashing white light, Chang-yi realized this was a living bomb. Lu Yu tried to retreat, but a zombie suddenly appeared behind him. The zombie swung its hand, knocking Lu Yu back 2 blocks, pushing him even closer to the explosion center. Chang-yi's heart tightened as he shouted, "Lu Yu!" Lu Yu's eyes darted quickly since he couldn't escape. In that split second, he changed his strategy, switching from his sword to block, stacking 2 blocks in front of himself. Boom! The creeper exploded, taking with it the zombies that Lu Yu had lured, all vanishing into the pit. The loud blast kicked up a cloud of dust, and when it settled, only 2 floating block drops remained in front of Lu Yu, while he himself was barely dusted. "That scared me to death," Chang-yi gasped, clutching his chest, thinking Lu Yu was done for this time. He was surprised that just 2 blocks had resolved the crisis. He gave a thumbs up, impressive. Lu Yu switched the blocks back to his sword, his expression calm. "Let's go." "Hey." Chang-yi hurried to catch up. He had once looked down on this pixelated game, having previously played AAA titles from major international studios, with their exquisite characters and beautiful women. Here, there were only rough mosaic blocks. Even with high freedom, it failed to ignite his enthusiasm. After entering this world, he even complained, "Why am I stuck in a kid's game?" But Lu Yu repeatedly challenged his perceptions. Thriving in this game world was not as easy as it seemed. Now, following Lu Yu, Chang-yi looked at that determined back and felt an unprecedented thirst for knowledge. Initially, he only wanted to cling to Lu Yu's coattails to clear the game and leave, but now he genuinely wanted to thoroughly study this world, its rules, and gameplay. Interesting, indeed interesting. The two climbed over the snowy mountains, and in the distance, the vague outline of Zone 6 came into view. However, Lu Yu did not head straight back. Instead, he stepped into Zone 5 along the boundary of Zone 6. Along the way, they fought their way through, and Chang-yi, who had decent talent, quickly learned the basics of monster hunting from Lu Yu's guidance. Before long, they achieved their goal and earned a warm dinner. Lu Yu had already secured his territory, with only a stray moo mushroom left outside. He didn't want anyone else to get there first, especially after confirming that other players were present in Zone 5, so he needed to bring the moo mushroom back quickly. Thus, he led Chang-yi to the mushroom-filled swamp following the previous route. "Help me find a slime." He needed a rope to lead the little cutie. While slimes could potentially spawn underground, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, so it was better to try their luck in the swamp. Looking at the dense canopy overhead, Lu Yu estimated that the brightness wouldn't exceed 7, which was a perfect spot for slime generation. "This world has slimes too?" Chang-yi asked. "What do they look like?" "They're square," Lu Yu replied after a moment of thought. Chang-yi scratched his head. "What isn't square in this game?" "Even his head is square." "You go over there." Lu Yu pointed in the opposite direction. "Split up?" Chang-yi felt a bit uneasy. What if the slime had overwhelming power? What if it was the main character capable of taking on the Demon King? "Just shout if you see one." Lu Yu tossed this line over his shoulder as he began searching. "All right," Chang-yi steeled himself and set off. Slimes spawn within a 32-block range of players, but do not appear within 24 blocks, so only the circular area between 24 and 32 blocks could potentially encounter them. Lu Yu's strategy was simple. The two would split up to maximize the area of this circle. In just a few minutes, Chang-yi understood why Lu Yu emphasized it square, because the slime was indeed square, a very large square. Splat, splat. The slime spotted them and began approaching. The wet, gelatinous creature bounced through the forest bit by bit, each landing accompanied by a sticky, squelching sound. Big brother, I found one." Chang-yi shouted excitedly as if he'd discovered treasure. Lu Yu turned his head, but only furrowed his brow and waved his hand sharply. "Get away from there." Chang-yi looked at the slow-moving slime, thinking it couldn't possibly hurt him, not yet grasping Lu Yu's urgency. Just as he stood there dazed, a chilling female laugh rang out, the laughter like cold wind that made his skin crawl. Chang-yi spun around abruptly as a glass bottle came whistling toward him. His body reflexively dodged, the bottle grazing past his face before shattering on the ground. Purple-black potion splattered near his feet, and the air instantly filled with a strange, acrid smell. Hey! Chang'e looked up to face a woman dressed in purple robes and wearing a tall hat. Just as anger began to rise, he felt his legs go weak. Watching his health bar rapidly drain and his vision was poisoned. Why aren't you running? Waiting to die? Lu Yu said coldly, already taking cover behind a thick tree. Only then did Chang'e realize that Lu Yu had spotted the woman long ago. Regret and self-blame flooded over him as he clutched his chest and stumbled toward Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already drawn his bow. The witch pulled out another potion bottle, this one glowing red as if flames were burning inside. Chang'e instantly recognized it. Fire bottle? The danger alarm in his mind made his legs move even faster. The bowstring twanged, the arrow whistled through the air, and the shaft struck the witch squarely in the shoulder. The witch staggered back 2 steps in pain, dropping something from her arms, a bowl containing mushroom stew. Lu Yu's heart stirred. In the game, witches didn't drop mushroom stew when hit by arrows. The strangeness made him grip his bow tighter, though he held off on shooting a second arrow for now. Chang'e finally reached Lu Yu's side, his health bar still steadily declining, his voice trembling. Big brother, I think I'm badly poisoned. Lu Yu pulled out an iron bucket from his backpack that had previously been emptied of lava. Follow the path we came from and find a cow. Milk it, Haddle, cure the poison. Same principle as milk curing spicy food. Chang'e smiled bitterly, grabbed the bucket and ran off, not daring to stop despite his weakening legs. Only Lu Yu and the witch remained facing each other in the forest. He squinted as he studied her. The witch's nose was sharp like a carrot, and her wide-brimmed tall hat shadowed her eyes. Since there was a witch here, could there be a witch hut from the swamplands hidden nearby? With this thought, he moved along the trees, using the trunks to gradually increase the distance while staying safe and ready to shoot another arrow at the witch at any moment. With the bow in his hands, taking the witch's life wouldn't be difficult, was just hesitating. On the way to the Mushroom Island, Lu Yu spotted a wooden hut. Through the window inside the house, Lu Yu spotted a black cat sitting upright at the windowsill. Its tail swished back and forth, and its bright green eyes gleamed with an unpredictable light in the dim illumination. Outside the window, a familiar fishing rod lay tilted on the ground, with a piece of carrot dangling from its tip, the very carrot fishing rod he had given to a Z earlier for riding pigs. In that instant, Lu Yu recalled that villagers struck by lightning would transform into witches, and when he had rushed to the nether that day, the weather had been stormy with rolling dark clouds and flashing lightning. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw a witch cackling menacingly as she approached him. That silly girl had probably been driven out by that bratty blonde to forage for food again, only to get struck by lightning and end up in this predicament. Lu Yu immediately abandoned his plan to search for slime balls and grabbed several blocks to confront her. Thud, thud, thud. 3 blocks quickly hit the ground, forming a semicircle around the witch. The witch suddenly turned to escape, and he cursed under his breath. A Z wasn't this cunning when she was human. In desperation, he took the risk and gave her a push. The sharp sound of shattering glass exploded in his ears as poison splashed onto him. A familiar green mist swept across his vision, and the word poisoned flashed prominently in the status bar. Without time to think, he quickly placed the final block of the first layer and stacked up a second layer of blocks, completely trapping the witch in a makeshift cage. From within the cage came her sinister yet, to his ears, comical laughter. Just wait, Lu Yu muttered to himself, pulling out some bread to munch on while enduring the poison and battling his rapidly declining health. Before the poison had fully worn off, he caught up with Chang'e, who was holding a bucket to milk a cow, the wooden pail frothing with creamy milk. Give me that. Lu Yu reached out and snatched the bucket, then squeezed another handful from the cow of indeterminate gender beside them. Any cow that gives milk is a good cow. With that, he tilted his head back and drank, instantly clearing the poison. Chang'e finally caught his breath and asked, Bro, what about that woman down there? Locked her up. Chang'e looked shocked. Bro, I never knew you were into that kind of thing. Lu Yu shot him a withering look and aimed a kick at his rear. What are you thinking? Hurry back to the village to make potions. Make potions? But the poison's already cured, isn't it? Are there going to be side effects? I think you're beyond help. Just dig yourself a hole and lie in it. Bro, I think I can still be saved. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. That witch was originally human. We need to cure her back. Really? Is it a handsome guy or a pretty girl? Chang'e pressed. Lu Yu didn't answer and headed straight back to the village. The brewing stand was the first step. He rummaged through the spoils brought back from the nether, used blaze powder to craft blaze rods, then combined them with cobblestone to build a brand new brewing stand. Next, he would need spider eyes. Spiders usually scurried around in the shadows at night, but they were hard to find right now and have to wait until dark. With the immediate tasks completed, he went to check on the sugarcane field. After the previous harvest and replanting, the sugarcane field had expanded to 3 to 5 times its original size. creating a lush green natural barrier that kept those nosy people from District 6 at bay. The vast expanse of sugarcane rustled in the wind, and Lu Yu calculated in his mind. With all the materials readily available, why not make an enchanting table right now? Waiting around until nightfall would just be a waste of time, so I might as well build an enchanting table now. After saying this, Lu Yu grabbed Cheng-Yi and headed straight for the sugarcane field. The lush green sugarcane was bathed in golden hues by the setting sun as he swung his pickaxe to clear a path, calling back over his shoulder, "Don't break the bottom segment." Cheng-Yi responded and carefully followed behind, harvesting. The rustling sound of falling sugarcane made Hui Zai's mouth water. The little guy licked his lips, remembering the sweet aroma of that cake from before, and tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve. "Big brother Lu Yu, will we have cake today?" Lu Yu flicked his forehead lightly. "You little rascal, all you think about is food." Hui Zai rubbed his forehead and pouted. "Then why are you harvesting it? Isn't it for making sugar? To make spiritual nourishment for you guys." Lu Yu tossed the bundled sugarcane onto the crafting table, and with swift movements, the sugarcane transformed into paper, then the paper folded into books. In the blink of an eye, a book with a plain gray cover lay in his palm. A book? Cheng-Yi leaned in closer. Comic book or adult magazine? Lu Yu really wanted to pull out his stone pickaxe and knock some sense into this guy's head to see what junk was rattling around in there. But he was curious to what would the native books of this block world contain. He opened the pages, and Cheng-Yi leaned his head over, as well completely blank. "If I had ink sacks and a quill, I could write in it." Lu Yu pondered silently, other ideas forming in his mind. Hui Zai peeked over. "Big brother Lu Yu, what is this? Poor block world didn't even have basic education, leaving children illiterate." Lu Yu patted Hui Zai's head. "Your spiritual nourishment." Tilting his head was Hui Zai's habitual gesture. "Can this be eaten too? We'll see when I figure out how to make it edible someday." Lu Yu put away the blank book and crafted a bookshelf. Then he paused. Where should he put the enchanting table? The underground storage was already packed full, and digging more would be troublesome. His eyes lit up with an idea. The treehouse still had large, empty areas, specifically the undecorated corners above the villager residential area. Without hesitation, he carried the newly crafted bookshelf up the tree, arranging them in a door-like frame with a central opening. The scent of books instantly filled the wooden space. The bookshelves were ready, but he still needed the core component, the enchanting table. After all this work, the sun had just reached the horizon, casting orange-red light through the tree branches. Cheng-Yi raised his bare wrist, pretending to check a watch, and gestured toward Lu Yu. "Bro, check the time. It's evening time to go find Spider Eyes." Lu Yu was about to leave when Cheng-Yi suddenly stomped his foot. "Food is the people's heaven. Food is the people's heaven." The hint couldn't be more obvious. "So you're begging for food?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Cooking wasn't troublesome. The system could exchange ingredients instantly, but he didn't have enough exchangeable ingredients on hand. "Do you know how to fish?" he asked. Cheng-Yi honestly shook his head. Lu Yu handed him a fishing rod and briefly explained the basics of casting and reeling. At that moment, Uncle Chun on the other side of the riverbank noticed the commotion and laughed heartily. "Oh, Cheng-Yi starting to fish too?" Previously, he had prided himself as a fishing expert, only to be defeated by Lu Yu, who had taught him techniques. Now he couldn't lose face in front of this newcomer. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward and give guidance. Before he could take a step, Cheng-Yi's bobber suddenly plunged deep. The fishing rod traced an arc through the air. "Huh?" Uncle Chin froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" Cheng-Yi didn't just catch something, caught something purple. The purple light glinted off the afternoon river surface so brightly that it was blinding. Uncle Chun immediately leaned forward, nearly sticking his entire head into the fishing net. What did you catch?" Cheng-Yi patted the glowing purple object triumphantly. "No idea. But deep down, he knew the universal rule of online games: the brighter the color, the higher the value, especially purple, which usually meant rare." Uncle Chin stared at it for a long time, then shot Cheng-Yi a sharp look. "You little rascal." He leaned in closer and muttered, "It's just a book. Can't eat it. Can't use it. Only good for decoration." With that, he waved dismissively, clearly uninterested. Cheng-Yi wasn't convinced. Thinking these NPCs wouldn't recognize treasure, he grabbed Lu Yu. "Bro, take a look. What is this? Is it something good?" Lu Yu was seething. He had fished countless times and had only ever seen one enchanted book, and this kid got mending on his first try. His fists were clenched tight, but he wore a sinister smile. "Indeed, nothing special at all. See, I told you it was useless." Uncle Chin burst into laughter, patting Cheng-Yi's shoulder. "Kid, you've got a lot to learn." Cheng-Yi turned the purple book over and over, becoming more convinced it couldn't be this ordinary. Finally, Lu Yu strolled back with his hands behind his back, speaking casually. "That's a mending enchantment book. With it, when your weapon's durability drops, it automatically repairs itself using experience points." Cheng-Yi's eyes darted around, clearly not understanding. Lu Yu added, "These books can only be obtained through fishing, treasure chests, or extremely rare librarian traits. When players fish, aside from getting food, This is their ultimate goal. It dawned on Cheng Yi, and he suddenly exclaimed, "So it's like the only SSR in a gacha pool." Liu nodded. "Exactly." Realizing the earlier dismissal was just teasing, Cheng Yi clutched his chest dramatically. "Woo woo woo, I've been bullied. I just wanted to catch some food." Liu was amused by his childish whining. "All right, keep fishing." With that, he went to harvest crops from the field. Before long, he returned to the riverbank to find Cheng Yi waving another enchanted book. "Look, I caught another one." Liu seriously wondered if this kid had sacrificed something to the gods. He glanced down. "Bane of arthropods v. Arthropods." Cheng Yi shuddered 3 times. "Yeah, like spiders," Liu explained. Cheng Yi's face went pale instantly, and he waved his hands frantically. "No, no, I can't deal with those things." Liu suppressed a laugh. "You're a grown man afraid of spiders?" Cheng Yi grimaced and spilled his traumatic story. "When I was 8, I was eating noodles and didn't notice a spider fell into my bowl. I bit off 4 of its legs before realizing something was wrong and spat it out. Only half of it was left in the bowl. Ugh. Stop, please stop talking." Liu was genuinely disgusted by Cheng Yi's story. Just imagining experiencing it firsthand, he figured he'd probably develop a lifelong phobia of spiders crawling all over the ground too. Cheng Yi waved his hands repeatedly. Got it, got it." With that, he casually tossed the enchanted book with spider patterns Bane of Arthropods into Liu's arms. Perfect timing, since Liu had planned to hunt spiders tonight anyway. "What? You're going to hunt spiders? I thought you said you were hunting pigs." Cheng Yi's eyes widened in shock, his voice cracking. Liu couldn't be bothered to respond. He first took the grilled fish from Cheng Yi's hands, then dumped all his saved crops into the trading interface. A long string of points instantly appeared in his account. With a grand gesture, he exchanged them for a whole plate of ribs and skillfully prepared 2 servings of sweet and sour pork ribs. The moment the sweet and tangy meat hit his mouth, Cheng Yi burst into tears on the spot. Remembering his days of gnawing on dry rations in the nether, he grabbed onto Liu's leg and refused to let go. Villagers passing by thought he was drunk. Liu calmly dumped the food drunk Cheng Yi onto a chair and picked up his iron sword to leave. Using the enchanted book on an iron sword would be wasteful. He remembered having a few diamonds in his underground storage, and his enchanting table was missing exactly 2 blocks, so he planned to retrieve them on the way. After confirming his direction, he sprinted toward the foot of the mountain where he'd previously discovered the clay pattern. As night fell, monsters became active. While traveling, Liu collected materials along the way. Skeleton bones, arrows, and creeper gunpowder all went into his inventory. Only 2 spiders were disappointing. They only dropped a few spider strings without a single spider eye. Soon, he reached the marked clay pattern location, found the spot directly above where the diamonds were located, and drove his pickaxe straight down into the earth. Just as he broke through the final layer of stone wall, lava illuminated the cave. The lava trap layer he'd previously set up had been damaged by 1 block, and scorching lava was bubbling out, leaving a pile of glowing dropped items nearby. Clearly someone had been burned to death. Liu happily played Loot Goblin and swept up all the predecessor's legacy. The items weren't numerous, but there were several rare pieces, especially 3 diamonds gleaming with a deep blue luster. That unlucky soul probably thought carrying treasures on their person was safest, forgetting that the wilderness was the most dangerous place of all. If they'd fallen directly into lava, none of these diamonds would have survived. After cleaning up, he returned to his previously buried lava layer, dug out the hidden diamonds, and used water to cool the lava while taking 3 blocks of obsidian. Though he felt bad about his diamond pickaxe's durability, remembering he had mending in hand immediately balanced his mood. On the return journey, he didn't delay at all and headed straight home. 2 diamonds were first crafted into a brand new diamond sword. Then at the anvil, he applied Cheng Yi's mending enchantment to his diamond pickaxe and used his own experience to restore the tool's durability to full. The night grew deeper, and most people had already gone to sleep. Liu placed the enchanting table in the center of the bookshelves he'd arranged earlier. A system notification popped up. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Enchanter. You have gained 30 achievement points. He placed both the Bane of Arthropods enchanted book and the diamond sword on the table surface. The next second, dark purple light flowed across the blade. Since he still hadn't obtained any spider eyes, he simply brought a few wolf pups and headed straight for the wilderness of District 6 to clear another wave of monsters. The District 6 guard on duty barely lifted his eyelids. Seeing Liu coming and going like this, the guards weren't surprised anymore. The guy must be part zombie or something, always so energetic at night. With that, one of the guards let out a big yawn and squinted his eyes to continue watching for movement in the darkness. Tonight, Liu didn't venture far from the settlement. He led his pack of wolf cubs on a sweeping rampage, like pesticides sprayed across a lawn wherever they went. Not a single monster remained. Liu specifically targeted spiders for slashing, while his wolf cubs were less picky, biting anything that moved. The 2 young guards standing on the 6th district's wall were completely dumbfounded. Is he even human? I don't think so. Liu's eyes had turned red from all the killing. He looked like some poor soul who'd spent a fortune on game purchases only to get the worst possible rewards, desperately trying to restore some psychological balance. But still, no spider eyes had dropped. That sharp scraping sound reached his ears again. Lu Yu spun around to see a spider shrouded in eerie shadows approaching. An elite spider? He steadied his grip on the sword, unsure of this creature's abilities and deciding to proceed cautiously. A flash of cold steel struck out with a tentative slash. His Arthropod Slayer 5 enchantment should have dealt 18.5 damage to spiders. However, the full damage bounced right back at him instead. Clang. His iron chest plate shattered instantly, metal fragments scattering everywhere. Lu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't tell if he should be impressed by his own damage output or annoyed by this Thorn's ability. With his current health, another hit like that would probably kill him. He retreated several steps, pulled out cooked meat from his pack and wolfed it down to restore his health, then raised his sword again. The second strike landed, and the elite spider instantly dissolved into experience orbs and one gleaming spider eye. Just as Lu Yu's heart leaped with excitement finally, his target. Clang. Another crisp sound. In the distance, both guards on the wall simultaneously covered their eyes. The kid's pretty skilled, but why is he kind of perverted? Don't look, don't look. Why are you staring at another guy like that? You'll get a sty. Achoo. A night breeze swept in, and Lu Yu sneezed, suddenly feeling a chill below. He looked down, damn it. This time it was his pants that had lost all durability and broken. Instinctively covering his private parts and dignity with both hands, he fumbled through his pack with one hand, pulled out wood blocks and slammed them down to form a makeshift crafting table, then quickly crafted a new pair of iron pants and put them on. The two guards in the distance were still peeking through their fingers that weren't actually closed. Tell me, how does fighting monsters make your pants fall off? He's at that age when young men are full of energy, but I've never seen him flirting with any girls from the 7th district, and he hasn't shown interest in any of our 6th district girls either. Instead, he gets excited when he sees zombies, spiders, and other monsters. The two exchanged glances, their brows furrowed but their grins stretching almost to their ears. You don't think he's into monsters, do you? I think that's very possible. Didn't Mr. Su recently want to recruit Lu Yu to help with work? Yeah. So if we tell Mr. Su this information, wouldn't we be doing him a huge favor? Knowing what he likes means we can cater to his preferences. Wait, you're not suggesting Mr. Su should capture monsters to use as some kind of honey trap, are you? Lu Yu returned with the spider eye. He first gathered sugar and brown mushrooms from the table, placing the cold spider eye along with the two materials into a jar and stirring them together. After letting it sit for a moment, the fermented spider eye was quickly ready. Next, he inserted this freshly made fermented spider eye into the brewing stand along with 3 bottles of water. Soon, 3 bottles of light gray weakness potion began bubbling and appeared. To make the potions throwable, he didn't rush to remove them but instead replaced the fermented spider eye in the slot with gunpowder, patiently waiting for the final brewing process. The greenish-gray liquid boiled and condensed, and 3 bottles of splash potion of weakness were finally complete. Immediately after, Lu Yu moved to the crafting table, placing an ordinary red apple in the center and surrounding it with 8 gold ingots in a circle. The ingots gleamed with soft metallic light, coating the apple in pure gold. A golden apple was now in hand. Smoothly packing the golden apple and 3 splash weakness potions into his inventory, he turned to wake Chung-yi. Get up. Lu Yu yanked the still dreaming Chung-yi out of bed. Big brother, it's barely dawn. What's the rush? Chung-yi mumbled, covering his messy hair. To save someone. How can we not rush? Lu Yu shot back, dragging the half-awake Chung-yi outside. At this moment, the eastern sky was beginning to brighten. The zombies and skeletons that had roamed the wilderness last night were now being ignited by sunlight, each turning into blazing pillars of fire. Chung-yi was so frightened he pressed against Lu Yu's back, afraid the flames might reach him. Do all monsters fear the sun? Most of them do. What about my sister who turned into a witch? Witches fear it too. Chung-yi instantly became alert, his brow furrowing. What are we standing around for? If we're any later and she gets hit by sunlight, it'll be over. With that, he took off running at full speed, even faster than Lu Yu. Chung-yi knew the way and quickly led Lu Yu to the edge of the swamp. The morning mist hadn't yet cleared, but voices could already be heard, chaotic, urgent, and tearful. Sister Ningyao, that's a Z. I don't care what it is, that's a monster. I saw a Z transform into that with my own eyes. That is a Z. Chung-yi was too focused on rushing ahead to hear clearly, but Lu Yu's sharp ears immediately pulled him to hide behind a thick tree. Through the branches, both could see the scene clearly. One Hao knelt on the ground, desperately hugging Ning Yao's leg, trying to hold her back from advancing. Ning Yao gripped a bough alertly, her expression full of impatience. Get off me. She lifted her leg and kicked Wen Hao over. 3 to 5 villagers from the 5th district who had followed along all tried to dissuade him. Wen Hao, that's a monster. If it gets close to the village, it'll threaten everyone sooner or later. It must be eliminated. She's not a monster. She's a Z. Wen Hao insisted stubbornly, almost crying. An elderly villager shook his head disapprovingly. Stubborn as a mule, what a foolish boy. He then waved to his companions. Don't mind him, let's go. Ning Yao snorted coldly. Her bowstring twanged softly as an arrow whooshed and embedded itself beside Wen Hao's foot. If you dare follow and interfere with my business, don't blame me if my arrows don't have eyes. The people from the 5th district left him behind and continued deeper into the swamp. Behind the tree, Lu Yu's eyes darkened while Cheng Yi wore a gossipy expression, mouthing the words, "What's going on?" Lu Yu remained silent, only raising his hand to signal for quiet, then led him to quietly follow. In the memories of this body, Lu Yu recalled, there were many instances where no one believed what he said, thinking he was a fool, so his opinions and thoughts didn't matter, and people trampled on his feelings and ideas. Fortunately, whenever this happened, there was always a slender figure who would step forward to shield him. Lu Yu smiled gently and stepped forward. You're the big brother from that day. Wen Hao's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yu with surprise and delight. Meanwhile, Ning Yao led several companions along the valley's edge, searching for a gentler slope to enter the swamp. Their clumsy approach naturally couldn't compare to Lu Yu's group. Lu Yu casually picked a spot, first placing a bucket on the grass, then leaping into the swamp. Let's go, he called out. Wen Hao followed without hesitation, lifting his leg and jumping down. Cheng Yi hesitated at the edge, only to be pushed down by Lu Yu's palm. Lu Yu then jumped into the muddy water, filled the bucket, and hauled it back up. Cheng Yi wiped his face and clicked his tongue stubbornly. Lu Yu chuckled and commented, cowardly yet lustful. The three continued forward side by side. The slime they had previously spent an entire circle around the swamp to find was now actively blocking their path. Lu Yu drew his sword without looking back, urging Cheng Yi, attack. We're pressed for time. Two long blades fell simultaneously, splitting the slime in half, then into quarters, smaller and smaller until it completely evaporated. The monster wasn't particularly lethal, but it was truly troublesome. Wen Hao, seeing such a creature for the first time, was stunned by their coordination. Amazing. For a moment, he forgot about Aziz's danger. Lu Yu reminded him, don't just stand there, keep looking. When they reached their destination, the scene told them they were still too late. The group from District 5 thought Az was weak and easy to bully, believing that even as a witch, she posed no threat. Ning Yao had previously asked for strategies in the server group, and those eager advisors, knowing her mediocre skills, suggested she use the simplest weapon, a bow and arrows. Everyone pitched in to actually equip her with a bow and arrows. Ning Yao treated the ordinary bow as if it were a divine artifact, confident she could easily shoot down the witch Az that Lu Yu had trapped. Originally, everyone wielded long swords and only needed ranged attacks to win, but they rashly approached walking straight into the witch's thrown poison bottle. Green smoke exploded, and the group clutched their chests, barely clinging to life against tree trunks. Am I dying? Ning Yao, we trusted you and came here, and now you're going to get us killed. Ning Yao's face turned ashen. She was also poisoned and suffering, so she could only raise her bow in fury and shoot wildly at the trapped witch. Lu Yu didn't want his protection to become the cause of Aziz's death, so he quickly patched the gap in his black room. But he was still a step too late. Aziz was caught off guard and hit by an arrow, and Lu Yu's iron armor was also pierced by another arrow, though fortunately it caused no serious harm. He calmly pulled out the arrow and raised his hand to heal. It's you again. Ning Yao gritted her teeth. Lu Yu said flatly, that's right, it's me. Ning Yao was furious. You're ruining my plans again. Ruin your plans? Lu Yu found it amusing and let out a cold snort. Indeed, I did ruin your little scheme. The pattering rain drummed against the eaves while the intermittent roars of monsters echoed from outside. Lu Yu raised his hand, pointing toward the pitch-black night. In such heavy rain, you sent Az out alone to find food. Several villagers felt guilty under his questioning. Rainwater mixed with cold sweat sliding down from their temples as they hung their heads one by one. They knew this was done under Ning Yao's orders, and they also knew they hadn't spoken a single word in Aziz's defense. However, Ning Yao defiantly raised her chin, her eyes gleaming. So what? She failed to bring back food the first time, so I sent her out again. What's wrong with that? She even smiled with a hint of smugness. Shouldn't she thank me for giving her a second chance? How can there be such a shameless woman? Cheng Yi couldn't help but speak up. Always the people pleaser, who was gentle with women. He caught the underlying meaning and roughly guessed that it was Ning Yao who had sent the witch Az out into the rainy night, leading to her current state. The arrogant woman before them was living proof. Mind your own damn business. Ning Yao crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. Besides, if she turned into a monster, doesn't she bear some responsibility herself? She glanced disgustedly toward the corner where Az was confined, her tone full of deflection. Would a normal person turn into a monster for no reason? Everyone knew that in the game, villagers could indeed mutate if struck by lightning. But with one sentence, Ning Yao had placed unwarranted blame on Az. Cheng Yi clenched his fists, feeling for the first time the urge to personally deal with a female player. Lu Yu, however, smiled instead of getting angry. Heh. He looked down at Ning Yao's group, his eyes full of contempt. Ning Yao's heart skipped a beat, thinking Lu Yu was about to attack, but he merely spoke calmly. This is Carmeli, he been poisoned by the witch's curse on a Z. The people from the 5th district all turned to stare at Ning Yao in unison. Lu Yu's tone was certain, clearly knowing about the poison and undoubtedly understanding the cure. But Ning Yao had just thoroughly offended him, and now they couldn't bring themselves to ask for help. Brother, someone began hesitantly, but Lu Yu raised his hand to interrupt. Don't ask me. This is the debt you owe a Z. With that, he stepped forward. Someone dropped to their knees trying to grab his pants, but he kicked them away. Fend for yourselves. With no other options, they turned their hopes to Ning Yao. Theoretically, she was as respected as Lu Yu in the 5th district and usually had many ideas, though most were copied from server groups. This time, she hadn't had a chance to ask around, so naturally she didn't know the cure. Her evasive gaze made the villagers instantly understand they were doomed. She had no solution either. We're finished. Are we going to die here? Someone's voice trembled. Fear spread through the rainy night as cold wind rushed into the house, leaving several faces ashen. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had calmly walked over to Aziz's side. Her once adorable face was now fierce due to the mutation, her fangs gleaming coldly in the rain's light. Lu Yu spoke gently. Let me give you some medicine. All right. Wenhao excitedly removed a section of the wall that had been surrounding Aziz. Wait. Lu Yu couldn't stop her in time. The witch Azzy hurled a bottle of poison straight at his face. Wenhao was completely stunned. Haha, that fool got poisoned too. Ning Yao's gleeful voice rang out from nearby. We're poisoned. You won't have it easy either. Lu Yu sneered coldly. He used his body to shield his hand movements and slipped a bottle of milk into Wenhao's hand. Drink it. This isn't. Wenhao was puzzled. Of course he recognized it was milk. Could milk cure poison? He had never heard of such a thing. Under Lu Yu's stern gaze, he didn't reveal the true nature of the mysterious bottle. He turned around, lowered his head, and drank all the milk from the bottle. His poisoned bluish-green complexion immediately returned to its normal color. He's cured? The 5th district villagers panicked, grabbing Ning Yao and demanding answers. He's better. How did he recover? They craned their necks in all directions trying to spy, but couldn't discover the truth. However, with Azzy there, they didn't dare approach, lest they poison themselves further. Miss, please just swallow your pride and apologize to him. Ask him how he detoxified. Ning Yao stubbornly stood up, turning her back to Lu Yu and the others. Even without asking him, I can figure it out. With that, she prepared to leave this troublesome place. Lu Yu never expected this poison to kill her anyway. If she wanted to ask those people, let her go ahead. Although there were few girls and many guys on the server, and those men would surely be willing to help her, but, in a survival situation, they wouldn't make it too easy for this woman either. Making her pay a hefty price wouldn't be bad. Lu Yu continued his work, throwing a splash potion of weakness at the witch Azzy. Then he pulled out a golden apple. Wow, what's that amazing thing? Before Chung-E could finish marveling, Lu Yu had already fed it to Azzy. Her originally blood-red eyes cleared of their bloodshot veins, returning to their original bright, black, deer-like pupils. Lu Yu? Then Azzy tilted her head and called out another name. Wenhao? What are you doing here? Her legs gave way and she collapsed into Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu quickly caught her. How did I end up here? Wasn't I out picking mushrooms? Little Red Riding Hood went out to pick mushrooms and turned into a witch, quite the transformation. Don't think about it. Everything's fine now. The witch's robe bestowed by lightning still clung to her body, and the grayish monster complexion on her face hadn't completely faded. It seemed that in the real Block continent, the transformation from witch back to villager wasn't an instant process. They probably couldn't return to their home in the 5th district. Are you willing to come with me? Wenhao also tried to persuade her. Sister Azzy, they treated you so badly. Let's not go back to the 5th district. Come with Big Brother instead. Azzy thought for a moment, looked at Lu Yu's face, and nodded decisively. All right. The guards were already accustomed to Lu Yu bringing back strange and unusual things. They just hadn't expected Lu Yu to bring back 2 unfamiliar faces today. Moreover, one of the girls had a zombie-like complexion that looked terrifying. Quick, go tell Mr. Su. What kind of trouble is Lu Yu stirring up now? Upon hearing the news, Su Ling shot up from his chair. What did you say? Lu Yu brought back a monster girl? 2 of the people standing behind Su Ling exchanged glances. It really is. Both shrugged simultaneously, then made disgusted expressions. Su Ling was still lost in his earlier shock and completely missed the little exchange behind him, but He caught it all. What do you 2 know? The 2 cleared their throats and whispered their inside information. We saw Lu Yu take off his pants when he was fighting monsters outside. Everyone around made disgusted faces. So we suspect he might not actually like normal people, but instead prefers. Su Ling finally heard clearly and frowned as if his ears had been contaminated. What nonsense are you spouting? Equipment naturally breaks and disappears when its durability runs out. What's going on in your heads? All right. We totally forgot about equipment durability. The 2 finally realized their mistake and scratched their heads awkwardly. Su Ling redirected his attention back to the main topic. Stop with the useless chatter. Where is this monster girl? Take me to see her. Everyone immediately formed up and followed Su Ling toward the temporary camp in District 7. The camp in District 7 was equally on edge at the moment. Zhuang Mu was famously conservative, and even though he had come to respect Lu Yu, he still tensed up at the mention of monsters. Lu Yu, we turned a blind eye when you brought back a normal young man, he said while dodging Ozzy and couldn't help but point at her from a distance. But how could you bring back someone who looks like a monster? Lu Yu patiently explained. She's just sick and slowly recovering. Sick? Zhuang Mu shook his head repeatedly. She looks exactly like the witches from Legends. Meow. A soft cat's meow interrupted the argument as a black cat poked its head out from beside Cheng Yi's leg. This little guy was something Lu Yu had casually tamed with a smoked fish in the witch's hut. The unfamiliar little black shadow made Zhuang Mu jump up directly. And there's this thing too. He cowered against Uncle Chunda, his voice trembling. Uncle Chunda rolled his eyes. If it could really harm us, would Lu Yu have brought it back? Zhuang Mu hadn't expected even the honest farmer to dare contradict him, and his face flushed red. How do you know it's harmless? Uncle Chunda snorted coldly. Huh. If Lu Yu really wanted something to happen to you, you'd already be dead somewhere unknown. The crude words made sense, and Lu Yu was even amused, glancing sideways at Zhuang Mu. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Tao Lan came down the treehouse stairs supporting a spirited elderly Minoni other than the old village chief of District 7. The sunshine was perfect today, so he had come out to get some sun, but ended up hearing the entire argument. Village chief. Everyone quickly bowed. The old man raised his hand to stop them. Don't call me village chief anymore. Why? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The old village chief stroked his graying beard and looked at Lu Yu with a smile. You all keep questioning Lu Yu's decisions. Since he needs proper authority, why don't I just give him my position as village chief? Although everyone had known the old village chief had been considering this for a while, hearing him say it so casually still shocked the villagers. I agree. Cheng Yi was the first to raise his hand, his voice crisp and decisive. Zhuang Mu in the corner rolled his eyes, cursing silently. Who does this newcomer think he is? Before he could voice his dissatisfaction, Uncle Chen suddenly raised his voice. I agree too. Aziz supported Lu Yu, her eyes glistening with tears. She never imagined she would witness such a miracle. This young man was about to become the village chief of District 7, the entire Snow Mountain village. The old village chief glanced at Zhuang Mu, his tone indifferent. Do you have any objections, boy? Zhuang Mu's lips moved, but he couldn't squeeze out a single word of protest. The old village chief snorted coldly and fired off a series of questions. Not convinced? Can you lead the villagers against the oppression of bullies? Can you help everyone evade the monsters everywhere? Can you guide them to find new places to survive? The three questions hit Zhuang Mu's heart like hammers. His face flushed red, and he finally lowered his head. I can't. The old village chief nodded with satisfaction and announced loudly. Good. From now on, Lu Yu is the village chief of District 7. With that, he handed Lu Yu a palm-sized gray crystal. Lu Yu looked down and saw a system notification appear on his retina. Village Core 7. Congratulations, player has acquired a village. Achievement, Ruler, completed 17. Achievement points 999 obtained. Ahem. Lu Yu was secretly amazed, thinking, no wonder the last item in the achievement store costs 99,999 points. The real jackpot is here. Becoming a district lord gives 999 points, and if I can advance to District 3 or 2 in the future, the achievement points will definitely be higher. This way, 99,999 points isn't unreachable. He finally understood the core gameplay of this block continent, crafting and building until becoming a true ruler. Gripping the village core, he couldn't help but chuckle softly and nodded solemnly to the old village chief. Then I'll accept it. The old village chief patted his shoulder. I should have given it to you long ago. I delayed too long. He then smiled kindly. From now on, everyone can call me Grandpa Fong. At that moment, a hand reached out from the side. Congratulations. It was Su Ling, the leader of District 6. What had been a casual handover suddenly became formal with his arrival, giving Lu Yu considerable face. Thank you. Lu Yu quickly adapted to his new role and shook hands with him. Su Ling explained. I originally came just to ask you a few questions, but I didn't expect to witness this scene. Questions? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Only then did Su Ling turn his gaze to Azi. This little girl. What happened to her? She was struck by lightning and nearly died. Lu Yu answered. Su Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. My sister too. Your sister? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, had no idea Su Ling even had a sister. Su Ling stepped right up to Azi, his voice dropping to an urgent whisper. Did you ever turn completely green and lose your mind, looking exactly like a zombie? Azi shrank back in fear, her face instantly turning pale. Still, she tried to maintain her composure, looking at Su Ling helplessly before turning to Lu Yu as if pleading for rescue. Lu Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Chung Yi, take Oz to rest. Taking care of girls had always been Chung Yi's specialty, so he immediately complied. Wen Hao, worried about his sister, quietly followed along. I'm sorry. Su Ling rubbed his temples, his rare loss of composure revealing his anxiety. Today involves my only family member, so I acted impulsively. Please apologize to that young lady for me. Lu Yu smiled. She probably won't mind. Shall we find somewhere to talk privately? Yes. Su Ling nodded, dismissing his followers with a wave and leading Lu Yu out of District 7, heading straight for District 6. With Su Ling accompanying him, the guards of District 6 were surprised but didn't dare say a word. Why did Mr. Su bring someone from District 7 in here? I don't know. Could something big be happening? Whispered speculation flowed like an undercurrent along the country paths. Lu Yu, however, walked leisurely, looking around with curiosity, showing none of the airs of a newly appointed village chief. Passing through District 6 sugar beet fields, his eyes lit up. Su Ling, could you spare me a few of these? Su Ling's mind was entirely focused on serious matters, so he paused for a moment before waving dismissively. Take whatever you want. Just grab them and come with me. Lu Yu boldly walked into the field and picked several purplered sugar beets, stuffing them into his backpack. A female worker pointed at him, suppressing her anger. Ew. Lu Yu smiled with narrowed eyes. Su Ling told me I could take them. The woman glanced at Su Ling in the distance, fuming but not daring to speak. She stomped her foot, crushing a small patch of muddy ground beneath her and toppling several sugar beet plants in the process. Having secured his spoils, Lu Yu caught up with Su Ling. The two arrived at Su Ling's residence, which now also served as his temporary office. Besides Su Ling, Ho Yi had followed them inside. Lu Yu glanced at Ho Yi, his expression seeming to ask, what's this guy doing here? Ever since being caught stealing gold, Ho Yi had been assigned to manual labor. He was now more robust in build, and his eyes were much clearer than before, no longer shifty and suspicious. Seeing Lu Yu look at him, he nodded in greeting. Su Ling explained, he's also involved in this matter. After taking several deep breaths, Su Ling finally began. 3 years ago, my sister went out with Ho Yi and the others. They encountered a thunderstorm on the way and didn't return all night. When they finally came back to camp, my sister was nowhere to be found. Ho Yi hung his head in shame. I led a search party back to look for her, and all we found was. Su Ling choked up, his voice becoming hoarse. A zombie that looked exactly like my sister. Su Ling clutched at his collar, his complex emotions difficult to comprehend, but the sight was heartbreaking enough. Though it seems unlikely, I'm certain that's my sister. His voice was hoarse, yet every word rang with determination. No matter what, I'm bringing her back. Lu Yu listened and couldn't help rolling his eyes. If there were really a way, they might as well dig a trench to lure the zombies back, or simply use a fishing rod to catch zombies. If they had such abilities, they wouldn't be stuck behind these high walls every day. Su Ling sighed. They told me my sister unfortunately encountered a natural disaster. Before he could finish, Ho Yi's gaze shifted evasively. Lu Yu let out a soft snort of laughter, quiet but caught perfectly by Su Ling. What? Is something wrong? Su Ling's gaze sharpened as he pressed for answers. Lu Yu glanced at Ho Yi and spoke deliberately. Lightning strikes don't turn people into zombies, they turn them into witches. Witches? Su Ling was stunned. See that little girl who was struck by lightning? The robes, the pointed hat's what lightning-struck villagers should look like. Lu Yu's tone was certain. Su Ling looked suspiciously at Ho Yi. Then my sister is. If she looks exactly like a zombie, then she was infected by zombies. Lu Yu spread his hands. Bang! Su Ling slammed his palm on the table, making the teacups jump. Explain clearly what really happened. I. Ho Yi's legs gave way as he collapsed to his knees. Su Ling suppressed his rage, his voice cold as an icy blade. If Lu Yu hadn't reminded me, how long were you planning to keep lying? Ho Yi stammered incoherently, then suddenly punched his own chest. Master Su, I'm not human. Beat me, punish me as you wish. Take my life in exchange for Fong Mei's if you want. Your life can't bring back Fong Mei. Su Ling snorted coldly. I want the truth. Ho Yi hung his head and recounted that night's events in full detail. That day we were trapped in the rain and could only set up shelter for the night. Near dawn, our food ran out and everyone was exhausted, so we decided to return to the village. But before daybreak, the road was full of zombies and we were surrounded. Fong Mei was the only girl and moved slowly, so she was quickly caught by the zombies. So you abandoned her and ran? Su Ling shot to his feet, his chair clattering to the floor. Ho Yi pounded his fists against his chest, crying hoarsely, I know. I'm a coward. I failed Fong Mei. Lu Yu watched the drama unfold from the sidelines. So this monkey had abandoned the girl and came back with a story about natural disasters, never expecting to stumble upon his coincidental explanation about lightning strikes creating witches. Su Ling slowly sank back into his chair, his expression defeated. He understood that even killing Ho Yi wouldn't bring back his sister. 3 years of obsession now seemed like a joke. In the oppressive silence, Lu Yu suddenly spoke up. All right, Are you two finished with your melodrama? Su Ling snapped back to attention and grabbed Lu Yu's hand. Right, you? Do you have a solution? Of course. Lu Yu flashed 8 pearly white teeth in a relaxed smile. Though it's different from a Z situation, the treatment is actually the same. He snapped his fingers, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Piece of cake. The problem that had plagued Su Ling for 3 years turned out to be a trivial matter for Lu Yu. Lu Yu simply shrugged and spread his hands. Su Ling's facial muscles twisted into a bitter expression as he opened up. Do you know how long this has been tormenting me? I went to great lengths to find connections to the 4th district, and they told me that the 1st district does indeed sell potions that can cure everything, but it requires a lot of gold. Really, really a lot of gold. So that's why you risked going down to the 6th district to mine, or? Lu Yu suddenly understood. Yes. Su Ling admitted readily. In the block continent, the materials needed to brew weakness potions and craft golden apples were rare resources, and their value was indeed ridiculously high. Lu Yu thought to himself. The 1st district clearly possessed the complete crafting recipes but stubbornly refused to share them with the lower districts. This was obviously knowledge monopolization. If ordinary players hoarded recipes, that would be one thing, but for the high-tier district that governed the entire world, such behavior was truly shameful. Lu Yu fell silent, and Su Ling, mistaking this for deliberation, tentatively asked, How much? How much what? Lu Yu didn't catch on. How much do you want as payment? Su Ling asked bluntly. Lu Yu was taken aback, apparently not expecting the other party to assume he would definitely charge money. I'll remember the favor, but forget about payment. Really? Su Ling could hardly believe it. However, I need freedom to move around in the 6th district, Lu Yu added. The underground minerals there are quite tempting. Absolutely. Su Ling agreed without hesitation. For him, mining was only to give his sister a chance at survival. Now that his sister could be saved, the 6th district's ores meant nothing to him. Moreover, those piles of unidentifiable minerals, they had no idea what they were actually used for. Good. Lu Yu nodded readily, but raised his hand to stop Su Ling's eagerness. We can't leave now. Saving your sister requires spider eyes, which I don't have on hand. Looking for them in mine tunnels would be like finding a needle in a haystack. He dug through entire mining passages without seeing a single spider. It's more reliable to spawn monsters on open plains at night, so we need to wait until dark. Since Lu Yu, who knew the situation best, said so, Su Ling could only compromise and watched him leave. Sigh. He let out a long breath, having no choice but to patiently wait a few more hours. Mr. Su, Hui spoke up cautiously. Su Ling waved his hand to interrupt. Just because the problem can be solved doesn't mean I forgive what you did, and besides, I'm not the victim here. Hui nodded heavily. I understand. When Fong wakes up, I'll apologize to her personally. Knock, knock, knock. The two were about to continue their conversation when knocking interrupted them. Su Ling looked toward the door absent-mindedly, and surprisingly, it was Fong Chong who entered. Mr. Su, is there anything we can do to help? Fong Chong looked anxious. Lu Yu would soon have free access to the 6th district, while he hadn't even established a firm foothold there, yet how could he not be worried? He desperately needed to find an opportunity to prove his value in the 6th district. So he took the risk of approaching Su Ling directly to ask. I saw them bustling around all day, so I followed to take a look and found that our District's 6 villagers were mining. Fong Chong looked anxious, his voice extremely low but still carrying barely concealed excitement. Ho Yi's brow furrowed instantly as he stared coldly at him. You were following our villagers. I wasn't following. I wasn't following. Fong Chong waved his hands frantically, speaking rapidly. I was just curious and went to take a look. I wasn't trying to spy, I just wanted to see if I could be of any use. Ho Yi glared at him displeasedly and was about to speak again when Su Ling raised his hand to stop him. Don't argue. Su Ling's gaze swept over both men, his expression calm. If he saw it, he saw it. The underground will soon run out of what he wants anyway, so it'll lose its purpose. His tone was emotionless. Tell me, what do you want to do? Fong Chong nodded eagerly. I just want to help out, do something useful. Su Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, looking him up and down. Fong Chong was inherently vicious, yet he was the typical, all bark and no bite type. He had half fled, half been expelled from District 7, his bad nature evident. While he bullied others in District 7, he didn't dare speak loudly in District 6. It was precisely for this reason that Su Ling had temporarily kept him around. After all, his deceased wife had been from District 6, and his son could be considered half a District 6 resident. But Fong Chong was now a hot potato. If they threw him back to District 7, that district would never take him back. He was like a deeply embedded splinter, hardly noticeable day to day, but causing dull pain whenever touched. Sooner or later, this awkward status would need to be dealt with. It was just that Su Ling and Lu Yu were still estranged, and he still needed Lu Yu's help. Once the current matter was resolved, it wouldn't be too late to deal with the Fong father and son. For now, he'd keep him in check and prevent trouble, especially avoid offending Lu Yu. If Lu Yu became unhappy, his sister's situation would become problematic. Su Ling's thoughts raced, then he instructed, there's still a long time until nightfall. Let him go underground, but keep him away from Lu Yu. He waved at Hui. Hui, take him around. Is that really okay? Hui asked uncertainly. Give him something to do. Su Ling's tone brooked no argument. Though Hui harbored resentment, he still nodded in compliance. If he hadn't believed Fong Chang's one-sided story back then, he wouldn't have offended Lu Yu. Now that Lu Yu had shown his true abilities and was willing to treat Feng Mei, it was clear his character wasn't bad. All of this trouble had been caused by this troublemaker standing before him. Hui shot Fong Chang a fierce glare, but ultimately swallowed his complaints. This is a secret mining operation. You absolutely must not talk about it to outsiders. He walked ahead, his tone heavy. Originally, the districts had very little contact with each other. The current entanglement between Districts 6 and 7 was already rare. Some people never saw what other districts looked like in their entire lives. Fong Chang nodded repeatedly. I know. In the narrow tunnel, mining lamps flickered, illuminating the mottled stone walls. Rumbling sounds came intermittently as villagers bent over, swinging their pickaxes. Hui led him around for a quick survey, muttering under his breath. I wonder if this place will still be useful after Feng Mei is cured. Then he pointed to the sorting area. If you want to do something, work with them. Put the gold ore separately in that box over there, and sort everything else by category into those containers. Fong Chang responded and ran over, placing both hands on the lid of a wooden box nearby, and lifting it open with a creak. The next second, the sight of all that gold ore nearly blinded him. So much gold ore. Fong Chang's hand rested on the lid of the chest, his fingertips trembling slightly. The golden ore glittered in the dim torchlight, and his eyes were filled with greed. Hui, who had learned his lesson before, shot him a sideways glance and coldly warned, I'd advise you not to get any funny ideas about the gold ore in there. Fong Chang shuddered violently and quickly slammed the lid shut, forcing out a dry laugh. Me? How could I? Hui crossed his arms, his gaze cutting through him like a blade. Stop playing dumb with me. I know exactly what kind of person you are. The two had once been partners in crime, and they knew each other's secrets inside and out. Fong Chang smiled sheepishly, but his eyes still lingered longingly on the chest of gold ore. Hui pointed toward a group of villagers busy hammering stones in the distance. If you've got nothing better to do, go help them work. The daily harvest gets exchanged for food rations. Even if you can't get the gold ore, there are other benefits. Thinking he'd struck it lucky, Fong Chang eagerly ran to the toolbox, grabbed a pickaxe, and joined the crew. Feeling restless himself, Hui also picked up a pickaxe and followed. It was rare to see Fong Chang working so hard back in the 7th district. He'd been the champion of slacking off. He'd normally dodge work whenever possible, and when it was his turn to contribute, he could always come up with a pile of excuses. Now, driven by his survival instincts, he was terrified of becoming a useless idler in the 6th district or a pawn in the 7th district, and even more afraid of becoming a complete cast-off in the deal between Lu Yu and Su Ling. Watching him dig into the wall with fierce determination, Hui called out a reminder. Be careful. Stop and listen for sounds from time to time. Got it, Fong Chang replied quickly, his voice dismissive, clearly not taking the advice to heart. Hui could only shake his head and sigh. Maybe after getting a lava bath, he'd finally learn his lesson. To guard against lava, they deliberately built a water pool in the clearing. Previously, villagers had broken through the rock layer and released lava, but fortunately they'd managed to extinguish it with water before disaster struck. This proved that having a backup water pool was absolutely necessary. Hui had intended to let Fong Chang learn a small lesson, but he hadn't anticipated that something much worse was approaching. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He was the first to catch that sinister sound. What's that noise? Hui squinted and looked around. The nearby villagers were startled and stopped working. Huh? I didn't hear anything. Someone laughed and cursed. Monkey, don't scare us. Fong Chang continued hammering away with his head down, the thunderous clash of pickaxe against stone wall, combined with everyone's chatter, completely drowning out the hissing sound. Hui felt uneasy but couldn't locate the source of the sound for the moment. Maybe I heard wrong, he muttered to himself. Fong Chang finally smashed through the last piece of stone in front of him, but the next moment he froze. Beyond it was nothing, just a pitch-black, deep hole. Empty. The darkness gaped like a giant maw, and he couldn't help but lean forward for a closer look. Be careful. Hui's words were cut short. Ah! A scream tore through the air. A bright green spider burst out of the hole, its countless red eyes gleaming with an eerie light, staring fixedly at Fong Chang. Before he could retreat, the spider lunged at him. There's a spider. Hui swung his axe at the creature. When mining in the 6th district, they'd encountered monsters before, but back then they had strength in numbers and wielded axes that the poor didn't realize were actually divine weapons of the war god. One strike per person could solve the problem. After the initial panic, he and the villagers had planned to kill this thing the same way. However, from the depths of the black hole emerged another spider head, equally covered with eyes. There was more than one. As soon as the words left his mouth, something even more terrifying happened. The first spider had just squeezed out of the hole when a second one crawled out right behind it. its 8 sharp legs scraping against the stone wall with a piercing, grating sound. Ho Yi's face instantly turned ashen, his voice trembling as he shouted, It's a monster nest." This warning snapped everyone back to reality like a whip crack. Run, evacuate. The escape routes they had memorized during drills now came in handy as the villagers dropped everything and swarmed toward the cave entrance. Fong Chong, however, remained frozen in place, his legs shaking like sieves as he screamed and stumbled backward. "Help! Help me!" Ho Yi had already run halfway out, but turned back when he saw this, rushing back to grab Fong Chong by the collar and drag him out. Seal it! Seal it shut! Outside the cave, other villagers saw the group emerge covered in dust and dirt, their faces filled with terror, and quickly asked, "What happened?" "Quick! Go find Mr. Su!" gasped the breathless villagers as they frantically spread the news. "We've dug into a monster nest." They didn't know what a spawner was, so they could only describe the pitch black hole as a gathering place for monsters. When Su Ling arrived after hearing the news, the scene was already in chaos. Pickaxes scattered about, wooden buckets overturned, and several villagers lying sprawled on the ground with faces turning blue and purple. "What happened?" he asked frantically, his voice shaking with anxiety. During the chaotic escape, some people had unfortunately been bitten by the spiders. Ho Yi was sweating profusely with worry, watching his companions writhing and wailing on the ground while feeling completely helpless. "I don't know." Fong Chong dug into a cave, and several spiders came rushing out. After they were bitten, they became like this. Su Ling crouched down to observe and noticed that these people's health bars were visibly dropping bit by bit. "They're poisoned." Ho Yi tensed up. Venomous spiders. What kind of monsters did they encounter? Meanwhile, Lu Yu was leisurely tending to his farm work elsewhere. He planted the newly acquired beetroot in his redstone farm, then went through the nether portal back to his secret base to make backups. Beetroot has now joined the redstone farm package. After completing all the steps, he crossed back through the nether portal to the overworld, only to be grabbed by Chung Yi as soon as he landed. "Come on, let me show you some good drama." "What drama?" Chung Yi opened the global chat group right in front of Lu Yu. The screen was flooded with curses. "You lying bitch. Nothing but a damn scammer. Full of lies. If this were the real world, I'd tear you apart piece by piece when I catch you." The cursor was frantically tagging player 024, Ning Yao. Ching Yi, looking like he was enjoying the gossip, explained the whole story to Lu Yu. Ning Yao had asked the group for ways to deal with the witch that Z had become. A kind-hearted player not only told her the solution, but was also willing to trade bows and arrows. Ning Yao agreed verbally but couldn't produce any items to exchange, so she simply ran off when the trading interface appeared. By the time the helpful player realized he'd been scammed, Ning Yao had already vanished. But before long, she appeared again, this time urgently asking the group how to cure poison. The player coldly replied, "Pay back the gold you owe me first, then I'll tell you." Ning Yao immediately started acting cute and pleading. "I didn't mean to trick you. I really need it urgently. Please, big brother. How about I be your girlfriend if you tell me the method?" Instantly, the chat group exploded. "Holy shit, there's such a good deal. Bro, can you handle it or not? If not, I'm stepping in." "You're not agreeing to this? Are you even a man?" Since arriving in this blocky world, most players had completely forgotten about the concept of girlfriends, leaving them with only their lonely but reliable right hands for companionship. Player 010, the honest guy, felt restless as he watched their conversation unfold. He had originally planned to firmly refuse, but with everyone egging him on, it would make him look less than manly if he didn't agree. Left with no choice, 010 had to compromise, thinking to himself, since he'd have company, it wouldn't be so bada, just hoped that woman wouldn't cause any more trouble. He was confident he could reform Ning Yao, but he had overestimated himself. Forget about reforming her, he couldn't even catch her. At this point, everyone finally confirmed that milk could cure the poison. So 010 followed the crowd. When Ning Yao learned the news, she stared at the herd of cows in front of her, still completely clueless. Knowing that milk could save her life was one thing, but how could she actually get it out? Should she check which were male and female first? She slaughtered several cows, but only beef and leather dropped. "Didn't we agree not to kill the cows randomly?" a villager reminded her. "I'm about to die, and you're giving me grief?" Ning Yao roared. Her facade as a well-behaved honor student instantly crumbled. This was the first time anyone had seen her lose control like this. After multiple failed attempts, she fell silent for a moment, then returned to the chat channel and typed, "How do you get milk?" 010, feeling sympathetic, responded, "I'll just give you a few bottles directly." "Oh, how generous of you." Ning Yao's eyes swept over the other poisoned villagers nearby, her expression contemptuous. Since he was willing to give, she might as well save these lowlifes while she was at it. "Fine, give me several bottles." When the milk airdrop arrived, she immediately tilted her head back and drank deeply. Her green health bar instantly turned red, and she excitedly announced, "All better." "Yao Yao." Several villagers called out weakly. Looking over at them, their faces were deathly pale, the light in their eyes about to fade. Only then did Ning Yao toss the remaining milk over. Here you go. The villagers quickly gulped it down and finally recovered from the poison. The onlooking buddy's mindset completely collapsed. That's so awful. It's basically fraud. Stay away from that woman from now on. But the one making these sarcastic remarks was the very person who had pushed his friend into the fire pit in the first place. Lu Yu, having figured out the whole story, just let out a cold laugh. In his eyes, these people were nothing but a rabble. Chung Yi muttered regretfully. Can't believe that vicious woman got cured. She's so evil. She should have died from the poison. Lu Yu hadn't expected to eliminate Ning Yao in one go anyway, so he remained calm, only hoping she wouldn't bother Z anymore. Everyone was busy watching the drama when suddenly there was commotion outside. Since others couldn't enter Lu Yu's room, they had to shout through the door. Something big happened. Lu Yu. Lu Yu sighed. These people had too many big events every day. He decided to just open the door. To his surprise, it was Su Ling himself who had come to report. Su Ling grabbed Lu Yu. Fong Chong dug up some monster underground. The monster is poisonous, and several villagers have been poisoned. Poisoned? Lu Yu and Chung Yi exchanged glances. What a coincidence they had encountered the same trouble when they first arrived at this outpost. Azi had lost her mind and turned into a witch, attacking anyone she saw while splashing poison on Chung Yi and Wen Hao. To cure them, Lu Yu had deliberately brought back an entire backpack of milk from a nearby ranch on the return trip, half used immediately to save lives, half kept in reserve. Now, someone else was poisoned. Lu Yu opened his backpack and handed the entire bundle of glass bottles to Su Ling. Take these. Su Ling hefted the bottles, watching the milky white liquid slosh gently inside. This is milk? Yes. For detoxification. Didn't you know? Lu Yu answered casually. I never thought that would work. Su Ling didn't have time for more questions and ran toward the mine entrance, clutching the milk. At the entrance, victims lay scattered about, their skin purple and bodies convulsing. Su Ling knelt on the ground, prying open bottle caps one by one and pouring the milk down each person's throat. After a few minutes, most people's complexions gradually returned to normal, but when it came to Fong Chong's turn, the last bottle was empty. Su Ling looked down at the empty bottle, then felt around his empty backpack, spreading his hands helplessly. Dad. Fong Ao had just arrived to see his father writhing on the ground, groaning in pain, while several others nearby had already recovered. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Su Ling. Su Ling quickly explained. It really ran out when we got to your father. I'll go ask Lu Yu for more right away. Lu Yu gave you this stuff? Fong Ao gritted his teeth. Remembering past grievances, he said grimly, don't bother. He won't give us any. Lu Yu isn't that kind of person, Su Ling protested. Fong Ao's emotions suddenly flared. He deliberately gave one bottle to Few, doesn't want to save my dad. Su Ling sighed. We didn't even know how many people were poisoned. He just grabbed what he could. It's just a coincidence there wasn't enough. Fong Chong's muscles spasmed as he cried out in pain, reaching for his son's arm. Son, save me. Tears welled up in Fong Ao's eyes as he held his father's shoulders. We were so comfortable back in District 7. Why did we leave to suffer like this? Fong Chong gritted his teeth in pain, still muttering. It's all because of Fao. Su Ling reminded them. Saving his life comes first. Fong Ao took a deep breath and could only nod. Dad, I'll go ask him for the antidote. Ask him. The thought of having to humble himself before that brat made Fong Chong's face twist with both pain and humiliation. Ow, what a sin. By the vegetable garden, newly planted sugar beets swayed their fresh green leaves in the wind. Lu Yu carried several bowls of sugar beet soup to distribute among nearby villagers, saying, drink it while it's hot, which prompted a chorus of thanks. The laughter and chatter formed a stark contrast to the screams from the mine. Su Ling stood to the side, feeling unsettled. Why did all troubles seem to bypass District 7? Lu Yu stood at the center of the crowd, like the moon surrounded by stars. Why are you here again? Lu Yu looked up. Fong Ao strode over aggressively, veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Yu, whatever grudge you have, take it out on me. Watching Fong Ao approach aggressively, Lu Yu felt like he was just looking for trouble. I'm targeting you. Lu Yu simply sat down on a wooden stump by the vegetable patch, crossed his legs, and spoke in a casual yet sharp tone. What do you have that's worth targeting? Are you even worth it? That single sentence left Fong Ao speechless, his face flushing red. The other party clearly looked down on him, yet he couldn't find a single word to argue back, only clenching his fists tightly. Seeing this, Su Ling quickly pushed Fong Ao aside and stepped forward to explain. His father is poisoned and urgently needs milk, but we've run out. Only then did Fong Ao regain some confidence, though he still couldn't shake his aggressive attitude. Lu Yu, are you deliberately refusing to give my father the antidote? Lu Yu rolled his eyes and shook the dirt off his hands. Do I look like I have nothing better to do? You suddenly barge in while I'm busy planting vegetables, and now you're here to interrogate me. Fong Ao persisted. Then why won't you cure my father? Fong Ao, can't you understand human speech? Do you need your teacher to come teach you again? Lu Yu looked disgusted. Su Ling asked me for the milk, and I gave him everything. There's not a single bottle left in my pocket. Want to check? He patted his pants pockets, the hollow sound clearly audible. Cheng-Yi couldn't stand such unreasonable behavior and immediately stepped out to scold Fong Ao. Kid, Liu helped you, and that was wrong? We walked 99 steps, and when you can't take the last step, you blame us for screwing you over. What kind of logic is that? Su Ling also hung his head in shame, pulling Fong Ao back. Liu, is it really all gone? Liu nodded, not a drop left. Then we'll figure something out ourselves. Su Ling gritted his teeth. Cheng Yi's anger flared even more as he poked Fong Ao's shoulder. Stop always targeting Liu. Wouldn't it be better to use that energy for questioning people on something useful? Do you dare go milk the cows yourself to save your father? I. Thinking of the dangers in the wilderness, Fong Ao's legs trembled. If that place were truly safe, they would have gone long ago now. It was clearly extremely dangerous. Cheng Yi pressed. Are you going or not? If he didn't agree, he'd be an unfilial son who refused to save his father's life. Fong Ao could only bow his head in compromise. In District 7, only Cheng-Yi, Wen Hao, and Az knew the location of District 5's cattle herd. Since Az had just recovered and couldn't risk another adventure, Liu assigned Wen Hao to lead the way. For safety's sake, Liu equipped Wen Hao with a full set of iron armor, handed him a gleaming iron sword, and stuffed extra splash potions into his hands. If you really encounter monsters, throw the potions at them and run. You're fast on your feet, you can make it back. The heavy iron armor gleamed in the sunlight, making Wen Hao look armed to the teeth, while Fong Ao only held a worn stone axe, looking pitifully inadequate. As an orphan in District 7 who was now dependent on others' charity, he couldn't expect any equipment and could only grip his axe handle tightly. Feeling bitter yet helpless, it was all his own doing. Wen Hao listened carefully to the instructions and nodded decisively. Got it. Though younger than Fong Ao, he showed no sign of fear. Everyone could see the difference between the two. Liu cast a final glance at Fong Ao. Be back before dark. If you don't bring the milk back, you'll bow to me 3 times. I'll still help out, but the bowing is non-negotiable. Bow to Liu. Rage surged through Fong Ao. Meeting the playful glint in Liu's eyes, a fierce determination welled up inside him. He absolutely couldn't let this guy have the last laugh. He immediately grabbed his backpack and set off, with Wen Hao following close behind to serve as a guide. Meanwhile, Su Ling was about to leave, seeing that things seemed to be taking a turn for the better, when Liu's voice suddenly reached his ears. Wait a moment. Su Ling turned around and asked politely, is there something else? Those spiders underground, are you planning to keep them locked up forever? Su Ling hesitated before nodding. They're venomous and too dangerous. I can only seal them temporarily. Before he could finish, Su Ling saw Liu draw his sword and casually drag over his lackey Cheng-Yi. What are you doing? Leaving danger there is just asking for trouble. Better to clean it all out at once, Liu replied calmly. Su Ling was stunned, not expecting such a bold statement. You mean you want to clear out the spiders in the mine? Yes. Liu nodded. But they're venomous. If they're venomous, we'll deal with the poison. It's not that complicated, Liu interrupted. Besides, your sister's medicine needs spider glands. They'll be perfect for my use. This reasoning left Su Ling speechless, and he could only follow along silently. Cheng-Yi, however, exploded. Those are spiders. And there'll be a whole bunch of monsters in that spawner. Are you dragging me along? To learn from me, Liu said, gripping Cheng-Yi's collar and ignoring his wails. The mine entrance was cold and cramped, with water seeping through the stone walls. Su Ling smiled bitterly. You really have been here before, kid. Liu waved away the curious players, leaving only Su Ling and Cheng-Yi, then dragged Cheng-Yi into the darkness. The moment they stepped inside, sharp scuttling sounds echoed through the tunnel as the spiders caught their scent and swarmed toward them. Spiders! Cheng-Yi screamed, his nails digging into the cobblestone as he tried to flee. Help me! Liu gripped his iron sword and instead shoved the arthropod slayer into Cheng-Yi's arms. Scared? Then cut them all down. I can't. Cheng-Yi curled up into a ball, trembling. A cave spider lunged forward. Liu's sword flashed, cleaving it in two as bright green venom splattered across the stone. He said calmly, if you can't get past this hurdle, the moment an enemy puts a single spider in front of you, you'll be nothing but prey. Are you willing to die because of cowardice? Cheng-Yi bit his lip and said nothing. Stand up. Jolted awake by the command, Cheng-Yi gripped the arthropod slayer and tremblingly faced another cave spider, striking hard. The black-green body immediately split in half. Liu nodded with satisfaction. See? What's there to be afraid of? It's just one strike. Cheng-Yi hefted the venom-dripping sword in his hands, his chest heaving violently. Suddenly, he realized these spiders weren't scary at all. They were just creatures so weak that he could kill them with a single blow. With the arthropod bane enchantment, killing spiders became effortless. The two charged into the mine one after the other, their silver blades gleaming with blue enchanted light. Within moments, they had cleared out every cave spider scattered around the entrance. Liu casually harvested the spider eyes he needed, stuffing the wet orbs into his backpack. He surveyed the area, searching for the monster spawner the villagers had mentioned. A freshly spawned spider was just poking its head through a fist-sized crack. He raised his sword and struck it down with a few swift blows, then swung his pickaxe to widen the opening until it was large enough for a person to pass through. Cold wind rushed out from the pitch-black interior. Lu Yu charged in with a torch, quickly placing candles along the walls and ceiling with swift movements. The warm orange glow instantly banished the shadows. 3 more cave spiders lunged at him from around the spawner, but he dispatched them cleanly. Finally, the area around the cage fell silent. Is that it? Cheng-Yi wiped spider webs from his face. Yes, nothing to worry about now. Lu Yu nodded, immediately claiming the cave spider spawner and the surrounding area as his territory. His reasoning was simple. 1. To prevent unsuspecting villagers from wandering in and getting poisoned, which would leave him to clean up the mess. 2. To keep other players from swooping in to steal resources. Cave spiders were small half-blocks couldn't contain them. Only fences would work. They were also skilled climbers, making them unsuitable for fully automated farms. But having a spawner was better than nothing, and since he'd stumbled upon it, he naturally claimed it. He didn't have time to build a mob farm right now, so he'd deal with that later. With everything handled, the two returned to the surface. The whole ordeal had taken barely 10 minutes. Su Ling was waiting at the mine entrance. Seeing them emerge, he immediately rushed over. How did it go? Was it difficult? Do you need more weapons? He assumed the mission wasn't complete and was ready to provide supplies. Cheng-Yi grinned proudly. All good, Brother Su. Lu Yu's tone was calm. It's safe now. Just make sure you all stay away from that area. In fact, even if they wanted to approach, they couldn't. The territory's protective barrier would bounce them back. Huh. Su Ling froze, glancing at the villagers beside him. Everyone looked equally stunned. It was solved that quickly? After receiving unanimous confirmation, Su Ling clutched his head. This is ridiculous. The villagers cautiously returned to the mine to clean up the mess left from their earlier panicked escape. Lu Yu and Cheng-Yi spread their loot on the ground, counting each item Spider Eyes acquired. The problem of making weakness potions for Su Ling's sister was solved. Learning that Fong Mei would recover soon, the usually composed Su Ling couldn't hide his joy. He even followed Lu Yu all the way to his Sector 7 territory, watching from a distance as he brewed the potion. Sugar, Spider Eye, mushroom, the same old recipe. Add blaze powder, and the base potion was complete. Add redstone to extend the duration. Finally, pour in gunpowder to turn the potion into splash form. Z also watched curiously, since she was the one Lu Yu and the others had saved using this very method. At another workbench, Lu Yu crafted a golden apple by encircling an ordinary apple with gold. The golden light seeped into the fruit's skin through intricate engravings, symbolizing the final preparation for their next plan. Though they could have set off immediately, he deliberately looked up through the window to check the sky, a theatrical smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Cheng-Yi followed his gaze, but saw only the pitch-black night. What are you looking at? Someone's probably going to have to bow down to me soon. Lu Yu patted the tools in his hands. Better make a spare just in case. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed another apple and gold ingot, skillfully crafting a second golden apple. Under the heavy night sky, they stepped outside. From the direction of District 6 gate, 2 figures approached one after another. The one in front hung his head dejectedly like a quail, while the one behind strode confidently, as if returning from victory. Wen Hao, you're back? Aziz hurried forward, her eyes scanning the young man up and down. Are you hurt? Wen Hao regarded Aziz as a sister, and she likewise treated him as her own younger brother. At this moment, the young man looked spirited, nothing like someone who had just returned from a dangerous zone. I'm fine. He pointed at the dejected Fong Ao. We encountered a green, chunky monster. He was about to run away. I saw that the creature was square-shaped, chubby, and moved slowly, so I thought I'd try to take it down. He scratched the back of his head, his tone slightly embarrassed. Mainly because Brother Lu Yu gave me such good equipment, and I was feeling bold, so I just charged in. Didn't expect to actually defeat it. Lu Yu's eyes lit up, grinning broadly. Oh ho, turns out the kid's a warrior. Wen Hao opened his palm, presenting the drop from that square, green, silly-looking monster to Lu Yu. It dropped this. I don't know what it's for. It was a slime drop. Lu Yu waited for a moment and nodded with satisfaction. This has great uses. He patted Wen Hao's shoulder. Well done. With the praise settled, everyone's attention turned to Fong Ao. What about you? Did you get the milk for the antidote? Fong Ao kept his head down, his voice barely audible. No, I didn't. The straightforward Wen Hao didn't hold back. He was too scared to go. There were wolves near the cattle pen. In the distance, old village chief Grandpa Fong Ao's distant relative let out a long sigh, his beard trembling. So disappointing. Su Ling also shook his head in disappointment. Wen Hao scratched his head and pulled out 2 bottles of snow-white milk from his backpack. I saw he was too scared, so I went for him. Here, the milk's right here. Lu Yu reached out and roughly tousled the young man's soft hair. Really impressive, much better than certain people. Hey, hey, why are you looking at me? Cheng-Yi protested, spreading his hands. I've been working hard. Don't forget who got more kills earlier. He then extended his hand toward Lu Yu. Give me back my arthropod slayer that I lent you. Under Lu Yu's sharp gaze, Chang-Yi pursed his lips and obediently handed back the long sword with its spider-slaying enchantment. Nearby, Fong Ao felt bitter inside. Every word they spoke seemed to hint at his incompetence. As the arguing died down, Lu Yu put away his smile and turned serious. Fong Ao, do you remember what you said? Fong Ao remembered. If he couldn't bring back the milk, he would have to kneel and beg Lu Yu to save his poisoned father. But now, he returned empty-handed. When that unknown monster appeared, he had cowered, only to discover afterward that the creature was so weak even a boy smaller than him could easily defeat it. Humiliation and regret surged through him simultaneously. If he had just been a bit braver, the outcome would have been completely different. Now, he could only hate himself. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone lifting with interest gleaming in his eyes. The poisoned man was practically a stranger to him, arguably even an enemy. The longer this dragged on, the consequences would fall entirely on Fong Ao's shoulder. She wasn't in any hurry. Su Ling pressed down on Fong Ao's shoulder, trying to make him give in. Say something. Are you going to save your father or not? Fong Ao looked up toward the distant village entrance, then down at Lu Yu. His fists clenched white, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The old village chief raised his walking stick and struck the ground heavily. Kneel. Even kneeling wouldn't be unfair. Don't forget how you treated Lu Yu back then. Do you really think a simple kowtow can settle the debt? Under the mounting pressure, Fong Ao bit his lips until they turned pale. A grown man, yet his eyes grew moist. He was being pushed toward humiliation from all sides. The old village chief finally couldn't bear to watch anymore and swept his cane across, striking Fong Ao's knees. Sharp pain shot through him, and his knees buckled, sending him crashing to the ground. Having already fallen to his knees, he forced out the words through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. Please, save my father. Lu Yu's gaze remained cold and indifferent. His foot happened to step over the dirt in front of Fong Ao, neither agreeing nor refusing before he simply turned and walked deeper into the 6th district. His first stop was the small dark room where the zombie Fong Mei was confined. Learning that they would save his sister first, joy that Su Ling couldn't hide surged through his heart. Lu Yu, what about my father? Fong Ao tried to reach out and grab him, but Chang-Yi blocked his way. Chang-Yi shoved the milk that Wan Hao had brought into his palm, his face full of disgust. Stop making noise and get lost. The milk became his lifeline. Fong Ao clutched the bottle tightly and ran frantically. He stumbled and fell face first into the dust, his face reddened by the sand and gravel, but he scrambled back up. The man who once strutted arrogantly through the village was now utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, Lu Yu followed Su Ling as they pushed open the door to the dark room. The green-skinned zombie girl lunged at them, fangs and claws swinging toward them. Rower, before she could finish, Lu Yu smashed a weakness potion against her. Rapidly weakened, Fong Mei lost all ability to attack. Immediately after, he stuffed a golden apple into her mouth. As the apple went down her throat, the green color on Fong Mei's face gradually faded away inch by inch, and her eyes regained the dark green that humans should have. For the first time in 3 years, she spoke a clear word. Su Ling first couldn't believe it, then tears streamed down his face. Sister? Brother? Fong Mei recognized Su Ling first, then looked around in confusion. Where is this? Oh right, zombies. We saw so many zombies chasing us back then. Her memory stopped at the moment before she became a zombie, with 3 years of blank space, as if they had been brutally cut away. Hoi outside heard the commotion and immediately burst through the door. Su Ling had initially felt displeased upon seeing the culprit, but Hoi didn't utter a single word of nonsense. With a thud, he dropped to his knees before Su Fong Mei, prostrating himself on the ground like a scalded shrimp, his posture humble as dust. Fong Mei, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have abandoned you and run away alone. His voice suddenly rose to a shout. The sudden outburst startled the young girl. What are you doing? Hoi glanced up at her briefly, then quickly lowered his head again. I'm a grown man, yet when I saw those zombies, I left you behind and ran. Halfway through his words, he raised his fist and struck himself hard across the face. I've wronged you. He hit himself so hard that the slap rang out crisply. Su Fengmei quickly reached out to grab his arm. Stop hitting yourself. I don't blame you. Those zombies were so terrifying I was scared too. If you could run, of course you should run first. What would be the point of us both dying there together? Su Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, this silly girl never truly resented others. He pulled his sister to his side and pointed toward Lu Yu. This is the master who saved you, Lu Yu. Fengmei obediently bowed her head in thanks. Thank you. Were you the one who drove away those zombies? She still didn't know that the zombie inside her had also been expelled, but this explanation was essentially true. Lu Yu nodded faintly. Yes, that's right. The innocent girl immediately looked up at him with admiration. You're really amazing. Let Su Ling deal with explaining the 3-year gap. Lu Yu turned to leave, and just before stepping out the door, he glanced at Hoi, who was still prostrated on the ground. True repentance should have this kind of sincerity. In contrast, Fong Ao had no intention of genuinely apologizing. Lu Yu, Lu Yu, speak of the devil, and he appears. Fong Ao's gloomy face blocked the doorway, hadn't moved a single step. Why hasn't my father gotten better at all? You said milk could detoxify. Are you lying to me? How could milk possibly cure poison? You made me run around for nothing. Are you deliberately playing with me? His voice grew louder and louder. The villagers from District 6 couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward one after another. Fong Ao, we all survived by drinking the milk Lu Yu gave us. How could he be lying? Lu Yu even had someone deliver your share to you. Yet here you are slandering him. You ungrateful wretch. With everyone speaking against him, Fong Ao was surrounded and couldn't lift his head. He could only stomp his feet and roar angrily. Then why hasn't my father recovered? After saying this, he helped Fong Chong over. At this moment, Fong Chong's face no longer bore the greenish tint from the poisoning, and his skin color had returned to normal. However, his eyes were vacant, and his limbs were as soft as cotton, could only lean his entire weight against his son. Ah! He made an unclear sound that resembled neither human nor zombie. Dad, wake up! Fong Ao continued shaking him. Look, my father isn't better at all. Lu Yu snorted coldly. The poison has been neutralized. Fong Chong suddenly reached out, clawing randomly at the air. Fong Ao quickly grasped his hand. Dad, are you better? What do you want to do? Hee, there are stars, hee. Fong Chong grinned foolishly. Everyone exchanged glances, their hearts sinking simultaneously. Judging by his appearance, he had probably lost his mind. Only when someone reminded him did Fong Ao finally notice. The foolish, deranged father before him. Babbling nonsense. Isn't this exactly the same state he had once mocked Lu Yu for not recovering from? Disregarding all respect for his elders, he grabbed Fong Chong's shoulders and shook him violently, trying to literally shake the stupidity out of him. Dad, snap out of it. The shaking was useless. Years ago, when Lu Yu had been injured saving someone and left mentally impaired, this father-son duo had constantly mocked Tao Lan and bullied Lu Yu, as if the injury from that heroic act was Lu Yu's shame. Now karma had finally come full circle, just as his grandmother used to teach him as a child. Don't mock people who stutter, or you'll develop a speech impediment yourself. If Lin Xiaoming were here, she'd surely spit in their faces. Serves you right. All the suffering Lu Yu had endured was now bouncing back onto them. This was true divine justice. No matter how Fong Ao wailed and cried, no one paid attention to the father and son anymore. No medicine in the world could cure mental impairment, unless another transmigrator happened to possess Fong Chong's body. But even with Lu Yu's mental issues, he at least had that handsome Steve vibe going for him, who would willingly choose the greasy middle-aged shell that was Fong Chong. The next day, Feng Mei came to visit with gifts to express her gratitude. Unfortunately, Lu Yu was nowhere to be found. Came and went like a ghost. The moment Cheng Yi heard his sister's request, he couldn't sit still, patting his non-existent chest muscles and boasting. I'll help you find him right away. The block people had no communication tools, but he did. Cheng Yi immediately opened the chat group and frantically tagged 003. Hello. The gossip enthusiasts instantly appeared. What's up? Got beef? Going to argue? Want a duel? Cheng Yi scolded them. Get lost, there's no drama here, stop rubbernecking. Due to his excessive activity, or in other words, talking way too much, he had already become a celebrity in the group. Someone jeered. Looking for the number 3 boss? Are you too close? He couldn't be bothered to respond and continued tagging Lu Yu. You there? Where are you? Everyone snickered, like he'd actually say. Everyone kept their resource locations secret. No way he'd reveal that. The boss won't tell you. Give up. Before they could finish, user 003 replied with 2 words. Underground. Cheng Yi sent a cheeky emoji. Got it, coming right over. Oh, the spectators exploded. He understood from just underground. There's definitely something going on. So this chatterbox was actually with the 003 boss. Being talkative can get you connections with the big shots? If I'd known, I would have been spamming the chat daily. Cheng Yi simply closed the group chat, grinning from ear to ear, and said to Feng Mei. He's underground. I'll take you there. Feng Mei's eyes curved into crescents as she nodded gently. All right. The two followed the hidden passage to Lu Yu's underground hideout. Before they could even push the door open, the crackling of furnace flames and the bubbling sounds from brewing stands were already audible, clearly indicating Lu Yu was busy at work. Cheng Yi walked through unobstructed, stepping through the doorway about to pat Lu Yu on the shoulder, when suddenly there was a thunderous crash behind him. Lu Yu looked at him with confusion. What was he up to now? Cheng Yi slapped his thigh in frustration and groaned. Damn it. I screwed over the girl. Originally, Feng Mei was supposed to enter Lu Yu's territory alongside Cheng Yi, but due to different permission levels, she had barely taken a step when she crashed into what felt like an invisible wall and air barrier. Cheng Yi passed through without any trouble, while Feng Mei bounced back and landed on her bottom. Her nose and the area around her eyes turned bright red from the impact, making her look like a startled little rabbit as she sat there dazedly rubbing her forehead. What What happened to me? Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh at her pitiful appearance. He stepped forward and pulled her to her feet, casually apologizing. Sorry about that. That idiot forgot to warn you about the glass wall here. Feng Mei gave a self-deprecating laugh. I didn't even notice it, hee. Her expression reminded Lu Yu of a little sister from the orphanage who used to follow him around. That child was so small and thin that she often couldn't compete with others at the dinner table and had to make do with whatever was left behind. Yet she always smiled so gently, as if nothing in the world could make her angry. Back then, Lu Yu would secretly share some of his food with her, which earned him the nickname Little Tyrant from the other children. Feng Mei looked exactly like that little follower, and he unconsciously felt drawn to her, forgetting to let go of the hand he was holding. Are you hurt? Any cuts or bleeding? He looked down at her carefully. Feng Mei quickly waved her hands, as if afraid of troubling anyone. No, I'm perfectly fine. Just at that moment, Azi came running down the stairs and caught sight of Lu Yu holding Feng Mei's hand with a gentle, warm smile on his face. Remembering how he had tricked her into riding a pig and locked her in a dark room, she immediately felt indignant. This guy is smiling at another girl like a spring breeze. Does he not see me as a girl at all? Azi glanced down at her own figure, then looked at Feng Mei's obviously curved silhouette, and suddenly felt ashamed of herself. Could it be that just because I'm flat as a board, this guy has been treating me like a man this whole time? Men really are all shallow creatures who only care about cup sizes. Chang'e noticed Azi's gaze darting between himself and Feng Mei. So he quickly covered his mouth and forcibly suppressed his gossipy curiosity. This was turning into a battlefield. He thought Azi was weighing his and Feng Mei's importance in Lu Yu's heart, never imagining that this silly girl was actually comparing sizes. The next second, a sharp flick landed on Chang'e's forehead. Azi scolded him huffily. Put away those gossipy eyes of yours, you look like a nosy old hen. Chang'e rubbed his forehead and muttered. Was it that obvious? Lu Yu couldn't be bothered with these two clowns. He pulled up his control panel and tapped away, granting permissions to Feng Mei, Azi, and Wen Hao respectively. Based on the past few days of interaction and his gut feeling, he thought these people were fairly trustworthy. Some were so innocent that while they might be foolish, they clearly couldn't do anything malicious. Come on in, everyone. Feng Mei, being the most well-mannered, bowed politely at the entrance before stepping through the air barrier. Sorry for the intrusion, Brother Lu Yu. My brother asked me to give you this first. Lu Yu reached out to accept it. What is it? The object felt heavy in his palm, several pieces of lapis lazuli with smooth texture and bright color. Feng Mei gently tapped her forehead, trying to recall her brother's instructions. My brother said he doesn't know exactly what they can be used for, but they're quite beautiful and suitable as a thank you gift, so he asked me to bring them to you first. He actually prepared another gift as well, but he wants you to wait a bit longer for that one. Such a generous thank you gift. Lu Yu chuckled. Feng Mei nodded obediently. Su Ling's intention was simple. Lu Yu had saved his sister, so he absolutely had to express proper gratitude. This gift was just to show his appreciation for now, while the real substantial gift would need another day or so to prepare. Though when she was picking up the stones, Feng Mei had heard Su Ling mutter quietly. Even though it'll all be his eventually anyway. Whatever, let's just do it this way for now. Feng Mei finished what she needed to do and stepped back. Now it was Azi and Wen Hao's turn to take the stage, and Lu Yu finally got a real taste of what being a village chief felt like. Several people lined up in front of him, taking turns dumping trivial matters on his plate. Azi grabbed Wen Hao and pulled him to the front, then shoved a complete set of iron armor into Lu Yu's arms. Lu Yu, thank you for the iron armor. I don't need it anymore, so I'm returning it to you. Wen Hao wasn't very tall and looked quite well behaved, holding the iron armor set with both hands in a serious manner. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Kid, when I gave it to you to wear, it was a gift. Why are you returning it? Wen Hao scratched his head and let out a confused huh? Really? But Azi didn't let go, still pushing the armor back. This is way too valuable. You've already taken us and we don't even know how to thank you. Seeing her serious expression, Lu Yu burst out laughing. You silly girl, now you're being formal with me? I'm not silly. Azi immediately bristled at the word silly, stomping her feet in frustration. The topic got derailed, and the original matter was instantly forgotten. She put her hands on her hips like a kid who doesn't know how to curse, but still wants to argue. People who call others silly are the biggest fools of all. After making enough of a fuss, Azi finally remembered what she actually came to do. Wait, I didn't come here to bicker with you. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. If you really want to return it, that's fine. I can use it for practice anyway. Everyone exchanged glances. What was this mysterious little Lu Yu planning now? They watched him weigh the lapis lazuli in his hand and nod. Perfect, saves me a trip. It turned out that all his earlier bustling around was preparation for enchanting. But lately, his luck had been terrible. The enchantments he got were more useless than the last. The most ridiculous was getting a thorns enchantment that hurt both enemies and himself, and the rest were just minor level 1 or 2 effects. Thinking back to his gaming experiences, always hitting pity on 10 pulls, needing 80 pulls to get anything good, Lu Yu could only console himself. Skill is what really matters. Luck doesn't mean squat. He stuffed the lapis lazuli into Cheng Yi's hands. Here, you do it. This unlucky kid had probably sacrificed all his romantic luck for incredible gaming fortune. Cheng Yi scratched his head. You want me to do it? How? Everyone moved to the enchanting table. Lu Yu quickly explained the process. Put the weapon in, then add lapis lazuli, or you can spend your experience levels. Cheng Yi followed the instructions. The next second, the book pages fluttered without any wind, accompanied by a pale blue glow. Faced with the string of squiggly symbols, he instantly froze. Bro, what the heck does this say? Lu Yu explained. That's the standard galactic alphabet. Each symbol corresponds to an English letter. You can read it by substituting them. Though the enchantment text originally doesn't have any real meaning, huh? He suddenly squinted. Sweeping edge. Originally, those letters in Minecraft were just gibberish, but when he mentally translated them, he actually got a clear enchantment name. Cheng Yi was so shocked he started cursing. Holy crap. Bro, you actually understand this stuff. No need to say more. Just some pointless stuff I did during my edgy phase. Lu Yu would absolutely never tell anyone else that he had once studied and learned to write this coded script. Back in his naive youth, he had secretly used this script to write a love letter to the class beauty, only to have it treated as some bizarre curse and burned on the spot. The poor girl was so terrified that she called a feng shui master to her house that very night to exorcise evil spirits. Lu Yu felt both embarrassed and exhausted, but that day he also came to an important realization: women would only slow down his sword-drawing speed. From then on, he swore off romance and threw himself completely into the blocky world of MC. Cheng Yi gathered around him with gossip-hungry eyes. There's a story there? No. Lu Yu replied decisively, snatching the freshly enchanted sweeping edge sword from Cheng Yi's hands and turning to stuff it into One Hao's arms. Now you can have it. Originally planning to give the kid just a basic set of iron armor, Lu Yu felt it was too shabby and added a complete set of enchanted equipment instead. The sword gleamed with light, and the armor's surface shimmered with a faint glow, making One Hao's hands tremble. He had seen ordinary iron armor before, but this had become a glowing luxury version that looked frighteningly expensive. The young man looked up at Z, then at Lu Yu, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Take it and try it on. Lu Yu's voice dropped a few notches. Wen Hao had no choice but to reluctantly accept it, not expecting the chain of surprises that followed. Cheng Yi continued operating the enchanting tablia chest plate, with protection 4 and projectile protection 2, pants with blast protection, boots with feather falling, and a helmet with unbreaking. Moments later, Wen Hao was fully armed, glowing all over, and hard as a wall. Wow, Wen Hao, you look like a top-tier miner back from District 1, someone jeered. Wen Hao bashfully scratched his head and smiled innocently. Seeing Cheng Yi was on a roll, Lu Yu directly pulled out a gleaming diamond pickaxe. Want to try this one? At the sight of diamond, Cheng Yi's psychological defenses crumbled instantly. Diamond? Lu Yu wore a benevolent smile but spoke with casual indifference. Mess up the enchantment, and I'll throw you to the spiders. Cheng Yi swallowed hard and nervously placed the lapis lazuli into the slot. Lu big brother, take a look at this. What does it mean? Lu Yu glanced over Fortune 3, Efficiency 4. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Cheng Yi's heart skipped a beat. Is that bad? It was precisely this perfect result that made Lu Yu jealous. While cursing lucky bastards can all go die, he still patted Cheng Yi's shoulder. Good. Very good indeed. His expression shifted from stormy to sunny, and Cheng Yi narrowly escaped disaster. With iron ingots in abundance, Lu Yu crafted several more sets of iron equipment and bows for Cheng Yi to enchant. After the marathon session, Cheng Yi collapsed beside the enchanting table like a dried-out fish. No, I can't go on. Lu Yu picked and chose, putting on the final set of equipment that pleased him most, then lifted Cheng Yi up with one hand. Don't collapse yet. We still have work to do. Huh? More? Help. I'm reporting you for employee exploitation. Cheng Yi tried to run but was held firmly, only able to wail in protest. Meanwhile, Fong Mei watched with delight, so the lapis lazuli they had given could make equipment glow and become stronger. She rushed back to tell Su Ling everything. Brother, that lapis lazuli really can make clothes glow and become more powerful. Did you know? After a moment's analysis, Su Ling realized with shock. Enchanting. That's enchanting. The elderly people around him immediately burst into excited chatter. An enchanter. So Lu Yu is also an enchanter. Su Ling's grin stretched from ear to ear as he burst into laughter. Now, does anyone still object to letting Lu Yu take over our District 6? He was the young leader of District 7, the miracle doctor who had restored Fong Mei from her mindless, zombie-like state back to human form, and a top-tier warrior capable of sweeping away terrifying monsters. Children could praise his cooking to the skies in one breath, and even adults found themselves savoring every bite. With a mere gesture, he could raise magnificent buildings from the ground, and darkness and underground spaces seemed like his personal garden. This was how Su Ling painted the picture of Lu Yu to the elders of District 6. But to these reclusive old folks, it all sounded like pure fantasy. Someone from mere District 7? Su Ling, even if you think highly of him, you don't need to make up such stories to fool us, do you? Su Ling slammed the table in frustration, yet was too agitated to find words. Just then, Su Fengmei burst through the door and spilled everything she had just witnessed. Lu Yu had taught Cheng Yi, and one how to craft a pile of blindingly bright equipment. One how had tested the new weapon Lu Yu gave him on the spot, cleanly slicing through a metal frame, leaving her utterly stunned. Having just awakened from 3 years of slumber, she was still in a daze when she discovered that the little boys from before had become so powerful. Lu Yu's miraculous abilities were unlike anything she had seen in over a decade. Halfway through her account, she noticed several District 6 elders in the room, and her cheeks flushed red. However, Feng Mei's testimony hid exactly what excited these old folks. After exchanging glances, they exclaimed in unison, "He's no ordinary person. He must be an enchanter from District 1 who ended up in District 7. Some even conjured up an entire tale of a fallen District 1 enchanter on the spot, weaving together his background and motivations with remarkable detail. Su Ling opened his mouth, wanting to remind them that this legend was actually only 18 years old, while they were imagining someone at least 30. But to ensure Lu Yu's smooth succession, he swallowed his words. When the discussion ended, the elders had made their decision. Entrusting the village to an enchanter could never be wrong. The shimmering, colorful block symbol of village leadership was solemnly handed to Su Ling. "You've worked hard all these years, young man." One elder laughed heartily. "You must have been eager to pass on this burden for a while now." Su Ling chuckled cheerfully. "Indeed I have." Then he pulled Su Fengmei along. "Come on, let's go prepare. We need to give Lu Yu a proper welcome." Fengmei thought for a moment. "Brother, when I left, Lu Yu and the others had gone out again." Su Ling sighed helplessly. "That guy really can't sit still for a moment." At that very moment, Lu Yu was pulling out the slime balls one how had brought back last time, combining them with spider silk to make 2 sturdy ropes. He handed one to Cheng Yi, pocketed the other, and stuffed his backpack full of tools and empty slots. "This trip to the swamp, we're clearing out every single resource, not leaving a drop behind," he instructed Cheng Yi. The two ventured into the forest, and before long encountered the wolf pack they hadn't had time to tame last time. Lu Yu casually tossed a few bones to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi bristled with indignation. "You're insulting me. When haven't you been the one playing fetch? I gave you those bones to tame the wolves." Cheng Yi finally understood, crouching at the edge of the wolf pack with several greasy bones in hand, gently waving them as bait. "Here, doggies, come here. I've got bones for you." The gray-black wolves sniffed around on the gravel, ears perked up, drawn step by step closer by the enticing aroma of the bones. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stood not far away, drawing his fire-enchanted iron sword, facing a herd of cows peacefully grazing. The cows glanced back and caught sight of the gleaming blade. Brave cows fear no hardship. In the next second, flames shot along the sword's edge, and several cows collapsed instantly. The beef that hit the ground was immediately cooked into fragrant, steaming steaks. When the aroma of beef drifted over, Cheng Yi had also finished his task. He lifted his chin proudly. "How's that? I only fed them 2 bones, and they're already following me around like loyal pets." Lu Yu nodded seriously. "You're terrible with people, but apparently great with dogs." Cheng Yi sensed something was off about that comment, and was about to retort when he saw Lu Yu had already crouched down in the grass like a little girl picking mushrooms, collecting the small mushrooms from the ground one by one into his bag. The two then crossed through the soggy swamp, stepping on the squelching mud until they reached the seaside. The salty sea breeze hit their faces, and when Cheng Yi looked up, he was stunned by the giant mushroom on the shore. "Holy crap, that's one massive mushroom." Lu Yu, however, walked straight to a bright red mushroom with red and white spotted mushroom caps on its back, invited it out of its hiding spot in the dirt pit, skillfully pulled out a lead rope to put around its neck, and carefully dug out blocks to build steps. "Come on up, little red." Cheng Yi looked at him with concern. "Lu Yu, you came all this way just for this thing? What else?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow with a "you should know better" expression. "This is a mushroom. Many people play this game for years and only see them in creative mode or videos. Now that you can actually touch one, aren't you excited?" He then muttered under his breath, "Damn it, stupid humans just don't understand the value of mushrooms." Cheng Yi pointed at the mushrooms on the mushroom's body, whispering, "Why is it all moldy and covered in fungi? It's naturally like that. Those mushrooms are edible." Lu Yu patted the mushroom's back. Cheng Yi had an epiphany. "Oh, so it's a mobile food source." Lu Yu snorted. "That's not all it's good for." Cheng Yi immediately became enthusiastic. "I've got another rope here. Should we take another one?" Without waiting for Lu Yu's answer, he had already put the rope around the neck of a rare brown mushroom nearby. "Let's bring this one too." The two completed their sweep of the border area between Districts 5 and 6, leading 2 mushrooms and several tamed wolves in a grand procession back to the 6th district. "Look, they're back." The gate guard spotted the group from afar. 2 people, 2 cows, and several wolves in couldn't help but exclaim. 2 people went out, and a whole army came back. That's just ridiculous. At the gates of the 6th district, Su Ling was already waiting with his people. Fong Mei was immediately drawn to the bright red cow with mushrooms on its back. There are actually red cows? Look, there are mushrooms growing on the cow. Everyone was distracted by the curious sight and nearly forgot the main business. Lu Yu was in no hurry at all, leading his cow a few steps before casually picking wildflowers along the way, taking his sweet time. Su Ling was so anxious he was practically stamping his feet, and finally just pulled Lu Yu directly into the center of the group. What's going on? Lu Yu finally noticed the crowd surrounding him, people from both the 6th and 7th districts. All eyes focused on him. He looked completely puzzled, while Su Ling solemnly straightened his shoulders and spoke. Lu Yu, I want to ask you, would you be willing to take over the 6th district from me? To be honest, someone as cunning and deceitful as Lu Yu originally planned to steal, but unexpectedly, good fortune just fell into his lap. The torches at the entrance of the mine crackled, illuminating Su Ling's calm and carefree smile. Lu Yu squinted, eyeing him suspiciously. Are you sure? I'm from Zone 7. Su Ling placed his hands on his hips and shook his head with a smile. We in Zone 6 never judge by background. Otherwise, how could someone like me, who has no parents or support, have reached this position? Lu Yu pressed further. You're a native of Zone 6, but I'm a true outsider. Before he could finish, Hoi stepped forward, his gaze steady. Lu Yu, we all recognize your strength. To be honest, if you could take over Zone 6, that would be the best choice. Su Ling chimed in, his eyes gleaming. Exactly. What I crave is your ability and knowledge. With you on board, we definitely won't stop here. As if Su Ling had orchestrated it all, the 2 little ones, Tuan Tuan and Dun Dun, suddenly rushed over, hugging Lu Yu's legs from either side. Brother Lu Yu, please stay in Zone 6. I want to keep eating the delicious food you make, Brother Lu Yu. The children's earnest pleas softened the atmosphere instantly. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile wryly, reaching down to ruffle their soft heads. In his view, everything was developing too suddenly. He had merely saved Su Ling's sister and cleared out the cave spider spawner in their mine. As for building the treehouse and clearing the skeletons outside the walls, that was all for his own benefit. What were these things in the grand scheme of things? Why entrust the entire zone to him? However, what seemed trivial to Lu Yu was monumental to others. Every achievement he accomplished could be turned into a legend. Moreover, these miracles all happened to one person, making them even more remarkable. Lu Yu's displayed abilities far exceeded everyone's expectations, and Su Ling felt inferior. With his sister saved, Su Ling had already begun to entertain thoughts of returning home. Are you sure? Su Ling patted his chest. Absolutely sure. Hoi nodded in agreement. Does that mean you agree? Su Ling looked at him expectantly. As they exchanged tentative words, Lu Yu finally chuckled. So, can I avoid responsibilities? His true aim was simply to obtain the village core that could be exchanged for 999 achievement points. Su Ling feigned a fierce glare. Not a chance. If you want something so valuable, you have to pay a price. With that, he placed a fist-sized village core of Zone 6 into Lu Yu's palm. Lu Yu accepted it with a wry smile. Item obtained. Village core of Zone 6-1. Congratulations. You now own a second village, completing the achievement, Overlord, 27, earning 1999 achievement points. Wow, Lu Yu thought to himself. It turned out that the core of Zone 6 and the core of Zone 7 offered different amounts of achievement points since it was a tiered increase. It made sense that obtaining the core of Zone 1 would yield a large number of points all at once. The goals in the back end didn't seem too difficult, further confirming that the method he had discovered for clearing the game was indeed correct. He stored the core in his backpack, and before the system's notification light faded, the surrounding villagers spontaneously began to applaud, elevating the excitement to a peak at that moment. Lu Yu officially became the village chief of both Zone 6 and Zone 7. The old village chief squinted and chuckled. He had long seen that Lu Yu was no ordinary person, but he hadn't expected him to leap so quickly. Managing 2 zones simultaneously was unprecedented. He was certain that with Lu Yu's intellect, great things were ahead. The land beneath their feet was about to undergo earth-shattering changes. Damn, bro, you've taken over 2 districts now. Cheng Yi gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, laughing loudly. When you get promoted, don't forget your buddy who fed your dogs and led your cattle. District 6 was just a tiny village, so the handover ceremony was quickly completed. After the excitement, everyone reached a consensus: people need food to survive, and any celebration must involve a feast. Food lovers, food souls. Su Ling had prepared a table full of dishes early on: steaming pork chops, golden brown grilled fish, dish after dish brought to the table. Though it couldn't match Lu Yu's cooking skills, it was full of sincerity. The villagers from District 7 also brought fresh river fish from their homes to grill over the campfire. Amid the festivities, Lu Yu suddenly called out, Cheng Yi, bring the mushroom over. A cow with a bright red body and mushrooms growing on its back was led into the area, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Village chief, are we roasting a whole cow to celebrate? Someone asked curiously while chewing on pork chops. Lu Yu quickly shielded the mushroom behind him. You can't eat it. This is my precious baby. The iron golems, snow golems, and wolf pups all turned their heads in unison upon hearing precious baby, as if confirming whether their status remained unchanged. The black cat that Aziz had brought back remained calm, only focused on licking its bell. Cats never care about their owner's attention. Sure, it's rare for a cow to have mushrooms growing on it, but it's still a cow. What else can you do with it besides eating? Someone muttered. Lu Yu didn't explain, just smiled mysteriously and set down 2 boxes, sorting through the flowers he had collected earlier. He placed flowers like lily of the valley and tulips that would cause negative effects in one box, while stuffing alliums and cornflowers that triggered positive effects into the box in front of him. The mushroom eats flowers, then you use a bowl to catch, he began, but was interrupted by the children. Dun Dun raised his little hand high. Brother Lu Yu, after it eats the flowers, where does the stew come from? Huizai dropped a bombshell. It's not excrement, is it? Cheng-Yi immediately looked disgusted. Brother Lu, that's pretty hardcore. Lu Yu frantically defended himself. No. Cheng-Yi patted his shoulder with a sympathetic expression. All right, I get it. It's like how some people love drinking civet coffee. I can understand. The chaotic questioning made Lu Yu curious himself. In the game, you just held a bowl up to the cow, but this block continent was real. Where exactly did the soup come from? He decided to find out, pulling out a cornflower and offering it to the mushroom. After the mushroom crunched through it, Lu Yu nervously held up a wooden bowl. Drip. The largest mushroom on the mushroom's back trembled slightly, and rich soup actually seeped out from under the cap, falling directly into the bowl. Whoa, so that's where it comes from. Lu Yu breathed a huge sigh of relief and turned around holding the bowl. See? It's not something weird. This is the mushroom's special ability. The cornflower corresponded to a mysterious stew that provided jump enhancement. To demonstrate on the spot, he tilted his head back and gulped down a mouthful, then suddenly pushed off from the ground. Whoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he leaped incredibly high, did a flip in midair, and landed gracefully. Cheng-Yi could only reach his knees when he stretched out his hand. Holy crap. The jump boost enhancement allows players to leap 1.25 blocks higher than normal. Lu Yu gently pushed off the ground, and his entire body shot up as if propelled by a spring, reaching a height that took him out of everyone's sight before gracefully landing back down. Watching his exaggerated jumping arc, all the villagers gathered in the clearing stood there dumbfounded. Village chief, what was that? Someone instinctively looked up, their voice filled with shock. Lu Yu proudly patted his thigh. The effect of the mysterious stew. That's incredible. Isn't that like a legendary potion? The crowd erupted in excitement. They finally realized that those mushroom-covered cows weren't just delicious meals, but precious creatures that could produce medicine. Slaughtering such cows for food would be an absolute waste. That's not the only effect it can bring. Lu Yu smiled and pointed to the first wooden box beside him. Feeding the mushrooms, different flowers will produce different stews. Everyone can try it too, to add some excitement to our celebration. The box lid was lifted, revealing colorful flowers that gave off a sweet fragrance, as if inviting everyone to participate in an unknown experiment. Dun Dun, the little chubby boy, was most interested in Flavor's magical abilities. Didn't appeal to him as much. He rushed forward without hesitation and randomly grabbed from the box an orchid. The petals were stuffed into the mushroom's mouth, and soon a steaming bowl of mysterious stew was handed to Dun Dun. Gulp! Dun Dun tilted his head back and took a big sip, but before he could savor the taste, he let out a thunderous burp. Burp. His round belly pushed up his shirt, and Dun Dun looked at Lu Yu with a pitiful expression. Brother Lu Yu, what happened to me? I can't eat anymore after just one sip. For the first time, the little chubby boy questioned whether his proud appetite had been weakened. Lu Yu burst into laughter. You fed it an orchid, so you got a stew with the saturation effect. Of course you're full right away. Dun Dun looked down at his bulging belly. The remaining delicacies on the table could only be admired from afar, and he felt like he'd suffered a huge loss. Let me try too. Huizai jogged over to the box and grabbed a dandelion. The same process: feed the flower, produce the stew, drink it down. A few seconds passed, and Huizai blinked. Brother Lu Yu, I don't feel anything? Lu Yu's lips curved into a smile as he dug up a block of dirt at his feet and poured out a bucket of lava with a splash. Try jumping in. That's not a good idea, someone cried out in alarm. The naturally lethal lava glowed red in the night. Who would dare approach it? But Huizai was naturally bold and jumped in without a second thought. The fiery lava covered half his body, yet it didn't even singe the hem of his clothes. Wow, I'm not afraid of lava anymore. The villagers gasped, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. So the mysterious stew could make someone completely safe in lava. Huizai excitedly waved from the lava pit, striking what he thought was a cool pose. Yuan, don't I look awesome? Before he could maintain his cool look for long, Lu Yu pulled him out of the pit. The fire resistance effect only lasts 4 seconds. Being a tough guy also only lasts 4 seconds. Lu Yu brushed the sparks off him. Yuan nodded seriously. Huizai, You're so brave. This compliment made Huizai feel elated. Seeing how magical the stew was, more villagers crowded around the box, holding various flowers and eager to try. The first box was instantly surrounded. Chang'e rubbed his hands together, also wanting to give it a try, but looking left and right, he found he couldn't squeeze in at all. However, there was simply no room left around the first box. Then he spotted the box behind Luyu. With so many people around causing chaos, no one noticed the small wooden box that was blocked from view. Chang'e was secretly delighted and reached out to lift the lid, plucking out an inconspicuous little white flower. Hee jackpot. While the other villagers were fighting over the boxes outside, he had already stuffed the flower into a mushroom's mouth. The next second, a bowl of steaming mysterious stew appeared in his hand. Chang'e tilted his head back and gulped it down, feeling warmth spread through his throat. Hey! Luyu spun around sharply, his voice booming like thunder. Who touched this box? Chang'e still had stew dripping from the corner of his mouth as he played dumb. What's wrong? Luyu's expression darkened. All the flowers in here have negative effects. You'll get hurt if you eat them carelessly. Negative effects? How serious could they be? The villagers looked confused. If you're unlucky, we'll be setting up another feast for some poor souls soon. Luyu sneered coldly, his gaze locking onto the sweating Chang'e. Before he finished speaking, Chang'e felt his heart tighten. Sourness, pain, and swelling flooded his entire body like a tide. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, while others who had grabbed flowers also began screaming and falling one by one. Woo woo woo. Chang'e was on the verge of tears, finally understanding why Luyu had been guarding that box so fiercely. Apparently there was no such thing as a free lunch. Little Dundun drooled curiously with innocent eyes. Brother Luyu, what kind of meal can we eat now? Luyu remained calm and unhurried, slowly walking up to Chang'e. Watching his face turn from white to green, Luyu's lips curved upward. Time for a funeral feast, everyone. He clapped his hands. Chang'e weakly reached out his hand. Brother Lu, don't mess around. Save me. Luyu figured that what Chang'e had fed to the mushroom was most likely Lily of the Valley. Any mysterious stew made from that flower would definitely cause poisoning. He rummaged through his backpack, pulled out a bucket of milk, and poured it down Chang'e's throat. The white liquid flowed down, and after Chang'e's internal organs churned for a moment, he returned to normal. He nodded repeatedly in apology, having essentially given everyone a physical lesson on don't feed random flowers. Dundun looked regretful. What a shame, we could have had a feast. The kids' table always has the best food. No feast, but how about a punch instead? Chang'e, back to his energetic self, raised his hand and gave the little guy a knock on the back of his head. The children burst into laughter, and the celebration ended amid playful banter and giggles. After everyone dispersed, Zhuangmu stepped forward and adjusted his glasses. Luyu, tell me about all the effects of the flowers and stews. I'll write them down to prevent people from eating them by mistake. Luyu raised his eyebrows and surprised Zhuangmu was the most learned person in the village, yet he had been upstaged by this fool, and had even given him trouble before. Fortunately, while this man was rigid, his thirst for knowledge was genuine, and he hadn't really tried to kill him back then anyway. So Luyu explained everything one by one, letting Zhuangmu record it all for posting on the public bulletin board. When finished, Luyu shouldered some fencing to pin the two mushrooms in a corner, then grabbed some wheat to feed them. The red and white spotted mushroom cows ate happily, and before long had already produced a large pile of mysterious stews for the villagers eating grass, but producing miracle medicine. They were truly model workers. Congratulations on completing the achievement Prosperity and Growth. You have gained 30 achievement points. The crisp system notification sounded, reminding Luyu to check his panel. Current achievement points 3128. The rewards from the two village cores had filled his coffers nicely. With a thought, he opened the achievement shop. Could he unlock some new items now? Chain mining. Now that's a great feature. It would save a lot of tool durability and plenty of time and energy. Luyu immediately imagined the satisfying sensation of obsidian blocks cascading down in chunks, and without hesitation clicked Purchase. Achievement points 100. With a full 3,000 achievement points still in his pocket, he didn't feel the slightest pang of regret. He casually dismissed the notification and continued browsing the shop. Health display? A powerful tool that could reveal enemy and ally status at a glance. Definitely buying that too. Achievement points 100. His finger swiped again, and he spotted the mod he'd missed during his first entry into this block world due to insufficient points, realistic shaders. Unlock price, 500 points. Luyu looked up at his surroundings. The rough, pixelated sky and blocky clouds floating in neat squares. He rubbed his eyes. Time to save my eyesight. Buy it. Congratulations. Player has successfully unlocked the Realistic Shaders series mod. Part 1. HD restoration is now active. His vision felt like curtains being drawn shut and then yanked open again. The sunset became warm and smooth, clouds appeared wispy and delicate, and the water surface was no longer a solid sheet of blue but reflected images and shimmered with ripples. Luyu twitched his nose, almost smelling the fragrance of his graphics card working overtime. Wait, there seemed to be something else in that notification. He opened the details. Realistic Shaders Series Mods. Part 1. HD Restoration Unlocked. Part 2. Native Creatures Locked. Part 3. Real World Locked. Lu Yu's face instantly fell into a bitter expression. Is this Tencent or NetEase? They had to split a one-time purchase into 3 parts, just like those Battle Pass schemes. His perfectionist nature wouldn't allow him to leave things half-finished. The upgrade interface popped up. Unlocking Part 2 Native Creatures required 1,000 points. Level 1 was 500, Level 2 was 1,000. Once you're on this ride, there's no getting off. The urge to spend surged through his fingertips as he firmly pressed confirm. Congratulations. Player has successfully unlocked the Realistic Shaders Series mod. Part 2. Native Creatures is now active. His vision went dark and bright once more. The grass blades at his feet became smooth and flowing, no longer jagged. The mushroom in front of him displayed clear leather textures, with mushrooms on its back releasing fine spores, their caps layered and overlapping. Though still somewhat block-like, it now possessed a sense of real vitality. Lu Yu finally felt like he was in an alternate world rather than just inside a game. One final mod remained. Real World. Based on the doubling pattern of the previous 2 levels, he estimated it would cost 2,000 points. Current balance. 1,428 points. Not enough. But when his eyes landed on the actual price, he nearly flipped the interface panel. It wasn't 2,000 at a lit, was 5,000 achievement points. This wasn't just a double increase, it was a complete markup. Lu Yu pointed at the achievement store on the system interface and roared, "Greedy merchants! This is highway robbery." The light screen seemed to flicker as if someone had poked it. The text, "Real World 5,000 achievement points to unlock," suddenly changed to 5,001. Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you targeting me specifically? No, wait. Damn it. Someone's definitely eavesdropping. He slammed the interface shut, grinding his teeth. Just wait until I save up a few thousand more points. I'll spend you into bankruptcy. Lu Yu, are you finished? Su Ling finally spoke up cautiously. He had been standing nearby for a while, watching Lu Yu mutter to himself with increasingly wild expressions, almost wondering if he'd brought the wrong person. When Lu Yu turned around, his face had already returned to calm composure. Yeah, what's up? Su Ling smiled tentatively. I want to take you somewhere. What's worth seeing? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. Su Ling winked mysteriously. Something yellow. Question mark. Lu Yu looked puzzled, but followed him through the camp, toward the familiar mine tunnel. In the damp mine shaft, torches crackled and cast dancing shadows. After a few steps, Lu Yu guessed their destination, a warehouse. The cavern floor was still covered with wooden crates, even more than he'd seen last time. Su Ling crouched down first and opened the topmost lid. Golden light instantly illuminated the narrow space. Entire crates filled with perfectly cut gold ingots, stacked with precision. We were desperately mining gold before to trade with that person in the 4th district for the antidote. Su Ling looked up at Lu Yu. But since you cured Fong, these became useless. He opened 3 or 4 more crates in succession, revealing nothing but dazzling gold. Lu Yu had a moment of realization. Oh, something yellow, you meant gold. Su Ling closed the lids and pointed to another row of wooden crates. All of these are yours to handle. Lu Yu was stunned. He thought being the 6th district village chief only came with achievement point reward. She hadn't expected this kind of dividend. Seeing his blank expression, Su Ling continued. Besides trading for the antidote back then, they really have no other use. Since you even found a purpose for the bluestone Fong gave you, I believe you can use the red and green ones too. With that, he simply opened all the remaining crates: crimson redstone, deep blue lapis lazuli, emerald green gems, shiny black coal, dark iron ore, a whole spectrum of materials forming a colorful mineral wall. Lu Yu knew that accumulating these resources in single-player mode would take weeks of grinding. Yet here they all were, piled at his feet for the taking. Many hands make light work. This represented months of labor from all the 6th district villagers. Lu Yu could barely suppress a grin, coughing to maintain his composure. Well then, I'll accept them. Su Ling completed the handover cleanly and left with a satisfied pat of his hands. Lu Yu immediately called for Cheng Yi and had him move all the materials to the underground storage. After finishing the transport, he dragged Cheng Yi to the crafting table and declared, "Enchant me a full set." Cheng Yi looked up, confused as Lu Yu held armor pieces against his body. Huh? This is for me. After all, we're going on an adventure. Lu Yu adjusted the helmet, firelight flickering in the visor. An adventure? Cheng Yi exclaimed. Lu Yu pointed to the nether portal they'd installed on the lower level and said, "Back to your homeland." Hell, Cheng Yi's warm hometown. The nether was filled with scorching lava everywhere, with heat waves hitting their faces, warm to the point of being excessive, where a moment's carelessness could turn someone into charcoal. Lu Yu carved out a passage through the rock walls, opening an obsidian door in the middle section. Pushing through the door, they faced the nether fortress from Cheng Yi's memory. Unfortunately, the fortress had already been thoroughly looted by Lu Yu in advance, with even the dust radiating the words, worthless. After confirming there was nothing left to scavenge, Lu Yu waved his hand, signaling to change course and continue forward. Suddenly, a zombie pigman's face appeared, a head mottled pink and green like moldy meat, with vacant eyes staring fixedly at them. Cheng Yi's heart tightened as he immediately grabbed Lu Yu's cloak and hid behind him. There's a monster. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow disdainfully. With all that enchanted gear you're wearing, don't you feel embarrassed? Cheng Yi looked down and suddenly remembered he was covered in enchanted purple light. Even if he stood there taking hits, he wouldn't die. What was there to fear? He gripped his axe, ready to charge forward, but Lu Yu kicked him in the butt. It's not attacking you, so why are you bothering it? Cheng Yi felt wronged. Isn't that a monster? Neutral mob, Lu Yu said flatly. It won't attack first, but once you make the first move, all the pigmen in the entire area will swarm you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi immediately put away his axe. Something that couldn't be beaten and called for backup was just disgusting. Following behind Lu Yu, his confidence suddenly surged. Lu, you seem to know everything. Lu Yu, look. That red slime. Magma cube. Lu Yu replied without turning his head. No wonder it looks like barbecue charcoal. Wow, it bounces like a spring. What's it good for? Lu Yu waved his hand casually. If you want to know, try it yourself. Cheng Yi actually charged forward, his sword flashing wildly as he used his equipment advantage to slice the magma cube into pieces. The monster exploded in a shower of sparks, dropping a dark red magma cream, which he presented to Lu Yu like a treasure. What's this thing used for? Making fire resistance potions. Cheng Yi thumped his chest proudly. Bro, I did good this time, right? Lu Yu was speechless and could only silently accept the material. Continuing forward, Cheng Yi's sharp eyes spotted golden light gleaming from the rock wall. His steps immediately quickened as he rushed over, shouting, Lu Yu, gold, ore. Lu Yu thought of the mountain of gold ingots stockpiled in his warehouse and had no interest in these few pieces of gold ore. But Cheng Yi had already raised his pickaxe, ignoring Lu Yu's signal to observe their surroundings first. The first strike rang out with a crisp sound that echoed through the canyon, and immediately heavy footsteps came from below. Oh no, piglins were coming toward the sound. Run! Cheng Yi was first to cause trouble and first to flee, dropping the gold ore and darting to Lu Yu's side in a flash. Lu Yu casually tossed him a golden helmet. Put it on. The piglin charged up close, stood stunned for 3 seconds. Who am I? Where am I? Then immediately forgot about the mining incident and turned to continue patrolling. Cheng Yi was unwilling to let it go, muttering, I was mining surface gold, not raiding their treasury, that greedy pig. Lu Yu looked at his indignant expression and suddenly laughed. That smile carried a teasing tone. Cheng Yi, be more polite to them. Cheng Yi turned back in confusion. Isn't that just a pig-headed monster? Lu Yu concealed his mischievous grin and pointed at the piglin, spouting nonsense with a completely straight face. Look closely, where do you see a pig head? That's clearly a cute girl, isn't it? Cheng Yi rubbed his eyes doubtfully. Are you serious? Absolutely. Lu Yu patiently gestured, first pointing to the piglin's ears. Aren't those her twin ponytails? Then he tapped its snout. And those are her adorable big eyes, right? Finally, he indicated the gleaming white tusks. See those chubby cheeks? Look, she's even wearing a little hat. Cheng Yi blinked several times, as if he could actually make out the outline of a cute girl. It does kind of look like that. His mouth gradually stretched into a goofy, perverted grin. She's actually pretty adorable. Lu Yu smirked inwardly. His misdirection had worked perfectly, claiming another newbie victim. Cheng Yi's imagination was running wild, and he even suggested Lu Yu search for a piglin image to compare. Can this piglin girl transform into a human, like a Z? Cheng Yi asked hopefully. No. Lu Yu shook his head. Can we communicate with her then? Probably not, it's just a regular monster. Cheng Yi looked disappointed. So she's just artificial stupidity after all. However, Lu Yu's tone shifted. You could try bribing her with gold. He stuffed some gold ingots from his inventory into Cheng Yi's hands. Go for it. Cheng Yi still hesitated but trusted that Lu Yu wouldn't trick him. When he approached the piglin girl, wearing his golden helmet, she indeed remained friendly without any aggressive moves. The more Cheng Yi stared at the piglin's face, the more appealing it became, so he respectfully offered up a gold ingot with both hands. The piglin took the gold ingot and turned it over in her rough, gray palms, as if authenticating its value. After confirming its quality, she contentedly pocketed the gold and casually tossed out an item. Cheng Yi clutched the potion glowing with an amber-orange aura and excitedly turned back. Lu bro, look. She gave me something too. Do you think she has feelings for me? You said she wasn't intelligent, but maybe miracles can happen. Lu Yu wrinkled his nose at the cringy comment. Enough, let's see what she dropped first. Cheng Yi looked down and gasped. Whoa, Lu bro, isn't this the fire resistance potion you mentioned? Lu Yu gritted his teeth. How could this kid be so ridiculously lucky? Getting a fire resistance potion on his first trade. Did he know Marcus or Ding Lei personally? Refusing to accept defeat, Lu Yu also tossed out a gold ingot. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, player has successfully unlocked the achievement, Bling Bling. earning 50 achievement points. The piglin dutifully inspected the gold ingot before throwing out another item. Changyi pouted. Why is she giving you stuff too? Luyu picked it up, and his face immediately showed disgust. Iron ingots. Who even needs this junk anymore? He shoved all his remaining gold ingots into Changyi's arms and patted his shoulder. These are all yours now, go bond with your piglin girlfriend. Brother Luyu, you're such a good guy. Changyi looked at him gratefully. What does it mean to be a true brother? This is what it means, spending your own money just to help your buddy win over a girl. With this thought, Changyi excitedly threw one gold ingot after another onto the ground, the gleaming golden blocks standing out strikingly against the reddish-brown soil of the nether. The piglin girl picked up the gold ingots, flicked her ears, and quickly tossed back one glowing item after another. Enchanted books, ender pearls, arrows. Brother Lu, look what this is. Changyi shoved the first item in front of Luyu. Brother Lu, now look at this one. The second item followed. Brother Lu, and what about this thing? The third item came right after. The first item was a pair of enchanted boots. Soul Speed enchanted boots. Luyu glanced at the flowing text on the boot shaft. Is this thing any good? Changyi asked eagerly. Wearing these, you can walk on soul sand as if it were flat ground. Changyi had no idea what soul sand was, but he could tell it was valuable. He immediately turned back to gaze lovingly at the piglin girl. Baby, I went to get in for today. Don't ask why, it's because I wanted your fluids. The second item was a splash potion of fire resistance. Luyu explained. It's the AoE version of that fire resistance potion from earlier. Changyi immediately showered her with more flattery. Babe, you really do love me. The moment the third item reached Luyu's hands, a system notification suddenly popped up. Congratulations, player has successfully unlocked achievement Who's Cutting Onions. Achievement points gained, 50. Whoa, crying obsidian. Luyu's fingertips trembled slightly. Since this item hadn't been removed, it meant respawn anchors could still be crafted. They weren't playing with just one life. In other words, in this Nariel world, people could still respawn after death. Realizing this, he immediately urged, quick, get your girl to trade more of these stones for me. Okay. Changyi nodded and continued his barrage of cheesy pickup lines, desperately trying to persuade the cute piglin girl. Meanwhile, Luyu grabbed some glowstone that was everywhere in the nether and used Changyi's incredibly lucky precision-enchanted diamond pickaxe to mine 3 blocks with crack, crack, crack. This was the other material needed to craft a respawn anchor. Now they just needed a few more blocks of crying obsidian. Changyi was still working hard at sweet talk. Baby, I want that stone from before. Are you being playful on purpose? Having someone control your emotions is annoying, but it can also be sweet. You little troublemaker, are you mad at me? The piglin girl blinked. Before the tense atmosphere could dissipate, a baby piglin appeared out of nowhere, quickly snatched up a gold ingot that Changyi had just thrown, and ran off. Babe, is that your little sister? Just as Changyi finished speaking, Luyu had already noticed the baby piglin's actions. There's a thief. The baby piglin took the gold ingot, but wouldn't give anything back, fleeing with the golden gleam. Hey, you stole my gold. Changyi got angry. Luyu decisively switched from his diamond pickaxe to his diamond sword. Damn it, we're just one crying obsidian short, and now this thing steals our gold and wants to die. A few strikes later, the baby piglin fell to the ground. Snort, snort. The piglin girl standing in front of Changyi flew into a rage, swinging her battle axe as she charged at both of them. Changyi panicked and slapped his thigh hard. Oh my god, bro, you could have just taught it a lesson and gotten the gold back. Why did you have to kill it? Look, now the piglin girl is angry. Ow. Luyu came forward holding a block and pushed Changyi aside. Using his tried-and-true method, he quickly built a small dark chamber and trapped the piglin girl inside. Heavy blackstone blocks fell into place with loud thuds, instantly sealing off the narrow space. The piglin girl was blocked in the darkness, only able to let out angry oink oink roars through the gaps. Any chance of lunging at Luyu and Changyi was now completely impossible. Changyi pressed against the wall corner, cautiously peering inside. Luyu, isn't this a bit wrong of us? Luyu rolled his eyes and stuffed all the gold ingots into his arms. If you won't do it, I will. All the gold goes to me. The piglin girl's breathing was full of fury, but when Luyu casually tossed out a gold ingot, the golden arc traced a bright line through the air. When the gold block hit the ground, she paused for a beat, then dutifully picked it up to appraise it before honestly throwing back some loot. Changyi was stunned. Weren't you furious? This guy just killed your sister. How are you accepting his gold now? His worldview shattered. He stomped his feet in anger. I was wrong about you. I thought you were a good girl, but you're nothing but a gold digger. Luyu's luck was unusually explosive, probably because Changyi had taken the bad luck for him earlier. 3 gold ingots thrown out, and precious crying obsidian came bouncing back, with little tap-tap, sound 6 blocks in total, exactly the right amount. He immediately set down a crafting table, assembled the blocks, and a blue-purple respawn anchor took shape. He then embedded the remaining glowstone one by one, instantly filling the energy bar. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, player, on successfully unlocking achievement. Anchor doesn't have 9 lives. Gained 50 achievement points. Just as the achievement panel's light effects finished flashing, Liu noticed a small line of text below. Uses remaining. 1 shared among all respawn anchors. So cats really don't have 9 lives, just giving the 2 of them 1 revival chance. Chang-Yi leaned over curiously. What's this? A life restart machine. After understanding the description, his worry turned to joy. 1 chance is better than none. The real block continent can't compare to the game. Liu opened the respawn anchor panel and entered a command. Add play 007. Cheng-Yi's usage permissions activated. Since there was only 1 chance, he had no intention of leaving the respawn anchor in this godforsaken place. So he swung his diamond pickaxe with silk touch enchantment, and with a few click-clack sounds, knocked the respawn anchor back into his inventory. The piglin girl was completely abandoned in the dark chamber, her angry snorts growing more distant. The 2 continued on their way, crossing a narrow valley. Cheng-Yi looked around and muttered, Brother Liu, why is everything green up ahead? Liu glanced at the environment and complained helplessly. The nether only has this much imagination. If it's not bright red, it's bright green. That area is called the warped forest. Gray-blue tree trunks and dark green vines swayed in the mist, with mushrooms called warped fungi scattered here and there. Liu casually cut down a few and stuffed them into his backpack, busy with his head down and not paying attention to his surroundings. Suddenly he heard Cheng-Yi exclaim, Hey, there's a pig. It's a wild pig. He probably mistook the creature ahead for a neutral little pink pig from the overworld, but the reality was quite different. A hoglin appeared, its tusks curved like bows, suddenly lowering its head to charge. Pig rush attack. Poor Cheng-Yi was directly knocked flying, his health bar immediately losing a chunk. In hard mode, a hoglin could deal 13 points of damage in 1 hit. Even with full armor, he couldn't withstand many hits. Liu drew his bow, and a flaming arrow whistled out with blazing fire, striking the hoglin's shoulder with a thud. Flames crackled and spread, arrow damage combining with burning effects. Before long, the beast collapsed with a wail, and the aroma of roasted meat drifted with the heat waves. Cheng-Yi scratched his nose, the smell of roasted meat. He went forward to pick up the dropped pork chop and shook it. See, I told you it was a pig. Liu had come specifically to gather resources. The air in the eerie forest was filled with fine purple-gray particles, and endermen stood throughout the woods like black lamp posts, their red eyes flickering. Liu gripped his gleaming diamond sword and struck with swift, decisive slashes, causing purple particles to explode into mist. Meanwhile, for safety's sake, Cheng-Yi hid inside an obsidian pedicure booth that Liu had built in advance, with only half his body exposed as he wildly hacked at the long legs that reached inside. Those legs were thin and long, wrapped in black skin with an oddly suggestive quality. Cheng-Yi wore a creepy, perverted grin as he chopped away, forming a stark contrast with the murderous Liu, one aggressive, one cautious. Soon, Liu had cleared all the endermen from his sight. The 2 counted their spoils. Over 20 ender pearls filled their inventory, most of them dropped from Cheng-Yi's side. Liu looked at his own pitiful drops, gritting his teeth and cursing his bad luck, deciding to force Cheng-Yi to enchant him a sword with looting. Later, better equipment was the only way to save someone with terrible luck. Continuing forward, the land suddenly broke off at its edge, with lava forming a crimson ocean. This happened to be at a bend with an open view, allowing Liu to see both sides clearly as he looked around. In an instant, he spotted a massive black structure standing in the center of the sea. What's that place? Cheng-Yi asked curiously, thinking it was a familiar nether fortress. But looking more closely, neither the direction nor shape matched. Nether fortresses were long corridors, while this looked more like a complete castle. Bastion remnant, Liu explained in 1 sentence. What's it for? It's full of good stuff inside. The problem immediately presented itself. There was no path across the lava sea, so how could they get there? Cheng-Yi hesitated. So how do we get across? Liu lightly tapped his head. Did you forget what the piglin girl just gave you? Only then did Cheng-Yi carefully take out the bottle called a relic, the fire resistance potion. We're using this now. Before he finished speaking, the liquid was already in his mouth, and orange ripples flashed across both their skin as the fire resistance effect activated. Without another word, Liu leaped into the lava first. A system notification popped up. Congratulations. Player has successfully unlocked achievement Stay Cool and gained 50 achievement points. Cheng-Yi followed skeptically, seeing Liu swimming in the lava like a fish, and jumped in with a splash. The lava still glowed red and bubbled, but no longer burned their skin. However, its thick resistance made their movements sluggish. Cheng-Yi bobbed up and down, clearly feeling his stamina draining, and worse yet, the pungent sulfur smell from the molten rock kept drilling into his nostrils. Liu, how much longer do we have to swim? What if the potion wears off before we get there? He muttered while swimming. Liu stopped to scan their surroundings. The bastion remnant stood in the center of the lava sea, while across from them was a netherrack cliff with smooth walls and no visible extending path. Even if they reached shore first and then walked, they still couldn't reach their destination, so they needed to find another way. Suddenly, he noticed a group of creatures moving on the lava not far away. Unlike their clumsy paddling with their hands, those creatures stood steadily on the lava surface with both feet, strolling leisurely in a way that defied physics as if treating the lava like a non-Newtonian fluid. Striders, Lu Yu whispered as a reminder. Cheng-Yi also saw those strange figures and widened his eyes. What are those things? Does it have a frowning mouth or a little mustache? Unable to figure out the facial structure of the strider, Cheng-Yi simply gave up thinking and turned around, only to find that Lu Yu was nowhere to be seen. Having lost his big shot support, he panicked and his voice shot up. Brother Lu, how could you abandon me? At that moment, Lu Yu had already reached the shore and set up a crafting table, tinkering around with clanging sounds before returning. Cheng-Yi immediately rushed over to him, speaking rapidly. My man, where did you go? You should have given me a heads up when going so far away. I was so scared. Lu Yu couldn't be bothered to explain and simply tossed over a few mushrooms. Go feed these to those little mustaches and lure them over. Cheng-Yi nervously did as instructed. Sure enough, the strider's eyes locked onto the warped fungi, and their stubby legs quickly carried them over. While they were distracted, Lu Yu skillfully fitted the saddles onto them. Whoa! Cheng-Yi excitedly patted the creature's back. These little mustaches can actually be ridden. He climbed onto its back, but no matter how much he twisted his hips and waist, the strider remained motionless. Why won't it move? What's the rush? I haven't given you this yet. Lu Yu tossed over another item. Cheng-Yi looked down. A fishing rod? What's this for? Lu Yu rolled his eyes. In real life, do you know how to lead a donkey? Cheng-Yi had a flash of inspiration, seeing the warped fungus dangling from the fishing rod, and suddenly understood. Oh, I get it now. Using the strider's favorite mushroom as bait, he gently swayed the rod and successfully controlled the strider's movement. Lu Yu also jumped onto another creature's back, and the two rode their little mustaches across the bubbling lava to reach the base of the fortress ruins. Seeing the ruins up close, Cheng-Yi couldn't help but shiver. The entire structure was dark gray, with crumbling walls that looked ominously like something might emerge at any moment, with only the occasional glint of gold ornaments providing any light. Hey, there are piglin ladies here too. Cheng-Yi had barely gotten the words out when Lu Yu pushed him aside. Hey, this one's different from the ones we met before. The piglin lady, before them, wore a golden belt around her waist and golden bracelets on her arms, clearly much wealthier than the ones they'd encountered earlier. Lu Yu whispered a warning. This isn't an ordinary piglin. It's a piglin brute. One strike can deal up to 19 damage points. Before he'd finished speaking, Lu Yu made the first move, quickly placing a cobblestone block between himself and the brute to maintain distance, then safely attacked from range. The brute couldn't reach him, so naturally couldn't deal any damage. Cheng-Yi was still standing there in a daze when more piglins and brutes were attracted by the commotion. His legs went weak. What do I do? What do I do, Brother Lu? Quick, pillar up, get yourself higher. Lu Yu shouted without looking up. Cheng-Yi hurriedly built a ladder, his movements frantic but swift. Seeing that Lu Yu was also surrounded, he decisively abandoned his attack and rapidly placed blocks beneath his feet, whooshing upward. In the blink of an eye, both were level with the top of the fortress ruins. Lu Yu looked up, and wooden chests came into his view. Well, speak of the devil, what he'd been searching for everywhere had appeared without any effort at all. The chest was wedged between the cracks of the fortress ruins. Lu Yu aimed for his landing spot, bent down to lower his center of gravity, steadied his body while quickly placing blocks to build a bridge. In an instant, a straight sky bridge extended from the void to the crumbling wall, while the piglins below could only look up as this bridge appeared out of thin air. He stepped onto the bridge and landed steadily inside the fortress. Behind him came Cheng-Yi's anxious shout. Brother Lu, what about me? Looking up, Cheng-Yi was still crouched on top of the pillar he had built, teetering precariously. Just stay up there. Lu Yu waved his hand without hesitation and charged straight toward the target chest. Several gold ingots were scattered around the chest. His backpack was already bulging, but the golden gleam was still hard to look away from. With no piglins in sight, he swung his pickaxe, chipping away with clanging sounds, and soon stood before the chest. Whoa, so this is where it was hidden. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. On the other side of the chest was only a one-block gap, with a piglin's head stuck tight, snorting angrily. Snort! Snort! The furious roars echoed in the narrow space, but it couldn't move a step. Lu Yu shrugged and opened the chest lid right under its nose. Piglins guard both gold and chests, but now it could only glare helplessly. The chest was filled with treasures. Gold, enchanted golden gear, enchanted books, crying obsidian, magma cream, and the rarest of all ancient debris. Congratulations! Player has unlocked achievement, hidden in plain sight, gained 50 achievement points. After the update, diamonds had long been relegated to second place. Netherite was now top tier, and ancient debris was the only source for refining netherite scraps. Lu Yu's smile deepened. Smack! A damage indicator suddenly flashed. The damage came from himself. Looking up, he saw another piglin in the distance holding a crossbow, drawing the string and taking aim. It kept its distance, using its range advantage. If you won't come to me, I'll come to you, Lu Yu muttered. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt flew through the air as he dodged behind Blackstone, the arrow embedding in the wall. While his opponent reloaded, he drew his sword and charged, leaping up for a horizontal slash that instantly felled the ranged mob. A faintly purple crossbow bolt dropped to the ground. Thanks for the inheritance, piggy. He picked up the loot, turned back to clear out the piglin stuck in the crack, and stuffed all remaining items from the chest into his backpack. How could a fortress ruin have only one chest? After finishing up, Lu Yu continued searching. Deep in the ruins, lava cascaded like a waterfall from the high walls. He cheerfully downed a fire resistance potion and climbed through the flames, finally reaching a high platform. Whoa! 2 big chests, he exclaimed. Opening the lids, he found them packed full of blackstone and gilded blackstone flecked with gold. However, it wasn't very meaningful. Blackstone, true to its name, was just blackstone. It can even be mixed with regular cobblestone to craft stone tools. Though its practical uses are limited, it's enough to add some depth to future buildings. Lu Yu lifted the lid of the second chest and was suddenly dazzled by a gleaming dark metallic lustera. Whole pile of netherite scraps lay quietly stacked, as if waiting specifically for him to claim them. These reserves meant his netherite armor set was finally within reach. Today's bastion remnant was being ridiculously generous, confirming that bad luck wouldn't stick with him forever. After emptying both chests, he gazed longingly at the passage below. Along the way, he and Shang-Yi had been ruthlessly destructive, leaving no piglin brute they encountered. Alive bodies were scattered everywhere. More precisely, they had slain countless. Well, however many there were, they left no survivors. Finally, they reached the bottom level of the bastion and spotted that cluster of dark red nether wart. Lu Yu showed no mercy, scooping up both the wart and the soul sand that sustained its growth into his backpack with movements as swift as a swarm of locusts. How despicable! Take more. Take everything. With their raid complete, the two simply leaped into the scorching lava, leaving the pursuing piglins to roar helplessly from the shore. Then they mounted their striders and galloped across the orangered lava sea, riding off into the distance. While Lu Yu and Shang-Yi were adventuring in the Netherthaw, it was more like frenzied pillaging. The portal that had been generating mutant monsters in the overworld suddenly collapsed. The previously indestructible bedrock gate crumbled into glowing particles that drifted away like experienced orbs, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, the mutant zombies, mutant skeletons, and other creatures the portal had spawned were still wandering around, roaring as they searched for living things to tear apart. District 7 was now completely deserted, leaving only monsters roaming about. District 5. Ning Yao had somehow learned a method for dealing with bone whites, actually just the simple foot trimming technique Lu Yu had demonstrated publicly, though she had only barely mastered it today. At this moment, she stood behind several villagers, watching them clumsily clean up the remaining leg bones of skeleton monsters. Put some effort into it, she urged with disdain, but white bones still occasionally appeared in view. Finally, when no more bones emerged from the clean ground, a pair of bloodstained human legs suddenly protruded instead. Ah! Ning Yao screamed from behind the group, instinctively stepping back half a pace. A zombie? She asked, bewildered. The figure to whom those human legs belonged actually spoke. Ning Yao? Ning Yao, is that you? Are you hiding in there? It was Fong. Ning Yao immediately broke through the dirt blocks in front of her and crawled out, only to see Fong standing there with one missing arm. Why are you only coming back now? She blurted out. Fong had originally been assigned to collect grain from District 7, but encountered a massive zombie horde along the way. His scattered team fled in different directions. He had wandered in the wilderness for days, lost an arm, and had barely managed to find his way back to District 5's gates. Ning Yao was equally astonished when she first arrived. She and the equally restless Fong had hit it off immediately. The grain collection mission to Districts 7 and 6 was considered a cushy job, with elite guards from multiple districts as escorts and opportunities for business trips through Districts 4 to 6. Originally, this assignment should have gone to a Z, but Ning Yao had intervened, dragging Fong along to forcibly claim it. She had expected Fong to return laden with goods so she could get her share, but instead was greeted by skeleton monsters invading the village. Don't even mention it, Fong said with frustration and anger. We ran into hordes of zombies that smashed through District 7's barriers in one go, then immediately charged at us. It was like karma came back fast. Halfway through his explanation, even he felt it was too ominous to continue. Ning Yao frowned. We had the same problem, here tons of skeleton monsters. I just had people deal with them before you arrived. How exactly did you manage to escape back here? Fong's eyes darted around, and after hesitating for a moment, he said quietly, well, enough about me. Fong brushed off his own ordeal and turned his gaze to the row of 5th District villagers behind him. He looked them over one by O'Neill, gaunt and hollow-eyed, looking like they'd just been dug up from the ground. Fong couldn't help but ask, "Are you all okay? What on earth happened?" Ning Yao was about to unleash a tirade at those villagers, calling them useless trash, but just as the words reached the tip of her tongue, she swallowed her arrogancy in front of Fong. She had to maintain her gentle, sweet girl persona. So she lowered her eyes slightly and put on a pitiful, wronged expression. "You have no idea how miserable we've been lately. Skeleton monsters have been attacking the village repeatedly, and we could only hide underground for shelter. The granary was destroyed too, and everyone's been starving for days. What about Azee? How is she?" Hearing about their hardships, the first face that popped into Fong's mind was Azee's round little face. Ning Yao ground her molars with a grinding sound, cursing inwardly. This blind lecher only cares about that little brat. Good thing Azee is already. At this thought, her eyes narrowed to slits, and her face showed even more grievance. Azee was taken away. Fong froze. He'd always planned to take advantage of Azee's naive and gullible nature, intending to propose marriage when he returned, never expecting that his prize would be completely snatched away. His voice shot up. "What? Who took her?" Ning Yao cooperatively frowned, pretending to share Fong's righteous indignation. "Some bastard from who knows where took Azee to the 6th District. The 6th District? Fong couldn't believe it. How could Azee know anyone from the 6th District? Ning Yao pretended to recall with effort. "I heard it was some guy named Lu Yu, came out of nowhere. We went to rescue Azee, but ended up getting poisoned." "Lu Yu? That guy again?" Fong clenched his fists until they cracked, his chest burning with rage. "Last time, that punk gave them poisoned fish, nearly getting them killed in the wilderness right after leaving the 7th District. Now he poisoned Ning Yao and the others too. What a scoundrel." Ning Yao caught Fong's excessive anger and feigned concern. "What's wrong with you?" Fong gritted his teeth. "I was stranded in the wilderness, surrounded by zombies, all thanks to that punk." "So you're a victim too." The two recognized each other as allies, though neither was truly innocent. Fong said coldly, "Lu Yu has hurt us so badly, we can't let him get away with it. I'm going to get Azee back." As he spoke, he pressed his finger to his lips and bit it with his front teeth until it made a grinding sound. Ning Yao nodded repeatedly, but inwardly she was scheming it would be best if Azee disappeared on the way back. Both harbored ulterior motives while claiming they wanted justice for the victims. Meanwhile, Azee, whom they defined as kidnapped, was currently sitting in a wooden house in the 6th District, grinning foolishly. "Really?" she asked. Across from her, Lu Yu maintained a serious expression while spouting nonsense. Really. Our brother Chung Yi found a girl in the lower realm, fell in love at light speed, then broke up at light speed." Azee looked curiously at Chung Yi. Chung Yi raised his hand to tousle his bangs, striking what he thought was a suave pose. "Don't mention it. Master always said women from down the mountain are tigers. That woman only loved my money." Lu Yu immediately corrected him. "Sorry, my gold." Chung Yi waved his hand, indicating not to interrupt his rare moment of showing off. Azee blinked and continued asking, "Aren't you sad then?" Chung Yi tossed his buzz cut that would never sway gracefully. Men always need to get hurt a few times in relationships before they mature. Azee naively believed Chung Yi's act and looked up at him with admiration, saying, "Wow, Chung Yi, you're so cool." Chung Yi's mistake was believing in Azee's supposed innocence. After getting his ego boosted by Azee, he eagerly opened the server chat group, unable to wait to show off to everyone. "Guys, the Nether is really fun, huh?" He sent a voice message, his tone dripping with smugness. Lu Yu sat beside him, covering his mouth to keep from bursting into laughter. The chat immediately exploded with activity. "Fun? I almost died there last time. Don't ask me. I've never even touched obsidian." "You definitely clung to player 003's coattails to get in there, right? When the pro is carrying the whole team, what do they even need you for? Lucky you. I wish I could be a pro's sidekick too." Chung Yi's little scheme was exposed before it even got started, but he just laughed it off shamelessly. Following the boss means getting fed. Then he spilled his Nether experience like beans from a bamboo tube. "It was absolutely amazing. I swam in lava and raided fortresses. We killed some big tusked pigs and even rode little red pigs with beards. Most importantly, there are girls in the Nether." The group, already a pack of hungry wolves, immediately perked up with interest. "What girls?" "There are other girls in the Nether." Chung Yi nodded proudly. "She even gave me gifts, though he'd actually traded gold ingots for them." "What kind of girl? Pretty? Huh?" Chung Yi put on a righteous expression. "I won't let you look at my ex-girlfriend with such dirty eyes." "Already an ex? Come on, tell us what she was like." Poor Chung Yi didn't run into a gold digger like that other guy, did he? Chung Yi was about to continue bragging. Twin tails, big eyes, wearing a hoodie with a pig design, and she really loves gold. Before he could finish, someone interrupted. "Wait, you're not talking about." Even player 001 rarely spoke up, posting an ellipsis that screamed speechlessness. Then everyone else burst into merciless laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying. Funniest thing all year. That's brutal. This has got to be player 003's doing. Bro, you're too much. You actually fell for it. Player 003, you really played him dirty. Chung-E was completely confused. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Puffed. Lu Yu finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing behind him. Chung-E sensed something was wrong. What do you mean? What the hell? What did that bastard 003 do to me? Player 001 slowly typed. It's not a girl. The chat erupted in laughter again. Huh? You still haven't figured it out? Piglins are pig people. Those twin tails you thought were hair are actually pig ears. Those big eyes are its snout. Piglins aren't girls at all. Only then did Chung-E realize what had happened, replaying Lu Yu's serious, educational misdirection in his mind. Lu Yu. He gritted his teeth and lunged forward, raising his diamond sword with murderous intent, ready to duel Lu Yu. Lu Yu finally stopped holding back his laughter. Ha! After Lu Yu finished laughing, he rubbed his stomach, which was aching from all the laughter. Sorry, who would have thought you'd be so gullible? Teasing you is just too entertaining, he said with squinted eyes. Chung-E covered his face with both hands, his ears turning red. This was truly embarrassing beyond belief. He secretly vowed never to trust any of Lu Yu's tall tales again. There are no cute girls in this world. Chung-E frantically brainwashed himself. Women only slowed down my sword drawing speed. From now on, I'll cut off all romantic feelings and focus solely on honing my skills, striving to become a powerhouse like Lu Yu. Just as he was muttering with passionate determination, Lu Yu glanced at the system interface. Someone's looking for me in the chat group. Chung-E immediately leaned over. Who? A girl? His vow instantly flew out the window. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow teasingly. Didn't you just say you'd have no women in your heart from now on? Chung-Yi's mouth twitched as he forced himself to swallow his curiosity. Never mind, I won't ask. I'm going to train. With that, he waved his hand and fled quickly. The room fell quiet, and Lu Yu finally turned his attention to the system's chat group interface. In the private message section, a short message was quietly blinking. Are you there? The name that initiated the private chat made him pause slightly. Player 001. According to the order of arrival, this person was the first veteran to descend upon the block continent. The MC world seemed to hold no secrets from 001, and judging from their first speech, they were a thoroughly self-interested expert player, never sharing resources, tight-lipped about survival techniques, rarely speaking in world chat, and always aloof. Why would such a person suddenly contact him? Lu Yu replied, "What's up?" The response came almost instantly, with unprecedented enthusiasm, as if they'd been waiting by the screen. Why aren't you making those foods anymore? So that was the purpose. Lu Yu chuckled, had never publicly revealed that he was the one putting real-world food on the trading platform. Yet they had found him with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Yu typed, "How did you know it was me?" Intuition. A woman's intuition? Lu Yu joked deliberately. A simple question mark popped up from the other side. He recalled 001's tone when previously criticizing Ning Yao. Many in the group speculated that 001 might be a female player, but the person in question had never responded directly. This time was no different. They didn't take the bait and simply changed the subject. Besides you, probably no one else could make them. Plus, that guy 007, so many people in the group are clamoring for real-world food, but he never pays attention. If it weren't to help you keep it secret, he'd definitely be making the biggest fuss about it. Lu Yu facebombed. So the leak was on Chung-Yi's side. Looking at the long string of meticulous analysis in the private chat window, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect you could chat this much. 001 only replied with. Lu Yu continued teasing. Usually you're so sparing with words. I thought your keyboard and mouth were rented. The other side went silent for 2 seconds, then returned to their laconic nature, no longer engaging with the joke and cutting straight to the point. So, can you make some for me? Lu Yu smiled slyly. It's not impossible. 001 clearly interpreted this as bargaining. How much? I can accept anything under 10,000 gold coins. 10,000. Lu Yu never expected player 001 to offer such a high price. It would be foolish not to take this money, so he settled on a price of 9,999 gold coins per dish, cheekily making it just 1 coin cheaper than 10,000. Player 001 immediately raged in the channel. What a ripoff. Despite the harsh words, a transaction panel flashed with exactly 10,000 gold coins. Wow, what a big spender. Lu Yu marveled at the glittering numbers, thinking to himself that this player didn't even blink at spending 10,000 gold. Use the extra coin to make it spicy, the other player added. Lu Yu replied cheerfully. Thanks, boss. When do you want it? First tell me what you can make. What would you like to eat? After a few seconds of silence, player 001 sent just 3 words, stinky tofu. Lu Yu chuckled. Quite the unique taste. Mind your own business. For the first time, there was a hint of playful petulance in the response that Lu Yu caught clearly. Closing the chat window, he began working on the recipe. He pulled out his inventory, tossed some warped fungus he'd gathered from the nether into the crafting grid, and successfully created deep-fried stinky tofu. He then dropped the block-shaped tofu into hot oil, frying it until the surface crisped up. After removing it, he brushed on a special sauce and sprinkled chili powder and cumin. The sizzling aroma instantly filled the underground base. As soon as the dish was ready, Lu Yu contacted player 001. "Boss, your delivery's here." He placed the golden, oil-dripping stinky tofu in the trading panel. "That fast? You're generous, so I work fast," Lu Yu winked. The two completed the transfer through the chat interface, with the steaming food appearing directly in player 001's inventory. Lu Yu sighed. If only real-world delivery could be this instant. But such convenience only existed in other worlds. After receiving the item, the other player went silent. Seeing this, Lu Yu casually closed the chat window and headed into the mine tunnels to find Chang'e. "What are you working on?" he asked, patting his friend's shoulder. "Huh? I'm trying to figure out how to craft the stuff you usually make." Chang'e was clumsily stuffing various materials into the workbench, fumbling through recipes. Lu Yu flicked his forehead. "Dummy, why didn't you just ask me?" This trial-and-error method was obviously the most inefficient approach. He decided on the spot to compile all the crafting recipes into a manual, already having someone in mind for the task. "Zhuangmu, I'll write you a handbook next time." Chang'e was instantly overjoyed. Good brother. Who would have thought that just recently he'd been demanding satisfaction from Lu Yu for being deceived? Men really did change their tune quickly. Lu Yu didn't let him bask in gratitude for long, grabbing him and dragging him toward the exit. "Where are we going?" "Giving you some training." "What kind of training?" Lu Yu pointed toward the towering snow peaks in the distance. On the other side of those mountains lay the 7th District Snow Village, crawling with mutant zombies, creepers, and even Endermen. "We're going back to clear out the monsters in the 7th District." He calculated the time their trip to the Nether had allowed the Blood Moon zombie horde deadline to pass, and it was time to defend their home base. Lu Yu's strategy remained consistent. Secure the high ground first, turn enemies into allies, then return to protect his own crystal. Such mysterious tactics only he would think of them. "Lu Yu, are you heading out again?" Just as he pushed open the door, Lu Yu ran straight into Su Ling, who had rushed over breathlessly. Without a word, Su Ling reached out and grabbed his arm. "My dear ancestor, I nominated you as the village chief of Districts 5 and 6, not so you could run off every single day." Su Ling spoke earnestly, his brow furrowed into deep lines. Lu Yu let out a long sigh, knowing he couldn't escape being thrust into responsibility. "All right, what do you need?" he asked. Su Ling shook his head helplessly. "Since we're merging districts, you need to make some plans, don't you? We can't keep cramming everyone into your treehouse forever. I know you're full of ideas, so come on, share them." As he spoke, he anxiously ran his fingers through his hair. He'd thought that dumping the village chief position on Lu Yu would give him some peace, but instead Lu Yu had become a hands-off leader, leaving Su Ling to worry like some palace steward. At this rate, he'd be bald before long. Lu Yu finally took pity on his thinning hairline and explained, "I'm actually making arrangements for the people from District 7 right now." "What exactly are you planning to do?" Su Ling asked, puzzled. "From what I understand, monsters have stopped spawning. We can do a complete sweep of District 7's monsters. When we evacuated from District 7, it was so rushed that many people couldn't bring their important belongings. Once we clear it out, they can move over here. District 6 is on flat plains, perfect for a residential area." But Su Ling didn't absorb the planning details, only catching one key phrase. "What did you say?" "You're going to clear out District 7's monsters." His voice rose as his gaze darted between Lu Yu and Chang'e. "Just the two of you?" Lu Yu nodded seriously. "Is there a problem with that?" Su Ling felt his vision darkening. Communicating with Lu Yu required constantly reminding himself that common sense didn't apply to this man. He confirmed once more, "All those monsters, and you two can really handle them?" Honestly, Lu Yu could manage it alone, but he felt sorry for his wrist with so many monsters. Even if they just stood there and let him attack, he'd be at it from dawn to dusk. That was his faithful right-hand companion of many years. How could he make her suffer? Besides, he had his dog, an iron golem, to help. Su Ling pulled out another handful of hair. "No way. What if something happens to you?" Before he could finish, Lu Yu dropped the respawn anchor he'd just obtained onto the ground with a thud. "Don't worry. Even if I die, I can respawn right here." Su Ling's persuasion completely failed. He could only stare at the anchor on the ground, sighing and losing a few more hairs. Lu Yu offered some reassurance. "Don't worry, I'll be back in 2 days." 2 days? Su Ling cleaned out his ears, wondering if he'd heard wrong. After giving his explanation, Lu Yu didn't rush to leave. Instead, he shut himself in his workshop. At the crafting table, he took out netherite scraps and gold ingots. Top row 4 netherite scraps in an inverted L shape. Bottom row 4 gold ingots arranged in a Z pattern. Looking at this grid arrangement, he was reminded of Tetris. And just like that, a netherite ingot was complete. Lu Yu followed the same process, crafting all the obtained fragments into netherite ingots. He approached the smithing table and placed his complete set of gleaming, enchanted diamond gear on it piece by piece, upgrading each item to dark, sturdy netherite. All the original enchantments were preserved. Only the appearance changed instantly from dazzling blue light to deep black luster. Chang'e watched with blinking eyes. Why did you swap out your diamond gear? Making things harder for yourself? Lu Yu rolled his eyes. I'll explain it to you later. Chang'e scratched his head. Don't tell me this black stuff is better than diamond. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of black leggings was tossed onto his face. Netherite leggings, fire protection 4. Chang'e read the inscription aloud. Only one netherite ingot remained on the smithing table. Lu Yu looked through all their available enchanted equipment and decided these protection enchanted leggings were most suitable for the timid Chang'e, so he completed the upgrade directly. Chang'e held the leggings, frozen in place. Lu Yu urged, hurry up and put them on. He obediently changed into the leggings. The two left the basement. Su Ling happened to pass by and saw them dive in and emerge with a completely different outfit. Lu Yu waved without looking back. See you the day after tomorrow. By the time Su Ling came to his senses, only two silhouettes remained. Su Ling stared at Chang'e, feeling something was off. A full set of blue, sparkling diamond armor, except for the leggings which were so black they gleamed, making it look like he wasn't wearing pants at all. Oh Chang'e, is there really no one you fancy in this village? You don't even care about your appearance anymore, he thought to himself. Lu Yu only ever cared about stats and was completely oblivious to the problem. Chang'e couldn't see his full body and hadn't noticed either. Ignoring appearances, Lu Yu set off with quite a procession. 1 person, 5 wolf pups, and 3 iron golems. The newly appointed pet follower, Chang'e, jogged to catch up with the group. They first reached the oak forest in front of the snowy mountains. Looking up, they immediately spotted a tall Enderman, its purple eyes darting around the forest like it was hunting prey. But as everyone knows, Endermen have terrible eyesight. You think you're looking directly at it, but it might not see you at all. You think you're not looking at it, but it claims to be provoked and swings its long arms. This creature was the most troublesome monster in the forest, making it the primary target. Lu Yu swung his sword to strike, and the 5 wolf pups immediately acted like bullies with backup, pouncing on the Enderman. Sword strikes and bites fell together, and the Enderman soon crashed to the ground, dropping an Ender Pearl. Meanwhile, the 3 iron golems had already identified the surrounding zombie variants as enemies and began clearing them out autonomously. By the time the Enderman fell, they had already smashed several zombies. The thunderous sounds attracted all the zombies in the oak forest. Roar! Hordes of zombies bellowed as they charged toward the iron golems. Seeing the scale of it, Chang'e instinctively backed away in fear, his top-tier equipment unable to suppress his cowardice. Lu Yu pushed him behind and stood in front. Find a hole and bury yourself in it. Chang'e whimpered. Should I just leave then? Back in his gaming days when Chang'e dominated other games, he used to tell people, don't feed, I can carry. Little did he expect that in his first battle after being transported to another world, someone else would throw those very words at him. You want me to? Chang'e was about to complain when he looked up and saw countless zombies roaring toward them like a tidal wave, cutting his words short. His life was on the line. Without hesitation, he dug a hole, jumped in, and covered himself up in one fluid motion, burying himself alive in the dirt. This wasn't some game where you could respawn countless times. She had barely managed to save up 1 revival chance from the newbie benefits, and he absolutely couldn't waste it now. Fine. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, just wait. You little zombies, until I max out my skills before I come back to deal with you. Chang'e swore silently to himself, huddled in his dirt pit listening to the chaos above. Whistling blade lights and piercing sword cries crisscrossed overhead. 3 iron golems stomped across the ground with thunderous impacts, their iron arms thicker than Chang'e's entire body, swinging in circles at the monsters. Wolf pups followed closely behind Lu Yu, tearing apart prey all around them. Lu Yu switched between a fire-enchanted longbow and a sharpness V diamond sword, her flaming arrows cutting through the night and setting the entire oak forest ablaze. The poor oak trees became collateral damage, their branches burning like torches with crackling explosions. Amid the roaring flames, Lu Yu moved freely in her pitch-black outfit, mercilessly harvesting monsters like a villain, making her grand entrance. Though the enemies had superior numbers, she was far from fighting alone. With her powerful summons, she single-handedly swept through the entire woodland. After her final sword strike cut down a creeper, Lu Yu quickly retreated, letting it self-destruct. Boom! The explosion thundered, flames shooting skyward. A true man self-proclaimed never looks back at explosions. She had already turned around to collect the dropped loot. Who knew this was actually a mutant creeper with an expanded blast radius, and Chang'e's hideout was nearby. A chunk of the side wall was blown to smithereens, and daylight suddenly poured into the pit. Eek! The sudden brightness and deafening roar made Chang'e jump out of his skin. You can come out now, Lu Yu called from above. Chang'e poked his head out and climbed back to the surface, only to see devastation all around, flames still flickering, charred wood scattered everywhere, and a crater deep enough to reach a person's waist. In just a few minutes, it felt like he had emerged from another world entirely. Holy moly! He gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. All those monsters are just gone. Gone. Lu Yu replied matter-of-factly, though her hands never stopped moving. She first picked up an iron golem's head and several iron ingots from the ground. Iron Beauty, who had charged most aggressively, had fallen under the mutant zombie swarm, her tree-trunk-thick arms ultimately unable to withstand the massive horde. Lu Yu solemnly packed her remains into her inventory as a memento. Experience orbs, rotten flesh dropped by zombies, gunpowder from creepers, scattered damaged equipment. She didn't even spare the blown-away dirt and cobblestone. Following her locust swarm philosophy, she stuffed everything collectible into her pack, then picked up those blocks and placed them back one by one where they belonged. While extinguishing the flames on the ground, he roughly filled in the crater. Don't just stand there, come help. Lu Yu casually tossed a stack of cobblestone to Chang'e. You may not be good at fighting monsters, but you can at least fill holes. Chang'e caught the cobblestone and raised an eyebrow. Didn't know you were an environmentalist. Lu Yu ignored him and turned to check on the wolf pup's condition. The health mod clearly showed they were all injured. Two had yellow health bars, and another had turned an alarming red, whimpering softly. You've been through a lot. Following the game mechanics, he pulled out some rotten flesh and crouched down to feed them. The wolf pups devoured it hungrily, eating with more enthusiasm than he'd ever seen, seemingly unaffected by the sour taste. Once their health bars returned to a healthy green, Lu Yu patted the remaining rotten flesh in his hand. I'll get you some proper meat when we get back to the village. The battle concluded swiftly. Without lingering, the two headed straight for the snowy mountains. Along the way, they encountered another group of mutant zombies pursuing from behind. Lu Yu simply kicked them toward Chang'e. Here's your chance to practice. The two cleared out the remaining zombies while thoroughly securing the area. After crossing the snowy mountains, their view opened up dramatically, revealing the edge of District 7. Scattered matchbox buildings came into sight. Near the monster spawn gate lay Snow Mountain Village, the area with the highest monster density. Lu Yu glanced at him sideways. How are you feeling? Chang'e had just cut down several zombies and was getting into the rhythm, his breathing heavy with excitement. I feel like I'm back in the game. Lu Yu reminded him. If there are too many, just find them. Iron golems couldn't cross the snowy mountains, so Lu Yu had disassembled 3 of them into components at the foot of the mountain and carried them up. Now, confirming the area was safe, he immediately assembled them on the spot. Chang'e hadn't expected to rely on pets for protection. Looking at the 3 square iron heads, he could only compromise. Take good care of me, brothers. The 3 iron golems tilted their heads in unison. Question mark. Lu Yu then patted each wolf pup's head and ordered them to actively attack the scattered monsters. The little ones instantly transformed from obedient puppies into fierce wolves, diving straight into the zombie horde. Lu Yu muttered to himself. Why do they seem even more vicious than before? Don't tell me they're treating the zombies like a second course of rotten flesh. The team advanced in a triangular formation. Chang'e and the iron golems swept the middle route, while Lu Yu handled the stragglers at a distance. Though numerous, the monsters outside the village weren't particularly strong, making cleanup relatively easy. Inside the fence was actually quieter. Not all zombies were smart enough to find the crack that Chief Fong and his gang had pried open. Everything went smoothly, and Chang'e's confidence soared. He grinned widely. Luge, I'm so strong. Lu Yu? Chang'e shrugged his shoulders. Luge, I feel like I've finally caught up to your level. Lu Yu? Before he could finish speaking, Chang'e felt a sudden pain in his shoulder as something struck him, instantly setting him ablaze. What the hell? Luge, why am I on fire? He spun around toward the direction of the damage but saw nothing, his heart skipping a beat. Does this game actually have ghosts? Panicking, he swung his sword, intending to perform a sweeping attack, but the blade felt like it was cutting through katana resistance at all. Looking down, where's my diamond sword? Chang'e's first reaction was actually to wonder if Lu Yu was going to knock him on the head. That was a diamond sword. Even as an MC newbie, he understood how rare diamonds were and he had actually lost an enchanted diamond sword. Retreat! Lu Yu shouted a warning. Chang'e snapped back to reality. With his only weapon for fighting enemies gone, he had no choice but to run. The diamond sword would have to wait. This monster was too sinister. He stumbled and rushed to Lu Yu's side, where Lu Yu had already dug a water pit waiting for him. With a splash, the flames were extinguished, and a chill instantly crawled up Chang'e's back. What kind of monster was that? It stole my stuff and I couldn't even see its shadow. He rubbed the goosebumps that had risen from fear, whispering nervously, could there really be ghosts? No, Lu Yu said decisively. How do you know? Can you see it? Lu Yu couldn't see it either at the moment, but he had already run through the monster's attributes in his mind. Another elite monster with sticky invisibility. Seeing the flames on Chang'e earlier, he was certain the monster also had burning. He was even beginning to wonder why these 2 traits kept appearing together lately. Not far away, 3 iron golems followed orders and began taking heavy steps to protect Chang'e. Don't go, Lu Yu shouted to stop them. It wasn't that he worried they couldn't win, but the flames might damage the golem's pumpkin heads and iron blocks, and he wasn't sure if they could respawn after their parts were damaged. The most reliable way to deal with sticky was ranged attacks. Lu Yu drew his bow, the strings sang softly, and a fire arrow shot through the air. Was it accurate intuition or good luck? The arrowhead hit something directly, and the sound of the monster taking damage immediately echoed in the air. The blazing fire from the arrow instantly ignited the target. They finally saw an invisible outline traced by flames, swaying as it materialized. At the same time, a health bar appeared in Lu Yu's vision. How can you see it? Did you activate Byakugan, Sharingan, or Magic Eye? Cheng Yi's eyes widened. Lu Yu shook his head. All he could see was text that the mod had displayed. Bold letters reading Elite Zombie. Invisibility Sticky Burning Vampiric. Elite monsters were second only to demons in strength, ranking above rare ones. The one before them was just elite, but invisibility sticky was indeed troublesome. As for burning and vampiric, as long as they didn't get close, they wouldn't be ignited like Chang Yi or have their blood drained. The vampiric effect couldn't overflow when the monster was at full health. While the fire still burned, Lu Yu fired 2 more arrows in succession. The elite zombie convulsed a few times in the flames, then crashed to the ground. The creature that had terrified Chang Yi moments ago was just eliminated by Lu Yu with a few arrows. In the final moment as the monster fell, the invisibility effect wore off, and its true form was exposed in the firelight. Chang Yi took one look. What a scare. It turned out to be a zombie. Chang Yi jumped up from the ground with his hands on his hips, his face still showing lingering fear. Playing tricks and scaring peeplites, just a zombie. Lu Yu glanced at him with a cool tone. Weren't you supposed to be brave? Why didn't you charge just now? A wise man adapts to circumstances. Chang Yi stepped back half a pace, but kept his back straight. The elite monster dissolved into experience orbs scattered on the ground, bouncing and rolling to Lu Yu's feet. She waved her hand, and the light points instantly merged into her body. Something gleamed coldly on the ground, an iron sword enchanted with sharpness and durability. Take it. It'll do for now. She tossed the sword to Chang Yi. Haha. Chang Yi caught it awkwardly. Lu Yu smiled warmly, but her voice brooked no refusal. Go back and mine alone. Bring me 2 diamonds. Chang Yi nearly dropped the sword. The remaining scattered monsters in the village posed no threat to them. Chang Yi led his pet to clear the main roads while Lu Yu ventured into corners, checking every villager's bedroom to ensure absolute safety when the residents of District 7 returned. As night fell, the cleanup was winding down. Lu Yu planted torches along streets and rooftops to prevent monster spawning. The firelight illuminated the empty village brightly. After patrolling the last alley, Chang Yi stopped in front of Lu Yu's old house and whistled in admiration. Wow, this family sure lives in style. Compared to the surrounding matchbox cottages, this 2-story log mansion looked like a small castle. Thanks for the compliment. Lu Yu's lips curved upward. Huh? This is your house. Chang Yi was stunned. What else would it be? Lu Yu stood at the doorway with her arms crossed. Chang Yi felt around the door frame and tried to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. Why won't it open? Lu Yu stepped back and set her terms. If you can open the door and get inside, I'll waive the diamond mining. If you can't, the penalty doubles. Chang Yi frowned as he studied the door, even pressing his face against it, but completely missed the mechanism beside it. Finally, in frustration, he drew his axe. The entire house was built with logs for aesthetics. After a few swings, he carved out a hole and tumbled through. I'm in. The next second, a kick sent him flying back outside. Lu Yu gritted her teeth. You dare demolish my house? You said I'd be exempt if I got in. Chang Yi looked aggrieved, and even his pet seemed to sympathize. I said open the door. Lu Yu said coldly. Now it's super doubled. With that, she pressed a stone button hidden in the flower bed. With a click, the door slid open automatically, and she stepped inside. Chang Yi followed, muttering. Putting the doorbell so far away, clearly a trap. Lu Yu ignored him and headed straight to the center of the living room, lifting a carpet to reveal a mechanism leading to the basement. Chang Yi chased after her, reminding, remember to set this place as claimed land and restrict block modification permissions, otherwise I'll find a way to exploit it. Claiming land costs money, and Lu Yu's wallet was tight, so she could only mark the crucial spots for now, saving the rest for later. Having not tended to the redstone farm in a long time, she decided to demonstrate it right there. With a pull of the lever, the water channel activated instantly, sweeping a whole row of crops into the collection box, the lights dimming and then brightening again. Cheng Yi watched, dumbfounded. How is this even possible? Where does the water come from? Where's the switch? Huh. Cheng Yi felt like he had suddenly jumped from the Stone Age to modern technology. The moment Cheng Yi laid eyes on the nether portal, it all came flooding back. They had been here before. This was the exact spot where he had turned back from the other side of the nether, and every single block of that pathway connecting the 2 portals had been placed by his own hands. As memories surged through him, he suddenly realized this was precisely where his enslavement by Lu Yu had begun. Cheng Yi scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Then why didn't we just take the nether route to get here? Lu Yu sighed and patiently explained. If we only had regular mobs spawning along the way, they'd naturally burn up once the sun rises. But what's blocking our path are all monsters that aren't afraid of sunlight. If they're not cleared out, they'll keep lurking around the oak forest outside District 6 entrance. Do you really want Fong and Azusa to run into these creatures when they're out chopping wood or picking flowers? Yi, who fancied himself a protector of ladies, shook his head vigorously. Since the monsters had been cleared, they could theoretically take the nether railway straight back. Lu Yu had originally estimated it would take 2 days, but it had actually only taken 1 daylight period. Yi was confused. Why such a big difference? What are we doing with the remaining time? We built the railway. Might as well use it. Lu Yu pulled out a stack of iron ingots and crafted a full set of rails right there at the workbench, casually tossing them to him. Get ready to lay some track. Yi's face immediately fell once again. He'd become the manual laborer. For District 7, Lu Yu planned to use his wooden cabin as the central hub, developing the surrounding area into vast farmlands and fishing grounds to ensure both Districts 6 and 7 had adequate food reserves. The treehouse in District 6 would also be converted into a transportation hub. Once the storage facilities at both ends were organized, the villagers could officially start using the nether railway. Considering the heavy traffic and crowds expected in the future, Lu Yu had Yi lay down 2 separate tracks, one for those with mobility issues and another for people in a hurry with a walking path in the middle to help distribute traffic during peak hours. Su Ling had once worried that Lu Yu lacked long-term planning, little knowing that he already had everything mapped out. Lu Yu had played on countless servers and watched building showcase videos from top players both domestic and international. But nothing impressed him more than the masterful architecture and ingenious redstone engineering on the TIS server. Now that he had the chance to build in this alternate world, he naturally wanted to set his sights even higher. Ever since arriving in this realm, the block people from the upper districts 1 and 2 had maintained their arrogant monopoly over knowledge and resources, treating the villagers of districts 5, 6, and 7 as mere tools for gathering basic materials. Coming from the free world of Blue Star, Lu Yu despised this kind of oppression above all else. He was determined to completely transform these 2 territories according to his own vision. Gaming had once been a hobby, then became his profession. Others called him a grind lord, joking that he lived and breathed the game. And he indeed could pour every available moment into Minecraft, but he still needed to eat and sleep. Now he had arrived in another world. The block continent became Lu Yu's new daily life. As long as his hunger bar was full, he was energetic and didn't even need to sleep, so he devoted all his time to building and exploring. Thinking about this, the corners of his mouth curved upward in a genuine smile. At this moment, Yi had just finished laying 2 railway tracks when Lu Yu teleported to the nether. Yi was startled and reflexively jumped. Why are you here too? That corporate slave DNA's hardwired fear of supervisors instantly awakened, even though he had been following Lu Yu's previous instructions to the letter. But Lu Yu didn't even glance at him, simply dropping the line. I'm here to build a simple little station. Simple. Yi scratched his head, looking completely puzzled. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yu had already started working. This was Yi's first time witnessing his serious and high-speed building mode. Lu Yu left no room for others to interfere, placing blocks one after another with movements so fluid, it was like copying a blueprint from his mind, without the slightest hesitation or rework. Yi had thought this would just be a matchbox frame, but before the walls were even topped off, Lu Yu had already reserved 2 doorways, one leading to the external nether, the other connecting directly to the railway. Then he began constructing a sloped roof using a trapezoidal arrangement, naturally raising the entire outline. When the last piece of wood was fitted into place, Yi realized the building looked remarkably like the old train stations he'd seen in his childhood. Simple wood tones, pointed roof corners, an elongated rectangular main body, simple, yet extremely refined. Yi didn't know this was a template Lu Yu had practiced repeatedly, which was why he knew it by heart. He gave a thumbs up. Brother Lu, you're so fast. He used to think killing monsters was beating the game, but now he realized monster fighting was just the opening act. Immediately after, he pointed at the finished product with a conflicted expression. Didn't you say simple? You call this simple? Lu Yu shrugged. This is simple. If it weren't for being in another world without computers and internet, he really wanted to grab Yi's head and show him those world-class architect's masterpieces, to tell him what not simple really meant. With the project complete, he clapped his hands and called for Yi to head home. Yi followed behind with his iron golem and wolf pup, but suddenly realized his positioning was wrong, so he stepped forward to walk alongside, then sheepishly stepped back half a pace when Lu Yu glanced sideways at him. Watching him fidget back and forth, Lu Yu commented, "Are you doing the moonwalk?" Thus, their group formed a trapezoidal formation. On the way back, Lu Yu checked their surroundings again, confirming no mutant monsters were present, while casually clearing out the minor mobs that spawned at night. Before long, they could see the gates of District 6. The villagers of District 6, learning that their young village chief had gone alone to deal with monsters from the entire 7th district, were all in a panic. Some were disappointed by his recklessness, others worried he might make mistakes. In contrast, the people of District 7 had expressions that said, "That's it. Eating what they should eat, drinking what they should drink." The people of District 6 couldn't understand. Liu had grown up with them. So how could they be so heartless? The people of District 7 just shrugged. Why worry? We've seen plenty of storms. Liu has done way more outrageous things. As for those monsters, no matter how many there were, it wasn't a big deal. If someone told them Liu had killed a dragon someday, they might be surprised for just a moment. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.